Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Peerless in the online world. See Unrivaled in the online world right here on GMT Recap. This young man today, together with his friend Ducher San, went to the National Esports Center to attend a welcome event for the most formidable player from Nation H, Park Han-wang. He was an arrogant person, always thinking of himself as the strongest in the world. As for the players of Nation R, Chen despised them deeply, even openly calling them a bunch of useless trash. To teach Park Han-wang a lesson, Ducher San had used 2 hot pot meals to convince Chen to challenge him. At that time, Chen had only been playing with the mouse for 2 months and had just mastered the rules of the game the night before. Yet, because of 2 hot pot meals, he boldly stepped onto the stage to compete against Park Han-wang. What no one expected was that Chen actually punched Park Han-wang in the face. He missed some moves but still managed to win overwhelmingly. When reporters interviewed him after the match, Chen did not hide the fact that it was his first time playing this game and that he was a real newbie. This truth only added to Park Han-wang's humiliation. How could a player considered the strongest in Nation H lose to a first-year student who was playing the game for the first time? That day, Chen crushed Park Han-wang's pride and restored the face of Nation R. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he was crowned the new king of the game Armor Warfare. After that match, Chen became a rising star in the esports industry. Following his newfound fame, Chen chose another popular game at the time called Dynamic, and in the game, his ID was simply Chen. His journey to dominate the esports world began from there. Chen achieved many milestones, starting with the Invincible Battle Cup he won in the game Lining. It was also the first time he faced off against a player named Chaotic Bamboo Shadows. The final of that Invincible Battle Cup was truly memorable. This was because Chaotic Bamboo Shadows was also a formidable player in the game. The match between him and Chen was a clash of equals, and the spectators were thoroughly entertained, constantly praising their skill. Is this the power of a Hall of Fame player? It's truly spectacular. The battle between the great player Chaotic Bamboo Shadows and the great player Chen is really difficult to call right now. Chen only remembered that he and Chaotic Bamboo Shadows had fought for a long time. Both players were warriors, making their strikes even more intense. At one point, Chaotic Bamboo Shadows unleashed his signature move, the Crimson King Dragon Tomb Slash. As soon as it was activated, the audience erupted with excitement. However, Chen skillfully countered it with his move, Reverse Flow of the Galaxy. After that, he launched a powerful counterattack with his Sword Dance of Mount Tai. It was a move of extreme difficulty, involving an endless chain of attacks. With his sword, Chen struck relentlessly, landing dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The speed was so rapid that Chaotic Bamboo Shadows was unable to react in time. Chaotic Bamboo Shadows, do you think I can break your record this time? Chen's voice was full of challenge, and indeed, he surpassed Chaotic Bamboo Shadows. His Sword Dance of Mount Tai that time shattered Chaotic Bamboo Shadows' previous record of 196 consecutive hits. Chen emerged victorious and claimed the Invincible Battle Cup. 250 consecutive hits was the achievement that Chen had accomplished, and it was engraved directly onto the trophy. That was also the only time Chen officially faced off against Chaotic Bamboo Shadows. With a string of records and top-tier rankings, he successfully made his way into the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, fate often envies the talented. While Chen stood proudly atop the peak of glory, he was struck by a traffic accident. After the accident, he was lucky to have survived, but the cranial nerves were severely damaged, and recovery seemed almost impossible. When he was deeply focused, Chen's reflexes would lag by 3 seconds. This generally wouldn't affect daily life, but for Chen, a professional gamer, it had a huge impact. From then on, his rankings began to continuously plummet. In the blink of an eye, Chen had fallen from the top spot to below the 100th rank. Those who once feared him were now openly mocking him whenever they encountered him in the game. Today, another headache struck. Chen was about to go to bed to get some rest, but as he stood up, he inadvertently glanced at something under the table. It was the virtual reality game headset, specially crafted for Hall of Fame members, which the Yuhong Corporation had sent him not long ago. Having been hunted for so long, Chen had almost forgotten that he was a member of the Hall of Fame. Out of curiosity, he decided to check out this new game. After all, rumors said the controls in virtual reality games were far more flexible. Chen took a quick look, and indeed, the graphics were much smoother. At midnight tonight, the server will officially open. The producers promised that the in-game professions will be more flexible, and the gameplay will be entirely new compared to the old game. Just as Chen was about to turn off his computer, he received a call from Ducher San. It was late at night, yet Ducher San was still calling. As soon as Chen picked up the phone, the voice on the other end immediately started scolding him non-stop. "Old Lu, where have you been? Your phone's been off, you haven't replied to any messages, and WeChat's offline." Chen was stunned. "I forgot. Just now, I was half conscious and not really sure where I went." Ducher San was taken aback. "Forgot where you went? Did you drink too much?" "Anyway, Linning has closed its server already, so stop worrying about those upsetting things. The things we've lost, let's get them back in the virtual reality game." The goal was clear. Ducher San wanted Chen to make a comeback and shake up the gaming world once again. Chen was silent for a few seconds, then said to Ducher San, "From now on, you play alone. I've long given up on this path." Ducher San thought he had misheard. After all, the words giving up had never appeared in Chen's vocabulary. "I've ended up like this. How can I keep playing? Should I keep humiliating myself?" Ducher San screamed, "You're the one who defeated P. Hanong in your first game, who took down chaotic bamboo shadows. You're Chen, the youngest member of the Hall of Fame. Are you really willing to just give up like this?" Chen was silent, while Ducher San on the other end of the line kept pushing him relentlessly. Actually, it wasn't really pressure. Ducher San was just voicing the frustrations on Chen's behalf. He only knew that when being oppressed, one must fight back. Having witnessed the final 5 members of their guild being hunted down to the point where they had to log out of the game, how could Chen just accept that? Once the top warrior in the game, Linning, and now he was being humiliated with an apology letter from chaotic bamboo shadows. Moreover, everyone knew he couldn't just accept that. Ducher San repeated everything that made Chen angry. "What can I do if I don't accept it? Every time I go online, I get hunted down, and my comrades are hunted down to the point where they have to log out. I'm no longer the great Chen of the Hall of Fame." Ducher San was scolded back, so furious that his teeth chattered together. "Chen, you are truly weak and cowardly. If that's the case, then goodbye." On the other end of the line, only the mournful sound of the dial tone remained. Chen stayed silent for a long time. He really was weak and cowardly. He remembered the days when he once stood at the peak of glory, the sweaty, intense matches, the joy of victory, and the humiliation of having chaotic bamboo shadows retract their challenge. He also remembered the pain of seeing his guild shattered and the relentless pursuit of enemies day and night. Each of those feelings was deeply etched into his mind. Chen, who had once admired the view from the mountaintop, how could someone like him bow before the muck of a valley? Thinking about this, Chen felt the blood in his body boil again. Ducher San was right, he couldn't accept it. So, Chen once again put on his virtual reality headset, swearing to conquer the virtual reality game world. The moment the game headset powered on, Chen felt as if he were swimming in a sea of data. The virtual reality technology of the Yuhong Corporation was truly cutting edge. Not long after, Chen arrived at the temple designed for welcoming new players. He had a realistic feeling, as if he had just stepped into an extravagant palace. Even the stone columns in the temple had a texture that seemed real. "Welcome, Chen, to the Temple of Newcomers," a clear voice echoed. "Hello, I am the system sprite." A tiny sprite appeared before Chen, representing the virtual reality game system. "Through verification, the system has recognized you as Chen, a member of the Hall of Fame in the Arnation region. Players who are members of the Hall of Fame have the privilege of using a dedicated ID. And Lu Chen could continue using his old ID, Lu Chen. But honestly, that name had become the biggest joke in the Hall of Fame, so Lu Chen didn't want to encounter it again. He changed it to a new name, Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand, in order to start fresh. Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand meant that iron, before being forged, had to be sharpened, symbolizing the need for self-improvement. Lu Chen was very pleased with the meaning behind this name. After confirming the ID, the system then allowed him to choose his race in class. There are 10 basic occupations available before him. This time, Lu Chen had thought for a long time. He didn't know which occupation suited him best, whether it was the knight with a strong sense of action, or the warrior who had a balanced combination of both offense and defense. While Lu Chen was still hesitating, the system suddenly displayed another notification. The virtual reality game helmet would automatically take a blood sample from him to check his health status through a tiny needle at the left side of the helmet. Since the accident, Lu Chen was very afraid of blood draws, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. After the blood sample was taken, the system quickly returned the health check results. And the puzzling thing was that all of Lu Chen's statistics showed red alerts. For instance, his heart rate was 30% lower than the average person, his body temperature was 70% below the standard, and his brainwave response exceeded 120% of the normal level. Most importantly, Lu Chen's life sign showed only 50%. This situation made him extremely confused. What's going on here? Could it be that this VIP-level gaming helmet is just an empty shell? That night, a bright red light and the screams of the young man echoed from Lu Chen's room in the apartment. Damn it, don't mess with me like this. However, Lu Chen's alarming physical condition actually helped him unlock a hidden profession: soul swordsman. It was indeed a case of fortune in adversity. The soul swordsman was the strongest warrior in hell training, a descendant of the Azura god clan, carrying the power of the 4 divine beasts, a being that ruled over all and dominated other spirits. Lu Chen didn't expect to have such an unexpected stroke of luck. He had no reason to refuse the soul swordsman class. Therefore, after confirming his class, Lu Chen quickly logged into the game. He woke up in Xinsho village with the mindset of a loser who had been abandoned, burning with a desire for revenge. Lu Chen appeared in the form of a skeleton, and not just any skeleton, one that had risen from the ground. He felt disgusted. Why did he have to look so ridiculous right from the start of the game? Did this form resemble the cool and mighty soul swordsman in any way? It seemed like the system had read Lu Chen's thoughts and explained that this skeletal form was the training state of the soul swordsman. As a soul swordsman, Lu Chen didn't feel like complaining anymore. After all, it was a hidden, special class, so what if he looked like a skull? The first person to greet him was the village chief of Xinsho, the necromancer Na Yiwan. After a greeting that nearly gave him a heart attack, Lu Chen's inventory was updated with a new item gifted by the village chief, a saber. Lu Chen took his new weapon and headed to the Radish Garden to fight the level 2 rabbit spirits there. With the low health of these small monsters, a single hit from his saber would be enough to finish them off. However, Lu Chen's biggest issue was the 3-second delay in processing information. Therefore, he decided to use a strategy where he would predict his opponent's next move and swing his sword 3 seconds in advance. The plan sounded perfect, but when Lu Chen tried to execute it, things went terribly wrong. He swung the sword but missed, and the group of rabbit spirits kicked him hard in the chest. Lu Chen fell to the ground, tears inexplicably streaming from his dry eyes. Clearly, he had initiated the attack strategy 3 seconds in advance, so why did he still fail? Despite this, Lu Chen refused to give up. He stood up and tried again several times, but each strike missed. The rabbit spirits even mocked him openly. Lu Chen swung his sword to the point of drenched in sweat, yet still couldn't land a hit. If swinging the sword 3 seconds early doesn't work, then I'll try slowing it down. Lu Chen tried swinging the sword 2 seconds earlier, but still missed. He reduced it to 1 second, still missing. However, when he precisely timed it to 0.9 seconds, the strike finally hit its target. It turned out that it wasn't the rabbit's speed but rather the improvement in Lu Chen's delayed reflexes. Although, in the end, Lu Chen was still knocked back to the respawn point by these low-level rabbit spirits, he felt incredibly happy. Guild leader Ducher San Chaotic Bamboo Shadows, the world's #1 swordsman is back. Lu Chen carried his sword and headed to the cabbage garden once more. On the way, he kept wondering why his reflex delay had decreased to 0.9 seconds instead of 3 seconds as the doctor had said. His mind was spinning, and he felt as though he had forgotten something. Numerous fragmented images started to flash in his mind. From the sports car with its front crushed, bloodstains on the broken glass, to the image of Guan Wu. All of these seemed unrelated to each other. Lu Chen also found it puzzling how these thoughts kept popping up in his head. He also remembered that the doctor had mentioned that his nervous system might have the potential to heal itself. At that time, Lu Chen had thought it was just a comforting remark to prevent him from losing hope. But given the current situation, it seemed like what the doctor said might actually be coming true. It looked like he would have to go back to the hospital for a follow-up appointment. As for the immediate problem, he had to give those rabbit demons a good thrashing. The system kindly reminded him to target their necks, as that was their biggest weakness. Lu Chen obediently followed the advice. With the delay time now reduced to 0.9 seconds, he quickly turned the situation around. The reduction in delay time made Lu Chen feel incredibly refreshed. The more he fought, the more enthusiastic he became, hoping that eventually, the delay would disappear entirely, and he would once again reach the pinnacle of fame. After Lu Chen had wiped out the entire radish garden, he suddenly caught sight of a strange creature. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was another player, who appeared to be a bit cold tonight. Seeing him getting beaten so badly, Lu Chen quickly guessed what would appear next. It was likely the boss of the radish garden. Sure enough, not long after, the enormous level 10 big-eared rabbit appeared, holding another player, named Tonight is a Bit Lonely, by the foot and swinging him around. The big-eared rabbit king was a muscular, short-tempered beast that ruled over the radish garden. Its muscles were a stark contrast to Lu Chen's own skeletal frame. The young man, a little lonely tonight, was sent flying like a rocket with a single blow. Coincidentally, the cold night air was used by Lu Chen as a shield. The two brothers charged straight at each other, immediately grasping each other's hands and heading back to the respawn point. "Don't worry, just go ahead. I'll avenge both of you," Lu Chen said nonchalantly. After dealing with the two unrelated foes, he focused on the main issue. This was the first time Lu Chen faced the boss after his delayed reflexes had been reduced, so it was hard to contain his excitement. He gripped his blade tightly, ready to deal with the enemy. Unexpectedly, the Rabbit King was armed. As soon as Lu Chen drew his sword, it swiftly put on a pair of sharp bear claws. With its mafia-like stance, Lu Chen began to feel the pressure, but he forced himself to stay calm. The enemy was likely going to rely on high-speed close combat, and the best way to deal with such an opponent was to remain still and counteract. While the opponent attacked, he needed to dodge and find an opening. Just as Lu Chen thought this, the Rabbit King launched its attack. Indeed, it was incredibly fast, and Lu Chen couldn't dodge in time. What he didn't expect was that with just the first strike, the rabbit took away 25% of his health. As he was still in shock, the system's simulation window popped up with a notification. Immortal trait of the Soul Swordsman: before depleting all health, the Soul Swordsman can rapidly recover any damaged bones, maintaining the integrity of his skeleton. However, health cannot be regenerated. Lu Chen read it twice but still couldn't understand what the system was talking about. If it can't heal, then how can it be called immortal? However, this wasn't as important as dealing with this mafia rabbit. If one of its strikes has already taken away 25% of your health, then how much damage can your full force hit deal to the opponent? Lu Chen gathered all his strength and delivered a blow, but unfortunately, it only dealt 8 points of damage to the opponent. He quickly retreated. It seemed that this guy would be hard to handle, not only because of its godly speed and excellent offensive skills, but also because its defense was quite solid. Lu Chen chose a safe distance to retreat to. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the Mafia Rabbit lunged at him again.
This had been anticipated by Chen.
Using its charge as leverage, he swung his sword straight at the rabbit's critical weak spot, the neck. But what he didn't expect was that under the fur of the rabbit, there was a layer of iron armor. It was just a boss of low-level minions. Why did it have to be this bizarre? The Rabbit King, enraged by Chen's counterattack, slammed its fist into a nearby ancient tree, splitting it in two. Chen nervously swallowed his saliva. If he got hit by a direct punch like that, he feared his bones would shatter into pieces. In this situation, it was hard to find a breakthrough. The rabbit's most vulnerable spot, its big ears, was now protected by iron armor. Considering the amount of damage dealt to both sides, the Rabbit King could withstand dozens more attacks. But if Chen took another hit, he'd be done for. You haven't even come up with a solution yet. Meanwhile, the opponents seems to have lost their mind. They ripped a willow tree out of the ground with their bare hands, and then swung it toward Chen. It seems difficult to deal with a formidable opponent like the rabbit, but Chen wasn't so weak as to be crushed by a tree. He quickly took out his combo strike to deal with the willow. However, bad luck struck. While Chen was focused on breaking the tree, the Rabbit King seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Chen hadn't expected this bulky opponent to be so clever. But as it charged, it accidentally got hit in the eye by a broken piece of the tree. Immediately, this caused a damage of 20 health. Chen found a breakthrough here. It seemed the opponent's eyes were its weak point. But while focusing on this, Chen got distracted and took a punch. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted his posture to lower his chin, so the punch didn't land directly, causing only 15 health damage. However, before Chen could even feel relieved, the opponent immediately threw another punch. This one landed straight on his ribs. The sound of bones cracking carried away another 40 health. Chen was sent flying by the Rabbit King's strike, and his body slammed into a nearby tree. Now, he only had 5 health left. The impact created a large dent in the tree's trunk, with Chen's upper body stuck in it, leaving only his legs dangling outside. Rabbit King had no intention of resting for a single second. Seeing that the enemy was trapped in the tree hollow, it charged forward like a speeding arrow, intending to deliver a final, lethal blow. However, just as the Rabbit King's fist was about to land, Chen disappeared into the hollow. Its arm was caught tightly by the vines inside. Meanwhile, Chen had effortlessly slipped out of the hollow. It seemed that this mobile skeleton form had its advantages at times. Given its compact size, maneuvering through tight spaces was a breeze. "Little rabbit, I'm up here," Chen said smugly, sitting casually on a tree branch. "Do you like the gift I prepared for you? This dry tree is full of tangled vines inside. Once you're entangled, it'll be very difficult to escape." The Rabbit King continued to struggle, but Chen knew that the more it struggled, the tighter the vines would constrict. Its only option was to destroy the entire tree to break free. But how could Chen possibly give it that chance? Gripping his sword tightly, he leaped down from the branch, the tip of the blade driving straight into the boss's eye, dealing 100 points of damage. As expected, the eyes were the enemy's most vulnerable spot. The Rabbit King was left with less than half of its health, but the troublesome part was that Chen's strike had triggered its enraged state. The Rabbit King's defense was reduced by 50%, but its attack increased by 50%. Even so, Chen wasn't too worried. Facing an opponent who was both blind and had its speed and defense reduced, what could its increased attack do? Although you were delayed by a 0.9-second reflex, in this situation, you were still able to maintain control. In the end, Chen successfully defeated the Rabbit King with large ears. He directly leveled up to level 4 and received the rewards dropped by the boss. It was a set of chest armor that increased 20 health points and 9 defense points. Along with it was a large magic stone. This item could be used for trading with merchants and could be exchanged for a certain amount of gold. Chen hurriedly equipped the armor, which covered some of his body, mostly composed of bones. There were only 2 rewards from defeating the boss, but leveling up also granted an additional 10 free attribute points. Lu Chen could use these points to increase his 4 attributes: health, mana, strength, and speed. Since his health had just been boosted by 20 points from the armor, he didn't need it immediately.
He was currently unsure how to allocate the 10 points.
While Lu Chen was still lost in thought, he suddenly heard a loud scream. Looking down from the high tree, he saw 2 players running frantically, as if being chased by ghosts. These 2 seemed somewhat familiar. They appeared to be the 2 young men he had encountered earlier. It's a bit cold tonight and I'm feeling a bit lonely tonight. But why were they here? Lu Chen jumped down from the tree, and as soon as he appeared, the duo sighed in despair.
Damn it, first the soul swordsman, now the rampaging dragon. Is heaven trying to eliminate the evil?
They muttered, clearly being chased by someone. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not intend to oppose these 2 individuals. He even helped them block an arrow from the enemy. Hurry up and go, leave this place to me. Lu Chen waved the 2 young men away as if dismissing them. In reality, it wasn't that he was concerned about their lives, he was simply quite interested in the one chasing them, an archer. From the previous arrow, it was clear that the enemy's shooting speed was fast, but the trajectory was somewhat stiff.
With Lu Chen's current reaction speed, those arrows couldn't even come close to hitting him.
The opponent was a level 7 archer named Xiao Huarong, from the Duba Guild. This guy looked impressive, but who would have thought he'd be such a softie? Xiao Huarong's bowstring was pulled taut once again, and it seemed he was infuriated that Lu Chen had dodged all his attacks. A level 5 garbage skull is pretending to be a savior? Xiao Huarong cursed while launching his ultimate move, the Cyclone Flame Arrow. Although this was his strongest move, it didn't trouble Lu Chen in the slightest. After all, Lu Chen was a gaming genius, and now he had mastered his own 0.9-second reaction delay, making his responses incredibly smooth. As for the Cyclone Flame Arrow, Lu Chen didn't even bother dodging, he confronted it head-on and neutralized the attack. Xiao Huarong gritted his teeth and reached for another arrow, preparing to attack again. But he had no idea how Lu Chen had done it, as in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had already appeared behind him. The enemy was right behind, and what happened next was easy to predict without even thinking. Lu Chen was kind enough to say a farewell, then swung his sword to send Xiao Huarong back to the respawn point. After all, archers were long-range attack professions, typically fragile like paper, and they rarely survived close combat. After Xiao Huarong died, the ground beneath Lu Chen suddenly trembled violently, and the birds in the forest were scared into flying in all directions.
What's going on? With such a big commotion, it can't be that some newbie player is fighting, right?
The tremors became stronger and stronger, so Lu Chen guessed that the guild members and Long were clearing the surrounding area to surround the boss. That was probably why Xiao Huarong had been chasing the 2 brothers tonight. Unfortunately, he had failed and allowed one fish to slip through the net. Lu Chen himself.
Out of curiosity, Lu Chen ventured deep into the forest of divine light. Sure enough, there was a fight going on.
On one side was the Green Roach King, level 15, who had already lost half of its health. On the other side were some newbie players, led by a guy named Longxing Tianxia, level 9, a knight class. Though he was the leader, Longxing Tianxia wasn't directly attacking. Instead, he was using money to overwhelm the monsters. He promised that anyone who dealt even a single drop of damage to the boss would receive a reward of 50 copper coins. Longxing Tianxia's willingness to spend like this left Lu Chen stunned. A single drop of health for 50 copper coins. Given that the Green Roach King still had 1,200 drops of health left, that was equivalent to 60,000 copper coins. Spending so much money just to handle an epic level boss. Is this rich guy out of his mind? None of the newbies here are free from the chains of money. They chant slogans for young Master Long, they charge forward for the Duba Guild, but in reality, that high-spirited energy is only fueled by money. However, even though the Green Roach King is just an epic level boss, it's still not easy for the newbies to deal with. The casualty rate keeps rising, and even compared to the big-eared Rabbit King that Lu Chen just defeated, this monster seems even more terrifying. You feel that the few remaining members of the Duba Guild won't be able to hold out much longer. But Longxing Tianxia doesn't seem to realize that. Despite the growing casualties, he keeps ordering his members not to stop.
He keeps reminding them to coordinate and set up positions to lure the boss into attacking first. While it's focused on attacking, strike back. Use the boss's time freezing skill to hit once and then retreat. Don't stop. The more Lu Chen listened, the more annoying it became. What Longxing Tianxia just said was so obvious that even a newbie could come up with it. How is this considered a battle strategy? The problem is, this brainless attack style would only hurt their side even more. Could it be that the rich young master didn't realize something so simple? Lu Chen found it somewhat absurd. He felt that Longxing Tianxia was just using others' lives to slowly whittle down the boss's health. In Lu Chen's mind, a series of numbers started to appear. Each person who died would receive a compensation of 300 coins. If they were demoted, they would receive an additional 500 coins. The Guanglong Guild here had 50 people. If all of them were sent back to their respawn points and demoted, the total would be 40,000 coins. Adding the reward for reducing the boss's health, Longxing Tianxia would have to spend a total of 100,000 coins. Is 100,000 coins really worth it for an epic level boss? With the curiosity of a gossiping old lady, Lu Chen still kept herself hidden in a corner, observing the battle carefully. With Longxing Tianxia's strategy of overwhelming the boss with sheer numbers, the Green Roach King's health did indeed drop. Though slowly, a team of archers that he had stationed on the outer circle began to attack simultaneously. After this wave of attacks, the boss's health had decreased significantly. Longxing Tianxia was visibly pleased. The archer squad is doing great. Once the boss has only a little health left, stop the attacks. Let me finish him off. Lu Chen clicked her tongue. No wonder this kid was about to reach level 10 so early in the game. It seemed that he had always used the strategy of spending money to buy the chance to deliver the finishing blow to the boss. However, the stage with the lowest boss health was always the most difficult. As expected, the Green Roach King entered a berserk state. It grew 6 additional arms, increasing its attack and speed by 100%, while its defense was boosted by 50%. The situation seemed unfavorable for the Guanglong Guild, but the mercenaries bought off with money continued to charge forward relentlessly. They all wanted to whittle away at the boss's health a little more, hoping to earn a bit more money for themselves. Longxing Tianxia timed it perfectly, waiting until the Green Roach King's health was down to a single sliver before making his move. However, the rich man never expected that a stranger would swoop in and steal the boss kill. Just as his weapon was about to land on the Green Roach King, it was knocked away by Lu Chen. He hadn't just been standing there idly this whole time. With his experience and superior skills, Lu Chen successfully prevented Longxing Tianxia from claiming the boss's life. Young Master Long's face alternated between pale and flushed, his anger so intense that the veins on his forehead throbbed visibly. "Who are you?" Longxing Tianxia hissed, each word sharp as a blade. "Me?" Lu Chen casually replied, his tone lacking any sense of urgency. "I'm just an ordinary passerby. I happened to walk by just now and saw a bunch of players being chased off by people from the Guanglong Guild, so I thought I'd step in and stand up for them." "Great righteousness, my ass. You only made your move now because you wanted to steal my chance at killing the boss," Longxing Tianxia sneered. "I just wanted to clean up the game environment," Lu Chen said, still unashamed, and the back and forth was enough for now. Longxing Tianxia could never forgive someone who interfered with his possessions, especially when it was something he'd spent a lot of money collecting. Young Master Long launched an attack, while on the other side, the Green Roach King was still struggling with its last bit of strength. Lu Chen was sandwiched between two sides, yet remained extremely calm. To him, even if it were Longxing Tianxia, those two bosses were just about to die. And this kind of struggling would only hasten their demise. It took Lu Chen just 1 second to thrust his sword through Longxing Tianxia's chest, sending him back to his respawn point. "Go home and practice your techniques, young master. Relying on money alone won't get you far." Before Longxing Tianxia completely disappeared, Lu Chen kindly reminded him, as a senior in the profession. Lu Chen knew that with a young master's personality like his, after respawning, he would definitely bring a group to get revenge on him, so he had to hurry up and finish off the boss. Just then, the enraged state of the Green Roach King ended. Its speed was reduced by 150%, defense dropped by 100%, and its attack was cut by 200%. With just a regular attack, Lu Chen could easily defeat it. Though his eye sockets were empty, Lu Chen's eyes seemed to be glowing. He was eager to see the rewards drop from the boss, but what awaited him was a bright red warning from the system. Lu Chen's life points were too low compared to the limit, forcing him to log out of the game. Fortunately, the system was still considerate and automatically saved the experience and items Lu Chen had gained from defeating the boss. And so, Lu Chen exited the virtual reality game, feeling utterly dissatisfied. As soon as Lu Chen took off his gaming headset, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside. He thought it might be a burglar or something, so he grabbed his baseball bat and went to open the door. To his surprise, the person standing there was Ducher San, and he looked extremely flustered. "What are you doing here at this hour?" Lu Chen asked in confusion, still trying to make sense of the situation. "Of course, I'm here to check on you," Ducher San gasped for air, clearly having run at full speed to get there. "I sent you a message earlier, but you didn't respond, and you didn't pick up your phone either." "You finally." Before Ducher San could finish his sentence, he looked up and was completely shocked by the current appearance of Lu Chen. He screamed and stumbled backward. "Oh my god, a zombie!" Seeing Lu Chen still in a daze, Ducher San quickly pulled out his phone and showed him what he looked like. Even the victim himself was stunned and fell back in shock, as his face was covered with numerous spots that seemed to be eaten into the skin. What's worse, those spots were moving. This kind of poisonous plague-like pattern was something you'd usually see on a corpse. Moreover, the plague was rapidly spreading, even moving down from under his eyes. Ducher San said seriously, "Hey, it's only 2 a.m., you can't be joking like this. It must be some kind of skin allergy, right?" Ducher San wasn't joking. The symptoms Lu Chen was experiencing were exactly like the ones described in his forensic materials at home. Lu Chen, overwhelmed with a headache, exhaustion, and confusion from the strange spots on his body, quickly passed out. Ducher San immediately carried him to the emergency room of the People's Hospital, where the head of the department, Du Jingzhong, was his father. After a thorough examination, Dr. Du confirmed that the marks on Lu Chen's body were indeed death marks. In his entire career as a doctor, he had never encountered a patient still alive with such a condition. Du Jingzhong quickly ordered the nurse to take a blood sample from Lu Chen and instructed for a series of additional tests to be done. After analyzing the blood sample, his headache worsened. The blood contained a large virus that surpassed current scientific knowledge. However, the strange thing was that these viruses were not attacking the healthy cells in Lu Chen's body. Instead, they were working to repair the damaged cells. The problem, though, was that there were too many damaged cells in Lu Chen's body at the moment. As a result, his blood circulation had slowed down. The areas with severe blood deficiency in his body were the root cause of the death marks that appeared on his body. But these death marks weren't the most serious problem. If Lu Chen's blood circulation continued to slow down, it could eventually stop entirely. And the result, at that point, was something anyone could guess: he would be on his way to meet his ancestors. Seeing Lu Chen in a depressed mood, Du Jingzhong quickly tried to comfort him. "Don't lose heart, modern medicine has advanced a lot. I believe there will be a way. The PCT-CT is ready. First, let's check if this virus is affecting anything else in your body." "Yes, thank you, Uncle Du." "No need to be so polite with Uncle, it's just Xiao Lu. Recently, have you encountered anything strange?" Lu Chen paused for a few seconds at Du Jingzhong's question. He had indeed experienced some odd occurrences, but everything was quite vague, so in the end, Lu Chen decided not to mention it. He walked into the room and began the imaging process. Outside, Ducher San was still feeling restless, as if his nerves were on fire. "Dad, when you asked that just now, were you suspecting that old Lu is hiding something?" Du Jingzhong shook his head. In reality, he just wanted to confirm things a bit, because it was very likely that Lu Chen himself didn't even remember what had happened to him. This was also the protective mechanism of the brain. In other words, Lu Chen had developed post-traumatic stress disorder and had subconsciously forced himself to forget some events from his past. But judging by the current state of Lu Chen's circulation, Du Jingzhong was certain that he had gone through some severe trauma before, even narrowly escaping death at one point. The current situation was not looking good at all for Lu Chen. Du Jingzhong urged his son to inform Lu Chen's family right away. Watching his best friend in such a life and death situation left Ducher San in a very bad mood. Meanwhile, in a different turn of events, the poisonous plague marks on Lu Chen's face slowly began to fade away. He suddenly, in a moment of confusion, felt a warm energy enveloping his body. Once the PCT imaging process was complete, Du Jingzhong instructed his son to quickly move Lu Chen to another room for further imaging, while he himself went to retrieve the film. But as soon as Ducher San stepped inside, he couldn't help but shout in shock. All the poisonous plague marks on Lu Chen's body had completely disappeared. Du Jingzhong was astonished. Having lived for more than half a century, this was the first time he had witnessed such an unscientific phenomenon. "Xiao Lu, how are you feeling now?" Lu Chen honestly recounted what had happened earlier. During the scan, he suddenly felt a warm flow of energy in his body, and then his headache disappeared. Now, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. The more Du Jingzhong listened, the more he found it hard to believe. He grabbed Lu Chen's face, shaking it from side to side to check. "This is just too unreal. Your face is completely normal now, your hands are normal, your pupils are normal. Could it really be that after just one scan, the entire poisonous plague has vanished?" In Du Jingzhong's eyes, Lu Chen now resembled a rare animal that had escaped from its cage. Even though it was late at night, the excitement still kept him going, and he insisted on dragging Lu Chen to the laboratory. Thus, Lu Chen ended up staying in Du Jingzhong's laboratory for another 3 hours. By the time he came out, his face was pale, and he was completely drained of energy, needing Ducher San to support him. Earlier, Du Jingzhong had almost performed surgery on Lu Chen's body for research purposes. The reason Lu Chen was so exhausted was because the doctor had extracted 800 cc of his blood for the experiment. After 3 hours of intense testing, Du Jingzhong confirmed that the X-ray had a suppressive effect on the virus. That was why the poisonous plague had disappeared from Lu Chen's body after the PCT scan. The mood of the father and son in the Du family had improved somewhat. Because now, all they had to do was find the right wavelength to treat him, and Lu Chen would definitely recover. The clock struck 6 a.m., and Ducher San helped Lu Chen to the sofa so he could rest for a while he went out to buy breakfast. Lu Chen was so exhausted that he didn't even feel like responding. He stared at his soft, smooth hand, which seemed as if it had never been injured, and felt deeply puzzled. Du Jingzhong said you had suffered severe injuries, but why don't you have any recollection of it? Soon, Ducher San returned with a bag of breakfast in hand. He also brought a story that he had just overheard. "Old Lu, there's a beautiful woman driving a sports car, arguing with a security guard right in front of the building. She's even got a bandage wrapped around her head, looking all fierce like she's here to catch a mistress. How about we go down and check it out?" When Lu Chen heard the words "beautiful woman with a bandage and sports car," his head started throbbing painfully again. "Sure San, did you manage to snap a picture?" Ducher San loved gossip, so of course, he had taken a photo. After seeing the picture, Lu Chen's mind started to spin once more. Because that was the president of the guild at Shui Yifeng, and the fragmented and disjointed memories in his head began to slowly piece together. Lu Chen finally remembered everything. Last night, after his first date at Shui Yifeng, he had died. The stunning woman that Ducher San had captured in the photo was at Shui Yifeng, and her real name was He. The moment that Lu Chen remembered everything was also when He arrived at the scene and started knocking on the door urgently. Ducher San was so startled that he dropped the phone in his hand. Though he didn't understand what was going on, he still felt that He's tone didn't seem very friendly. "Never mind, if you two are already acquainted, let me go open the door. You two can talk to each other directly." As he spoke, Ducher San stood up and walked towards the door. Lu Chen immediately became frantic. San, wait, don't open the door. Lu Chen shouted as he tried to chase after Ducher San, but ended up tripping and falling flat on the floor. His whole body was still trembling. The aftermath of Du Jingzhong drawing 800 cc of blood. I have something I want to say to you. Lu Chen's voice was so soft and weak that Ducher San couldn't even make it out. Outside, He was relentlessly banging on the door, shouting and screaming, which made Ducher San feel extremely anxious. He was just about to grab the doorknob when He aggressively barged in. Lu Chen, Lu Chen. He's eyes darted around frantically to find Lu Chen. Ducher San then pretended to be clueless and said that she had gone to the wrong room. As for who Lu Chen was, he claimed he didn't know. But He wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. Especially since she had just heard Lu Chen's voice from inside. Ignoring Ducher San's attempts to stop her, she stormed through the room, searching desperately for her lover. In the end, He broke straight into the bedroom. Lu Chen was hiding behind the wardrobe in this room. This is bad, Lu Chen thought to himself. San, oh San, didn't I tell you to find a way to make her leave on her own? How could you let her come into the bedroom? He was getting closer to the wardrobe door, her mouth constantly blaming Lu Chen for avoiding her. Lu Chen didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, when Yi's hand reached for the wardrobe door handle, Ducher San quickly made a decision and screamed. Lu Chen is dead. Yi's hand froze, then began to tremble. It can't be. It can't be. Lu Chen can't be dead like this. You're definitely lying to me, 100% for sure. If you don't believe me, you can go to the 4th People's Hospital and check the autopsy report. Ducher San spoke with complete certainty. Sure enough, this method worked. He trembled for a long while, then burst into tears, cursing Lu Chen as a scoundrel and rushing out. Only when she was out of sight did Ducher San dare to open the wardrobe door. Lu Chen was sitting inside, looking so absent-minded that he appeared foolish. Back at the hospital, I naively thought that if I used X-rays to treat my body, it would heal just like a normal person. But after the memory lock was broken, I'm not even sure if I'm still alive in this moment. Lu Chen's voice was soft and mournful, and his words left Ducher San in a state of confusion. Hearing you say that, I feel even more confused. What exactly happened to you last night? You didn't explain clearly earlier. Lu Chen took a deep breath and then recounted what happened the previous night. It sounded a bit surreal, but he had been buried alive. Ducher San was already horrified when he heard this. It turned out that yesterday afternoon, Lu Chen had accepted an invitation to meet He. Initially, he thought it was just a casual meetup between online friends, but to his surprise, she was also the vice president of the Asia region. He had used Lu Chen's old game equipment to exchange for 200,000 yuan. After that, she invited him to join a new team she had just formed. At the same time, He confessed her feelings for Lu Chen, which he had long been unaware of, but he rejected her. Ducher San was disappointed to hear this because rejecting someone as talented, beautiful, and wealthy as He was something few people could do. However, Lu Chen had his reasons for rejecting her. With his current state of illness and delayed reflexes, being together would only be a burden to He. He didn't want someone like her to waste her time with a useless person like him. However, on the way back with He, things took a turn. He's rival for the position of president of the Asia region saw that she had no chance of winning, so she set a trap in the middle of the road to settle things with He once and for all. The opposing side was overwhelming in numbers, and every new person that appeared was armed. The situation for Lu Chen and He was dire. In this desperate moment, to save himself, Lu Chen set fire to the car's fuel tank, causing a massive explosion. But this explosion didn't buy them much time. He fainted due to the intense shock. By coincidence, a garbage truck passed by. Despite the foul smell, Lu Chen had no choice but to throw He onto it in order to escape. The hunting trip of those people ended in failure, and so they took out their frustrations on Lu Chen. Exhausted, with the enemy still numerous, he couldn't escape the tragic fate of being strangled with a chain until he lost his breath. After venting their anger, the group believed Chen was dead and dragged him to a mass grave in the northern part of the city. At that moment, with only a faint breath left, they buried him alive. Ducher San turned pale when he heard the words mass grave. It seemed this wasn't the first time these people had committed such a crime. Returning to the main issue, that day, Chen had not yet been abandoned by fate. As soon as the villains left, a heavy rain poured down. The mud and earth that buried Chen became soft and mushy from the downpour. Although he had lost consciousness, he crawled out of the ground like a zombie. Chen had no idea how he managed to move, but he felt the pain in his body slowly fade away. When Chen regained consciousness, he found himself vaguely standing in front of his house. The key point was that, apart from his torn clothes, there were no visible injuries on him. It was just that his head occasionally throbbed with dull pain. Ducher San suspected that the large virus his father had detected in Chen earlier might have been contracted when he was buried. After all, it seemed to have helped restore his body. However, this was truly hard to believe. Nonetheless, Du Jingzhong's words were indeed accurate. Chen had gone through a massive trauma and had narrowly escaped death, which was why his brain had automatically erased certain memories to protect him. Upon recalling this, Chen felt deeply conflicted. "Ducher San, do you think I can still be considered a living person?" Ducher San couldn't answer Chen right away. All he knew was that all the mysteries were buried in the mass grave north of the city, and this drove Ducher San to feel compelled to visit that place. Chen originally wanted to go with him, but given his current state, even standing up was a challenge. What's more, Ducher San hadn't planned to head straight for the grave just yet. He first needed to make a stop at the 4th People's Hospital. Earlier, Du Jingzhong had asked him to bring Chen's game hat for research. After breakfast, Ducher San carried the game hat to his father's expert meeting room. As soon as he entered, he froze, standing still for several seconds before snapping out of it. Not only was Du Jingzhong in the room, but there were also a few elderly men with white beards, all high-ranking figures in their respective fields. While Ducher San was out, Chen silently sat down and began calculating the things he needed to do before he died, including finding someone to keep his father company and leave him money for his old age, helping he rebuild the Soul Dream Sword, and then leaving a proper will. Not long after, Ducher San returned. As soon as Chen heard his voice, he quickly hid the plan. Ducher San came back carrying a small bag, as if he were running away from home. And indeed, he was running away from home. Without waiting for Chen's permission, he declared that he would now move in with him. "But I only have one bed," Chen said, not understanding what was going on. "No problem. Your sofa is enough for me to sleep on," Ducher San replied. Chen felt a bit of a headache. Judging by Ducher San's expression, he guessed that his health had deteriorated to the point where he needed someone by his side to take care of him. "Stop overthinking. It's just that I'm bored staying home alone, and as for you, you won't die that quickly," Ducher San said, taking out a health analysis report on Chen, which stated that his health was in very good condition. Ducher San said that at first he didn't believe it, but this report was the result of numerous tests by expert professors, so he reluctantly believed it a bit. In reality, Du Jingzhong didn't want to disclose Chen's illness, but the viral gene sequences in his body were too numerous, and he could only seek help from others. Those were the elderly doctors with gray hair that Ducher San had seen in the meeting room. Afterward, more and more people arrived, the discussions grew louder, and the ranks kept rising. Eventually, they had gathered into a group of scholarly figures brimming with authority. Clearly, this was not a normal meeting. It was a confrontation in the field of medicine. These elderly professors were highly influential individuals. All they needed to do was make a phone call, and the mass grave in the northern part of the city would instantly become a military-restricted area. Ducher San wouldn't need to waste time going there anymore. After half a day, all the secrets of that grave had been unearthed. Beneath the place where the bodies were discarded, there was originally a collective tomb from the late Han Dynasty. According to Ducher San, it was even possible that this place was connected to Guanwu. It seemed unrelated at first,
but in the fragmented memories of Lu Chen, there were indeed images of this legendary figure. What was even more mysterious was that a liquid had flowed out from outside the tomb, within which a type of viral agent was discovered. It shared the same genetic code as the virus running through Lu Chen's body. This was truly a groundbreaking discovery. Could Lu Chen have been infected with a virus from over 1,000 years ago? Since he was the first person to be infected with this virus, the doctors had named it after him. As Ducher San began to pack up his things, Lu Chen remained seated, carefully studying the report. He noticed that in the report, the virus's characteristics were only briefly introduced, without specific details. This is easy to understand. The report was written in just half a day. Even if the room was full of experts with decades of experience in the field, it would still be hard for them to immediately analyze the virus's characteristics. But they could confirm one characteristic: it has an extremely high recovery ability. The proof is that it repaired the damaged cells in Lu Chen's body and enhanced his physical condition to an unexpectedly good level. However, what troubled Lu Chen the most was that none of the experts seemed interested in his body at all. My dad told me that there was actually a heated debate at the time. Most people wanted to put you in the laboratory for 24-hour observation. But some of the higher-ups argued that your opinion should be respected. Ducher San explained, and later, the top doctors realized that the original form of the virus was more valuable for research. As a result, Lu Chen's importance was downgraded. Now, he was just considered a reference subject for the original virus. At this point, Lu Chen finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. He was very afraid of being turned into a lab rat. Du Jingzhong alone has already drawn so much blood and tortured me for several hours. Now there are more than 10 professors. If they all treat me like that, I wouldn't survive. Unexpectedly, this virus has helped me 3 times. Lu Chen muttered, 3 times? Didn't it only help me twice? Ducher San wondered. The first time was when the cell regeneration helped you come back to life. The second was when the original virus helped you avoid being used as a lab rat by the professors. And the third was when it reduced your reflex delay to just 0.9 seconds. This was the first time Ducher San had heard of it since Lu Chen's accident. He was so excited that he immediately put on his game cap and urged Lu Chen to join the game and try it out. It was also a good opportunity to test whether the X-ray system Du Jingzhong had installed was effective. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed something unusual in his gaming device. Ducher San proudly explained that it was an important invention of his father's. He installed an X-ray system that suppresses the development of viruses. This way, Lu Chen won't have to go to the hospital for X-ray treatments every day anymore. In addition to the improved cap, Ducher San also brought back a bracelet called the Life Monitoring Bracelet. It can track your health data and directly transmit it to the hospital for research purposes at all times. However, you will still need to go to the hospital for a full body checkup once a week as reference data. Before Ducher San could even finish his sentence, Lu Chen hurriedly interrupted him. This was because the bracelet, which had just been put on his wrist, was emitting bright red lights. At the same time, Lu Chen was also jolted by an electric shock, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Ducher San was terrified. OMG, what's going on? As a result, the ambulance had to show up at the entrance of Lu Chen's building once again. Du Jingzhong also arrived on site. After a brief adjustment, the red light and the electric shock phenomenon disappeared. The reason this happened earlier was that Ducher San had hastily put the bracelet on without adjusting the settings first. So now, he was feeling extremely guilty. Uncle, today Ducher San has worked hard as well, so it's inevitable that he might forget a few things. Lu Chen then spoke in defense of him. However, Du Jingzhong didn't fully trust his son. Since they were already here, he decided to personally explain the functionality of the bracelet to Lu Chen. This bracelet can regularly check your physical condition. When the bracelet turns black and there are no markings, it means your condition is normal. If red lines appear on the bracelet, it indicates that your cardiovascular system is having issues, and it will automatically release electrical pulses, just like before, to restore your cardiovascular system. If the bracelet turns sky blue, it means there is a problem with your lungs, and it can also fix that by injecting into the upper shoulder glands. Lastly, if green lines appear, it means there's an issue with blood circulation. Lu Chen's physical condition is unusual because of the presence of the virus. Earlier, Ducher San didn't adjust the parameters but directly put it on his wrist, which caused the red lines to appear immediately. As a result, Lu Chen received an electric shock. You don't need to worry too much. Once the bracelet sends out a signal, as long as you're within the city area, I can be here within half an hour. So, if you plan to leave the city, you must inform us in advance. This is for your safety, I hope you can understand. Du Jingzhong reminded him. Lu Chen knew this wasn't just a casual reminder, it was more of a requirement. Right now, he was the subject of a special study, and it made sense that his movements were limited to the city area. The two sides reached an agreement, and Du Jingzhong returned to the hospital. Only then did Lu Chen begin to examine the gaming helmet. Hey, old Lu, is your game ID still the same? Let me go online and add you as a friend. I've changed it. What about you? Lu Chen revealed his new in-game ID to Ducher San, who had also changed to a new name, one that sounded even grander than a bell, Supreme Master. Lu Chen paused for a few seconds, then gave a thumbs up. Nice name. His attitude made Ducher San irritated. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm not worthy of that name? Worthy? Hurry up and set up your server, wait for you to log in, then we'll go fly together. Supreme Master, huh? Who doesn't know that Ducher San is terrible at gaming? Lu Chen joked around with him on the surface, but in his heart, he silently promised to recover quickly so that he could help him truly become a Supreme Master worthy of the title. Since last night, he had already wasted quite a bit of time. For someone grinding in the early stages of a game, those 10-odd hours were extremely precious. Lu Chen hurriedly logged into the game. When the helmet activated, the system's X-ray feature was also switched on. The warm, soothing sensation enveloped Lu Chen once again. This feeling was indeed very relaxing and pleasant. When he logged into the virtual reality game, the system automatically returned him to the coordinates where he had lost connection, the Green Roach King's Cave in the Forest of Divine Light. It was only then that Lu Chen had time to examine the equipment he had received. It was a sword named the Ring of the Six-Colored Forest. Lu Chen was eager to test the power of this new weapon. With the sword in hand, he swung it, and in the blink of an eye, a large tree was sliced in half. This thing was so sharp, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he used it to strike a monster's body. Just as he thought this, a monster appeared right in front of him. Wasn't he at the Green Roach Cave? Although the Green Roach King had been slain by him, there were still many monsters under its command, all of which were green roaches at level 7 or 8. These opponents were perfect for Lu Chen, especially since he had a new weapon. He immediately launched a series of slashes. Wherever Lu Chen struck, a green roach would fall. The sensation of controlling the battle was truly satisfying. I'm in a hurry. You all can come at me one by one. Seeing that the green roaches weren't too strong, Lu Chen spoke in a feigned tone. However, he didn't expect the monsters to actually understand human speech, and they charged at him all at once. Even so, the difficulty only increased slightly, not enough to break the fact that Lu Chen was still in control of the situation. The more Lu Chen fought, the more intense he became. Before long, the battle was over, and he had wiped out the entire green roach nest. Although it wasn't quite as easy as before, the young man still felt that he had been incredibly cool and handsome during the fight. The sound of a deep, sonorous gong echoed. Lu Chen thought it was Ducher San coming to find him, or at worst, it was Longxing Tianxia coming to settle accounts with him. However, when he turned around, he saw a completely unfamiliar man. The system reminded him that this was a soul judge, one of the most powerful souls in hell. He had come to the human realm through a contract, and his current strength was still unclear. For some reason, Lu Chen felt a little tense. This guy isn't here to cause trouble for me, is he? After confirming the identity of the player who had triggered the trap on Jinxia, the Soul Judge began to pass judgment. Lu Chen had no idea what he intended to do, but then the Soul Judge simply tossed a scroll into his hand. It was a bounty notice targeting Jinxia, offering a reward of 250 gold coins. This was called the bounty system, a way to hunt down other players in the game. And this bounty was issued by Longxing Tianxia. Any player who successfully hunted Lu Chen and caused him to lose a level would receive a reward from him. 250 gold coins was not a small sum. 1 gold coin equaled 100 coins, so successfully hunting him once would earn 25,000 coins. Clearly, that bastard was trying to use money to force him out of the game. Although Lu Chen had started the conflict with him, this still infuriated him. Lu Chen tore the scroll in his hand apart. Longxing Tianxia, just wait, we'll see in the end who gets kicked out of the game first. Putting that aside, after clearing the Green Roach dungeon and defeating the boss earlier, Lu Chen had completed the main task of Green Roach. You've reached level 10 and have achieved the status to transfer professions. Now, all you need to do is return to Xiansho village to receive the transfer profession recommendation letter, and then head to Han Binggang to complete the profession transfer. Lu Chen was so excited that he jumped for joy, he could finally transfer professions. Soon after, Ducher San and in-game Tai Tth Chao Th both sent friend requests. As soon as Lu Chen accepted, he saw a worried message from Ducher San. Of course, the message asked if Lu Chen had offended someone, given that there was a 250 gold bounty on his head. Old Lu, you still haven't transferred professions? Not yet, I'm getting ready. Ducher San let out a long sigh. No wonder there was a group of players who had already completed their profession transfer, now eyeing Lu Chen like prey, preparing to raid his guild. Lu Chen knew that after the bounty was issued, many people would target him, but he didn't expect that they'd act so quickly and form a whole group to ambush him. Quick, look at the community chat channel. Ducher San yelled. Lu Chen had never really paid attention to those kinds of things, but since Ducher San pointed it out, he reluctantly checked it out. Sure enough, the chat channel was exploding with activity. Everyone saw him as their target, and there were many teams formed specifically to hunt him down. Ducher San seemed quite worried, but Lu Chen, the one being hunted, appeared surprisingly calm. And it made sense for him to stay calm after all. It might sound a bit bitter, but who understood the feeling of being hunted better than Lu Chen? During his last year in Lining, he'd survived even though the entire gaming community had been after him. I've never asked you before, but how did you manage to get through your final year online? Ducher San asked. Mentioning this made Lu Chen feel a bit frustrated. During that entire year, he had spread false rumors, faked his death, pretended to be a wild beast, even disguised himself as a roadside rock, and used a fake name to infiltrate the enemy's camp. In the end, he spent half a month in the boss's lair. In short, he did whatever it took to survive. Back then, Lu Chen's teammates even gave him the nickname Master of Escape. Who would have thought that after just one day of playing the virtual reality game, this Master of Escape would have to return to the scene to face those people who were out to get him? Lu Chen had already come up with a plan. First, he took a picture of himself and sent it to Ducher San. Then, he asked him to spread the image and tell others that Lu Chen was in the Forest of Divine Light, hunting monsters. He wanted to lure the players to the forest, while he would seize the opportunity to transfer professions. Nice one, old Lu, Ducher San couldn't help but praise. You're overdoing it, you're overdoing it. This is just a basic trick of the Master of Escape, Lu Chen replied modestly. After discussing the plan, Lu Chen quickly covered himself with grass and leaves to camouflage, then slipped away. Not long after, Ducher San did exactly as instructed, skillfully spreading the photo on the World Channel. Sure enough, the naive players fell into the trap, rushing to the Forest of Divine Light, lured by the call of money, completely unaware that the person they were looking for was the very stone they had just passed by. At that time, Lu Chen had returned to Xiansho village to receive the transferring professions referral letter. The village chief had instructed him. Go to Han Binggang to find the Soul Knight Su Luan, and give him this referral letter written by me. Lu Chen may become Su Luan's disciple. He immediately used all his speed to run.
After reaching Han Bingang, transferring professions would be the only thing he needed to do. That was the territory of Yi Ling's faction. Ordinary players aligned with the righteous faction, upon entering this area, would automatically be marked as enemies by the NPCs.
In fact, Lu Chen still had a bad feeling. Since Han Bingang was the only place where Yi Ling handled transferring professions, his intuition told him that Longxing Tianxia had certainly deployed troops there for an ambush.
However, Lu Chen couldn't keep avoiding it forever. Especially since transferring professions was something he had to do.
Even if the enemy was right in front of him, he would still have to push forward. Lu Chen ran across a vast bone gorge, and once he passed through it, he would reach Han Bingang. He found the highest point to observe and see how many enemies were stationed outside Han Bingang. If there were few enemies, he could simply face them head-on. But if there were many, he would have to use the tactic of Yangdong Jishi, Eastern Tactic, Western Strike, and sneak in during the chaos to get to the transferring professions spot.
Just as Lu Chen had predicted, there were indeed a few people lying in ambush outside Han Bingang.
A level 12 archer was in charge of watching, accompanied by a level 15 knight, a level 13 warrior, and a level 14 shield warrior. They all thought Longxing Tianxia was being overly cautious by sending 4 people to deal with a kid who hadn't even completed his transferring professions yet.
Everyone, get ready. The female archer suddenly spoke, after waiting for so long, it's finally here. At the direction she pointed, Lu Chen appeared at the end of the road.
Seeing that there were only 4 people, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a large group, otherwise, it would have been harder to handle.
Father, we just met, and you're already calling for a fight. Is there no way we could sit down and talk first?
Lu Chen spoke, but in fact, he was stalling for time, looking for the right distance to make his move.
Sure enough, the 4 people didn't pay any attention to his words.
That's to be expected since they're all from the Guanglong Guild. Previously, Lu Chen had stolen their boss and tormented their guild, so there was no way they'd sit down and negotiate with him now. In fact, they even thought that Lu Chen was scared and was trying to make peace, which made them look down on him even more. Hee, Guanglong Guild, you have a lot of money, but your manners are so crude.
I'm just a small skull, what's so embarrassing about being afraid? Lu Chen retorted, but you guys can go easy on me, pretend I'm air, and just let me go, right?
As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. The distance between Lu Chen and his opponents was now 10 meters. With just 2 more steps, he would be within range to strike. The level 12 archer was still drawing her bow, ready to shoot, and the others were all in a stance ready to attack.
Do you think we'll just let you enter the Han Bingang and leave you to casually transfer professions? We're not that stupid. Young Master Long has ordered that anyone attempting to leave will be killed immediately.
But your attitude doesn't seem too bad, so I might consider just sending you back to your respawn point with a single hit. Big brother, it's not easy for us to level up either. Why make it so difficult for each other?
Lu Chen continued his time-wasting tactic, speaking as he moved forward.
At this point, he was only about 3 meters away from them, so he stopped and stood still.
Lu Chen put on an awkward expression, constantly blaming himself for offending the wrong person.
I just wanted to make the other side drop their guard a little. I never expected they'd take it seriously, and then, in their excitement, raise their guild's rank sky high, even daring to compare their tiny, insignificant Guanglong Guild to the once powerful chaotic Bamboo Shadows Guild. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't hold back his laughter anymore and burst into loud, hearty laughter.
Haha, you guys think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with chaotic Bamboo Shadows? You're truly a bunch of clueless idiots. Damn it, you dare to mock Guanglong Guild?
You must be tired of living.
Lu Chen didn't want to continue this pointless conversation.
After all, he had already entered the distance he desired. He really didn't feel like wasting more words on these inexperienced kids. The other side only saw a small-time level 10 soul swordsman like him speaking recklessly, not knowing fear. They figured they would beat him down until he dropped a level, then they'd feel better. The level 12 archer had already made her move, but even though she was a higher level than Lu Chen, she was still made of paper when it came to health.
One strike from him, and she wouldn't survive. It only took Lu Chen a second to defeat her. Now, the question was, who was the one who should really be laughed at? Yet, they still arranged for the archers to be at the front. The weak team awareness of yours makes it hard for me not to laugh. And because of 2 words from the enemy, you all just stare at them as they walk right up to you. Are you all mentally handicapped or something? Lu Chen's words were full of unabashed mockery. The enemy began to panic. But they had to pull themselves together, reassuring each other that they still had 3 people left. Dealing with Lu Chen was more than enough. The knight quickly ordered the team to disperse, attempting to encircle the enemy from 3 directions. However, Lu Chen remained calm. Without any archers to harass him from a distance, in close combat, he was invincible. The level 13 warrior girl tried to ambush, but before her sword could even fall, Lu Chen had already noticed her. The 3 of them charged forward, hoping to overpower him with sheer force, but Lu Chen wasn't afraid. It was just that, in that moment, he suddenly missed a strike. This time, unlike before, Lu Chen had gained more experience, quickly realizing that his delay had decreased. For now, to safely figure out how much his delay had been reduced, he decided to increase the distance. In his heart, Lu Chen was extremely pleased. With the current speed of his neural recovery, perhaps in 2 more days, he would have enough strength to go head-to-head with the chaotic bamboo shadows. After testing it, Lu Chen confirmed that his delay had been reduced to just 0.7 seconds. If that was the case, it would be even easier to handle. The shield warrior, having missed his strike, was incredibly furious. He immediately brought out his ultimate move, the Rage of the Earth. Unfortunately, this skill posed no threat to Lu Chen. In his eyes, no matter how strong the shield warrior was, even if he were level 14, he was just another meat shield. Just like the archer, he too was quickly sent back to the respawn point by Lu Chen. Now, only the most talkative level 15 knight remained. Realizing his situation, he suddenly became afraid and hurriedly pleaded. Wait, can we sit down and discuss this? Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's sword pierced directly into his forehead. After sending the opponent to his death, Lu Chen leisurely wiped the blade of his sword. Once it was gleaming brightly again, he walked into Han Binggang. The people from the Duba Guild would be arriving soon, so he had to retreat. After he turned and left, the wound on the knight's forehead began to heal on its own. How he did it was a mystery, but it was clear that he hadn't actually died earlier. Once he saw Lu Chen walk further away, the knight sighed in relief. But before he could even rejoice, Lu Chen appeared behind him like a British ghost. His one sentence had scared the knight so badly that he almost wet his pants. Lu Chen closed in from behind, just like a hellish demon. How could you revive here? Did you secretly hide a resurrection potion? No, big brother. The knight trembled in response. Players at level 15 and above can revive right at the spot. I just reached level 15, so... Lu Chen let out an exclamation. This resurrection thing doesn't seem to be very advantageous for you here. If the enemy collects your corpse right away, it would be a huge problem. Looks like after reaching level 15, I'll need to be even more careful. Brother, look, I've made it clear, can I leave now? The knight carefully pushed Lu Chen's sword away from his neck. His hunched posture and bent knees made Lu Chen feel a deep sense of contempt. But at this moment, Lu Chen also wanted to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, so he repeatedly tapped his sword against the knight's head. Each strike only caused the knight to lose a small amount of HP, but it was both painful and humiliating. Just as Lu Chen was getting into the swing of it, suddenly, Long Xing Tianxia called the knight. The knight was extremely embarrassed, wanting to seize the opportunity when Lu Chen wasn't paying attention and hang up the call, but nothing could escape Lu Chen's sharp eyes. Lu Chen grabbed the knight's hand and forced him to answer the phone. Hello, young Master Long? The anxious voice of Long Xing Tianxia came through the phone. I've received the location you sent. Try to keep him occupied. I'm on my way, and this time, I won't stop until I've killed him until he's out of the game. The night was incredibly tense because Lu Chen had discovered that he had secretly sent his location to Longxing Tianxia. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to him, and directly yelled into the call. Longxing Tianxia, you guys really are a bunch of dead men talking. On the other end of the line, Longxing Tianxia was subconsciously taken aback by Lu Chen's voice. After all, he had been knocked back to the respawn point once before by this guy, so he still felt a little fearful of the skeletal Lu Chen. You're the dead trigger snake, no mistake, it's me, the bastard here. Your 2 dragons or whatever they've been dealt with by me. I'm waiting for you at Han Bingang, thinking of taking me down? You're not even worthy. After that, Lu Chen quickly slit the knight's throat as a warning. Longxing Tianxia, who had been shouting at Lu Chen not to touch his friend, didn't even manage to finish his sentence before the call was disconnected because the knight had already lost his life. Longxing Tianxia ground his teeth in fury. He then divided the people following him into 2 groups. One would go with him to Han Bingang, and the other would guard the respawn point. The plan was to ambush Lu Chen the moment he respawned after getting beaten. Soon enough, Longxing Tianxia led his group to the outskirts of Han Bingang. The moment he saw the familiar tattered blue coat, he launched the attack. A wave of players followed him and charged in. A multitude of different classes attacked together, creating a barrage of strikes like never before. Longxing Tianxia laughed heartily, confident that no matter how strong Lu Chen was, with the M-tier health bar, he wouldn't be able to withstand such overwhelming damage. But before he could laugh for long, a bright red simulation window appeared right in front of him. This meant the system had sent a red alert. Longxing Tianxia, De Bolong, Tushan Wang, and many other players took the initiative to attack Fork, the captain of the Yiling patrol team, in Han Bingang. All players in the human faction of the Han Bingang area would be considered enemies of Yiling's patrol team. This announcement sent a wave of fear through all the players present. They had just logged into the game, barely made any progress in leveling up, and yet they had already made enemies with the NPCs of the Dark faction. Even Longxing Tianxia didn't foresee this move. While he was still pondering 1,000 questions of why, the green cloak was already being pulled off by the enemy. Humans, your audacity grows day by day. How dare you attack the Great Lord Fork? As the cloak was removed, Longxing Tianxia realized that it wasn't the piercing strike of sinking sand he had intended to use, but rather the captain of the Yiling patrol team. Clearly, this was a trap set by Lu Chen, and unfortunately, the wealthy fool with a short-term mindset had fallen right into it. Fork was a high-level NPC from the Night Spirit battle camp, and being marked as an enemy by him was, of course, not a good thing. Longxing Tianxia ordered his subordinates to remain calm and hold the formation, but in such a situation, who could stay calm? As for Fork, he wasn't about to let those who had attacked him for no reason get away easily. Think you can run? Don't even dream of it. You'll die and come back to life. Under Fork's command, the ground suddenly cracked open, and skeletal warriors rose from beneath, grabbing the players' legs. Even Longxing Tianxia wasn't spared. Facing such an army of skeletons, it was incredibly difficult for them to find a way out, especially when the army was being controlled by a high-ranking figure from the Night Spirit battle camp like Fork. Longxing Tianxia was in a state of panic, shouting loudly, "Quick, call for reinforcements." Fork felt as though he had just heard a joke. The weapon in his hand slammed straight into Longxing Tianxia's head. Reinforcements? Fine, but how can defeating a bunch of people like you calm my anger? Longxing Tianxia was left dazed and disoriented from the blow, while the men following him were being slaughtered by the Dominate Other Spirits Legion, none of them managing to escape. The entire scene was witnessed by Lu Chen, who was hiding nearby. He felt immense satisfaction as he saw his plan of using someone else's weapon to kill succeed. The 10 coins he spent earlier to buy 10 ragged outfits that matched his own from the Xianshou village had not been wasted. Thinking back to when he had met Fork earlier, Lu Chen had used every word of flattery he could muster, telling Fork that he was his true fan, that he admired him like the rushing river's water, and then seized the opportunity to gift him the exact same outfit he had just bought from the village chief's store. When Fork put it on, Lu Chen showered him with compliments until he was pleased and refused to take it off, which ultimately caused the nearsighted Longxing Tianxia to be fooled. After this incident, Lu Chen hoped that the Guanglong Guild would lay low for a while, but to his surprise, the bounty order was soon updated. Previously, anyone who reduced Lu Chen's level would earn 250 gold coins. Now, simply killing him once, without even needing to lower his level, would earn a reward of 500 gold coins. Moreover, anyone who provided intelligence about him would be rewarded with 10 gold coins. The bounty had skyrocketed, just like the fury of Longxing Tianxia. Lu Chen was not worried at all. The more his opponents squandered their wealth, the more opportunities he had to fight against powerful masters. Moreover, these masters would all become stepping stones for him to gradually return to the peak of glory. After the group of Longxing Tianxia were swiftly dealt with by Fork, Lu Chen felt at ease and proceeded deeper into the Hanbing gang. Eventually, Lu Chen found the ghostly swordsman the village chief had mentioned. So excited was he that he skipped along as he approached. "Master, I've come to find you to transfer my profession. How dare a mere ant like you step foot in my domain? Prepare to face the consequences." Sure enough, the members of the Night Spirit battle camp were all as fiery as hot flames. In the end, Lu Chen had to present the village chief's letter of introduction to make Su Luan's sword stop. Now Yiwan, the village chief, was an old friend of Su Luan's, and since he had personally introduced him, there was no reason for Su Luan to refuse him anymore. "We will listen to the advice of our old friend and accept you as a disciple. But kid, you must remember this well, as a soul swordsman, we must have a body and mind stained in the dirtiest ways," Su Luan said. Lu Chen nodded eagerly. "I will remember, master." Su Luan seemed very satisfied, even generously ruffling Lu Chen's head, which was in stark contrast to the fearsome image of the sword-drawing Yanggong from earlier. He said that before transferring professions, he needed to stimulate Lu Chen's potential a bit. The hand on Lu Chen's head seemed to apply a little more pressure. Then, Su Luan began to speak in a loud, commanding voice. "O Lord of Spectres, who slumbers in deep rest, let the power of the soul swordsman shine everywhere, overturning all the rules of the world. Disciple of the soul swordsman, awaken your potential." It turned out that awakening one's potential in a virtual reality game could be such a grand affair. After a moment, the system notified that Lu Chen had awakened the potential known as Soul Swordsman Power. Soul Swordsman Power Level 1 awakened the power of the Dormant Spectre, increasing damage dealt to all enemies by 5%. Every time the level increased, the effectiveness of the potential would grow by 5%. This potential could reach a maximum level of 10, at which point Lu Chen's damage output could increase by 50%. This was truly a power that anyone would covet. Su Luan seemed quite proud to see his new disciple grasp the highest quality potential. Then, he began another ceremony to officially bestow upon Lu Chen the title of Soul Swordsman. After the ceremony was completed, Lu Chen tried checking his attribute panel again. Everything had increased, and he could feel his body brimming with strength. There was only one thing that made him somewhat unhappy. Despite officially becoming a soul swordsman, he still had the appearance of a skull, which was far from handsome. Su Luan patted Lu Chen's shoulder to comfort him. "The Azura path is a long and difficult one. The skull is our true nature. Kid, your bone structure looks very strange. Here are 3 skill books that can help you develop quickly." Lu Chen's eyes lit up. However, before he could even express his thanks, Su Luan snatched the skill books back into his hands. It turned out that even though they were master and disciple, these things were still highly valuable. So, he had to charge Lu Chen, with each book costing 5 silver coins. Lu Chen's heart ached, tears welling up in his eyes. After accepting missions and robbing bosses, he had barely scraped together 24 silver coins. Yet, his newly appointed master had already taken 15 silver coins from him with just one sentence. "Master, we're supposed to be teacher and student, can't you give me a better price? What's the fuss about? 5 silver coins per book is already the cheapest price," Su Luan said without a hint of mercy, taking Lu Chen's coin pouch and then tossing the 3 skill books at him. He kept muttering that he was already selling them at a loss. Lu Chen eagerly opened all the skill books. He gained 3 new skills, which were as follows: Basic Swordsmanship,
which increases sword damage by 5% when applied to the warrior class, corpse looting, which helps Lu Chun search for corpses and acquire more items, and finally, slashing strike, which increases damage dealt to all targets by 10%. Lu Chun calculated that just the basic swordsmanship and slashing strike combined would already increase damage by 15%. If he added the damage boost from mastering his innate talent after transferring professions, wouldn't that mean a 20% increase in total? Previously, when playing with agility, Lu Chen's swordsman skills could only raise damage to a fixed value. But now, the skills of the Soul Swordsman could enhance the full 100% damage potential. With such a base enhancement, his damage output would only increase over time. This profession truly was exceptional. The best way to test his new skills was, of course, to fight. Thinking about this, Lu Chen casually asked Han Suluan, "Master, do you have any good quests?" Suluan, still basking in the satisfaction of earning 15 gold coins, lazily tossed Lu Chen a scroll. It was a high-level, forced quest called Skull Command. The quest required him to go to the Great Tomb, slay 50 lowly skull soldiers who had allied with humanity, and gather 10 skull fingers to return to Suluan. Lu Chen clenched the quest scroll in his hand, suddenly feeling much more excited. He hurried to the Great Tomb, where the skull soldiers were level 12. If it were before, Lu Chen could still have defeated them, but after transferring professions, his attack power had greatly increased. With just one strike, Lu Chen swiftly took down the skull soldier. However, after he fell, a blinding purple flame rose from his body. This flame shot straight toward Lu Chen. Though he didn't know what it was, he instinctively raised his sword to meet it. However, Lu Chen's sword strike cleaved through nothingness, and the thing didn't have any physical form. Now, there was no time to dodge. The flame struck directly into Lu Chen's body. Strangely, Lu Chen felt no pain or discomfort, but instead felt quite comfortable. The system notified him that he had just absorbed a soul fireworm, but his experience didn't increase, and his attributes remained unchanged. Lu Chen found it odd. Could it be that this thing had no effect aside from that fleeting feeling of comfort? He planned to search for information on the forum after logging out, but for now, he decided to check if there was anything good that might drop from the skull soldier. However, Lu Chen had hoped too much, and thus his disappointment was even greater. From the skull soldier, only a torn piece of cloth dropped, poor in quality, with no value or use whatsoever. God, this poor soul, it was a waste of my time waiting. Lu Chen shouted, "I need to go hunting again. There's no way all skull soldiers are this poor." Not long after, Lu Chen had slain 50 skeleton soldiers and collected enough skull fingers. The mission was completed, and he had leveled up, now reaching level 11. All that was left was to return to Han Binggang and collect his reward from Suluan. From the last soldier's body fell a small demon stone, which, though somewhat useless, was still better than the 49 pieces of torn fabric he had collected earlier. Lu Chen sighed and was about to head back to Han Binggang when he suddenly realized that he had strayed too far. He had entered the Qinggu area within the Great Mausoleum, surrounded by towering stone tablets. For some reason, Lu Chen had an odd feeling that something was about to appear. Sure enough, soon after, a massive skeleton appeared. It was a Qinggu skull of level 15, but this one was no ordinary giant. Standing before it, Lu Chen seemed like an ant in front of an elephant. The size difference made him start to feel a little uneasy. "Little brat, where did you come from? How dare you cause trouble in our domain?" The Qinggu skull bellowed, its voice echoing across the area. Lu Chen wasn't interested in chatting with an NPC monster like it, so he took the initiative and attacked first. Thinking that the opponent must be formidable, he poured all his strength into a series of skills during this attack. To his surprise, despite the imposing appearance of the Qinggu skull, it was easily defeated, leaving him scratching his head in confusion. Why was this little boss so much easier to handle than the skeleton soldiers? Understanding Lu Chen's confusion, the system quickly explained. The Qinggu skulls are the main race in the Qinggu tomb area. Although their bodies are large, their combat strength is relatively weak. However, they excel in team tactics and prefer to act in groups.
Lu Chen only paid attention to the words prefer to act in groups. Just as he finished reading the message, a blazing arrow shot straight at him. He jumped up to dodge, clicking his tongue, regretting that he had just stirred up a hornet's nest. The Chingu skull he had just taken down was probably just a scout. The real trouble lay with the Chingu skulls attacking with coordinated precision from behind. They were attacking from multiple directions, supporting each other systematically, and their strength was formidable. However, these monsters still didn't have enough power to take Lu Chen's life. Seeing that his strength was substantial, more and more Chingu skulls started to gather. Lu Chen began to feel exhausted. Although their abilities were inferior to his, if the battle dragged on like this, he would eventually run out of energy. So, Lu Chen came up with an idea. Wasn't he surrounded by those towering tombstones? He then used his sharp sword to carve a line on the highest tombstone, then circled behind it, kicking it hard. The tombstone immediately toppled from the point of the cut. Several Chingu skulls didn't manage to escape and were quickly crushed under it. Lu Chen originally wanted to seize the opportunity of the chaos to escape, but before he could even leave, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Such immense authority, it seemed the boss had truly arrived. Sure enough, the large Chingu skulls all knelt down in unison, their postures displaying extreme respect. The creature that had just appeared could easily lift the tombstone with a snap of its fingers. Who are you? How dare you harm the citizens of my realm? Lu Chen swallowed nervously. Under the command of the large skull boss, he was now surrounded by the Chingu skulls. The figure before him was no ordinary skeleton, it was the Lord of the Undead, Qingyu. He still wasn't sure what was going on. The system had also warned him that he wasn't strong enough to defeat this enemy and that he needed to retreat quickly. The fact that he couldn't see the enemy's level meant it was at least 20 levels higher than his own. Lu Chen wasn't foolish enough to fight head-on, but the problem was that he was surrounded by layers of Chingu skulls, and escaping wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. The Lord of the Undead, Qingyu, began to slowly advance. Along the way, he accidentally stepped on a Chingu skull that had already perished, causing its skull to crack open instantly. Lu Chen grew even more tense. He couldn't even break the skull with his tongue, yet this creature could shatter it with a single step. Accept your fate, you weakling. Qingyu said, his voice cold and detached, completely unlike someone who was joking. With every step he took, the ground began to crack beneath him. Lu Chen felt his mind go blank. How terrifying was this power? How was he supposed to deal with such a formidable opponent now? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He quickly scanned his surroundings and, after a moment, confirmed the direction back to Han Binggang. By this time, Qingyu had already approached Lu Chen. Do you have any last words? Lu Chen, having regained his composure, raised his middle finger and sneered. So what if the opponent is the Lord of the Undead? Who's going to be scared by a broken tombstone? And what's with all this talk about my bones? Do you think you're the emperor or something? If you're so capable, go ahead and smash me with that tombstone. Lu Chen's attitude left Qingyu stunned for several seconds, and his anger reached a boiling point. The Lord of the Undead raised his right hand to the sky, and from his fingertips, a red light began to radiate, as if it were the steps of a person walking. You bastard, you will pay for your arrogance. As he lowered his hand, the tombstone shot toward Lu Chen. The direction it flew in was the very same path that led back to Han Binggang. Seeing his opponent fall into his trap, Lu Chen secretly rejoiced in his heart. He timed his move perfectly, and when the gravestone came rushing toward him, he leapt onto it. Goodbye. Headless One. As Lu Chen zipped past them, the Chingu headless ones could only stare at each other blankly, while Qingyu, furious, lost the usual arrogance he carried. What are you standing there for? Go after him, now! He yelled. The Chingu headless ones finally snapped out of it, but by the time they started chasing Lu Chen, it was already too late. When they reached the edge of the massive graveyard, they saw the large gravestone left behind. Lu Chen had even taken the time to carve a few words into it. Thank you, Lord of the Undead, for the generous gift of the gravestone. He had even carved a large heart beside it. The Chingu headless one stared, dumbfounded. Not only were the words beautifully engraved, but the heart was quite lovely too. Xingyu, enraged by his subordinate's ignorance, exuded a murderous aura so strong that it made everyone shudder in fear. The Chingu headless ones could only lower their heads, begging their lord to calm his anger. He issued a bounty on Lu Chen, ordering that anyone who found him should immediately strike and kill him without mercy. But how could they possibly catch Lu Chen when he had already returned to Han Binggang to report his mission? After Su Luan received the 10 fingers, it was also the moment when the mission was officially completed. Lu Chen leveled up by receiving 1200 experience points. He also gained 5 reputation points and an item, a glowing wrist armor. This piece of equipment increased his physical resistance by 8 points, magic resistance by 4 points, and strength by 2 points. Lu Chen immediately equipped it. The wrist armor seemed to match well with his chest armor. Finally, he had a new piece of equipment. Another step closer to completing his full set. Lu Chen muttered, "The attributes have also increased quite a bit. Although I still can't directly confront the Lord of the Undead, I can at least fight against the Chingu skeletons to level up." Su Luan was unable to hide his shock when he heard this. "Have you already encountered the Chingu skeletons and the Lord of the Undead, Xingyu?" "Yes," Lu Chen nodded quickly. "If I hadn't been quick-witted, I almost wouldn't have been able to return." Su Luan's expression suddenly became serious, and then he slapped Lu Chen's shoulder hard. He said that since Lu Chen had gotten involved with the Lord of the Undead, he would have to take on another mission. Recently, that Xingyu was preparing to gather a large number of skeletons to attack Frost Force. In light of this, Su Luan believed they needed to take action first in order to gain the upper hand. As soon as Su Luan finished speaking, a new series of high-level E-class missions, in comparison to the skeleton mission, was sent to Lu Chen. These missions were one level higher than before. The first mission is to hunt down 200 Chingu skullheads, while collecting 20 of their fingers to hand over to Su Luan. Upon completion, the reward will be a black stone grade equipment, 2200 experience points, and 21 prestige points. The second mission is to hunt down 200 thorn dust skullheads, while collecting 40 of their fingers to bring back to Su Luan. The reward is another piece of equipment, 3000 experience points, and 45 prestige points. The final mission, which is also the most difficult, is to face off directly against the skullhead guards of the Lord of the Undead Xingyu, and stall for time so that the Spectre Swordsman Su Luan can hunt down the Lord of the Undead. Upon completion, the reward will be a copper grade equipment, 4500 experience points, and 100 prestige points. Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead after reading the mission list. Although the rewards were generous, completing them wouldn't be easy. Wealth and glory must be earned in the face of danger. As long as you don't let the Lord of the Undead absorb your soul fireworm, you'll be fine, Su Luan reassured him. Seeing Su Luan bring up the soul fireworm, Lu Chen took the opportunity to ask about it. "Master, what exactly is this soul fireworm?" Su Luan explained that the soul fireworm is the source of life for the Jialing race. There are a total of 4 great clans in Jialing, and they together dominate all the Jialing. The largest population must be the Towering Spectre tribe. Next is the Poetry Demon tribe, with the strongest physical constitution, followed by the Dark Spirit tribe, which possesses the highest level magic. And finally, there is the Demon clan, capable of moving in and out of the spirit realm, completely unaffected by any physical harm. The largest population, you say? Lu Chen asked with a hint of doubt. Why do I feel like our Spectre tribe is somewhat inferior? Among the 4 great tribes of the wild spirit, only our Spectre tribe can absorb soul fireworms and undergo endless evolution. We are the true Yiling at our strongest. Lu Chen still couldn't fully grasp what was so strong about them, but judging by Su Luan's serious expression, he assumed there was no lie in his words. Master, what happens if one absorbs the soul fireworms? They will fall into the darkest abyss, and be erased from existence in this world. Lu Chen swallowed nervously. Wasn't that essentially erasing someone from the world entirely? It seemed that the Spectre tribe was indeed quite ruthless. They could only rely on absorbing the souls of their kin to continually evolve. Initially, they were just a simple spectre, but with time, they could level up to become a spectre general, then a lord of the undead, and finally, a spectre king. Eventually, after absorbing enough soul fireworms, they could even become the most powerful being in the Yiling world, the absolute ruler, Yiling Lord. Or, in short, they could be called Sura. The master looked at Lu Chen, pondered for a moment, and then continued, Sura is the path of constant evolution, the glorious responsibility of the Soul Swordsman tribe. He no longer has a chance, but Lu Chen has awakened the Soul Swordsman with unparalleled power. He will surely succeed in the future. The master is very supportive of him. Lu Chen nodded slightly, then said, I want to hunt the green skeletons. The master reminded him, be careful, you are the hope of the Soul Swordsman tribe. Lu Chen's figure quickly disappeared, and thus he did not hear the master's final words, which were his hope. Outside the Blue Bones tomb area, a group of level 15 Blue Bones were guarding the place. At this moment, a level 3 messenger raven flew over, cawing several times. The Blue Bones looked up in surprise, a little confused, wondering why it kept cawing upward. Was there something up there? One of them shook his head and dismissed the idea, stop joking, there's nothing that could climb up to such tall tombstones. What he said wasn't wrong, the tombstones were indeed very tall. They thought it was just some other birds perched on top. However, there was actually someone up there. It was Lu Chen, hiding on one of the tombs. After the group of Blue Bones disappeared, Lu Chen finally sighed in relief, almost being discovered. He needed to patrol other areas. Lu Chen avoided the Blue Bones and continued his patrol. After half an hour, he had a clear understanding of the situation. There were 8 patrol teams outside the Blue Bones tomb area, each consisting of 5 members, along with a messenger raven for communication. He had to deal with the raven first so they couldn't call for help. The most troublesome part was that every 10 minutes, 2 teams would meet each other. In just 10 minutes, he had eliminated 2 teams while avoiding detection. After that, every 10 minutes, he had to eliminate 2 more teams in the same manner. This was truly a big challenge for Lu Chen. He pondered for a moment, then decided to take action. He waited until the Blue Bones patrol passed by, then started the timer. Without saying a word, he immediately attacked the first group of Blue Bones. Caught off guard by his sudden ambush, the Blue Bones screamed in fear, but unfortunately, before they could react, the sword in Lu Chen's hand had already severed the body of the messenger crow. The first step had been successful, and Lu Chen's speed was so fast that the Blue Bones couldn't even keep up. With each strike of his sword, a Blue Bone fell, and the disgusting slime sprayed through the air. He had already started using his skills, and in the blink of an eye, faint purple beams of light appeared. The Blue Bones probably think that once he uses his skills, they're doomed. One of them angrily charged forward, swinging a mace at him. But Lu Chen had already completed the maneuver for the persevering patience skill, and the sword beams struck the Blue Bones like lightning. The speed of the sword light was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow, and the Blue Bones couldn't keep up either. Just like that, the Blue Bones were hit by the full force of Lu Chen's skill set. Zhang Lu Chen still felt he was too slow. He needed to be faster, he didn't have much time. Not long after, the Blue Bones were all down, with only a single finger bone of pale green floating in the air. Lu Chen looked at the scene with some dissatisfaction. The drop rate was too low. The clock was now nearing 2 minutes. Lu Chen knew he no longer had time to use the death-catching move for defense. At this rate, in another 7 minutes, he would encounter the second team. That meant he had to resolve each battle within a minute, which was going to be a bit difficult. Time passed quickly. After a while, strange flashes of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, leaving the Blue Bones patrol stunned. What's happening? But when they saw the bodies of the Blue Bones and the patrolling crows on the ground, their fear intensified. 8 teams had been wiped out. If the shift didn't change, no one would have noticed. This time, the Blue Bones patrol had leveled up. One of them hesitated, wondering if he should report to their master. However, another stopped him, saying, "Today, they let that person escape once, which has already enraged our master. If anything else happens, our master will be completely disappointed in us.
Upon hearing this, the rest of the blue bones nodded in understanding. The leader continued to issue orders: double the number of patrol teams, double the personnel, and each team must be equipped with 4 messenger crows. Expand the search range, and we must catch the one causing the trouble. On the other side, Chen was hiding in the life zone, quietly checking the remaining number of blue bones. He had only taken down 40 so far, and the bones he collected amounted to just 4 finger bones. It would still take a long time to complete the mission, so he would have to venture deeper into the tomb to hunt further. But Chen still gained something: he had already killed 40 enemies and reached level 13. If he completed the mission, he would level up to 15.
He couldn't help but wonder what his rank was now. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't resist checking the leaderboard.
Seeing the first place, he couldn't help but sigh. Ghost Valley Master is already level 18, way ahead of everyone.
He's definitely someone who's been grinding levels.
Meanwhile, I'm still at level 13. Where does that put me in the rankings?
He kept scrolling through the leaderboard, searching for his name, but no matter how much he scrolled, he couldn't find it.
It wasn't until he passed the top 100 and reached position 125 that he finally spotted his name.
Seeing his rank, he couldn't hold back his dissatisfaction.
In the past, he had always stayed in the top 100, but now he had dropped to 125. It was unacceptable.
He had to get back into the top 100. With that thought, he immediately grabbed his sword, ready to leave.
But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. It was the sole swordsman, Ghost Valley Master. Chen was shocked to see the figure before him. It really was Ghost Valley Master. Through Ghost Valley Master, Chen realized that a bounty had been placed on his head.
He was somewhat surprised. Why had he suddenly become a target?
Ghost Valley Master had come for the 500 gold bounty and had been searching for him.
He never expected to run into him in a place like this.
Chen squinted at the figure before him and coldly snorted, "You won't make it that easily."
Ghost Valley Master chuckled softly, "That's good. If you're too eager, it won't be interesting."
As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand shot toward Chen.
His thrust wasn't very fast, and Chen easily dodged the attack. Ghost Valley Master was stunned by what he saw.
He really managed to dodge it, and what's more, he had even dealt damage to him.
He immediately counterattacked.
The spear once again lunged toward Chen, this time grazing his arm and causing him to lose some blood. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent retracted his weapon, Chen quickly jumped back, his face solemn as he stared at him. His speed was slightly slower than Chen's, but his defense was exceptionally high. This might be the advantage of being a sole swordsman knight. Ghost Valley Master, filled with battle intent, noticed that his opponent was quite formidable.
He was eager to continue fighting and charged forward once more. Chen did not back down.
Gripping his sword tightly, he prepared to respond. When the spear tip was almost upon him, he saw his chance. In the blink of an eye, he used the tip of his sword to deflect his opponent's attack back. Ghost Valley Master stared at him in disbelief. He had timed it perfectly, immediately knocking his spear aside. For a moment, Ghost Valley Master stood stunned, and in that instant, Chen rushed forward, mocking him, "Don't look so dazed, he's the number one after all." No sooner had he spoken, purple energy spikes appeared around him. He had activated his persevering patience skill, and the sharp rays of his sword slashed toward Ghost Valley Master, dealing a significant amount of damage. By the time his opponent recovered, he was trembling, desperately gripping his spear to defend himself. Despite taking the damage, Ghost Valley Master seemed unaffected. After stabilizing himself, he fiercely bit his lip. "If you've used up all your skills, then it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Chen with renewed vigor. In just a moment, a faint pale green light surrounded the tip of his spear, immediately piercing toward Chen. However, his weakness lay in his speed. His reactions were too slow, and Chen was able to dodge the piercing strike. But just a few seconds later, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head.
Lu Chen's body trembled uncontrollably, the pain was so intense that he could only support himself with his sword planted in the ground. At that moment, Lu Chen failed to react in time and was stabbed by the spear, losing a significant amount of blood. He fell to his knees, lost in thought, wondering what had just happened. It felt as if his head were about to explode. Noticing that Lu Chen was in a bad state, the Ghost Valley Master charged forward, continuously cursing and telling him to die already. At this moment, Lu Chen could no longer move to dodge. He could only raise his sword to block the tip of the spear. He bit his lip, struggling to hold his ground, but the spear tip kept pressing deeper. It was clear that the Ghost Valley Master had gained the upper hand. He gently twisted his wrist, sending Lu Chen's sword flying far away. Lu Chen helplessly watched as his weapon was thrown out of his reach, silently thinking, "I'm finished." He tried to move and retrieve his weapon, but the Ghost Valley Master wouldn't give him that chance. With a cold snort, he blocked Lu Chen's path. "Want to reclaim your weapon? Dream on." The spear jabbed into Lu Chen again, causing him to lose more blood. Lu Chen was somewhat alarmed. His weapon had been knocked away, and his blood had already been reduced by more than half. Meanwhile, his opponent was fully equipped, and his health was still intact. If this continued, he would lose for sure. While Lu Chen was deep in thought, Ghost Valley Master wasn't idle. He thrust his spear forward. Seeing the spear tip coming dangerously close to his chest, Lu Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly, "It's too late." Sure enough, he took a direct hit from Ghost Valley Master, sending him flying backward, his body crashing violently into the tombstones behind him. Witnessing this, Ghost Valley Master couldn't hide his satisfaction, and he immediately readied his spear again. The battle was bound to end easily now, but Lu Chen seemed unaffected. He was still able to stand up. He was slightly puzzled. Did I really block that attack? Ghost Valley Master watched as the figure in front of him struggled to rise, still alive. But that was fine. He quickly pulled out a camera. A skull appeared in midair, and he wanted to record the moment he took Lu Chen down in order to claim his reward. He had forgotten to do so earlier, so now he would make sure the next fight would be worth watching. However, when he saw Lu Chen's next move, he was momentarily stunned. Lu Chen was now intently watching the leaves falling in front of him, and suddenly, purple sword light shot from his hands. This strange action left Ghost Valley Master utterly baffled. Is he slashing, or is he falling? Under his astonished gaze, the leaves that had been drifting aimlessly in the air were suddenly chopped into 100 tiny pieces. At this moment, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Just as I thought, the severe headache was due to a 0.5-second reduction in delay. This feeling is so familiar, it's a 0.2-second delay. Lu Chen squinted as he stared at the Ghost Valley Master in front of him. Lu Chen could hardly suppress his excited smile. Now, there was the perfect subject for an experiment right here. He raised an eyebrow, provocatively addressing the figure before him. "First place, let's continue to round 2. The Ghost Valley Master was infuriated by this arrogant gesture, sneering coldly in disdain. A person without weapons dares to be so arrogant? Lu Chen curled his lips in a mocking smile, arrogantly replying, "Handling you would only take 2 fingers. Do you dare to underestimate me?" The Ghost Valley Master gripped his spear tightly in his hand, stabbing forward with fierce intent. At this moment, a murderous aura emanated from him, as he clearly intended to end Lu Chen's life with this strike. The force behind the attack was palpable. But Lu Chen remained calm, casually raising a finger to block the spear's point. A second later, the spearhead of the Ghost Valley Master was deflected to the side. His speed was simply too slow. This spectacle left the Ghost Valley Master stunned in shock. To be so easily repelled by a mere finger was beyond his comprehension. "This is impossible," he muttered, unwilling to accept defeat, and pressed on with another attack. This time, he unleashed a barrage of piercing thrusts. The spear seemed to split into several parts, each coming at Lu Chen with the speed of the wind. However, the result was the same. Lu Chen effortlessly knocked the strikes away with a single finger. Lu Chen squinted at the man before him, mocking him, "Ghost Valley Master, your attacks are worthless." Naturally, the Ghost Valley Master refused to back down, sneering coldly, "Don't get cocky. These are just basic moves. Let's see how you handle this one." As soon as he finished speaking, the weapon in his hand immediately transformed into a sharp spear and lunged forward. Chen remained calm, standing there. He gave a faint smile, his tone filled with disdain. Why bother blocking with such an attack? He didn't move, didn't dodge, and the spear directly slashed through his body. But what stunned Ghost Valley Master was that although the spear had passed through him, it didn't cause any harm. For a moment, he stood dazed, and in that instant, Chen closed the distance and stood right in front of him, reminding him, "This isn't the time to be in a daze." Then, without hesitation, Chen delivered a punch. Ghost Valley Master didn't have time to dodge and took the full blow. He couldn't even figure out when Chen had gotten close to him. What had just happened? Of course, no one could answer that question for him. At the same time, Chen had firmly seized the spear from his hand. With a swift kick to his abdomen, Ghost Valley Master lost some blood. Without giving him a chance to react, Chen forcefully pulled the spear from his grip. Ghost Valley Master thought he had let his guard down and slid backward, falling to the ground. His weapon had also been thrown far away by Chen. Looking at the person lying on the ground, Chen immediately mocked him, noting that he was now unarmed. Meanwhile, Chen had already drawn his sword from the tombstone, and the situation had completely shifted. After saying that, he gathered momentum and ran forward. Once again, he used the persevering patience technique to launch a counterattack at Ghost Valley Master. He wanted to end it in this one move, but Ghost Valley Master wasn't an easy opponent. He activated the demon armor of the Overlord to protect his body. The Ghost Valley Master smugly said to him, "This demon armor cannot be broken just because you want to." Chen furrowed his brows as he looked at the invisible armor before him, marveling, "It's really tough." But the real surprise was yet to come. At that moment, the Ghost Valley Master suddenly made a move. Could he have another weapon in reserve? Just as Chen had guessed, the Ghost Valley Master drew another spear from his equipment storage and hurled it viciously toward Chen. A faint green energy enveloped the entire spear. Not long after, the area in front of him was immediately engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the demon armor of the Overlord that the Ghost Valley Master had used was also coming to an end. He fell into a weakened state for 15 seconds, with his defense reduced by 80%. Seeing the raging fire before him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with Chen, but his spear had only lodged itself into a tombstone behind him. When the flames gradually weakened, Chen's figure was still calmly standing there, not forgetting to raise an eyebrow in a provocative manner as he taunted, "Did you really think you had me?" It was still far from that. The Ghost Valley Master couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the person standing before him. He had directly taken his piercing fire missile attack, yet was still completely unharmed? Chen chuckled softly, amused. He was asking too many questions. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was standing right in front of the Ghost Valley Master, striking down with a sword, dealing a massive amount of damage. The Ghost Valley Master bit his lip fiercely. His current defense was too low, and even a regular attack caused 106 damage. After the skill had ended, his defense had already dropped. Chen had recognized this, and this was the perfect opportunity to finish him off. Therefore, Chen continued to attack Ghost Valley Master. The sword in his hand swung down fiercely, and his speed was so fast that Ghost Valley Master couldn't even keep up. He didn't need to use any skills to take him down. Chen looked at the fallen opponent and smiled triumphantly. "Top tier like you isn't bad, but it's a pity you ran into me." But at that moment, he realized that Ghost Valley Master had disconnected. He couldn't help but frown. Disconnected just like that. Ah, looks like he's scared. At Ghost Valley Master's house, after disconnecting, he still couldn't escape the screen. He was still watching the battle replay, unable to believe that even with the speed slowed down to 0.5x, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. Gong Sun-gu didn't understand the principle behind Lu Chen's moves, so it seemed like he would have to watch frame by frame to figure it out. Thus, he continued to operate his computer, adjusting the playback speed to review. The slow-motion footage of Lu Chen's move slowly came into focus. Gong Sun-gu hit pause and examined each moment carefully. As a professional, he finally began to realize the issue. Lu Chen had just moved slightly to dodge the attack, then immediately returned to his original position, creating the illusion that the spear had passed through him. The speed and precision of this were truly unbelievable. Only top-tier players in the Hall of Fame, like Chaotic Bamboo Shadows and Lu Chen, could pull this off. Thinking of this, he eagerly brought out his gaming device. With hands like these, he's impossible to miss. At the same time, in the game, Lu Chen suddenly sneezed twice, unsure who might be talking behind his back. At the Life Cemetery, the place was still enveloped by a dark and terrifying night. Ghost Valley Master quickly returned, but there was no sign of Lu Chen. It's unclear whether he logged out or went on a mission, but it didn't matter. As long as he stayed in Han Bing Gang or the large cemetery, he would definitely find him. Lu Chen was hiding behind a tombstone when suddenly he sneezed. Again? I'm starting to suspect I've caught a cold, or maybe someone keeps reminding me. Why do I keep sneezing like this? While he was lost in thought, a grumpy voice suddenly echoed. The Blue Bones Patrol, who knows who ambushed them, making them work overtime on their day off. My date has been ruined. Then they kept on cursing, calling them cowardly for only attacking from behind, too afraid to show themselves since there were too many of them. They even insulted him, calling him a single dog who doesn't know how to enjoy his day off. He could hear every word, which made him shiver. How dare they call him a coward? That was when he decided to stop waiting. With a loud shout, he jumped down to attack, startling the Blue Bones, who looked up in shock. The Crow of News immediately let out a cry, and the Blue Bones was still dazed, not even having time to react before Lu Chen struck him down. He didn't hide it anymore and directly admitted that it was he who had taken them down. The place where the Crow of News and the Blue Bones had been standing was severed in two by his strike, and in the blink of an eye, both collapsed on the spot. Looking at the corpse at his feet, his eyes were filled with hatred. This damned skeleton dared to call him a single dog. He just didn't want to make his leader upset. The Blue Bones gang was stunned by his actions, and after a long pause, they finally realized what had happened and shouted loudly. You are the one that Chaos wants to capture, and you're the one training the patrol team. In the blink of an eye, the messenger crows filled the sky. The leader quickly ordered the others to follow him. At the same time, the messenger crows in the sky sounded the alarm. In the northeastern part of the graveyard, the 6th team was ambushed by the enemy. Seeing this, the Blue Bones gang immediately became smug and told Lu Chen to surrender. But Lu Chen wasn't scared at all, even complimenting them for being smart, knowing how to disperse the signals so that they couldn't be intercepted. At that moment, the Blue Bones leader rushed toward Lu Chen and told him to watch his move. Lu Chen calmly looked at him, his eyes full of disdain. Seeing Lu Chen's arrogant attitude, the leader immediately ordered everyone to rush at him and take him down. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out in one part of the graveyard. But the Blue Bones gang was no match for Lu Chen. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't land a hit, and then they were stunned, asking how he could dodge their attacks so easily. Lu Chen didn't respond to them. Another person reassured everyone not to panic. Reinforcements will be here soon. Lu Chen smiled excitedly. Then all the better, I hope they come a little faster. Because sitting here waiting for you all to be defeated is really boring. As soon as he finished speaking, he took action. A faint purple energy continuously danced through the air, its speed so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. Then came the frantic screams. After that, the green tomb echoed with the constant sounds of the Crow Messenger's notifications. The patrol teams were constantly ambushed, but Lu Chen kept changing his direction, making it impossible for them to anticipate his movements. The captain of the Blue Bones team immediately ordered the Blue Bones to rush east when he heard that the 8th team had been ambushed, determined not to let Lu Chen escape. However, as they were rushing in that direction, Chen was also heading straight toward them. The captain sensed a disturbance and stopped. Something was approaching, but he didn't have time to react. GI? A beam of sword light appeared from nowhere and slashed toward him, cutting his neck in half. This scene left him stunned. What had just happened? He quickly asked the blue bones behind him if they were all right. But when he looked back, he was immediately horrified. His soldiers had all been taken down, and 2 fingers were still hovering in midair. The captain, seeing the scattered bodies of his soldiers on the ground, angrily shouted, "Who did this?" He quickly scanned the surroundings and indeed saw a shadowy figure standing there. He recognized it as the skeleton that Chaos had been searching for. Meanwhile, Chen, ahead of him, didn't pay him any attention. He was too busy lamenting that he still hadn't achieved the speed and accuracy he had once mastered. Still leaving one lucky person alive. After a while of hunting, he had collected 215 blue bones and 19 fingers, but it still wasn't enough. The captain, who had been ignored, was enraged and continued to question him. "Aren't you supposed to be in the Eastern Tomb area?" Chen then raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, mocking that their reinforcements were too slow, so he had to come here by himself. With that, the sword in his hand showed signs of attacking again as he said, "Enough with the nonsense, you should end it with the last one." The captain, humiliated by his contempt, angrily cursed at him. He swung the mace in his hand, intending to strike down. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow, and Chen had already sidestepped just in time to avoid the blow. The mace struck the ground instead, and the captain didn't expect to miss. But the more unbelievable thing happened afterward. Chen's figure moved like a shadow, appearing and disappearing in flashes. The sword, surrounded by purple energy, began to violently strike the captain's body. Within a few seconds, the captain was slashed to the ground, and items dropped, with the final finger finally collected. Mission complete. The system quickly issued a notification, congratulating him on completing the mission and telling him to go to Han Binggang to claim his reward. Having completed the mission, Chen then thought about his new skill. With just a 0.2-second delay, dealing with the green skeletons was as easy as pie. Han Binggang, a place where the southern part was engulfed in frost. Chen had arrived here according to the system's instructions to claim his reward. He was curious about what kind of black stone he would get this time and hoped it would be a pair of gauntlets. After receiving his reward, he still had to find a place to repair his damaged weapon. After a battle, his sword had become severely chipped. At that moment, however, Chen's steps suddenly halted, as he heard the sound of crying coming from somewhere. A few seconds later, a group of people suddenly appeared, with a coffin among them, looking somewhat gloomy. Chen stared in confusion at the group approaching him. The leader kept wailing, "So young, yet gone. There's nowhere left," while throwing out round white pieces of paper. Chen frowned slightly. The patrolling team had lost a member, and now they were gone too. This was definitely a hidden mission that he couldn't ignore. After a moment of thought, he immediately greeted them, saying, "Excuse me, what happened?" The leader was Faker, the captain of the patrol team. Upon hearing the noise, Faker quickly looked up and, upon seeing Chen, excitedly grabbed his hand, speaking with fervor, "Something major has happened to the patrol team. We only found the body, but the head is missing." After hearing this, Chen pretended to be outraged, joining in, "This is outrageous. The patrol team is responsible for protecting Han Binggang, so they can't just go and seek revenge." Chen continued to listen, feigning anger as he cursed the ironback bear for its sneak attack. As soon as these words were out, Faker immediately trusted him, praising, "You understand the situation well. Your future will definitely be bright." Chen nodded without hesitation, assuring him to stay at ease. He was assigned the high-level task of slaying the ironback bear, with a reward of 20 prestige points and 2,000 experience points. After reading the task notification, Chen couldn't help but frown. This task had a time limit, so it seemed like he had to leave immediately. Faker, hearing this, told him to head 500 meters east, where there was a soul swordsman forge. Lu Chen immediately thanked him and quickly made his way east. The Soul Swordsman Forge was not far off, a quaint building with a skull hanging in front. Lu Chen arrived shortly after, looked up at the building, and fell into deep thought. This was the Soul Swordsman Forge, but something was wrong with the blacksmith. The revered village chief was wearing a blacksmith's plaque around his neck. Lu Chen asked in doubt, "Do you have many professions?" The chief calmly admitted it, boasting that he was versatile and had many skills. He stood up from his chair, walked over to Lu Chen, and said, "It's been a while. Do you want to upgrade, repair, or deconstruct equipment?" "Be honest, I'm here to repair, but this job requires strength." "Do you think I can handle it?" The village chief smiled at him, then removed his black cloak, revealing his muscular, well-built body. With confidence, he said, "These little pieces of equipment are nothing, not enough to get me excited." He raised an eyebrow at Lu Chen, signaling him to hand over the equipment. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before handing over his sword. The village chief took it, then threw it into the forge to absorb enough heat before striking it hard. Zhang Lang held the blacksmith's hammer in his hand, arrogantly looking at Lu Chen and said, "Take a good look." Immediately after, he began striking the hot sword on the table. Lu Chen, standing nearby, observed his skilled movements and couldn't help but praise. "You're really something." Not long after, Zhang Lang had reached the final step, tempering. Milky white sparks continuously appeared around Lu Chen's sword. Soon, Zhang Lang exhaled a sigh of relief, and the sword in his hand became flawless, with no cracks. Lu Chen took the glittering sword in his hand, his eyes shining, and said, "Fantastic, it looks brand new." "The sweet talk will get you nowhere," the village chief said, looking very pleased with himself. He put on his cloak again, casually shaking his legs and said, "Don't forget who he is. He's the #1 blacksmith, Yi Ling," he continued. Lu Chen had no opinion on that and asked, "How much did it cost you?" "He only charged you 1 silver coin through his connections," Zhang Lang replied. Lu Chen quickly paid the money and turned to leave. Next up was the skullback iron task. There were still 45 minutes left. There was enough time. The frozen path was the road leading from Han Binggang to the icebound fortress. It was the battleground between the light faction and the dark faction. To the right was a forest of green pines. Two contrasting scenes, no wonder it was a disputed area, with a clear boundary. Lu Chen thought the bears must be in the pine forest, so he turned toward it and called out to them. He repeatedly shouted loudly but received no reply. However, at this moment, his expression was one of shock. Because the giant level 20 ironback bear was sleeping soundly right in front of him. It was so large that it left Lu Chen stunned, revealing its terrifying blood-red eyes. The massive ironback bear quickly rose to its feet, nearly blocking Lu Chen's view. "It's awake now, and it wants to fight you." But after a long pause, it just stood there, staring at him, before simply lying back down to continue sleeping. As if it didn't see him as a threat, it seemed unconcerned. Lu Chen, witnessing this, became furious. "This stupid bear, the enemy is right in front of you, and you're still sleeping. That means you don't think much of me. If that's the case, then I'll act immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely leapt into the air, then swung his sword down, aiming for its head. However, it seemed to sense the danger, its eyes opened again, and it quickly sat up. Lu Chen's sword only managed to strike its forehead, but it didn't cause much damage. Lu Chen stared at it in shock. Its armor was too tough, all the damage was blocked. At that moment, the ironback bear noticed that Lu Chen intended to attack, and without hesitation, it swung its massive claws toward him. Lu Chen yelled in frustration and dodged just in time. Once he landed safely, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. This time, he had underestimated the enemy. How could someone who was able to ambush and defeat a scout be so foolish? Moreover, its defense was no less formidable than that of the Ghost Valley Master. This was going to be a tough fight. After thinking for a moment, he turned towards the ironback bear and told it to continue. The large bear seemed to be provoked by him, letting out a loud growl before charging fiercely towards Lu Chen. As the bear closed in on him, Lu Chen smiled smugly. This stupid bear has excellent armor, but that doesn't mean the rest of its body is as tough. With that, he immediately thrust his sword towards its belly. This time, the damage he inflicted was far greater than before. The bear collapsed onto the ground, temporarily unable to resist. Lu Chen squinted at it, a faint smile playing on his lips. Sure enough, the belly is softer than the back, which is protected by iron armor. However, his satisfaction didn't last long, as the bear quickly rose back to its feet. At that moment, its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it growled menacingly right in front of him. Lu Chen wasn't frightened. He had already figured out its weakness, and it was ready to take off again. Just as he finished speaking, a layer of iron armor began to grow over its belly. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen was stunned. How does it have this move too? Under Lu Chen's astonished gaze, the ironback bear suddenly curled its body and rolled like a storm towards him. He was taken by surprise, leaping into the air to dodge. The bear's body slammed into the ground behind him. Lu Chen let out a relieved breath. That had been too close. But the ironback bear didn't stop. It continued to roll towards him. Lu Chen bit his lip fiercely, gritting his teeth as he ordered it to stop. He also gripped his sword tightly in his hand. Wait until its body reached his position. The sharp sword light began to dance in the air. Lu Chen struggled to hold back the massive body of the ironback bear, but its pushing force was too strong, making it difficult for him. Lu Chen didn't give up, putting all his strength into his hands, shouting loudly for it to go away. Then, he threw the giant body of the ironback bear aside. The ironback bear's body was knocked back by Lu Chen's strike, tumbling a few times before rolling far away. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The ironback bear's spinning not only increased its strength but also its defense. If this continued, it would be too passive, and he couldn't let it curl up into a ball again. At this moment, the ironback bear had already stood up from the ground. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it glared at Lu Chen. Immediately, it let out a roar and charged toward Lu Chen. At this point, he noticed it had turned its back on him. This was a perfect opportunity to finish it off. The massive bear charged fiercely toward him. Lu Chen sidestepped to avoid it. The ironback bear tumbled through the air as a result. Lu Chen coldly muttered, "It's done with its attack, now it's my turn." Then, he swung his sword fiercely toward it. The sharp blade caused it to suffer a serious wound. The ironback bear, in pain, became enraged and glared at him. Before he could react, it counterattacked, forcing him to quickly retreat. Immediately after, it took a powerful leap forward and charged toward him again. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lu Chen. Seeing this movement, he realized its intention to curl up once more. At this moment, Lu Chen had figured out how to block its attack. All he needed to do was stab its spine. With that, the sword in his hand plunged down toward the spine of the ironback bear. This way, it would never be able to bow its head again. The ironback bear's massive body had been pierced by Lu Chen. The gigantic form beneath his feet began to force itself back up. Looking at its body, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. I didn't expect it to be so tenacious. Despite such a serious injury to its spine, it's still able to stand up. Lu Chen clearly understood its intention to counterattack, so he shouted loudly, "Let's see what you can do." Then, he swung his sword and charged to stop it. Lu Chen's speed was so fast that the ironback bear couldn't react in time, and he drove the sword straight into its eye. This blow caused it immense damage, and with that, he defeated it. Lu Chen's mission was complete. Not only that, but he also successfully leveled up to level 15. Before long, numerous items fell from the ironback bear's body, filling Lu Chen with joy and excitement. He obtained a level-up item, a large magic stone, a pair of guardian pants, and a mask. The rewards from the ironback bear were truly incredible. First, he decided to change into the guardian pants. In no time, Chen had equipped the new pants. Although the craftsmanship was not as good as metal armor, it increased his agility, which wasn't bad at all. Chen was very pleased with it. Due to the change in equipment, Chen's strength and agility had increased significantly. Chen glanced over the remaining items that had fallen and couldn't help but comment. This mask is pretty useful. It can disguise my appearance. If I wear this, I can leave Frostforce. After completing the task, Chen immediately returned to Han Binggang. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly to inform Faker. Faker, I've completed the task. However, at that moment, he noticed that there was another person in front of Faker. He was surprised and said, "Are you two together?" But it was fine, he could hand in the task all at once. Faker explained, "I've known the swordsman Sulin for over 500 years, and we often train together." Chen didn't pay too much attention to it. He then handed Blue Bones to Sulin. Sulin took it and praised him. Very good. With that, the two of them didn't hesitate and gave him his rewards. After completing 2 tasks, Chen earned over 4,000 experience points, more than 40 reputation points, and received a black stone, bringing him to level 16. Chen looked at the rewards he had earned, his eyes sparkling. He had received a pair of green leather gloves and a Qingguang fan, and now he just needed shoes and arm guards to complete the set of equipment. At this moment, he had leveled up and acquired new gear, significantly boosting his attributes. However, there was still something bothering him. How was he supposed to use this Qingguang fan? After thinking for a moment, he looked at the swordsman Sulin and asked, "This is a weapon for a strategist, I can't use it. Can I exchange it?" Sulin shook his head and said, "No, but there's a human marketplace at Fubing Bridge, you can try your luck there." Chen furrowed his brows slightly. If Yiling isn't welcome, you could try using the disguise mask. At the Fubing Bridge marketplace, Chen entered wearing the disguise mask. No one recognized him the entire time. He was able to exchange for a pair of shoes and 11 silver coins. Not bad at all. At this moment, something suddenly appeared in front, blocking his way and forcing him to stop. Sure enough, a sharp sword, without any warning, struck toward him. The one who attacked was the assassin Quan Long Aogu. Quan Long Aogu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chen's sword blocking his strike, and couldn't help but be taken aback. His reflexes were indeed as fast as those little white dragons had said, and yet, Chen had managed to stop his attack. Chen looked at the person in front of him, frowned, and said, "I'm not familiar with the kind of attack that piercing strike of sinking sand is, and he's mistaken about who he's targeting." Even though he said this, in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. The people from the Quan Long Society didn't know why he had been exposed. Quan Long Aogu pointed at the sword in his hand. Even if he wore a mask to hide his identity, it was still too easy to recognize. In all of Icebound Fortress, only he had one like it. At this moment, Chen realized he had forgotten about the clear pine forest with green hues. While he was still thinking, Quan Long Aogu did something no one expected. He suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, 50,000 bounty. The one with piercing strike of sinking sand is the person in front of you, and he is so righteous that he swears on the honor of the Quan Long Society. Chen didn't expect him to have such a move, and angrily cursed him. What kind of lowly game is this? Quan Long Aogu responded indifferently, as long as it works, who cares how he plays? With a 50,000 bounty, there's also the Black Stone. The group in front of him had already started to surround Chen. Quan Long Aogu raised an eyebrow smugly, telling Chen to surrender. Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the people in front of him, a trace of disdain appearing in his eyes. They thought they could take him down just like this? This was truly a joke. He immediately raised his sword, clearly preparing to strike. Quan Long Aogu watched him warily. He's about to make his move. However, Chen suddenly turned around and fled under the horrified gaze of everyone. A few seconds later, he finally reacted and began chasing after him. This bastard still dares to play tricks. While chasing Lu Chen, he contacted his men, saying he's heading towards Han Bing Gang. Quickly mobilize teams 1 and 2 to the canyon outside to lay an ambush. But the person on the other end replied that they couldn't deploy anyone. Upon hearing this, Ao Gu was immediately shocked. The other person quickly explained, fantasy scenery just wreaked havoc at the headquarters. Their leader has taken the whole team to hunt her down. Ao Gu couldn't help but bite his lip and curse, damn it. The trident hasn't even been dealt with yet, and now we've run into fantasy scenery. With no other choice, he had to order them to deal with fantasy scenery, while he would handle the trident himself. On the other side, Lu Chen had reached the pine forest next to the Han Bing Trail. Beyond this green forest lay the safe zone of Han Bing Gang. However, fate had other plans, and Lu Chen sensed that danger was approaching. It was Ao Gu who had arrived at the scene. Without hesitation, he attacked Lu Chen with his blade. Lu Chen quickly raised his sword to block. He pushed Ao Gu away with force, continuously cursing at him, "What a damn stubborn dog, always clinging on." Ao Gu sneered coldly and glared at Lu Chen, shouting, "Your existence will tarnish the reputation of the Guanlong Guild, so you must disappear." Lu Chen glanced around, sensing no other presence, then looked at him and asked, "Is it just you?" Upon hearing this, Ao Gu's sense of vigilance spiked. It seemed he was about to use his skills. Indeed, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Chen began to use persevering patience, and strands of sword chi began to dance in the air. A sense of danger quickly descended, causing Ao Gu to hurriedly dodge. Lu Chen's sword chi struck the empty air. This scene left Lu Chen stunned. He had actually managed to avoid it. But what was even more surprising was that, suddenly, another figure appeared behind Ao Gu. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Why is that person here? As soon as these words left his mouth, Ao Gu froze for a moment. Who are you talking about? He turned his head to look behind him, only to see the Ghost Valley Master, who was also observing Lu Chen. Because he was wearing a mask, Ao Gu didn't recognize him immediately, though he felt a slight sense of familiarity. He observed Lu Chen's equipment and the green sword. After a moment, he finally realized who it was. The instant he recognized him, he threw the wolf in his hand toward Lu Chen. Ao Gu quickly jumped to the side to avoid it. Lu Chen, however, remained calm and used his sword to slice the wolf into two, his eyes flashing with anger. Another nuisance, ha! After failing with his attack, the Ghost Valley Master grabbed a spear and lunged forward. It had been a long time since their last battle. Lu Chen snorted coldly. Stay away from me. I don't want to deal with him at all. As Lu Chen spoke, he dodged his opponent's attacks, while the spear struck the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. On the other side, Ao Gu watched this spectacle in shock. They have a grudge against each other. Thinking of this, he seized the opportunity to propose an alliance with the Ghost Valley Master. However, the Ghost Valley Master didn't even spare him a glance, and with one swift thrust of his spear, Ao Gu was knocked down on the spot. Unexpectedly, Ghost Valley Master made a move. Weren't they supposed to be enemies? Why would he attack him? No one answered him, and he quickly lost his life. Ghost Valley Master looked at the person before him, his tone filled with contempt. Fights among the strong don't need to be like this. Ao Gu gritted his teeth in unwillingness, warning that the Mad League would not let Ghost Valley Master go. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the game. Ghost Valley Master didn't even take Ao Gu's threats seriously. What's Guanlong even to threaten me? At that moment, he glanced over at Lu Chen and casually said, The annoying bugs are gone. Let's continue. Lu Chen found him very annoying. Who would want to fight him? However, Ghost Valley Master had noticed that Lu Chen had leveled up, so he would definitely be stronger. He attacked once again. When Lu Chen saw the energy-filled spear coming toward him, he couldn't help but angrily curse. Does he not understand human language? Saying that, he dodged, but the speed of Ghost Valley Master was different from before, it was much faster. He was able to pierce through Lu Chen's arm. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but be astonished. His speed has increased. I need to finish this quickly. With that thought, he immediately counterattacked. This sudden action caught Ghost Valley Master off guard. In just a moment, Chen struck him with a sword, causing him to lose a significant amount of health. But Chen didn't stop there, continuing to strike with his sword. His speed was like lightning, dancing through the air. A phantom was the only thing Ghost Valley Master could see, and he couldn't keep up. Thus, he had no choice but to take the blows from Chen's sword. Ghost Valley Master aggressively bit his lip, feeling frustrated. It was too fast. He didn't expect Chen to be even quicker than before. At that moment, Chen kicked him out of the way, and his body slammed into the pine tree behind him. Ghost Valley Master was unwilling to accept it. Why had he added all his extra points into speed and agility, yet still wasn't able to win? As he was lost in thought, Chen charged forward again. By the time he realized that Chen had closed the distance, he hastily summoned his demon armor. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen's skill activation had already taken effect, and the faint purple energy enveloped his sword, which he then swung down with devastating force. The damage Ghost Valley Master took was immense, and this single strike ended his life on the spot. Chen sighed in relief, it was finally dealt with. He was about to retreat, but before he could take more than a few steps, Ghost Valley Master had already respawned. Chen froze for a moment. He respawned that quickly? Should he keep fighting? Ghost Valley Master stared intently at Chen before speaking in a deep voice. For the second time, you've defeated me instantly. At this point, he hesitated for a moment, then suddenly shouted, questioning him, are you a member of the Hall of Fame using a secondary account? Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily stunned. Has it been exposed? But he didn't admit it, calmly replying, could it be that all victories in PK come from old members of the Hall of Fame? Ghost Valley Master was confident in his guess. He believed that what had just happened, being deceived into dodging and instantly returning to his original position, was a move only an experienced Hall of Fame member would be able to pull off. Chen was slightly taken aback. So it wasn't that he had guessed correctly about him? He quickly waved his hand, denying it. I'm not a member. In fact, I'm no longer part of the Hall of Fame. Ghost Valley Master still didn't believe it. He stubbornly insisted that you were chaotic bamboo shadows, that he would never lose consecutively to some nameless player, and it could only be someone from the Hall of Fame. Chen frowned when he heard this. Is it really impossible? It reminded him of that memory. During the finals of the matchless tournament, as he was preparing his weapons, he overheard the discussions about who would win the final match. They were all certain that chaotic bamboo shadows would win, looking down on Chen as just a kid who had switched over from another game. He only won by luck. At that time, he too had angrily said, is it really impossible? But in the end, the truth proved them wrong. He won, defeating chaotic bamboo shadows. So he believed there was nothing impossible, it was just a matter of whether you wanted to or not. However, hearing his words, Ghost Valley Master seemed a little surprised. Chen paid no attention to his reaction and continued to ask, can everything really be decided just by equipment and level? Ghost Valley Master couldn't help but furrow his brows, wanting to refute but unable to find the words. Chen continued, a virtual reality game is not that simple. Just grinding levels and slaying monsters to reach the highest level like him doesn't guarantee victory. The real opponent is the player themselves. If he doesn't have the determination to constantly fight against other players, then he might as well give up early. When Ghost Valley Master heard his last words, he angrily criticized, who says he doesn't have the determination to fight? Chen nonchalantly shrugged, then who just lost to someone with a lower level and worse equipment? And then used the excuse that the opponent was a Hall of Fame member to justify it, finally getting angry and refusing to admit it. Ghost Valley Master was so furious he couldn't find any words to say. Chen also didn't bother to waste words with him. After speaking, he turned around and left. He quickly stopped him, don't go. He thought that his loss to Chen was just because he wasn't in a good condition. He wouldn't give up, he was sure he would win, even if you were a chaotic figure. Upon hearing this, Chen sighed, this guy is really stubborn. He didn't even turn around, waving his hand and saying that he was looking forward to that day, but it would be better if he went back and re-watched the recording. His condition during the match was really poor, his gameplay was quite lackluster. The last sentence he spoke was incredibly damaging, causing Ghost Valley Master to stare after his retreating figure. At Gong Sun Gu's place, he opened the recording and began to watch. The old, tattered VL helmet and the slow data transmission speed made it a bit tedious. After a while, he finally got into the game. He wanted to see for himself if it was really that bad, or if it was just his poor condition. He focused intently on the footage, and after a while, his expression darkened. At this moment in the video, he was seen farming, but his health had already dropped significantly. He slapped his forehead and sighed, he's probably a pig. After farming, he was left with only 1/3 of his health and was still in the weakened state of the demon armor of the Overlord. Yet, he rushed straight into battle. The point allocation was quick and light, but the rate of increase was low and couldn't catch up with the opponent, which was a huge waste. Knights should focus on allocating points to vitality and defense. Sitting in front of the computer, watching the footage, he realized the more he watched, the more he understood that Chen was not just anyone. He stood up from his chair, walked to the board hanging on the wall, and began writing something on it. After a long while, he stopped when he felt certain that nothing had been missed. The board contained all the information about Chen and himself, as well as details of his 2 defeats. He furrowed his brow as he examined the information, then muttered to himself. Although an all-out attack has the highest damage output, it leaves too many openings. If the monster notices, it won't be able to defeat him, but a master like Crushing Strike from afar would definitely bring him down in one hit. On the other hand, if I adopt a defensive stance, I would have the upper hand. So, when facing Crushing Strike from afar, the only option is to rely on health potions and turtle-like counterattacks, waiting for the opponent to reveal an opening. He felt confident that this approach would definitely work. His eyes now shone with battle intent, he was determined to defeat Crushing Strike from afar. Meanwhile, in the residential area of Han Binggang, which served as a resting place for the Yiling species, there were coffins that helped the Yiling warriors recover from fatigue. Chen had returned to this place and couldn't help but mutter a few words. I'm so sleepy, I've stayed up all night again. He was preparing to climb into a coffin to log out and get some sleep. However, someone intentionally denied him that opportunity. Ghost Valley Master had tracked him here and attacked him from behind. Chen leaped into the air to dodge, and the staff of his attacker struck the coffin. Behind him, Chen angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Breaking the coffin is a divine punishment." Ghost Valley Master squinted at him and confidently said, "I've studied the footage and figured out how to defeat you. This time, I won't lose." Upon hearing this, Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot. He really thought that simply studying the recordings would give him a clear understanding of the situation. If he believes that's all it takes, let him try and see. Immediately after, the 2 of them rushed into battle. The clash of their energy produced a loud explosion. Not long after, Ghost Valley Master was defeated. Chen leisurely sat on a gravestone, drinking energy-boosting medicine. He had indeed found a defensive counterattack strategy, but it was still slightly lacking. A moment later, Ghost Valley Master revived and looked at Chen, laughing triumphantly. This time, he lasted 18 minutes. He still wants to continue challenging Chen. But the result was the same, he was still defeated by Chen. Then, he revived and fought again, only to be defeated once more. This endless cycle continued, and even though he was degraded, he didn't stop. His persistence started to annoy Chen. This time, Chen didn't defeat him again but instead broke his spear, grinding his teeth and cursing at him. "Are you done yet?" Ghost Valley Master had already been reduced to level 15 by Chen, but it seemed he still hadn't realized the situation. Chen angrily kicked him, telling him to calm down. I'm not your practice dummy, fighting for free. If you want to keep going, fine. But how much are you willing to pay?
Upon hearing this, Ghost Valley Master gritted his teeth and remained silent.
The large graveyard was covered in thorny vines. Chen had come here to complete a task.
He was fighting the spiked bones connected to Ducher San and noticed that Ducher San was still only level 10, so he criticized him.
Why is he leveling up so slowly? I'm almost at level 20. Ducher San replied irritably. Not everyone is a monster like you.
Chen thought for a moment, then suggested transferring some money to him for purchasing equipment and health potions, urging him to level up quickly. Hearing this, Ducher San on the other end was delighted and praised him as a good person, saying he would help update the intelligence in the Ice City.
Chen complimented him briefly, then hung up the phone.
At that moment, he was engaged in battle with a spinebone warrior. He struck a powerful blow, causing significant damage, but received only a minimal counterattack, nearly 5% of the damage reflected back at him. Realizing this, a gleam of smug satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He told the creature to thrash around before it died, then attacked.
The strike was even fiercer.
Spiked bones perished instantly from this attack, and he collected 242 spine bones, with his fingers already gathering enough. The mission was completed, and he had reached level 20, which made him very happy. He opened the leaderboard and saw it had changed a lot.
Chen air frowned, not satisfied. The competition in Clear Wealth Ice was too fierce.
Even though he had reached level 20, he still hadn't made it into the top 10. Fantasy Scenery, Ghost Valley Master, and Duba were all there. There were 4 people in the top 10 with an S rank, and 9 in the top 20. Compared to a few individuals, the Duba Guild was the greatest future rival of the ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls, so we needed to make sure Ducher San focused on gathering intelligence. Just then, his stomach growled loudly. He was a bit confused, not sure what was happening. The system immediately issued a warning: his hunger level had dropped, and his condition had weakened.
He needed to eat something quickly.
Chen trembled and fell to the ground, forgetting about this situation.
After logging in, it seemed like he hadn't eaten anything at all. The system continued to send out notifications.
Chen bit his lip angrily, perhaps he was about to become the first player to die from hunger. In his hunger, he suddenly noticed the grass in front of him. With no other choice, he plucked a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. His body managed to hold on a little longer, but he found it disgusting. Yet, having reached the end of his options, he had no choice but to eat it.
At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him, asking, "What are you doing?"
Chen jumped slightly. The voice belonged to a little girl. He quickly put on his mask, then turned around to see. Behind him, seemingly out of nowhere, stood a little girl wearing a cute pink dress, her hair at shoulder length, and holding a small basket.
The girl's name was Siren, and she was a human NPC. Chen was a little surprised, feeling awkward and fumbling for words. However, the little girl was very smart. She understood what he was doing and immediately took out a piece of oat bread from her basket, offering it to him. "This is something my mother made. I think it's really delicious," she said.
Chen nodded in thanks, then grabbed the bread and devoured it hungrily. The bread restored him to normal. He was very happy, just a single piece filled him up completely. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his hand and punched the large tree in front of him, breaking it in half. Siren, witnessing this, looked on with admiration.
"You're so strong." Chen chuckled softly and replied, "It's all thanks to your bread."
Then, he took out a coin and tried to pay Siren, but the little girl refused. "A single bun doesn't cost much," she said.
Chen frowned slightly. If she wasn't accepting money, she must have a task.
After a moment of thought, he asked,
"Is there anything I can help you with?"
The little girl shook her head lightly and replied, "My mom is sick, and the doctor said only white mushrooms can cure her."
Chen felt a bit doubtful, thinking that the girl might want to handle it on her own. "Is there no commission for this task?" He hesitated and asked. You told me there are many terrifying wild spirits around here. Will you be alright going alone?
The girl didn't seem afraid upon hearing this. Her eyes were filled with determination as she said, For my mom, I'm not afraid. As long as I get 2 white mushrooms, my mom will get better.
Chen looked at her again, wondering. Can you really do this? Is this some kind of tough quest with a rich reward?
If that was the case, he'd have to keep watching.
With that thought, he placed a coin in her basket and said, Over the next month, bring me a bon every day.
Consider this money as payment for the flower.
Siren nodded gently, then bid Chen farewell and left.
He squinted his eyes, watching her retreating figure, waiting to see what would happen.
This NPC was a bit interesting.
On the other side, Ghost Valley Master was going through his to-do list, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to buy some supplies before heading out to hunt a boss. However, before he could leave, arrows suddenly shot through the air from behind him. He was startled and dodged the arrows, which hit the air and then struck the ancient trees, causing them to explode. Ghost Valley Master frowned fiercely and shouted,
Who's there? Immediately after, a loud laugh was heard. Ghost Valley Master turned around and saw Kwang Long Aogu leading a group towards him.
He glared at Ghost Valley Master and maliciously said, he had already warned the Kwang Long Guild that they would not let Ghost Valley Master off. Hearing this, Ghost Valley Master snorted coldly and immediately launched an attack. However, before his spear could reach Aogu, it was blocked by a shield. He furrowed his brow and told the person to step aside, but the person remained firmly in place. Ghost Valley Master focused solely on the person in front of him, forgetting about what was happening behind. He was ambushed, and his health dropped continuously as Aogu attacked from behind. Ghost Valley Master glanced back, his face filled with hatred. Elsewhere, at the Han Bingang Cross, Chen had completed his mission, earning 3,000 experience points, 45 reputation points, joining the guild, and receiving Heining's arm guards. When Siren saw the rewards Chen had just received, he was pleased, thinking that it was enough equipment for now. He then spoke again, Chen's clearing mission has been completed, and now I will take you to eliminate the chaos. With that, he immediately raised his sword to the sky, summoning the army. Instantly, a group of skeletal soldiers appeared.
Chen, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be amazed. Not only can soul swordsmen summon large numbers, but they also look incredibly cool. Siren nodded slightly and asked, Do you want to learn it? Chen agreed. But the chaos elimination must be completed first. They quickly made their way to the large graveyard of the steel bone tombs and began eliminating the chaos soldiers first. Chen, wielding his sword, swiftly cut down a series of chaos soldiers, then fiercely shouted, calling for the Chaos Rabbit King to come out. As soon as these words left his mouth, the steel bone skeletons in front of him couldn't help but be taken aback in surprise. Moments later, Chaos appeared, leading his army of steel bone skeletons. Facing him were Siren, Chen, and the skeletons. Chaos immediately gave the order to his troops to take down Siren's group, and both sides quickly charged into battle. Soldiers from both sides continued to fall. Chaos saw that Siren's soldiers were falling relentlessly, and his anger grew. The steel bone skeletons were no match for them. Killing the summoned soul swordsman didn't seem to help at all. To defeat the enemy, one must first eliminate their leader. With this in mind, Chaos narrowed his eyes at Siren, who was surrounded by the steel bone skeletons, then charged toward him, aiming to eliminate him. He swung his sword viciously at Siren. Siren! Chaos angrily glared at him, questioning, why is he still alive? Siren quickly raised his sword to defend. The two engaged in intense combat, the sound of clashing metal ringing out repeatedly. Siren glared back at Chaos. Not only am I still alive, but I'm only one step away from becoming a Sura. As soon as these words were spoken, Chaos was immediately shocked. Siren didn't offer any further explanation, instead flicking his hand, forcing him to retreat. However, at this moment, Chen suddenly sank into the ground, leaving Chaos astonished.
Immediately afterward, he shot out from the earth, attacking Chaos with his sword, dealing him significant damage.
Chaos cried out in pain, cursing, "Damn it!"
Furiously, he grabbed his sword and charged towards Lu Chen.
Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in provocation and then summoned the Soul Swordsman.
In an instant, a Soul Swordsman appeared, blocking the blow for him.
Chaos's strike was powerful, and the sword delivered significant damage to the recently summoned Soul Swordsman. Chaos stared at Lu Chen, questioning, "Are you also a Soul Swordsman?"
He gritted his teeth, then continued, "A lone Soul Swordsman cannot evolve into a Sura unless they absorb the soul fire of a companion.
But Soul Swordsmen are so rare." Finally, he realized how Sullen was able to do it. That man is truly deep. At that moment, Lu Chen pointed directly at Chaos's face, cursing, "So what if I'm a Soul Swordsman? Did I steal his rice or something?" Chaos only snorted coldly without saying anything. Then, suddenly, he laughed loudly and asked, "Don't you know yet?"
"Your beloved master, he wants to report Sullen." Before he could finish speaking, a blast of energy struck his throat, causing fresh blood to pour out.
Sullen appeared from behind, telling him, "What are you waiting for? Take action now." Lu Chen nodded slightly, then charged forward, his sword energy dancing in the air.
Chaos was swiftly defeated in this manner. He received 4,500 experience points, directly advancing to level 23. The items he harvested were also numerous.
Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction.
The 2 bronze items were only 2 levels away from being usable. However, at this moment, a faint purple flame spirit suddenly entered Lu Chen's body, startling him.
He furrowed his brow and looked at Sullen, asking, "Do you see what's going on?" Sullen calmly replied, "I'm old now, I don't need it anymore."
"Tell him to absorb it quickly, it would be a waste if the flame soul seed dissipates."
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately understood, nodded, and began absorbing the flame spirit.
After a while, the flame spirit was completely absorbed, but he was still like a skeleton, unable to evolve into a soul swordsman. Sullen, upon hearing this, casually said, "This is the hardship of the soul swordsman."
Lu Chen frowned slightly, "Why is it so painful?" Sullen slowly explained, "The soul swordsman is a special kind of family spirit. The ancestors of the soul swordsman stole a part of Sura's power, summoned the soul swordsman, and were cursed.
The evolution path of the soul swordsman has no breakthroughs, only the starting point of the soul swordsman and the final point, which is Sullen."
Lu Chen skeptically asked, "Is there only the final point?" Sullen gently answered, "Then what about the evolution path that the master once mentioned to you?" Sullen nodded slightly, "I'm afraid you will lose hope.
This path is too difficult, unclear how long it is, without direction, and only a vague end.
I have given up, but I hope you can succeed."
Lu Chen, although hearing this, was not discouraged. He excitedly said,
"Now this is interesting." Du, satisfied, nodded and looked at him. He knew he hadn't chosen the wrong person. Lu Chen looked at him in confusion, a bit speechless.
On the other side, in the battlefield of Ghost Valley Master and the Quan Long Guild, although Ghost Valley Master had taken down quite a few people, there were still many left. He was on his own, and his health bar was starting to get drained. A fierce man glared at him and told him not to overdo it, that he would escort him for a while.
Ghost Valley Master snorted coldly.
If it weren't for that troublesome group of archers, that man would have already been dead.
Upon hearing this, the man didn't back down.
He charged forward with his spear. Ghost Valley Master immediately activated his demon armor of the Overlord to defend. However, the thrust of the spear surprisingly pierced through the demon armor. 1,000 thoughts raced through Lu Chen's mind as he patiently waited for Ghost Valley Master, just as agreed. During his free time, he opened the leaderboard and checked. He had finally made it into the top 10. Even the whirlwind like Ghost Valley Master had been surpassed by him.
But it's already past midnight, why hasn't he arrived yet?
Recalling that day, after you asked him how much he could afford to give, he replied, "I can give everything, even if I have to offer it all to you, it wouldn't be a regret." He had made up his mind yesterday, and today was the first official day of training. He wouldn't be late, and he hadn't even replied to any private messages. You noticed he had been online for quite a while, yet his level hadn't increased even once. This was rather strange. Lu Chen, with doubts in mind, opened the World Channel to take a look. At the Ghost Valley near Han Binggang, Ghost Valley Master could no longer hold on. He was sitting against a tree, surrounded by Frenzied Dragon and Proud Bones group. Aogu frowned as he looked at him, unable to stop himself from sighing. As expected of a top 10 expert, his armor is destroyed, yet he still holds on. He continued, "If you join the Quan Long Guild, I'll let you go." However, Ghost Valley Master remained arrogant, sneering in contempt. Seeing his attitude, Aogu angrily cursed, "You're asking for death." He then ordered the others to charge forward. The group immediately followed the command and rushed toward Ghost Valley Master. However, before they could do anything, Ghost Valley Master was already blocked by powerful sword energy. The speed of the sword light was so fast that they couldn't catch up, and many of them had already been taken down. Aogu stepped back, cautiously asking, "Who is it?" When the dust cleared, the figure of the person who had arrived became clear. It was Lu Chen. "You stood in front of Ghost Valley Master, glaring at the group, gritting your teeth and saying, 'Your people dared to touch them?'" Both sides were ready to clash when a loud shout rang out, "Jun Chen Sha!" Frenzied Dragon and Proud Bone immediately shouted as they encountered each other, "Jun Chen Sha, you've come at just the right time. I didn't have to go looking for you. Now, let me send you all off together." With that, he turned around and swiftly retreated. He moved past a few people, including a mage and an archer. The mage was preparing to cast a spell, while the archer had drawn his bow, ready to engage the enemy. Jun Chen-sha's face showed a smug expression as he clasped his hands behind his back, signaling his contempt, though in reality, he was just putting on a grandiose show. "Ha! I dared to come alone, of course I have my trump card for you to witness the unique abilities of a soul swordsman." Then, he used an item from his inventory, a couple of health potions from Ghost Valley Master. Ghost Valley Master was a bit surprised. "What is this? There's such a move?" Jun Chen-sha raised his sword to the sky and loudly shouted, "Grand summoning of the Sky Abyss Bone Dragon." Frenzied Dragon and Proud Bone stared up at the sky, bewildered. "What?" But when nothing seemed to happen, they immediately felt something was wrong. Turning around, they saw only a tree branch, and Jun Chen-sha, along with Ghost Valley Master, had already fled. The group of Frenzied Dragon and Proud Bone exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. "God, we've been tricked?" Frenzied Dragon and Proud Bone immediately yelled, "Chase them down!" At the same time, several members from the mage faction behind them began to cast area-wide spells, launching continuous bomb blasts that lit up the entire sky. Ghost Valley Master was running at full speed when he suddenly shouted, "Jun Kan, at this rate, we'll be drained. Even if we die, let's head back and take a risk." Jun Kan turned around and shook his head, "Trust me, follow me." A bomb flew toward them, forcing both to jump out of the way. If they hadn't, they would have been turned into lunch. Behind them, several mages and archers continuously attacked. Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, shouted loudly, "No, don't let them blow up. Don't kill them." The entire barrage of firepower was aimed at the two of them. These people had no limits, as if using their skills was free. The continuous fire and arrows overwhelmed the two, causing Ghost Valley Master to scream in fear, "Oh my God, run!" Then, the two of them grabbed each other's hands and ran forward. Bombs kept exploding behind them. They ran all the way to the Spectre Patrol Camp, which had already been attacked and was now in ruins. Tent fragments flew everywhere. Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, along with a group of their members, closed in from behind. "Ha, Jun Chen-sha, there's nowhere left for you to run. Prepare to die." Jun Chen-sha turned around and looked back. "Nowhere to run? It's you who's trapped." He waved his hand and laughed loudly, leaving Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone completely confused. Jun Chen-sha shouted, "Spectre Patrol, come out now." Immediately, a group of specters emerged, surrounding Aogu's group. Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, and the others were both shocked and terrified. It was then that they realized they had walked right into a trap. "This is bad, we've been tricked." The captain of the Spectre Patrol spoke up. "Luckily, Jun Kan, young brother, sent someone to notify us. We've been hiding underground. You humans dared to raid our camp." Ghost Valley Master was extremely surprised after hearing this. "Oh my god, is this all part of Jun Kan's plan?" Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone angrily shouted, "Jun Kan Sha, you despicable little man, I've seen through you, you're just like yourself." Jun Kan Sha interrupted, "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's trying to heal, brothers, charge." Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone clenched his fists in anger. "Ghost Valley Master, the mighty dragon is entrusted to you, Captain Fa. The shield warriors and long-range specialists are under the patrol team Spectre's command." Jun Kan Sha gave the order. Ghost Valley Master, understood. Then, Jun Kan Sha raised his sword, leading the charge, rushing toward Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, his sword transforming into a scythe. Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone had now switched between offense and defense. Seeing him charge, he braced himself with both hands. "Damn it!" Captain Fa swung his staff to suppress the enemy. "Kill all these humans." The Spectre soldiers were relentlessly attacking the mages and archers. "Kill them all." The few who were being struck screamed in panic, "Don't come here, help!" Ghost Valley Master was facing Xiaolong Wang, grinning with satisfaction. "Ha, without the archers and mages to support you, are you really this weak? The Dragon King can only sulk, how annoying." Without hesitation, Ghost Valley Master unleashed his skill. "I told you, I'll solo kill you in a few minutes." Behind Ghost Valley Master, an assassin appeared, intending to use the opportunity to strike. "Watch out!" Jun Kan Sha shouted, and then Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone was thrown directly into the assassin, causing him to stumble. Jun Kan Sha, his body like an arrow, suddenly shot out, moving as fast as lightning towards the assassin. He tossed a vial of blood to Ghost Valley Master, who caught it and immediately understood the need to replenish his health. Ghost Valley Master thanked Jun Kan Sha and thought to himself, "So this is the advantage of team fighting?" Jun Kan Sha slashed his sword across the waist of both Quan Long and the assassin, leaving them no time to defend. Just as Jun Kan Sha was about to strike down Frenzied Dragon and Proud Bone, a warrior appeared behind him. This was a perfect opportunity. Finally, he could kill him. Die! Bang! Jun Kan Sha reacted quickly, using his sword to block the deadly blow, relying only on his unshakable resolve. Captain Fa, having just killed a wizard, laughed loudly. "Ha, brothers, let's wipe out these human invaders." At that moment, a strike flew past Captain Fa, severing his head from his body. The person holding Fa's severed head was none other than radiant heroic journey fantasy scenery. She held the skull in one hand, her sword across her shoulder with the other, her mask and cloak fluttering dramatically, exuding immense power. Jun Kan Sha was stunned. They killed Fa so quickly. Does Quan Long have masters of this caliber? Xiaolong Wang, who was fighting with Ghost Valley Master, also shouted, "Fantasy scenery, you finally agreed to join Quan Long. Ghost Valley Master, you're all as good as dead." Ghost Valley Master quickly advanced, fiercely thrusting his spear at Xiaolong Wang. "Even if she helps you, you're still as good as dead." Xiaolong Wang urgently cried for help. "Fantasy scenery, come save me." Ghost Valley Master mocked, "You can't fight without someone to help you, huh?" He just smiled because he saw fantasy scenery flying rapidly toward Ghost Valley Master. He thought fantasy scenery would help him, but to his surprise, she charged at Xiaolong Wang and decapitated him in one strike. Little Long Ghost Valley Master watched in confusion, puzzled. Weren't they on the same side? Then fantasy scenery turned and struck at Ghost Valley Master. Both Xiaolong Wang and Ghost Valley Master fell to the ground. Jun Kan Sha was extremely worried. Ghost Valley Master. Jun Kan Sha lunged toward fantasy scenery. He raised his sword and swung at her. "What do you really want to do?" With persevering patience, fantasy scenery spun around, dodging the sword of favor. In one fluid motion, she executed a domineering turn, using her strength to strike directly at Jun Kan Sha's neck.
She was truly terrifying. Just one strike and everyone died in an instant.
The ground was littered with corpses, while she was spinning the camera to collect rewards. A message popped up, Ghost Valley Master, oh my, this woman is too strong. She just handled everything by herself in no time. Jean Kinshensha replied, yeah, it was just coincidence, but we didn't have enough blood. If we don't leave now, we'll probably forget to turn on the camera to collect the rewards and she'll want to keep our corpses. He looked at Ghost Valley Master and sent another message, this is near the Yiling camp, we'll respawn quickly. I'll count to 3, and we'll revive together to kill her. Once done, we retreat. Ghost Valley Master replied, alright, we can't let her get the reward so easily. Then the countdown began, 1, 2, 3. Jean Kinshensha signaled to respawn. Fantasy Scenery was currently turning the camera to assess the situation. Ghost Valley Master and Jean Kinshensha had just been revived, and both of them almost simultaneously charged forward to unleash their skills. Underworld Fire Strike. This skill created a massive explosion, with thick black smoke rising everywhere. The first wave of attacks didn't deal much damage, and Fantasy Scenery quickly dodged and grabbed Ghost Valley Master's spear. Jean Kinshensha then retreated, signaling to Ghost Valley Master. Follow my lead and move in. Ghost Valley Master immediately used Radiant Slash. Ghost Valley Master cast the demonic armor of 3 forms to block the attack. Fantasy Scenery lost some health, with 124 health points deducted. Ghost Valley Master praised him. Well done. Fantasy Scenery gritted her teeth and shouted. Looking for death. In her fury, Fantasy Scenery swung her sword to counterattack. Jean Kinshensha managed to retreat just in time to avoid the full blow, though he still lost 89 health points. That was close. Ghost Valley Master remained unbothered. Is that a desperate attack? Take this strike from me. The attack landed, and Fantasy Scenery lost 221 health points. However, Fantasy Scenery was quick to retaliate and thrust her weapon at Ghost Valley Master. You're nothing but scum, daring to act so arrogantly. This move caused Ghost Valley Master to lose 246 health points. Seizing this opportunity, Jean Kinshensha launched another ambush. His speed and attack power were incredibly strong. Fantasy Scenery used a healing potion, but was struck again, losing 125 health points. She was gradually losing her balance and beginning to fall. She lay flat on the ground, and Ghost Valley Master stepped forward, angrily kicking the Fantasy Scenery. Damn it, aren't you supposed to be number 1? Still got killed like usual. Let's keep your body for the night and see if you're still as tough. Jean Kinshensha's face darkened as he grabbed Ghost Valley Master's hand and held his head. Hurry up and leave. Without the Spectre Patrol team, it will be troublesome when the Quanglong people revive. A notification appeared, counting down the time until the Spectre Patrol team revived, 23 hours 58 minutes 13 seconds. Jean Kinshensha and Ghost Valley Master quickly turned and ran, saying no more, just focusing on leveling up. Indeed, in the outer circle of Han Bing Gang, Jean Kinshensha had already killed several small monsters to level up. He ate the bread that Tan Ran brought over. He looked down to see Tan Ran looking very sad. Tan Ran, you weren't happy just now. What happened? The girl nodded, pointing in the distance and answering. Big brother, there's an old man over there, and he seems to be injured. Can you help him? An old man injured? Jean Kinshensha's eyes lit up. Sure, I'll help you take care of him. Don't be sad anymore. Tan Ran couldn't help but smile and stood up. Big brother, Tan Ran knew you were a good person. Jean Kinshensha laughed heartily, thinking to himself, no quest notification, but checking it out won't hurt. It's better than nothing. In the wilderness, Jean Kinshensha went deeper into the forest and found an old man sitting against a tree, groaning. Ah, I'm going to die. The wild bears have been killing me these past few days. Found it, such a loud noise, I should be dead by now. So it turns out, he is a wild hunter.
Zhang Qinsha immediately stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Sir, are you alright? The old man, seeing that Zhang Qinsha was just a skeleton, was horrified. Why yes, Yiling. Then he brandished his bow and arrows. Don't come near me. Zhang Qinsha immediately bit his hand. Damn it, I forgot to wear the mask. Yiling and humans are not on the same side. After he realizes I'm Yiling, will he still give me a mission? Then, Zhang Qinsha made up his mind to risk it all, thinking to himself. No, I can't let the mission slip away after it's in my hands. Zhang Qinsha then knelt down, pounding the ground with his fists, pretending to be in agony, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Hoo. You don't know, I was just a small soldier. Humans who go out to work get bitten by Yiling, and from then on, they turn into Yiling. But I always stick to my principles. When hungry, I release, eating grass and not wanting to hurt anyone. The old man sympathized. Is it really that pitiful? The old man stepped forward and patted Zhang Qinsha on the shoulder. Good child, whether human or Yiling, as long as you have a conscience, you are a good person. Zhang Qinsha nodded. I'm a good person. How did you get hurt here? The old man replied wearily. Oh, young man, I'm the only hunter in the village. I came here to hunt for some meat, but didn't expect so many wild bears to gather here. They attacked me for 3 days, and if you hadn't come today, I would have been done for. Zhang Qinsha shook his head and chuckled. Don't worry, I'll help you out of the forest. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard that, grabbing Zhang Qinsha's hand, extremely excited. Alright, young man, as long as you help me out of here, I will teach you hunting and cooking skills. I'm a well-known hunter and chef in this area. Zhang Qinsha also tightly grasped the old man's hand. Don't worry, I'll handle this. In his heart, he was overjoyed. 2 side jobs that others could only dream of, and here he had both. Having just completed this task, Zhang Qinsha also reached level 25, immediately equipping new weapons and a new cloak, thinking to himself that he looked pretty cool. At this moment, a notification appeared showing his character attributes. The information was as follows: Name, Zhang Qinsha. Profession, Soul Swordsman, level 25. Attribute level 1, Health 575, Mana 355, Strength 35, Agility 16. Attribute level 2, Attack 61 to 90, Defense 80, Movement 32, Fame 264. Magic Resistance 49, Attack Speed 32, Luck 1. At the same time, the notification board displayed that your hanging rewards had increased, and the effect of your bounty had gone up. Just then, Ducher San called. Old Lu, what did you do to make your bounty increase to 80,000? He answered. What 80,000? You want me to kill myself to exchange for money? Ducher San frowned. If you can't do it, let me. You just agree. It makes sense. Now, quickly level up to 25, and we'll collect the bounty. Ducher San spoke in a flattering tone. Leveling up also requires resources. Lu brother, help your younger brother out with a little more money. Zhang Qinsha shouted directly into Ducher San's face. Didn't I just give you 15 silver? Is it all gone? Where did the money go? Ducher San immediately explained, Lu brother, you don't know the prices at Icebound Fortress. 1 health potion that restores 100 points costs 4 silver coins, and after deducting the money spent on equipment, 2 potions will drain your funds completely. Zhang Qinsha opened a skill to check the ingredient quantities and asked, for silver coins, is that really worth 4 silver coins? On the display board, the cooking section showed, level 1 health potion, ingredients 5 apples, 1 flask of water, effect restores 100 health points. Level 2 rice ball, ingredients glutinous rice, chicken, salt, effect restores 200 health points. Back at the headquarters of Quan Long Guild, Longxing Tianxia angrily slammed the table and shouted, twice already, twice. The elite forces of Quan Long Guild have been wiped out by the enemy twice. This is humiliating.
Xiao Long Wang didn't dare to speak further and simply responded, "Boss, please calm down.
I've added a reward.
There will definitely be someone who, even if they can't kill him, will grow to hate him.
We'll get good news soon." Hearing this, Long Xing Tianxia's anger subsided somewhat. Alright, let them handle it. Let them earn the bounty to deal with them.
Frenzied Dragon and Proud Bone, sitting nearby, were dissatisfied.
What about fantasy scenery? This woman is getting more and more outrageous. Didn't we agree, as you said, not to give her the bounty? Didn't we decide to just ignore her? Long Xing Tianxia sneered coldly, let her be arrogant for now. I have a plan for her.
The scene shifted to Icebound Fortress. In the Eastern Market, a group of people were walking around, trading.
How much is this item, boss?
Another person shouted loudly from a distance, Demon Stone Precious Gem, come and take a look. Zhan Kenshin Sha, wearing a disguise mask, wasn't worried about being noticed.
He stood in the square and loudly shouted, come and get it, don't miss out on the bearskin stew, only 2 silver coins per serving, quality guaranteed.
He happily thought to himself that his hunting skills allowed him to directly pick the apples, saving on material costs.
2 silver coins per serving was a huge profit. How could the apple stew, priced at 4 silver coins, compete with him? A crowd of people passing by heard this and immediately stopped to ask, boss, how much is the apple stew you just mentioned?
Zhan Kenshin pointed to the ingredients and raised 2 fingers, replying, 2 silver coins per serving, no fake products, will compensate 10 times the price if anything's wrong. After hearing this, people swarmed in.
I'll take 5 servings, give me 3.
I was here first, I'll take 10 servings. He immediately stopped the crowd, saying, don't shove, one at a time. In just a few minutes, he had made a lot of money, happily looking at his pouch. 400 silver coins easily earned. At that moment, someone approached, boss, this bear skin looks good, how much are you selling it for?
Zhan Kenshin looked up and said, you've got a good eye. My bear skin is second-grade material. The person who just asked for the price was Ba Tian Dao Du Xia. I'll offer you a piece for only 2 silver coins. He seemed to know this person well.
Ba Tian Dao, the boss of the Duba clan, definitely had money, and it would be profitable to make a deal with him.
Ba Tian Dao was holding the bear skin, inspecting it.
Zhan Kenshin then introduced, brother, this is good quality bear skin. With a good tailor, 1 piece of bear skin can make 2 or 3 pieces of armor, and the quality is pretty decent. Ba Tian Dao also acknowledged that it was indeed not bad. A level 28 wild bear's fruit was very difficult to obtain. Then he said nothing more and took out a bag of money, sealing the deal with a sentence, I'll take everything. Zhan Kenshin reached out his hand to receive the money, laughing happily, thank you, boss, you're so generous, secretly thinking, as expected, this fool with too much money is too easy to deceive. Unexpectedly, Ba Tian Dao smiled and said something that left Zhan Kenshin stunned for a moment, with 80,000 in reward, you can still go to the market to sell goods.
You really are something, Zhan Kenshin. Zhan Kenshin immediately pulled out his sword from behind to be on guard and asked, what do you mean?
Ba Tian Dao quickly placed the money in his hand, laughing loudly, Zhenkan brother, no need to be so tense, we're not enemies.
I was just admiring your strength and bravery.
Zhan Kenshin pondered for a moment, then, while packing up his things, said, the shop is closed now, please go home, sir. Ba Tian Dao smiled faintly and replied, Zhenkan brother, no need to leave so quickly. This is our first meeting, and I want to discuss a business deal with you.
Zhan Kenshin was a bit surprised, oh?
Ba Tian Dao explained, I just noticed that your apples are of very good quality, and the other things are not bad either.
How about 1,000 servings of second-grade chicken rice at the price you set? 1,000 servings? Do you want me to work myself to death?
Zhan Kenshin emphasized, thinking to himself, not only does Duba have a lot of experts, but also a lot of money. This little rich kid can't be ignored. He did some quick calculations, then raised his finger to bargain with Ba Tian Dao, at most 100 servings, with the original price being 10 silver per serving, I'll charge 30 silver per serving.
Ba Tiandao nodded, immediately handing over 5 coins as a deposit.
Zhang Qinsha, seeing this, realized that he had set the price too low. The scene shifted to the wilderness. Zhang Qinsha and Ghost Valley Master had been practicing together for some time.
Ha ha. Zhang Can, are you scratching my itch? Ghost Valley Master provoked.
Suddenly, Zhang Qinsha carelessly dropped his sword.
Ghost Valley Master saw this and seized the opportunity.
Ghost Valley Master used the bright flame dual spears and charged forward, aiming to stab straight into Zhang Qinsha.
Zhang Qinsha stood and laughed. So, you've been pretending to drop your sword all this time? That fire is yours.
From the right side, a large bamboo spirit wild panda, level 28, charged out and collided with Ghost Valley Master, causing his skill to fail. Taking advantage of the moment while Ghost Valley Master was being restrained by the bamboo spirit panda, Zhang Qinsha calmly explained to him.
Opportunities in battle are not always opportunities. They can also be traps.
When in a breakthrough state, do not panic. Think calmly and make the most beneficial choice, he said, then steadied his sword. Ghost Valley Master, still using his spear to block the bear trying to bite him, seemed to have understood something. The best opportunity. Ghost Valley Master immediately activated the demon armor of the Overlord to block the attack from the bamboo spirit wild panda. Ghost Valley Master's quick understanding earned Zhang Can's praise. Quick reaction, you immediately changed your skill and shifted to a defensive state to minimize the damage. Ghost Valley Master was still trying to control the bear, shouting, "What's up with this bear?
It's even higher level than you."
Zhang Qinsha was standing, wiping his sword, and telling Ghost Valley Master.
This is a bamboo spirit skull, which I transformed into during a previous mission.
I discovered that as long as I kill it, no matter the rank, I can transform it into a summon. As my rank increases, the summoned creatures become more beautiful. At this moment, Ghost Valley Master had just finished dealing with the bamboo spirit bear. He immediately turned and pointed his attack toward Zhang Qinsha.
There's a gap. Die.
But for some reason, Zhang Qinsha summoned another specter bear. It was a large bear. Ghost Valley Master struck the bear but sighed.
Again.
He was forced to turn and focus on dealing with the second specter bear. The young man launched a demon spear slash, attacking while cursing.
Annoying. Are your skills only useful on summoned creatures?
At that moment, Zhang Qinsha silently circled around to Ghost Valley Master's flank and leapt behind him.
Don't forget, your enemy has more than one head.
A flash of light from the sword cut through the air, delivering a critical strike to Ghost Valley Master. He collapsed to the ground, unable to win once again. When Ghost Valley Master regained consciousness, he began reflecting on what he had learned over time.
I've ranked second on the bounty leaderboard.
The gap to the first place is still so far, no wonder Zhang Qinsha is so formidable.
I really can't beat him.
A small bird flew and landed on Ghost Valley Master's hand. He looked at it thoughtfully, contemplating his next move in battle.
Guessing the enemy's moves in detail, Zhang Qinsha is really teaching me well. Even though I lose every time, I feel like I'm getting stronger. I need to find a master to test myself.
Finishing his words, he stood up strongly, his face showing determination. The scene shifted to a black pond, where a level 30 black water crocodile was being attacked by a group of people.
This group belonged to Dominating the Clan, led by the level 24 warrior, Dominating Evil Tiger.
Brothers, blast it to death, the boss can't take it anymore. The black water crocodile was being continuously bombarded by explosions, its resistance weakening. Just as it seemed on the verge of collapse, Ghost Valley Master suddenly rushed in, stealing the kill and landing a fatal blow, draining the crocodile's health by 215 points. The Duba group gasped, both shocked and amazed. The crocodile collapsed beside Ghost Valley Master. Dominating Evil Tiger pointed at him and cursed.
Scoundrel!
Furious, Dominating Evil Tiger was about to charge forward, but one of his companions stopped him and reminded him.
Captain, don't be rash.
He's Ghost Valley Master, the one who recently made a name for himself.
He single-handedly wiped out several elite squads from other guilds, ranked second on the bounty board, and now Quang Long is on the verge of going crazy because of him. Dominating Evil Tiger turned pale, looking up to the sky and shouting. Why does it have to be him? Knowing his own limits, Dominating Evil Tiger refrained from making threats and simply said, Ghost Valley Master, don't push it too far. We come from Duba. Ghost Valley Master smiled broadly. So you're from Duba? Well, that's great. Dominating Evil Tiger seemed a bit uneasy. What do you mean by that? Ghost Valley Master looked directly at the group. Killing the boss was just a little side task. You're my real target. The Duba members looked terrified, panic written all over their faces. A while later, Ghost Valley Master stood alone among the bodies of the dominating squad and remarked. Truly worthy of being the elite squad of the Duba family, they're indeed difficult to deal with. He clenched his fist in satisfaction, silently thinking to himself that he had indeed grown stronger. The scene shifted to the commercial street of Icebound Fortress. In Food Store 13, Ducher San appeared slightly surprised. Old Lou, the shop owner, really put my name down? He casually replied. Icebound Fortress taxes Yiling players too much. Being the owner allows you to save some money. Ducher San was even more surprised to learn that Jean Chen had picked up another profession. He hadn't expected that Jean actually had two secondary professions: hunting and cooking. He gathered ingredients himself, made the food himself, and with the exception of spices, there was almost no capital needed. Tian Dao will have to pay 3 times as much. If they find out, they'll probably scream. Jean immediately retorted, what's he crying about? That amount of money is nothing to Duba. Didn't I tell you to gather intelligence? Ducher San recounted. The strength of ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls is quite weak, they lack top-tier experts. Their boss still hasn't gone online. Jean fell silent, pondering for a moment before speaking. I need to level up quickly now. I'll leave the food business to you. If you run into anyone from Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls buying items, make sure to sell at a low price. Ducher San stroked his chin. Don't worry, I'm already familiar with logistics. Old Lou, should I take your reward money before I level up? Jean glanced over Ducher San's gear, considering. With your shabby gear, no one would believe you could take my reward money. Upon finishing his words, Jean tossed a piece of dark stone aura to Ducher San. Take this dark stone aura for now. In a few days, I'll exchange it for a full set of dark stone aura for you. Ducher San took it, his face filled with joy. Good man, that's great. The scene shifted to Han Bingang, where a gate stood. The sky was murky and dim, creating a very gloomy atmosphere. On the ground, there was a specter at level 17, dressed in tattered clothes resembling a beggar, lying sprawled on the earth. He had white hair, and his face looked shriveled and familiar. Jean Sha, who was walking, froze in place upon seeing him, bent his head, and then gasped in shock. Ghost Valley Master! He shouted, furious. Who did this? Ghost Valley Master quickly sent a message to Jean Sha. Go quickly. Fantasy Scenery and Quang Long Guild plan to use blood to cleanse Han Bingang. Jean read the message, then let out a light chuckle before continuing on his way. Using blood to cleanse Han Bingang? Such a bold claim. At the top of a rocky outcrop, Fantasy Scenery had been waiting for Jean for a long time. He cast a glance at her, showing clear disdain. Fantasy Scenery, it's you again. She immediately leapt down, raising her sword to strike at Jean. But fortunately, he managed to block it with his own sword in time. With a sharp gaze, she asked Jean, so what if it is? He responded with a contemptuous expression. The number 1 on the leaderboard, and you're working with the Quang Long Guild? She swung her sword in response, retorting, none of your business. As the two engaged in a fierce battle, the system sent another notification, Ghost Valley Master has been resurrected. Ghost Valley Master sat to the side, quickly contemplating the situation, but essentially did not make a move. These two monsters.
Fantasy scenery continued to attack Zhang Ken relentlessly, who was defending with his sword but hadn't counterattacked yet. Suddenly, Zhang Ken summoned Spectre, a giant level 28 bear, which was prepared to strike at the woman. The bear swiftly knocked her back and managed to attack fantasy scenery, causing her to tumble to the ground.
Health bar dropped by 12, health bar dropped by 111, health bar dropped by 8.
She was surprised, not understanding how the summoned creature's level could surpass that of its master. The moment the words left her lips, both Zhang Ken and the Spectre Bear charged forward together to attack her. She raised her sword, its golden light emanating with great power, and she appeared scornful. The summoned creature is somewhat interesting, but it's just a dark creature. Zhang Ken looked at her in surprise. The large bear beside him also stopped. She cast a light attack spell, with the blinding golden light growing stronger by the second. Zhang Ken quickly raised both hands to shield his face, while the Spectre Bear positioned itself in front to protect him. The burst of radiant light from the critical hit caused Zhang Ken to lose 421 health points. A warning sounded: you must endure the effects of the radiant divine light.
Your defense has decreased by 20%.
As for the Spectre Bear, it was now reduced to nothing but a skeleton, its entire body scorched and stripped of all flesh. Zhang Ken was stunned by this skill. The quick death of the giant bear greatly weakened his defense, and the light-based skills had huge damage against Yiling. Then, she raised her sword to strike at Zhang Ken.
Now it's your turn, she said.
He raised his sword to block the attack.
Are you looking down on me? Is that all you've got?
She immediately pulled out a card, which was the Ice and Snowstorm skill card. The two members of the Duba Guild, who had been observing from afar, appeared astonished. Xiao Long Wang said to Long Xing Tianxia, "I can't believe fantasy scenery has gotten a skill card.
Isn't this only something bosses above level 35 have?"
Long Xing Tianxia pondered for a moment and then replied, "After all, she is fantasy scenery.
It's not surprising that she has a skill card."
As the card was revealed, countless shards of ice began to appear, falling onto Zhang Ken, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. The ice shards that struck him caused him to continuously lose health. Health 24, health 25, health 31. The wind from the card was so strong that it lifted Zhang Ken into the air, causing him to cry out in pain. Ghost Valley Master, standing nearby, was also blown away. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, everyone knows skill cards with area effects are powerful, but this is just overpowered. She then gathered the ice shards together and gave the command. Countless ice shards merged, shooting straight toward the floating Zhang Ken. Ghost Valley Master, struggling to hold onto a rock to avoid being swept away, yelled, "Be careful, Zhang Ken." Suddenly, a burst of purple light appeared, shaking the ground for a moment. Ghost Valley Master felt like he had just narrowly escaped a deadly situation.
Holy crap!
Then, a massive specter lion appeared, shattering fantasy scenery's ice shards. Zhang Ken, with a skill card clenched in his mouth, stood proudly and said, "I have a skill card too." The mighty lion roared, and the wind blew like a storm, sweeping away the icebergs around it. The two members of the Duba Guild were also tossed into the air and had to grab onto a pillar to steady themselves. Long Xing Tianxia suddenly shouted, "We've encountered a ghost. How can both of them have such skills?" Fantasy scenery, glowing with a green light, and Zhang Ken, glowing with a purple light, were fiercely battling each other, neither willing to give way.
Fantasy scenery was analyzing Zhang Ken's skill cards.
After his ice and snowstorm had been blocked, he was shocked to find that it unleashed a great deal of heat. As their swords clashed, her sword grew hotter and continued to increase in temperature. Suddenly, she pushed her sword away, causing Zhang Ken's sword to strike the ground. Zhang Ken grinned triumphantly, saying, "You've abandoned your weapon, you're dead." He then used the technique Persevering Patience to prepare to finish her off. She pulled out a dagger to block Zhang Ken's strike, catching him by surprise. With weapons in both hands, Zhang Ken was still puzzled when her other hand caught his sword. She then unleashed the technique Radiant Slash, which seemed as though it would kill him, but unexpectedly, he dodged it. He thought to himself, "This is bad." He cursed inwardly, damn it, if I hadn't delayed, I wouldn't have needed to use the cloak of the azure flame to increase my evasion chance. But now, my health has already been reduced by 34. After seeing that Jeankin had dodged her attack, she appeared surprised.
You dodged it? Impossible, I can't drag this on any longer.
In response, Jeankin quickly pulled out the greedy skill card, and a stream of purple light surrounded him. The game system immediately displayed the message, "You are using the stealth card. Attack speed has increased by 5%, movement speed by 5%, and the effect will last for 30 minutes. Immediately after, Lu Jeankin swung his sword horizontally, but she had already quickly retreated, dodging the attack. On this side, 2 members of the Guanglong Guild were watching, both still gripping the pillar tightly.
Xiaolong Wang was surprised. No way, the attack from the skill card can be dodged? Longxing Tianxia, standing beside, looked frustrated and envious. Not even a whole guild might have one of those cards, and yet he has 2?
Suddenly, the 2 rushed at each other. She stabbed into Jeankin's chest, causing him to lose 288 health points, while he stabbed into her stomach, and she lost 175 health points. Afterwards, both of them collapsed to the ground. Jeankin, unwilling to accept it, cursed under his breath, "Damn it, who would have thought we'd both die together?" Ghost Valley Master, who had witnessed the entire fight, was unsure of what to say as he saw both of them lying on the ground, showing a look of dissatisfaction.
Now that's a real battle.
Both sides executed their moves to perfection, not a single unnecessary motion.
Could I ever catch up to these 2? Just after their deaths, another notification appeared, both players have resurrected. Jeankin shouted loudly, "Let's go again," with persevering patience.
She was just as determined, deciding to go with a radiant slash. Longxing Tianxia, watching from the sidelines, was smug. "These 2 are really crazy. Someone hurry up and tell Ao Gu to bring people over here."
Xiaolong Wang responded, "Understood."
Then the system displayed again. The 2 of them repeatedly killed each other, dying and resurrecting countless times. In the end, both of them had fallen to level 17.
Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Jeankin laughed loudly and said, "Ha, let's not kill each other anymore. Constantly losing levels against anyone isn't good."
She panted and nodded in agreement. Ghost Valley Master, standing nearby, spoke up, "You 2 have finally calmed down. Look over there." Jeankin turned around and saw that the group of Chut had finally revealed themselves. The Guanglong Guild was leading a group of people moving toward them.
Longxing Tianxia laughed loudly and said, not at all, the battle between you 2 was so spectacular. I couldn't miss a second of it."
Fantasy Scenery handed over a camera-equipped sphere and said to Longxing Tianxia, "You came at the right time, all the kill videos are in here. As per our agreement, remember to pay the promised reward and rental fee." Suddenly, Longxing Tianxia broke his word and quickly shattered the camera sphere, leaving her stunned. Ghost Valley Master and Jeankin stood there, eyes wide in shock.
Fantasy Scenery was furious, shouting, "What?" Longxing Tianxia arrogantly raised his chin and said, "Oh, you're shaking now? It's just a camera, you wouldn't be upset over a camera, would you?"
Fantasy Scenery's face turned red with rage, wanting nothing more than to rush over and tear him apart.
Longxing Tianxia, he's just messing around. Oh, right, you're in it for the reward.
Ha, unfortunately, my target isn't just you 2, but also you, Fantasy Scenery.
Relying on being number 1, poking at the Guanglong Guild, and now you think you can just back out safely? Then he shouted, "You all must die."
The 3 of them stood there, looking at each other in confusion. Fantasy Scenery, incredibly angry, cursed at Longxing Tianxia, "You despicable little rat, when you invited me to cooperate, I should have killed you right then.
Damn bastard.
Jeankin Chen Sha invited you to join the contact group.
Is Longxing Tianxia still provoking?
I've invited you multiple times to join the Guanglong Guild, but you've been indifferent.
Don't blame others for the path you chose."
Jeankin turned to look at her and nodded as if signaling something. The people from Guanglong standing afar had no idea what the 3 of them were planning, as it all seemed suspicious. A message board from the contact group appeared. Ghost Valley Master cursed at fantasy scenery, "You're crazy, look at the mess you've made, hurting yourself and others.
Are you happy now?" Fantasy Scenery responded, "Ghost Valley Master, do you want to die again? Jean Chen Sha, did you bring me into this just to have this guy curse me?"
Ghost Valley Master was speechless. Jean Chen Sha hurried to mediate. "Everyone, calm down, this isn't the time to argue." Ghost Valley Master and Fantasy Scenery continued to bicker behind Jean Can, both extremely angry.
Jean Can pointed directly at Longxing Tianxia's face. "Can't win, so you'll just destroy everything? Don't you fear that this will spread and damage the reputation of Quan Long?"
Longxing Tianxia pointed back at Jean Can's face. "Ha, one's a madman who constantly steals bosses and kills people, another's a person who likes to kill anyone competing for quests to make money, and then there's the criminal mastermind at the top of the bounty list.
Do any of you have any credibility?"
A message from the contact group appeared. Jean Shensha suggested, "We are all still under level 20.
Only by cooperating can we have a chance to win." Ghost Valley Master agreed, "Alright, I'll follow your lead."
Fantasy Scenery also agreed to cooperate with you once. Longxing Tianxia shouted loudly, "The video evidence that could have earned you a reward has been destroyed by me, and the rest of you are just quitting the game to end this matter.
Quan Long, for the people, eliminates harm."
Then he ordered his subordinates,
"Escort them out of here."
The subordinates replied in unison,
"Yes."
Immediately, thousands of colorful arrows flew toward the three people on the other side.
As the arrows hit, a loud explosion occurred, shaking the entire sky.
Longxing Tianxia, thinking he had killed the three people, laughed smugly.
"Haha, record this scene and upload it to the website.
I must let everyone know the result of provoking the Quan Long Guild." Behind him, more arrows were continuously fired. A second massive explosion occurred, with an even stronger shockwave, and black smoke billowed everywhere. Suddenly, the three people successfully defended themselves and immediately rushed out, shouting at him,
"Don't even think about it."
The arrows continued to fly toward them, but Jean Chen Sha and Fantasy Scenery were unharmed. The two of them, wielding swords, flew toward the Quan Long Guild. Longxing Tianxia sneered with a contemptuous look on his face. "You're about to die, and you're still struggling.
Get them!"
Xiao Long Wang shot forward as fast as lightning, his tone full of confidence.
"Boss, watch me perform."
Another subordinate also flew forward with a knife, and in front of them, the three people were also charging at light speed. Jean Shensha executed the persevering patience move, and Fantasy Scenery was no less impressive. With a radiant slash, Fantasy Scenery shouted with great fury,
"Get out of my way!"
The two rushed forward and struck twice, causing the two subordinates to be sent flying into the air, unable to retaliate. At this moment, Longxing Tianxia gripped his spear tightly, cursing, "Two useless fools, I didn't expect to have to do it myself." He activated his skill, with fiery flames bursting forth, and a blinding golden light surrounded him, giving him a terrifying presence. He charged towards Ghost Valley Master, who quickly used his spear to block the attack. Fantasy Scenery and Jean Chen Sha were flying beside him, and he shouted loudly, Ghost Valley Master, confidently respond, leave it to me." Fantasy Scenery and Jean Chen Sha zipped past Longxing Tianxia. Upon seeing this, he sensed something was wrong. He quickly turned and ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, go protect the brothers at a distance." Ghost Valley Master saw him focusing on their fight and neglecting everything else, and he became enraged, launching an attack on him. He was not even treating him seriously.
Longxing Tianxia quickly blocked Ghost Valley Master's provocation.
"Humph, wait until your defensive skill disappears, then you'll be nothing but trash, easily crushed at any moment." At this point, Ghost Valley Master was holding something in his hand, laughing loudly, "Ha, Chen can gave me a bag of chicken rice, and my demon armor of the Overlord can last all day.
With this supply, do you have anything like it?" Ghost Valley Master continued, "One more thing, does Quan Long only have the distant side to protect?" he mocked him while launching another attack. Upon hearing this, Longxing Tianxia glanced to the left in surprise, exclaiming, "What?"
The priest Quang Longshani was being relentlessly attacked by fantasy scenery, slashing repeatedly, causing him to lose 541 health. He panicked and called for help.
Why was this woman attacking so fiercely? Someone save me!
Zhan Kenshen Sha, who was next to him, had just cut down the cavalryman Quang Long, blood pouring from his mouth. He had lost 421 HP and didn't have time to do anything, only able to scream, "This is it." How can a level 17 kill a level 25? Longxing Tianxia, seeing his subordinate chopped down, could only grit his teeth. He kept staring at the scene, neglecting his guard. Ghost Valley Master saw this as an opportunity and launched the double strike technique, Manhwa. But unfortunately for Ghost Valley Master, the other party reacted swiftly and grabbed hold of his spear. He was left dumbfounded. Blocked it. He thought. The levels were dropping so fast, the attack power of his skills wasn't enough. He immediately counterattacked, swinging his blade towards Ghost Valley Master. He sneered, "You think you can hurt me? Get lost, you're better off being a meat cushion." Then he turned to give orders to his subordinates, "Everyone, attack. Sport can't save us anymore, kill them." Zhan Kenshen Sha and fantasy scenery were still fighting hard, but things didn't seem to be going well. Fantasy scenery spoke up, "Their attacks are too strong, we need to think of a way to retreat." As fantasy scenery was about to retreat, Zhan Kenshen Sha grabbed her hand. "Calm down, no need to worry, we're a team. Ghost Valley Master just arrived in time, I'm not wrong to be here, we're a team now." He activated the demon armor of the Overlord, creating a shield to protect all three of them. They stayed inside their shields. Zhan Kenshen Sha signaled, "The attack is about to end, prepare for counterattack." Fantasy scenery immediately agreed with the decision. As the attack ended, Zhan Kan and Feng Se immediately rushed out to fight against Quang Long's people. Longxing Tianxia, seeing this, became furious. He threatened, "Zhan Kenshen Sha, don't even think about winning. Fantasy scenery, where did you come from to be with him? Longxing Tianxia, your opponent is me." She swung her sword to strike at his shoulder. He blocked it in time and asked, "Are you looking to die?" Zhan Kenshen Sha was surrounded by Quang Long's people. They were incredibly arrogant, mocking him, "You're really brainless, just die already, Zhan Kenshen Sha." Upon hearing that, he merely smiled faintly and pulled out a red card, Flame Wolf Inferno skill card. A Quang Long subordinate, upon seeing the skill card, stood in shock, astonished. How could he still have a skill card? Zhan Kan activated the skill of the card, and a golden light flashed by. Along with it was a massive fire burning through each of Quang Long's subordinates. Longxing Tianxia, seeing the large flames consuming his group, still yelled loudly, "Zhan Kenshen Sha, you forced me to do this." With that, he took out a yellow card, with a unicorn image on it. A notification appeared, "You used the Demon Horn Assault card for the first time, with 100% critical hit. The second time, 200%. The third time, 500%. The skill card granted him increased power." He immediately swung his sword toward fantasy scenery. Despite her best efforts to resist, she was sent flying, only able to utter, "You're too strong." Having dealt with the wind elements, he charged towards Zhan Kenshen Sha. By the time he arrived, Zhan Kenshen Sha was already standing, waiting for him. At the perfect moment, Longxing Tianxia flew in, striking straight at him. Zhan Kan immediately retreated to defend himself. He didn't expect the strike to be so powerful that it shattered his sword in half. Seizing the opportunity, Longxing Tianxia spun around and continued his attack, "Die." Zhan Kan, unsure of what to do next, felt that this might be the end for him. Suddenly, the demon armor of the Overlord appeared, causing his spear to only penetrate the shield. Ghost Valley Master materialized, but Longxing Tianxia's spear had already broken through the shield. The spear pierced through Ghost Valley Master's forehead, causing him to lose 418 health points. Zhan Kan, standing behind, couldn't help but compliment him, "Well done,
Ghost Valley Master. Longxing Tianxia and Ghost Valley Master faced each other. Longxing, frustrated, shouted at Valley Master, "Why the hell are you always here, no matter where I go?" Ghost Valley Master wasn't fazed and replied, "I'm the strongest in the team. Before I fall, no one else will." Next, Ghost Valley Master thrust his spear directly into Longxing Tianxia's abdomen, causing him to lose 100 health points. Longxing Tianxia still shouted, "You think that broken gun of yours can kill me? Don't make me laugh." Ghost Valley Master confidently retorted, "This is a team fight. A broken gun doesn't need to be powerful, it just needs to be enough."
The man Longxing Tianxia was still confused when fantasy scenery appeared behind him, raising her sword.
"Die, scum."
She used Radiant Slash, a streak of light cutting through the air. Her strike severed his head from his body, and his vitality was reduced by 522.
He collapsed, his body one place, his head another.
Ghost Valley Master slapped Chen on the shoulder, laughing loudly, "Huh, this feels great, nothing beats fighting as a team." Chen agreed, "Exactly." Fantasy scenery simply hummed in response. Around the three of them, there were nothing but corpses. The scene shifted to a wild forest.
Fantasy scenery, feeling tired, asked Chen, "Ghost Valley Master is gone, why haven't you logged off yet?"
Chen was sitting under a tree, resting.
He replied, "Yeah, today's been a huge loss, I've downgraded quite a bit. I need to level up first." Fantasy scenery coughed a little and then asked, "By the way, which province are you from?" Chen answered, "I'm from City S." Fang SC chimed in, "I'm from there too, could we meet up?"
Chen agreed to the proposal but set a condition, "Sure, we can meet, but you have to let me see your face.
Otherwise, forget it. I won't come since I don't even know what you look like."
After hearing this, fantasy scenery fell silent for a moment before replying. She then raised her hand to her face, preparing to remove her mask. At Housing N Sam, a small CAF in the city center, Chen was scrolling through his phone, waiting for someone. It was almost 3 o'clock, but the person he was waiting for still hadn't arrived. Just then, a delicate voice suddenly sounded, and a cup of coffee was placed on the table, startling him and causing him to look up. In front of you now is a stranger, but those around you know her, gossiping continuously. From their words, you learn that her name is Lin Yihen, the beauty queen of S University. Chen frowned slightly, murmuring the name fantasy scenery. Lin Yihen then sat down in the chair opposite him, and he immediately knew he had guessed right. He couldn't help but think, there must be some kind of plot behind this. Lin Yihen let out a soft laugh and shyly explained, "This is an apology for the previous incident. It was my greed that allowed Kwang Long to take advantage of me."
Chen shook his head, unwilling to comment.
It was all in the past, and there was nothing wrong with acting for a reward of a few thousand. But still, there was no need for her to take them down over and over again, more than a dozen times. When this matter was brought up, Lin Yihen became even more uncomfortable, speaking in a low voice. The first time was indeed for the reward, but after that, taking them down several times was really just to vent my anger. Chen frowned, clearly displeased, and Lin Yihen continued to explain the old story. Previously, I took on a mission to eliminate a Spectre patrol team that had been preparing for 10 hours. But unexpectedly, Chen and the Ghost Valley Master led the Kwang Long group to a big battle with the Spectre patrol, ruining my plan. It was a basic D-tier mission, and in the end, I got nothing. However, when she was about to take the bounty on him, she was reversed by him. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, her face flushed with frustration. Chen listened to her venting for a while before giving a wry smile and saying that they had already paid the price. He then asked her what she wanted from him. But in his heart, he secretly cursed, "This girl really holds grudges. I'd better avoid getting involved with her in the future." Lin Yihen heard his question and, without further ado, went straight to the point. She wanted to form a guild and was inviting him to join. Having once been top 1 and top 2 in collaborations, they could surely achieve smooth success together. However, as soon as the suggestion was made, Chen immediately refused. He would not join.
Lin Yihan could clearly see his determination and did not press the issue. After all, they had fought together before, and not joining didn't mean they couldn't still be friends. Lu Chen had no objections and then asked her, I take it this isn't just about dealing with Quan Long, right? Lin Yihan did not hide anything. What was Quan Long, after all? Her true goal was to dominate Duba's saber and Lu Chen himself. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Interesting. The two of them talked a little longer and reached an agreement to cooperate, then left. The next day, Ducher San and Lu Chen were packing their things. Ducher San had asked him about his meeting with Lin Yihan the previous day. He was worried that Lu Chen might have been lured into something, especially with him suddenly seeking a place to set up a studio today. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, inserted the key into the door of the room in front of them, and slowly explained, I had planned to set up a studio when I was playing more casually. The problem was that after the virtual reality game came out, I was always short on money and couldn't afford an office. But after taking down the leader of the Quan Long Guild, I got some money, so I'm really grateful for the rewards from Quan Long. The two of them slowly entered the room, glancing around. Ducher San was quite satisfied, the place was pretty good. He then asked Lu Chen, what's the next step? Lu Chen stated his goal, to recruit the first member for the studio. Upon hearing this, Ducher San's eyes instantly lit up. He was curious to see who Lu Chen would choose, and suggested fantasy scenery. What about her? But Lu Chen shook his head. Lin Yihan isn't someone who can be easily invited. Besides, she already has her own plans. Ducher San furrowed his brows slightly. Then if you can't recruit a newbie, who can you recruit? But Lu Chen nodded and gave a mysterious smile. Every studio only needs one newbie. Ducher San knew Lu Chen was implying he was the one, snorted coldly, and then asked, who exactly do you want to invite? Lu Chen smiled faintly and said a name. Of course, it's Ghost Valley Master. As soon as the name was mentioned, Ducher San was shocked. This was a top 10 ranker, the only name on the wanted list besides Lu Chen. He had really managed to invite him to the studio. Lu Chen was confident, he patted Ducher San on the shoulder and reassured him to relax, telling him to take a good nap this afternoon, and they would proceed with the next step tonight. That evening, Lu Chen logged into the game and messaged Ghost Valley Master at Han Binggang's Thama spot, asking him to come over if he wasn't busy. Ghost Valley Master quickly replied, asking what the matter was. Lu Chen told him he had something good to discuss, and he responded that he would come right away. Ghost Valley Master was a rare expert, though his current strength was far behind Lu Chen and Lin Yihan, he was still a top-tier gamer. Dealing with elites was something he could handle alone in most situations. A short while later, Ghost Valley Master finally arrived. He immediately got to the point and asked Lu Chen what the matter was. The boy called him Little Devil and then asked if he had ever considered joining any guild in the future. The Ghost Valley Master asked suspiciously, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? The boy bluntly replied, I just started a studio and want to invite you to join. The location is in the new district of City S, convenient transportation, private rooms, all meals and accommodations covered, and unlimited food for mana recovery. The Ghost Valley Master slightly frowned and arrogantly said, I'm at the top level, there are many people from the outside looking for me, why should I join your studio? The boy gave a slight smile and directly asked, do you want to become a top-tier master? Without hesitation, the Ghost Valley Master nodded, of course, he wanted to. Alright, then there's no problem. As long as you join Lu Chen's studio under his guidance, this is completely within reach. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Valley Master agreed to join and promised that one day he would defeat Lu Chen. After saying this, he left. Lu Chen watched his back and sighed helplessly. Why does everyone target you like this? The next day, at the train station, as promised, Gong Sun-gu arrived in City S. Lu Chen and Ducher San went to pick him up, greeting him warmly with Little Devil, but he was very displeased with the nickname. He angrily criticized, don't call me that anymore. Lu Chen wasn't in a rush and took him to a hot pot restaurant for a meal. Ducher San threw an arm around him and called him Little Devil, saying they'd be brothers from now on.
Faced with the familiar intimacy of Ducher San calling him big bro, he felt a bit shy and awkwardly responded, "I understand." Chen sat quietly on one side, observing the two people, feeling somewhat unsure whether he should be happy or sad. The first expert the studio had recruited turned out to be a chaos-level opponent who had his sights set on him. Ducher San squinted at him and asked, "Why are you calling me Brother B?"
Sun-gu calmly responded, "If you hate the number 13, then it becomes B."
Hearing this, Ducher San immediately became angry and told him, "Don't call me Brother B anymore." Chen furrowed his brows as he watched the two of them, but he still thought it was a good thing the senior staff of the studio was getting stronger by the day. After a while, the three of them returned to the office that Chen had just rented. Ducher San, feeling a bit guilty, explained, "We just moved in, so we haven't unpacked yet." Sun-gu didn't mind much. Once the luggage was sorted, they could clean up together. Chen first led him to see the room, but just then, his gaze suddenly fell on a mask placed on the shelf.
He recognized it immediately and was shocked, running over. "This is the VR helmet from the Hall of Fame. Could it be Chen?" He glanced at Chen behind him, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Are you really Chen?
But you said before that you're not a member of the Hall of Fame."
Chen answered casually, "Does what Chen showed at the end truly deserve a place there?"
At this moment, Ducher San proudly pulled out Chen's button and showed it off. "This is the first invincible button from the unbeaten champion."
The person in front of them was truly Chen. He then turned to Sun-gu and asked, "Don't you admire Chen?"
Sun-gu shook his head gently, denying it. His idol was a different great player, not Chen. The genius boy who defeated Park Han-wang at the National Esports Center, that was the true peak of gaming as a national competitor. Upon hearing this name, both Chen and Ducher San exchanged a glance, their faces filled with satisfaction. Sun-gu observed their expressions and a thought began to form in his mind. Sure enough, he soon saw the picture of Chen-ju and Park Han-wang placed on the shelf. He couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You're really his idol." Realizing this, Sun-gu immediately became excited, rushing over to grab Chen's hand, smiling from ear to ear, and calling him the great god. He knew how uncomfortable it was to have to delete an account in such a dynamic field, but today they were teammates, and he was determined to help him take revenge. Chen gently shook his head and said, "There is a dream, but it's not about taking revenge. It's about realizing their dream, all of them, the dream of ruling Fubing, Duba and Zone Z, and even competing with the top experts from all over the world on the same stage to become number one in the world. Therefore, I suggest that their studio be named Crimson Mercenary Group. For you, Sun-gu, it's all about the wild spirits, bound to the color of blood. And with the initial investment in the studio being a bit limited, it's clear that we will have to take on contracted tasks to make money." Without hesitation, Sun-gu agreed, saying, "This name is great, it reminds me of the image of slaughter on the battlefield." Ducher San was no exception. From now on, this place would be the studio of Crimson Mercenary Group. Thus, a team was formed. The three of them, Chen, Ducher San, and Sun-gu, sat on the sofa to discuss their next steps.
Chen asked everyone, "What do you think our initial goal should be?"
Ducher San quickly said, "They want to take over Icebound Fortress and conquer female players, but Sun-gu wants to defeat Quan Long, destroy Duba, and trample Zhulong." However, Chen replied in a low voice, their initial goal was to make money. Upon hearing this, both Ducher San froze. Ducher San quickly took out a calculator to figure out the costs, 6 months of rent, for computers, in-game purchases, and so the 80,000 reward had already been spent in just 2 days. Chen sighed, "We only have enough money left for food this week.
If we don't make more money, they'll have to eat dirt next week." At this moment, Sun-gu suggested using his own bounty money.
It was then that Ducher San remembered. They still had the bounty money from the little demon.
Chen agreed, "I'll go level up. You two can log in and claim the reward first."
As soon as Chen logged in, he headed to the location to complete a quest. Not long after, Ducher San called to inform him that the bounty had been cancelled.
Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Did Kuang Long suddenly grow some brains? Then, Ducher San and the little demon could only join a party to farm dungeons for 40 silver. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good, you can level up and make some money. Later, Ducher San excitedly said, I found a deal for you. A top-tier player on the leaderboard just posted an order for 100 level 3 food portions, each worth 50 silver. They need them urgently, to be completed within 12 hours. Lu Chen opened the materials list to check and then frowned. A top-tier player needing a large amount of food on such short notice means they're preparing to fight a boss. You suggested that Ducher San ask for an additional 5%, and Ducher San, being quite timely, wanted to ask for 10%. At this moment, a news notification suddenly appeared on the board. Dominating Saber has successfully reached level 30, becoming the first level 30 player of Icebound Fortress. Lu Chen saw this and couldn't help but feel aggrieved. If it weren't for losing levels while fighting Lin Yihan, would he be the first to reach level 30? Never mind, just go make some money first. With that, he rushed to the Fong Canyon to look for the green chili, only to find that the green chili was guarded by a giant snake, and he had no idea what its level was. Lu Chen looked at the snake in front of him and furrowed his brows. I can't see its level, so at least it's 10 levels higher than me. Just picking at chili and risking your life like this? You should make that Dan Shu Tai Kogai pay double for this. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate anymore and charged forward, using persevering patience to begin attacking the giant snake. One strike from him caused a critical hit, and he was very pleased with the result. Indeed, when fighting a snake, you must strike at 7 inches, it's very effective. Immediately after, he continued to target that spot, landing another powerful hit. However, at that moment, the giant snake suddenly swung its tail toward him, causing him to scream in pain. Not only that, it also spat out a cloud of blue smoke, attacking Lu Chen. The moment he came into contact with the blue smoke, the system notified him that he was poisoned and lost 5% of his current health. He couldn't help but frown. The poison is too strong. I need to finish this quickly. With that thought, Lu Chen immediately summoned Spectre. The giant snake continued to spit venom at him relentlessly. However, the snake suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout its body, and its blood drained rapidly, yet the attacker was nowhere to be seen. But Lu Chen saw it. He smiled in satisfaction and praised, "Good job, Big Bear." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air. The sharp sword light was like a flash of lightning, cutting into the snake's body and causing immense damage. To finish off the snake, he drove the sword fiercely into its back with a powerful thrust. Purple light danced through the air as the strike dealt a critical hit, and the snake died just like that. The good news was that after defeating it, Lu Chen leveled up to 31, becoming the leader of Icebound Fortress. Lu Chen casually stood on the snake's back, collecting items and checking the rankings. He saw that Lin Yihan had reached level 30 and couldn't help but sigh, "This beauty is leveling up quickly too, but still a bit behind me." The boss snake dropped a lot of experience, and the items it dropped were quite good, most of them were valuable. He decided to keep the skill books and sell the rest for a high price. He was going to make a fortune. Lu Chen looked at the snake's corpse in front of him and thought it would be a waste not to make use of it. Its power wasn't weak, making it a good replacement for Big Bear. Without hesitation, he began chanting the Death Summon incantation and summoned a specter. It didn't take long for him to succeed. His specter transformed into the Spectre Snake King. Lu Chen was thrilled. After creating this level 3 pet, it was time to grind for more levels and further enhance his strength. At Han Binggang Cross, Lu Chen came to find Siren, and as soon as they met, he was scolded by him. He said, "With your appearance like this, how dare I entrust the mission of the Soul Swordsman to you?" Lu Chen could only awkwardly reply, "I've already rushed as fast as I could." Siren sighed softly, then said, "Give him 5 gold coins, and he will perform the promotion ceremony for you, and also gift you 3 new skill books." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was a little doubtful. Is it really that simple? Are there no other requirements? Siren frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Lu Chen gave a small smile, shook his head, then handed him the 5 gold coins. Sulin began performing the promotion ceremony for him. He successfully upgraded to a bronze rank swordsman, but the process was so easy that it felt unreal to him. However, he didn't think much of it and still believed Sulin wouldn't harm him. Then he checked the 3 skill books that Sulin had given him. After a while, Sulin spoke again. Now that you've mastered the new skills, hurry and go fight to improve yourself. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to agree and quickly ran off. As he watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, Sulin suddenly revealed a malicious smile. You need to get stronger quickly, my good disciple. He won't be able to wait much longer to take your soul. Elsewhere, in the Crying Canyon, where demonic knights were stationed. In a nearby bush, Lin Yihan and Lu Chen were hiding, observing. Lin Yihan said in a deep voice, "It's difficult to deal with. Later, you will be the one to strike." Lu Chen assisted, nodding slightly, assuring her, "As long as the money's in hand, it's all just a small matter." Lin Yihan snorted coldly, calling him a money grubber, then suggested they charge together. As soon as she stepped forward, she used Radiant Slash, but unfortunately, the demonic knight managed to block her attack, taking no damage at all. Right after that, Lu Chen also rushed forward, using his sword with purple energy to slash at the knight's abdomen, but the damage caused was minimal. At this point, the Saudi knight had pushed Lin Yihan away and was facing Lu Chen. Seeing the sword coming toward him, he quickly dodged to the side and glanced at Lin Yihan. Unable to hold back, he questioned, "Where did this Lin beauty girl take on such a high-level mission? Playing like this is a bit too risky." Hearing this, she fiercely bit her lip and retorted, "This is my class advancement quest." Lu Chen, somewhat surprised, asked the traveler, "Is class advancement really that hard?" Lin Yihan, while shooting flames at the knight, answered his question, "Class advancement is hard for everyone, and the special classes are even harder." At this moment, a powerful beam of light appeared in her hand, shooting toward the demonic knight at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was lost in thought. "Your mission is easy. Could Sulin want you to level up quickly?" "No, something's off. There's definitely something wrong." At that very moment, the Saudi knight, hit by the beam of light, suffered a 20% reduction in power but suddenly pierced through the light barrier, slashing at Lin Yihan, causing her to jump back in surprise. She quickly retreated, a look of doubt in her eyes. How can a dark creature slash through light? The sharp red sword light was rushing towards her. Immediately after, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, and flames erupted into the air. Fortunately, before it could detonate, Lu Chen had summoned Spectre, using its tail to tightly wrap around Lin Yihan and pull her out. She asked, slightly surprised, "You can change your summoned creature?" He snorted coldly, proudly saying that there were many things she didn't know. Then, he suggested that they move forward together. Lin Yihan immediately agreed. The two of them, along with the Spectre Snake King, charged straight at the demonic knight. Lu Chen activated persevering patience, and the sword chi began to dance in the air, striking with the speed of lightning, causing critical damage to the knight. Meanwhile, the Spectre Snake King also sprayed poison towards the knight, poisoning it. Every 10 seconds, 5% of its current health was reduced. The demonic knight's health kept dropping. Lin Yihan and Lu Chen's attacks grew more intense as they tightly restrained it, one in front and one behind. A second later, both of them used their skills simultaneously to attack the knight. Under their fierce momentum, the knight was slain, and both Lin Yihan and Lu Chen reached level 32, becoming the top players on the leaderboard. Lu Chen put away his sword and said, dissatisfied, "I just sat at the top for 2 hours and now she's pushed me down. Taking 2 gold from her feels like a bit of a loss." Lin Yihan pouted slightly and casually replied, "You were the one who said you wouldn't overcharge, don't even think about raising the price at the last minute." Then, she added, "I have a quest that pays 3 gold per hour, are you interested?" At the Colossal Stone Gorge, a group of players was attacking the Guardian of the Colossal Stone together. Meanwhile, not far away, in a bush, Lu Chen and Lin Yihan were hiding. Lu Chen cast a doubtful glance at her. This was her mission worth 3 gold. To defeat the level 44 boss, Quan Long, she calmly admitted that this boss had a chance of dropping a 100% pet capture seal card. Lu Chen frowned after hearing this, feeling a bit excited. Alright, but you'll need to pay extra.
Facing this money-driven guy, Lin Yihan sighed a little helplessly.
If we succeed, there will be extra payment.
Lu Chen chuckled softly, assuring her to trust him. She knew he was very capable, but didn't forget to remind the team leader about the potential dangers.
This time, real experts were helping Lin Yihan. What Lin Yihan meant were Dan Shu Taiko, a level 31 warrior, and Fan Yin Fuyu, a level 31 dark knight. Lu Chen observed the two of them skillfully fighting the colossal stone boss and couldn't help but admire. Have they joined Quan Long?
As expected of top players, they immediately figured out that the boss's joint area is its weak spot.
Lin Yihan nodded in agreement.
Longxing Tianxia had invested a lot of money into the virtual reality game and had recruited many top-ranking players.
Lu Chen clicked his tongue. Must be nice to have money.
If I'd known Dan Shu Taiko was part of Quan Long, I would have charged for Tier 3 food supplies. Too bad there's no such thing as regret potions. At that moment, the battle between the Colossal Stone and Quan Long's people was intensifying. The energy from their skills was spreading everywhere. The Colossal Stone, disturbed by their constant attacks, grew furious, causing Quan Long's team to quickly retreat. Lin Yihan saw the scene and immediately suggested, "Boss, it's getting close, prepare to attack." But Lu Chen stopped him. Lin Yihan followed his command, waiting silently, continuing to observe the battle between Quan Long and the Colossal Stone. At this moment, Longxing Tianxia saw a good opportunity and quickly suggested, "Everyone, attack with full force." Immediately, a series of skills were launched, targeting the joints of the Colossal Stone, causing its health to quickly drop. At this point, the Colossal Stone's health was only a little over 2,000.
Quan Long's group continued to attack the Colossal Stone.
After a while, its health was reduced to just 2,000. The two of them simultaneously charged forward, dashing toward the Colossal Stone like lightning. Lin Yihan sensed something and shouted loudly, "An ambush!" The two quickly raised their swords to block the ambush, and a loud explosion echoed, followed by a large spark appearing in the sky. Longxing Tianxia, seeing this, was pleased. "Sure enough, a rat fell into the trap, and it's someone we know." He glanced at the person beside him, giving them a compliment, then ordered, "Quickly finish off the boss." However, at that moment, a voice full of mockery rang out, "You think you can hurt us with that little gust of wind technique? Truly delusional." By the time they looked back, they saw two figures, Lu Chen and his companion, standing on top of the massive snake's head. Lu Chen snorted coldly, "Looks like you've learned your lesson, now you even know how to set an ambush." Dan Shu Taiko, stunned, looked at the two of them, "How come they're fine?" But no one answered him. The two of them, along with the Snake King, simultaneously charged forward. Quan Long's group saw Lu Chen's Spectre Snake King for the first time, and it was clearly harder to deal with than they had expected. They hurriedly blocked the head of the serpent, not allowing the two to approach the Colossal Stone. Lu Chen snorted coldly, then swung his sword down, directly cutting down one of them. After eliminating a few small fry, 3 others used shields to block the 3 of them, and an invisible wall appeared around them. However, the two didn't panic. Lin Yihan calmly used the piercing light to attack. Immediately, a beam of light pierced through the invisible wall in an instant, breaking the encirclement of the 3 in front of them. After that, the two arrived in front of the Colossal Stone. Lin Yihan smugly said, "It's your turn now, boss." Without further words, they grabbed their weapons and rushed in, but Lu Chen's Spectre aura had been depleted by now. The two didn't pay much attention to that, focusing on attacking the Colossal Stone, though the damage dealt was not very significant. Dan Shu Taiko, seeing this, became anxious and hurriedly ordered, "Don't hit the boss by mistake. Focus fire on the two Lu Chen, control the boss's health, he must use his final attack." At the same time, after some attacks, Lu Chen's duo had reduced the Colossal Stone's health to just 1,700, but the Quan Long Guild's attacks were still landing. Lin Yihan immediately suggested, "Let me block the damage, so Lu Chen can finish off the boss." Lu Chen immediately charged to the top of the Colossal Stone and swung down, but missed. Lin Yihan anxiously asked, "Can you do it?"
He snorted and replied, "A man can't say he can't do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated persevering patience, and the sharp sword light slashed down from the top of the colossal stone, directly taking away all of its health and finishing it off on the spot. Chen had also reached level 32. The Quan Long group was stunned by the sight, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. Dan Shu Taiku exclaimed in horror, over 1700 health, and even 2 critical hits from him might not have done it, yet Chen only needed 1 strike to cause such massive damage. Fan Yunfu Yu reacted quickly, urging him to grab the spoils, and he immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them charged forward at the same time, but Lin Yihan had already noticed and used Radiant Slash to block their way, buying time for Chen to gather the loot. The Quan Long group, now furious, rushed forward to attack. Lin Yihan noticed the large number of enemies on the other side and quickly shouted to Chen, "Hurry up and go." Chen had already collected everything and had no reason to stay. Soon after, the two of them passed through the firewall and ran off. The Quan Long group, seeing this, yelled in rage, "Stop them! It's a pity no one ever stops when they run." Flames continued to surge toward them. The two quickly dodged. Lin Yihan asked, "Do you have a way to escape?" Chen nodded slightly before suggesting, "Attack the cliffs on either side." Lin Yihan followed the suggestion and struck the cliff. In no time, giant rocks tumbled down, filling the ground in an instant, trapping the Quan Long group inside. They were unable to follow, and angrily howled toward the sky. Outside, Chen grinned with satisfaction as they ran off. The two quickly made their way back to the W forest. After inspecting the loot, Lin Yihan, still dissatisfied, said, "Big problem. Only the ceiling token is usable, the weapon isn't my type, the ring has dark attributes, and I still have to pay you." Chen heard this and immediately suggested that she hand the ring to him. She looked at him suspiciously, then raised an eyebrow and said, "This is a ring with growth potential, how could the rental fee be enough? 15 gold is not a single coin less." Chen let out a faint laugh. Lin Yihan, noticing the sword in his hand, was immediately astonished. "Ah, it's been a long time since I've come out, so I suggest an exchange." Chen raised an eyebrow, giving her a provocative look, and returned her words from earlier in full. "You want 25 gold. Lin Yihan gritted her teeth and cursed him for being greedy, but still handed him the ring, then took out a dagger and added more money. After completing the transaction, Lin Yihan thanked him and left. He didn't pay much attention, smiling and saying, "As long as the money is enough, the Crimson Mercenary Group will never disappoint." Meanwhile, in the frozen forest, a group of people, after defeating the boss, were huddling in the area. Ducher San furrowed his brow and looked at Illusion of Windy Forest, questioning. "The boss has been taken down, are you not going to let them leave?" Hearing this, Illusion of Windy Forest simply chuckled lightly and said, "Ducher San and Gong Sun Gu can leave, but he needs to talk to the two members of Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls. He wants to buy Lai Yang's armor for 2 gold, and if they sell it to him, he won't make a move." This was clearly a threat. Lai Yang, hearing this, became furious. If they wanted to fight, then let them fight. The copper great armor was worth at least 20 gold, did he think they were fools? At that moment, Ducher San patted Mingyu, who was standing beside him, to reassure her. "Don't worry, when the weak are bullied by the strong, they won't just stand by and watch." Then, he glanced at Gong Sun Gu behind him. Gong Sun Gu stepped forward and casually said, "The rent is 50 silver coins. If the deal is settled, I'll take care of them right away." Illusion of Windy Forest sneered disdainfully upon hearing this, how arrogant. Ducher San doesn't give in that easily. The Crimson Mercenary Group will definitely handle this. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Illusion of Windy Forest immediately ordered his men to charge, intending to force Lai Yang to hand over the armor. Both sides immediately clashed in a fight. Illusion of Windy Forest went head-to-head with Ducher San, but the difference in strength was overwhelming. Ducher San quickly fell into a disadvantage, feeling quite smug this was all the Crimson Mercenary Group had to offer. At that moment, his eyes were filled with fighting intent, ready to strike a fatal blow to finish off Ducher San. Ducher San, panicked, called for Ghost Valley Master to help him. Ghost Valley Master, who had been fighting the enemy, heard the call and immediately rushed over, blocking a strike from Illusion of Windy Forest. As soon as Ghost Valley Master saw the newcomer, he called out, "Big Brother," which startled both Mingyu and the others. Illusion of Windy Forest recognized who had arrived and clenched his teeth. Chen sheathed his sword and looked up at the person in front of him, coldly speaking, "You dare to lay a hand on my brother?" At the same time, Mingyu, standing behind, gazed at his back, vaguely reminded of the past. Chen had once stood before her, saying something similar. It felt so much like the Chen from that time. And sure enough, she had guessed correctly, it was him. Illusion of Windy Forest, initially stunned, quickly regained his composure, brandishing his sword to counter, cursing at Chen for being arrogant. Chen used a mercy strike to attack, but suddenly lost sight of his target. He even thought that the strike had missed. He arrogantly laughed, thinking, to miss at such close range, truly just a name without substance. Seeing his attitude, Chen simply chuckled softly, "Is that so?" Immediately after, Chen's attack speed changed. This time, he used persevering patience to strike, and this hit caused a significant amount of damage to his opponent. Illusion of Windy Forest fiercely bit his lip. How could the damage be that high? He immediately called his teammates to retreat. Chen watched as the group quickly disconnected, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Seeing there was nothing else to do, he called for Ducher San and the others to leave. Meanwhile, in the Qingtianzi Canyon, Yu was resting on a rock when he suddenly received a message from Illusion of Windy Forest, warning him to be careful of piercing strike of sinking sand. Cieo stared at the message for a long time before replying, "Got it." Piercing strike of sinking sand was ranked in the top 3, and its strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Back on Chen's side, the 3 of them were about to leave when they were suddenly called back by Mingyu. Chen furrowed his brow and asked her, "Is there something wrong?" She thanked him for saving her and, after a moment's hesitation, invited him to join the ancient sort of dreaming souls. Chen was slightly surprised and hesitated for a long time before remaining silent. Mingyu tried to persuade him, saying that the ancient sort of dreaming souls was very powerful and had ample resources, but Chen felt that it wasn't the right time yet, so he turned down the offer, citing that he already had the Crimson Mercenary group of his own. However, if he needed them next time, he could hire them, as they would be more than happy to take on a mission for someone as beautiful as her. After saying that, he led the 2 Ghost Valley Masters away. Ducher San also happily greeted her with a hello. Chen was originally a member of the ancient sort of dreaming souls, so what more was there to join? Mingyu watched Chen's back as he walked away, a trace of sadness appearing in her eyes. Long asked Su Yang if he thought Chen resembled an old friend of hers. Su Yang knew who she was referring to aside, and called out Chen's name. Mingyu, in a melancholy tone, said, "Ever since that time, he's been like a soul lost and fought every day." His chance to be promoted to director also slipped away. Su Yang patted her shoulder to comfort her, "There's nothing we can do. When he comes online again, we'll help her level up." Mingyu sighed helplessly, it was the only thing they could do. After saying that, the 2 of them turned and left. At the trading market of Icebound Fortress, Chen came here to buy a sealing card. After receiving it, he grumbled in dissatisfaction, "One card costs 20 silver coins? This is a scam. If it weren't for you already having a special grade 1, no one would buy this," he continued. "I wonder if the guild leader got promoted to director." Thinking of this, he suddenly fell into deep thought, then shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. "Let's go catch some battle pets first." Chen looked at a row of battle pets in front of him. The green praying mantis was an attack-type pet, but its speed was very slow. Zim was a defense type, good for tanking, while the fire wolf and saber-toothed tiger were also decent. However, none of them really satisfied him, so he continued to choose, focusing on a 4.5-star attack pet. It had decent speed, wind resistance, and health regeneration. After making his selection, Chen ran to the forest of poisonous bees. He found a strong, large bee and threw the sealing card at it. Right after that, a yellow light enveloped the old man. Not long after, it entered the ceiling talisman. Chen was very satisfied.
The starting stats were over 19 points, which wasn't too bad.
At that moment, Lin Yihan sent a message asking him, "What pet did you catch?"
He sent a picture and the attributes of the golden bee. She also sent him a picture of her fire sword. After Chen finished looking at Lin Yihan's fire sword, he glanced at the golden bee with some dissatisfaction. Indeed, compared to people, it was frustrating, but compared to equipment, he just wanted to toss it aside. While he was still thinking, two figures suddenly approached from behind. It was dominating battle deity and dominating war god. They wanted to buy the golden bee from him for 5 gold coins. When he turned around to look at them, he scoffed disdainfully.
5 gold coins? Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Not for sale.
The two of them, seeing that he was being unreasonable, warned him, "You should hand over the item politely, don't be like Lai Yang, appearing and not knowing how to behave."
Without saying anything more, they immediately attacked.
The sword energy danced through the air, slashing toward the two of them, with immense destructive power. By the time they reacted, Chen was nowhere to be seen. Chen had already moved behind them, coldly telling them, "Surrender your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his sword through dominating war god's body. Taking this opportunity, dominating battle deity rushed in front of him.
However, Chen didn't panic.
He only scoffed coldly, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from his line of sight. His sword slashed through empty air, but at that moment, Chen delivered a horizontal strike that cut across him. At this moment, Chen was filled with hatred.
So it was these scumbags who attacked Su Yang. The sacred ancient sword soul should never be offended.
However, just then, a beam of sword light suddenly slashed toward him, the strike of the reaching blade, causing him to lose a significant amount of health.
Chen was startled and turned around. It was the bastard dominating saber.
He had ambushed him. This smug bastard didn't care whether he attacked from behind or face to face.
He kicked Chen in the chest, and immediately, Chen fell into a pit not far away.
The people from Duba's group, walking beside him, asked if dominating saber needed to go down and finish off Chen. However, he shook his head and said, "No need. The situation isn't clear, but there's only one exit. Just stay here and guard it." Hearing this, the person standing next to him immediately praised him for his wisdom.
What's the point of being the president of Duba?
Just a scumbag who ambushed him, and now he's getting retribution. Siren, who had somehow appeared behind them, fiercely slashed at him. Duba's group was startled and tried to dodge, but Siren's attack was too fast.
They couldn't escape in time and could only brace themselves to block the blow. One of them frantically asked, "Should we still keep an eye on Chen?" Dominating Saber gently shook his head and replied, "Hurry up and withdraw."
Down in the pit, Chen had fallen into a beehive. He gritted his teeth and cursed the bastard dominating Saber. How dare he play dirty with an ambush? Once he got out, he would make him pay. But what he should worry about right now were the swarms of bees in front of him, including tiger bees, assassin bees, tough enemies to deal with, and there was even a boss. However, at that moment, he noticed that the Mystic Wind boss was only level 1. Could it be the highest quality boss level pet in Legend? Thinking of this, he immediately felt joyful. This was the protagonist's glory. Chen excitedly muttered, "Indeed, there's fortune in adversity. I found a real bargain. I really have to thank the dominating Saber." This was clearly a rare opportunity. He immediately took out his ceiling card, but the Mystic Wind boss looked at him with an extremely contemptuous gaze.
Chen was somewhat annoyed. Why's this thing so arrogant?
It's just a level 1 boss, let's try using the regular ceiling card first. With that, he immediately threw the card towards it. A strange pattern appeared in the air, surrounding the Mystic Wind boss, but the process stopped at 90%. Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. There's hope now. However, Chen was a bit dissatisfied. Wasn't it supposed to work in 5 attempts? Is it really that hard to seal a level 1 boss pet? He sighed helplessly and finally had to use the special ceiling card.
After thinking for a moment, he immediately threw the red card at the Mystic Wind boss. Sensing the danger, the swarm of bees immediately flew out to protect it. Chen rushed forward and slashed at the bees in front of him, smugly saying, "Even the Mystic Wind boss gets scared sometimes." But then, another group of level 1 bees appeared to shield it. Chen became slightly angry, he had to isolate it. He then pretended to swing his weapon wildly, missing on purpose, and the bees took the opportunity to attack him. His health continued to drop, yet he still couldn't lure the Mystic Wind boss out. Then, he completely pretended to fall and lay motionless. Boss Mystic Wind joyfully flew over to his side. At that moment, he immediately sprang up. "I've been waiting for it for a while." With that, he didn't hesitate to throw the special class sealing token outside. At that moment, a red pattern appeared, surrounding Boss Mystic Wind. After a while, the sealing process was successfully completed. Chen grinned in satisfaction. "The special class seal is indeed worth it. I should thank Kwang Long for this." He quickly opened the status panel of Boss Mystic Wind and his eyes widened in shock. Attack growth of 6, agility growth of 5.5 stars. Mystic Wind was truly overpowered. Let's see if Lin Yihan will still be arrogant this time. After thinking, he immediately called the bee in front of him to check the situation up there, followed by its level 1 subordinates. Mystic Wind immediately nodded, then flew up to take a look, and quickly returned to report. There was only one person up there, which startled him. So, Dominating Saber was alone, and yet still dared to watch over him? How foolish. After thinking, he immediately jumped out of the hole with his sword, intending to take Dominating Saber's life. But as soon as he rose, he saw Sullen standing there firmly. He immediately sheathed his sword and asked why he wasn't at Han Bing Gang but had come to this place. Sullen pouted and said, "Why can't I come here?" Then, he threw him a map and said, "In the northern forest of Han Bing Gang, there is a pack of vicious hell wolves that specialize in hunting and killing Yiling. I need you to take care of them." Chen frowned when he heard this. "You went through all this trouble just to have me deal with a few wolves?" Sullen, upon hearing this, angrily scolded him. It was hard enough to get this task from Faker. He wants you to get stronger quickly. You should be thanking him and get to work on the mission. Suddenly scolded, Chen was a little startled and quickly said, "Please don't be angry. I'll go do the mission right away." Soon after, he ran into the forest and began slaughtering the hell wolves. It didn't take long for him to complete the mission, but he only received a 3rd-tier reward with nothing else. Chen was a bit suspicious. Why was a mission personally given by an NPC so simple? But he decided to finish it first and see what Sullen was up to. After completing the task, Chen returned to the cross at Han Bing Gang. Sullen, knowing he had finished, handed him the reward. The most noteworthy item was the wolf leg armor. Sullen then said in a low voice, "This equipment not only has great attributes but also increases damage to beast-type monsters by 10%, which is just as good as copper grade gear." Chen quickly took the leg armor and then said with joy, "This leg armor is indeed overpowered, but it doesn't seem like it's worth him going out of his way for. What if someone mistakes it for a boss in the area?" Sullen shook his head slightly and said, "It's fine, no need to worry about him. You've grown stronger now. He needs you to become stronger, strong enough to confront him." Chen slightly furrowed his brows. It was probably Sullen who had chased the Dominating Saber away. Although he treated him very well, facing that old man, a Yiling like this made him shiver, feeling a bit of danger. Afterward, he logged off and went out to eat a bowl of noodles with San and the others. San looked at him and smiled, saying, "You really make a lot of money," even gave them 2 more eggs. He chose not to comment and urged Bowen to hurry up, then went to work, where he received a golden mission from Mingyu's place. Upon hearing this, San was immediately astonished and asked with suspicion, "Did Mingyu take the initiative to hire you? Isn't that risky?" Chen gently shook his head and said, "Maybe he just wants to test things out. This time, I will assist Gong Sun-gu as the main force." Gong Sun-gu slightly nodded in agreement, then asked, "Why not reveal your identity?" While eating, Chen explained, back then, it was because of me that the ancient sword of dreaming souls collapsed. I have no right to rejoin. I can only protect them in secret. Besides, right now, I don't look fully human, not quite a ghost either, it would just scare them. After saying this, Chen urged them to eat quickly, mentioning he had a surprise for them. Hearing this, both of them became excited and asked, "What is it?" Chen didn't reveal anything and stood up to leave, reminding them to wash the bowl. The two began to argue about who would wash the dishes, getting into a noisy quarrel. At Icebound Fortress, Chen took out 2 beast-taming seal cards and handed them to the two of them. These were rare quality pets. Both of them were delighted when they received them. Chen had prepared them specifically for them, urging them to equip them quickly so everyone could see the strength of the Crimson Blood sect. Immediately after that, the bees appeared, following the 3 people. Everyone who saw them started to discuss. The pet system had clearly just been opened, yet they had already obtained a boss-level pet, and it was a rare one. Some even exclaimed that they were being too exaggerated. At this moment, Mingyu walked over from the other side. Upon seeing the 3 of them, she smiled faintly, wondering why there were so many people. It turned out to be them. Chen casually said, "I can't keep the customers waiting," then asked, "Are there 2 others with you?" Mingyu shook her head slightly and replied, "It's just me and Lai Yang." Chen didn't mind and said, "That's enough people, let's get going." The group quickly set off. As they walked, Ducher San couldn't help but marvel, Lai Yang has switched classes to level 30 already? Lai Yang chuckled lightly and said, "Still far behind Crimson Blood and the others, but at least I have a pet ahead." Mingyu also asked Chen about the fight with Duba in the forest of poisonous bees. Was it because of the pet? He shook his head in denial. Mingyu didn't press further, but then expressed her gratitude. "A few days ago, your people were held off by Du Blang all night, and you helped us get revenge." Chen let out a faint laugh and said, "Saying thank you is not sincere enough, how about replacing it with some gold instead?" Mingyu sighed when she heard that but still agreed to give him an additional gold after the mission was completed. After a while, the group reached the Hanbing forest. "Is there a boss-level tree demon here?" Lai Yang immediately spoke up. "It only has a continuous spear thrusting skill. As long as you avoid it, it's not hard to defeat," Lai Yang replied. The Ghost Valley Master nodded slightly, then suggested, "I'll activate the demon armor of the Overlord and stand in front. Everyone can just attack it." The others also thought this was a good idea. However, while no one was paying attention, a tree root suddenly emerged from beneath the ice and tightly gripped Mingyu's hand. No one had time to react, and it quickly lifted her into the air. She was startled and cried out for help. Amid the battle, with danger closing in, Mingyu was suddenly surrounded by long, tentacle-like vines that latched onto her. The soldiers around her panicked. "What is this? Didn't the boss only have one skill?" Windy Forest was confused, and no one else around knew either. "Stop asking questions, just save her," someone shouted. As one person leaped forward, he too was unable to escape the grasp of the vines. More of them emerged from the ground. Zhankan Shensha, also known as Chen, quickly soared through the air and used his sword to slash the stubborn vines into hundreds of pieces. Mingyu, as a result, fell freely, but fortunately, Chen managed to catch her in time. Another threat appeared in the form of a fiery technique. Chen immediately became alert. "Mingyu, be careful, that's the fire dragon technique, from a fire-breathing dragon." Chen used his cloak to shield himself from the flames. Mingyu cast a healing spell to support him from behind. The two families had met, and it turned out they shared the same ideal. Heavens, does the family want to take the boss? Windy Forest's T&CH greeted them. "You all haven't seen each other in a long time, but now is not the time for friendly greetings, the boss is still here." After a bit of maneuvering, the boss finally revealed itself. One person shouted, "Everyone be careful, the boss is attacking." The boss shot out a barrage of sharp arrows. Just one of them would be enough to end someone's life, yet Chen continued to defend.
shielding Mingyu behind him. On the other hand, Windy Forest was extremely pleased and ordered the mages and archers on his side to never stop, to kill every single one of these rats and the boss for him. Ducher San noticed the situation was getting out of hand and asked Chen about the next strategy. There's danger lurking both ahead and behind.
Mingyu is doing well with her support role, healing everyone.
I'll organize the formation and have everyone stay back to deal with the boss. Meanwhile, I'll handle Jiasu down below. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen advanced toward the enemy. After analyzing the situation, he realized the enemy had a lot of people. For now, he needed to take care of the ones at a distance first. After setting up the formation, Chen headed straight to where the most enemies were clustered in the distance. As he was charging halfway, Windy Forest was already standing there, as if he had been waiting. He's raising his sword, ready to strike Chen with a deadly blow. To block us with just your own strength? How ridiculous. No sooner had he spoken, Windy Forest lunged forward, delivering a swift and fatal slash. However, Chen quickly dodged the deadly strike. Instantly, he appeared behind the phantom clone, clearly unaware of his own limitations. Without hesitation, Chen gave him a brutal critical hit. It wasn't hard to see the decapitated head of the arrogant foe. Whoever stands in my way, I will surely make them die. However, in a moment of carelessness, Chen was caught off guard by a light blow. Damn it, I lost 2 seconds. Chen then continued his analysis, looking down at the group of people in the image. Their skills had no effect, and all the equipment they wore was mystic tin. Their skill power couldn't inflict much damage. So, he quickly delivered a finishing blow to end these harmless people. Seeing this scene, everyone was filled with fear. Wow, Zhang Kenshen is really too powerful now. Mr. Fong and several mages were handled by him. Beside them, Phantom Clone Channel quickly reassured. She has seen it, don't worry, they are clearly outnumbered. All the archers put all their effort into blocking Zhang Kenshen. The remaining 2 mages focused on killing Mudong Mingyu first. It turned out that the terrifying fire dragon technique was channels. She summoned it again to counterattack Zhang Kenshen. But he wasn't so easily caught. He swiftly dodged and pierced through the flame stream, advancing toward her. Channel was just looking for her own death. Down below, the archers, led by Fake Shadow of the Deep Sea, coordinated their strategy. Hundreds of arrows were fired simultaneously. Chen found himself in a dangerous situation, being hit by a barrage of arrows. Although the damage from the arrows was not high, their sheer number was overwhelming. Suddenly, his defense points were greatly boosted, and green healing auras surrounded him. It turned out to be Mingyu. Thank goodness, your healing is so timely, he said, feeling grateful and giving a thumbs up. Reinforced with strength, Chen advanced straight toward the phantom clones, facing Zhang Kenshen. In a fit of rage, Demon God Awakening retaliated fiercely, shouting, "How useless are you all? You can't even land a single hit." She began to summon the ice spike technique, firing a series of sharp ice beams. Chen responded with his sword, striking like lightning, shattering the ice beams, and gradually advancing toward Channel. By using his incredible speed, he dashed through the incoming bullet barrage, reaching the Channel before she could react. She could only gape in astonishment at the sheer madness of his speed. Chen executed a persevering patience move aimed directly at the Channel, landing a powerful blow that sent her flying. However, she quickly summoned the Dragon Fire technique, Zhang Kenshen, shouting, "Die, you bastard!" But while she was defending, she didn't anticipate being finished off. Lai Yang appeared out of nowhere, striking the Channel with a lethal blow. The remaining members of Phantom Clone, after nearly all being wiped out, cursed silently, "Damn it!" But he too was dealt with immediately by Little Demon. Chen praised the swift and decisive actions. With that, all of Phantom Clone's forces had been dealt with. Ducher San rushed over, and thanks to the help of the beautiful Mingyu, they successfully captured the boss. Chen commended, "Well done, blood-red mercenaries.
We can never allow ourselves to be bullied. You want to take the bones from our mouths? Dream on.
Once again, the team set off for battle, with the brothers leading the charge, not letting a single one escape. A barrage of moves followed: demon god slash, death squads, healing spells, and the persevering patients couldn't hold out any longer. The system finally announced that the player illusion of Windy Forest had logged out, and Phantom Clone's channel resumed. Ducher San and Lai Yan were in high spirits, elated by the victory. After being pushed around for so long, they had finally won a battle. Big Sister would be online at 10 p.m. tonight, and he could deliver the good news. Lai Yang bro, with us blood-red mercenaries, there's no such thing as defeat. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, thought to himself, so the final boss has finally arrived? Mingyu stepped forward, and within half a second, the sound of the boss's tree exploding could be heard. It was all a token of gratitude, more level 4 armor materials, which would be of great help to the blood-colored mercenaries. They hoped that the team could accept it. Lu Chen had no objection. Alright, I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Ducher San once again greeted Mingyu and the others. Lu Chen was still deep in thought. The boss had arrived, it would be 10 p.m. tonight, and the ropes and wolf pelts would surely make some decent armor. But what was the boss's chest circumference again? Noticing Lu Chen's distraction, Ducher San reminded him that their situation was not looking too good. Lu Chen snapped out of his thoughts, and Ducher San explained that there were plenty of posts on the forum plotting to kill them. Guanglong, Duba, Ingjiasu, and the major guilds in Icebound Fortress all seemed to have a grudge against them. Lu Chen wasn't concerned. Is that all? He asked Little Demon how they should handle it, with so many enemies around. Little Demon responded, 1 kill at a time, 2 kills, take them both down, and step on the bones of the highest ranking enemies. Lu Chen chuckled with delight. Nice. The dream of a blood-colored mercenary like us is to become the overlord, even the ruler of a nation. On the path to becoming a king, there's no shortage of enemies. Lu Chen still remembered Lai Yang's words about the boss going online at 10 p.m. tonight. He quickly went to search the map, but even after finding all 9-player villages, why had he still not seen the boss? He was still racing ahead, searching tirelessly. Running while trying to keep an eye on his surroundings. Strange, boss, where exactly are you right now? Suddenly, Lu Chen stopped abruptly. He saw a familiar figure. Looking again, wasn't that Mingyu? Fearing being noticed, Lu Chen quickly hid behind a tree. He kept watching as Mingyu continued walking. If she was here, then that meant the boss was here too, right? Suddenly, just as expected, the boss Lu Chen had been waiting for appeared. It was the girl with the beautiful long green hair, known as Water from a Distant Place, a night-level player. Mingyu was overjoyed and rushed over to take her hand. Ah, you finally made it here? AI Wei also looked happy and greeted Mingyu warmly. Noticing the sword neatly tucked at her side, Mingyu asked. AI Wei, are you choosing a sword again this time? Looking at her companion, AI Wei smiled. She remembered Lu Chen had once said that swords were the king of all weapons in this game. Their flexibility, rapid transformation, and effectiveness in breaking defenses were unmatched. Although her profession was knight, she had decided to use a sword from now on, speaking with a sense of pride. Mingyu noticed that her friend still seemed to linger on the memory of Lu Chen, so she reminded AI Wei, don't be like that. Lu Chen is gone, forget about him. After all, we have to keep going, right? AI Wei felt a little reluctant. Yes, they had to continue living, but there was no need to forget about Lu Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, the wind suddenly picked up, and leaves flew everywhere. AI Wei smiled. The little brat had once said he would accompany her to the very end. She always felt as if he was still by her side, always watching over her. Mingyu fell silent for a moment. In the distance, Lu Chen witnessed the scene, feeling a pang of heartache and muttering to himself, that boss. Mingyu decided to shake off the atmosphere and pulled AI Wei to another place. She would take AI Wei to level up. Su Yang was still waiting for them there.
The two of them ran off together. The sky began to brighten. At Icebound Fortress, the lively festival was in full swing. Items were being sold in abundance. Royal Wind Level 1 for Star Attack, absolutely a top tier item, rarity 19 points, only selling for 150 coins. If you want it, hurry up, there's only one available today. Chen walked through the crowd, completely indifferent to the commotion around him. He ignored the cheers and only thought about AI Wei's current situation. The boss is still too weak. I must figure out a way to save her and improve her strength. Suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted when someone unexpectedly wrapped their arm around his. So it's Lin Beauty Girl, the beautiful girl asked, Chen, where are you going? Chen felt a little annoyed and wanted her to let go of him. This is a public place. What are you doing, dragging me around like this? He raised his hand to shake her off, but she quickly gripped his arm tightly, causing him to shiver. Chen had no choice but to relent. Lin Beauty Girl, what exactly do you want? She immediately suggested that he help her, as there were some bothersome flies. Besides, in this matter, he was the one who would benefit. But Miss Lin here is underestimating me, he suddenly said, using his other arm to tightly wrap around Lin Yihan's waist. The sudden action took her by surprise. Am I the one benefiting? Those are your words, not mine. Lin was startled, her face turning bright red. The beauty Lin, usually so confident, felt embarrassed by this rude act. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from afar, move aside, move aside. Long Xing and his bodyguards rushed over, their presence commanding attention, along with the stunning woman. Miss Lin, how could you be with such a person? His face is so needlessly fierce, just like he's at home. Lin Yihan knew he had arrived and grew increasingly annoyed. She quickly told Chen that this was the person who had been bothering her, and after just one encounter, he had stuck to her like glue. Chen laughed loudly, finding it too amusing. Maybe he has a thing for being mistreated, or maybe you're just too irresistible. Lin Yihan was furious, shouting, shut up, I can't stand it anymore. Miss Lin decisively turned back and pointed at the man. Why do you keep following me? Don't you know it's annoying? Behind her, Chen was ready to step in and protect her. Long Xing, however, seemed oblivious to the situation and arrogantly asked if the beauty had a pet. He said he would gift her one. As he spoke, he pulled out a sealed card. This is the Tham I just bought for 100,000. It's quite rare. You can use this to level up the card, and a pet will appear a fierce wolf. Lin Yihan found this guy laughable. 29 is very high? It's garbage, just look at this. Then she took out the seal card. Her pet was the clear fire ring, level 20, rarity 34. It had just been humiliated. Long Xing smiled awkwardly. So, you already have it? He looked on, slightly frightened. Miss Lin made another strike. See? The fire ring, rarity 34, now take your wolf and leave. Chen, who was nearby watching the scene, couldn't stop giggling. Long Xing had been humiliated and laughed at, which made him angry. Zhan Chen Sha, what are you laughing at? If you're so capable, bring your pet here. Chen, who was sitting idly, was unaffected. But that was the request, after all. So he immediately summoned his pet. The fantasy scenery creature, level 27, rarity 69, was indeed impressive, exuding immense power. Chen's pet flew over, making the other two pets seem somewhat intimidating. Long Xing rushed over, mouth agape. Rarity 69 pet, how could that be possible? Lin Yihan was also surprised. This rotten bone, how did you get it? Are you looking for death? There was also the royal wind pet. Long Xing, still unable to accept the truth, arrogantly shouted. How did you get mystic wind? You must have cheated. Meanwhile, Chen was still calmly handling his pet. There's no cheating. You should be thanking the special seal card that Quan Long gave me.
Upon hearing that it was a gift from Kuang Long, Long Xing was even more flustered. Moreover, the fire ring of the beautiful woman with the charm also serves as a special sealing card that can capture. Both are above the level of their respective pets, and he feels as though he has been struck mortally. Embarrassment turned to anger. Long Xing thrust his spear straight at Lu Chen. But this is the icebound fortress. Does he dare to make a move here? This is a public area where fighting is prohibited. Anyone caught violating this will be banned from entering public areas for a month. Reluctantly, the special sealing card was seized. Kuang Long has received it. Mystic Wind, please make your bid. Long Xing issued the challenge, but old Lu was no slouch either. I'll offer 100 million. Long Xing was successfully enraged. Zhan Can, bro, stop joking around. Lu Chen confirmed the price clearly, no lies, no jokes. Infuriated to the point of almost dying, Long Xing finally had to leave. Zhan Can Shen Sha, remember to take good care of your pet, don't let it die. Lu Chen replied. Don't worry, even if you die, fantasy scenery at my place won't. But the matter is far from over, Miss Lin shouted. Zhan Can Shen Sha, can you explain the name of your pet? He was terrified and had no choice but to agree to change it immediately. The two of them entered a small path through the forest, and Kuang Long's current power was growing stronger. Did she want to see them grow at the icebound fortress? Lu Chen asked Yi Hen. She answered. Aren't you supposed to be smart? Why not think about it? In the icebound fortress area, no one truly wants Kuang Long to grow the most. In fact, it's not even them. After walking for a while, the mages and priests arrived. The two were on alert. Clearly, they did not have good intentions. As Lu Chen said, the moment they saw each other, both sides immediately raised their weapons. Be careful, they all have their own agendas, Lu Chen warned. Lin Yihen, standing behind, was somewhat confused. Pastor, with the strategist in the front and the knights at the back, why are they not forming a proper formation? It shouldn't be like this. But if we move forward, the front and back will switch to a standard battle formation, Lin Yihen explained. He started to explain further, but the strategists rushed in. Their alertness was not bad, and the flames of combat surged. In the group chat, the two began assigning tasks. Fantasy Scenery will handle the strategists and the archers, Fantasy Scenery said. Zhan Can Shen Sha will also handle the knights, Zhan Can Shen Sha replied. Quickly, he easily obtained the weapon of a level 33 sword shadow. Then, with a single throw of the persevering patience throwing knife, he swiftly took down the enemy. From all sides, enemies launched surprise attacks, but the others around them focused solely on Zhan Can Shen Sha. The attack power was very strong, and then came the fire dragon technique. Lu Chen has taken a hit, Lin Yihen noticed. His health points dropped, and he began to feel the urgency. Not yet finished, the knight is still not stopping, continuing with a Z-shaped ambush, Lin Yihen thought. Lu Chen knew this maneuver would work on others, but not on him. Then, he managed to dodge the knight's direct slash. With lightning speed, Lu Chen quickly got behind the enemy and executed a persevering patience strike. Indeed, the enemy was hit. However, his health points only dropped by 154. Was the damage from persevering patience that low? Lin Yihen was puzzled. It turned out that the team had very strong healing support magic. With Steel Wall up, the injured knights were quickly restored. The Steel Wall will enhance the team's 5% defense and magic resistance, Lu Chen realized. Lu Chen was worried. Oh my god, could the healing be that fast? And on top of that, North brought in reinforcements. How annoying. Looking at the formation, he had just taken a beating and was buffed by Zhan Can Shen Sha. Now, he was starting to feel afraid. 1 against 5, and they weren't taking any damage, while he was left with only half his health. The opposing team also realized Lu Chen's weakness: no healing. It was too easy to take him down. He started summoning encouragement, a 5% attack boost and powerful technique. However, due to his overconfidence, before he could finish his spell, his head was severed from his body.
That was Miss Lin.
They lost their lives in the astonished silence of everyone. Receiving support, Chen began to turn the tide and ordered his pet, crown the king, kill the one in the back. Truly deserving of being number one, their coordination was flawless. The enemy, still focused on trying to take down Zhang Chen, charged into the fight, but they couldn't touch them.
However, Lin Yihan immediately blocked their way.
The enemy, dissatisfied with this, cast fantasy scenery. The one they're targeting is Zhang Chen.
You'd better not meddle too much.
Ignoring the foolish warning, Yihan continued to support Lu Chen, the scammer.
She would help him block Cie Ho.
Hurry up and take care of the situation over there. Getting the signal, Lu Chen charged forward, ordering Crown the King to deal with the one in front. The pet, obeying the command, rushed forward and was incredibly strong, shooting a barrage of sharp needles at the enemy, forcing them to flee in panic. Wow, the pet was that powerful. A man began to unleash a fiery strike.
Even if it's a boss-level pet, it must die.
As he spoke, he launched an attack towards the pet. Lu Chen's sword blade swiftly intercepted it, much to the surprise of the other man.
You think you can hurt my crown the king with just this?
With that, Lu Chen executed the release of reluctance, only to create a smokescreen that misled the opponent.
He then turned and struck with persevering patience, swiftly eliminating the arrogant enemy.
On the side, the medical servant saw the situation was not looking good. 1,500 damage, oh my god, a single blade killed 2 people. As the battle ceased, the pair of skilled teammates remained unharmed, while the strategist was dissatisfied, Zhang Chen. I never expected, even the top-tier player in the rankings is helping him. He thought that if it were just Lu Chen alone, he would have already switched channels and handled the situation.
Fantasy scenery, upon hearing this, let out a small "oh." So that's why he's making a move against you? Turns out he's a friend of the wizard from the channel. The medical servant, still not defeated, said, Zhang Chen. You're a hotshot on the leaderboard, aren't you? Are you too scared to call back your pet and fight him fairly? What's there to be afraid of?
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen recalled Crown the King.
Fine, I won't bring my pet anymore.
Let him see my true strength, and whether I can truly help my friends. Just then, the medical servant moved in, preparing to treat the poison on the sword's blade with fire.
But Lu Chen was too fast, dodging most of the strikes.
In a fit of rage, the enemy kept hacking blindly, only to be struck by Lu Chen's counterattack. He repeated the release of reluctance, missing the name of the previous attack, but he was more cautious now. It wasn't a miss, it was the Peach Shadow Slaying Strike. However, it was already too late, he was at a disadvantage, lying completely beneath Lu Chen's sword. He repeatedly delivered strikes that broke the strategist's sword. The bronze weapon had been shattered. After the sword, his neck was grazed by Lu Chen's blade, and he was utterly terrified.
But Lu Chen stopped there, not going further. The medical servant was still terrified.
Why hadn't he struck? Looking down at the blade pressed against his neck, he trembled in fear. Lu Chen then retracted his blade and signaled Yihan to go level up, not to waste any more time in this forest.
Upon hearing this, Yihan followed.
The medical servant, having narrowly escaped, was so scared that he nearly collapsed.
Channel, how exactly did you offend such an opponent?
In the ghostly valley, the desolate landscape was littered with skulls. Fantasy scenery Linja summoned the seal card and retrieved a level 1 green skull. The system congratulated her on successfully sealing the green skull, but a level 48 arrogant skull immediately tried to counterattack. How dare it underestimate her? She immediately executed a radiant slash, sending its head flying. Siren Chen Lu Chen beside her also used his sword ring to deal with the remaining arrogant skulls. The system announced the completion of the widespread bloodshed quest for both players, awarding them 12,000 experience points and 450 fame points. By the end, Zhang Chen reached level 39, while fantasy scenery reached level 40.
Lu Chen asked training levels with me is really not bad, right? Not only did she level up, but she also caught a green skull, which could be sold for at least 400 gold on the arena floor. Ihan thought this made sense. Suddenly, a level 1 blood skull appeared. It was pitiful, as it instantly fled from the scene, chased by these two overlords fighting over it. In the end, the one who claimed it was Chen. He was elated, success in one go, he truly must be the one chosen by the heavens. Ihan scoffed, "You money-hungry fool. Don't laugh, there's still more good news." Chen, curious, asked, "What is it?" Ihan replied, "Hero's token." Chen froze. Did he hear that right? Hero's token? Isn't that the ultimate item that only bosses above level 60 drop? As soon as it was mentioned, his eyes lit up. Ihan also joined in with the excitement. Players who obtain the hero's token can successfully establish an official guild and receive the official benefits, which include a collective attribute boost. This was worlds apart from the current private guilds. As she spoke, Ihan's eyes sparkled. "In Ghostly Valley, you two should take a break." Chen questioned, "You just hit the top of the new ranking at level 40, but the level 60 boss hasn't even shown up yet. Can this news really be trusted?" Ihan answered, "It's trustworthy. I heard that the developers want to introduce the hero's token in unexplored areas to encourage players to venture into them. Guanglong and Dubang are crazily expanding their influence." Ihan continued, "These two powerful factions, because of the hero's token, will join the Shuayin San guild of yours and clash with them." Speaking in a pleading tone. Chen was confused upon hearing this. Again, why did he feel like she mentioned hero's token just to pull him into her guild? Bitch seemed a little exposed, startled and shy, quickly denying, "It's not like that." She awkwardly turned her head away. Despite this, he was still intrigued. In Lindon, he obtained a hero's token to establish the ancient sort of Dreaming Souls Guild. This time, the first hero's token in the virtual reality game could not be overlooked. Ihan made another proposal. "Then let's team up. Even if you don't join my guild, we can still fight together for the hero's token." Chen agreed. "Okay, let's team up again. Then it's decided. We'll have a proper battle with Duba to take the hero's token." Ihan agreed as well. After hearing this, she quickly jumped up and asked Chen, "Is there anything else planned for tonight?" He replied, "No." Ihan smiled brightly upon hearing this. "Then, in half an hour, at the S-Gate. I'll invite you, Chen, to dinner. Make sure to dress nicely." Exiting the game and returning to reality, Chen was already waiting at the S-Gate. He followed her instructions, dressing very formally, looking quite handsome and youthful. The security guard was puzzled. "Young man, you've been standing here for so long, are you waiting for Ihan from the art department?" He was confused. "How did you know? Are you acquainted with Ihan?" The security guard answered. "People like you, waiting at Ihan's gate, I see 8 of them every day. Go home, you won't be able to wait." Chen could only laugh awkwardly upon hearing this. Contrary to the security guard's expectations, he muttered, "Money lover, you're here so early?" The beautiful woman walked up, and the guard was taken aback. "You're really here today?" She immediately took the initiative to pull Chen along, leaving the guard in surprise. Once they reached the main road, Chen proactively asked, "Do you want me to call a cab?" Ihan smiled and replied, "No need, the car's already here." Suddenly, a chaos car pulled up next to them. Chen was shocked. "What? This car?" Ihan confirmed, "That's the one." He thought to himself, "Is this Ihan? Always bargaining, but today, she directly calls for a bent." Once they were seated in the car, she instructed the driver to move. The driver, through the rearview mirror, looked at Chen with an unkind gaze. "Is this guy sick or something? His eyes look like he wants to kill someone." He then turned to Yi-hen and said with some restraint, "Yi-er, introduce this friend of yours." "Yi-er?" Lu Chen thought, such a familiar way of calling her. Could this person be a senior of Lin Yi-hen? Yi-hen replied, "He's a player of virtual reality games. You don't need to know him." The driver, hearing this, seemed a bit displeased. He continued to jab at Yi-hen, "Yi-er, you're so obsessed with games. You're making friends all over the place." He gripped the steering wheel tightly as he spoke. Yi-hen, hearing this, began to get angry. "Don't worry about me. My life is mine to control, and the friends I make are my own business. Stop the car, we'll go on our own. You don't need to drive us anymore." Lu Chen, sensing the tense atmosphere, fell silent and kept his distance. The driver, upon hearing this, suddenly became flustered. It wasn't easy to get a ride now, so it was better to let him take the two of them. Yi-hen was still very uncomfortable. Seeing her look so angry, he softened his tone, "I respect your choice, but just remember to take good care of yourself." However, his gaze towards Lu Chen still held a hint of discomfort. Is it really that deep? What did he even do? Upon arriving, Lu Chen hurriedly asked, "Are you really planning to eat here?" Dream fragrance of Sweet Spring, the most luxurious restaurant in the city, a 5-star place. "Are you really going to eat here?" Not bothering with Lu Chen's panic, Yi-hen calmly walked in, greeted warmly by the staff. Lu Chen followed her in, thinking it wasn't too bad after all. A 5-star restaurant, late-night dining, luxury cars, and an uncle full of resentment. This meal was no longer about the food. Once the car arrived, the mountain road seemed like it had a way through, the sky was vast, and eating was the best part. The two of them continued toward the restaurant. Lu Chen was puzzled. What was the relationship with that uncle just now? She told him not to overthink it. "If there's ever a chance, I'll tell you. Now let's go inside." They entered the restaurant, looking like a genuine couple. Lu Chen thought to himself, "I feel bad for having you treat me to such an expensive meal." Seemingly understanding his thoughts, she reassured him, "Don't feel bad, it's not that expensive. Over there, the customers are all well off." Lu Chen was confused. Why does it feel like they're hosting a party here? Yi-hen confirmed, "This is actually a birthday party for someone." No wonder she said it wasn't expensive. Turns out they were just eating on someone else's tab. "So, we're eating like this without even bringing a gift?" Yi-hen immediately said, "No need, on the contrary, I have a gift for you." Lu Chen was puzzled upon hearing this. A gift? What kind of gift? She then handed him a gift box. Opening it, he was surprised to find a phone inside. Lu Chen was confused. A phone? For me? He still couldn't believe it. He was bewildered. A diamond case with some gold. Isn't that a bit too much? It's actually pretty heavy. Yi-hen found it a bit amusing. Of course it's heavy. The case is made of real gold and 10-carat diamonds. It's worth nearly 200,000. After hearing the price, Lu Chen was startled. What? You mean 200,000? That amount was truly shocking. Lu Chen felt a little uneasy. It's both heavy and gaudy. If it weren't made of real gold, only a country bumpkin would use a phone like this. As soon as Yi-hen heard this, she laughed so hard she almost choked. What? A country bumpkin? Ha, you're absolutely right, it's made by a country bumpkin. From a distance, a figure noticed Lin Shen. As the person approached, a wave of comments broke out. Isn't that the campus beauty of S University, Lin Yi-hen? She's actually at Li Lahi's birthday party. Another person said, Isn't Luo Xiao pursuing Lin Yi-hen? Who's that guy with her? Doesn't he care about his reputation anymore? He looks kind of familiar. Suddenly, someone announced, the beauty has arrived, but where did Luo Xiao go? A man in a brightly colored pink floral shirt, his silver-dyed hair slicked back, waved his hand in a friendly greeting. I can't believe you're here. I thought you wouldn't come to my birthday party, he said.
As he spoke, the man, showing no manners, dared to touch her hand and arrogantly asked,
Have you received the gift I sent you? Hen, startled by Mao Fan's unexpected behavior, panicked.
Leela, I've told you so many times, don't you dare call me by that familiar name, Moreover, she was here with the man beside her to have a late-night meal, not to get entangled in trouble.
Lu Chen knew he had offended this young master.
Lu Chen sighed helplessly.
Sure enough, the party was no longer enjoyable.
This girl seemed to stir up trouble wherever she went. He had thought this time would be different, but now he was at his wits' end. As expected, Yu Xiao, who was aligned with the Prince of S University, looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of intent to devour him.
Where did this bastard come from? How dare he show up with a beauty like her?
Lu Chen, however, remained unfazed.
So where did this peacock come from, then?
This flamboyant young man suddenly noticed the phone that Lu Chen had just received as a gift from Hen, and appeared a bit confused.
Lu Chen noticed and picked it up to inspect it.
Luo Xiao's anger flared as he realized that this was the gift he had given Lin Chen.
Now, it was in the hands of the person sitting across from him. He shouted loudly, asking her, why is the phone I gave you in Lu Chen's hands?
Hen could not bear it any longer and decided to return to the chaotic situation with that name, unsure whether it was correct or not. She had told him countless times not to call her Moreover, she didn't need this phone, he had shamelessly given it to her, and it made her uncomfortable.
Hen glared at Li La with a look as sharp as a bullet.
If that was the case, she could give whatever she wanted to whomever she chose. It was her right. Knowing he couldn't be harsh with Hen, this arrogant Li La turned to warn Lu Chen.
Kid, you better know your place. Give the phone back, it's not something you deserve.
His eyes seemed to be seething, ready to fight. Hen beside him was furious, but of course, Lu Chen wasn't the type to stay silent.
He didn't care about the phone, but his had given it to him. She really meant something by it.
Hen, sitting next to him, felt embarrassed and flushed. He declared that how to handle the situation was entirely his decision. That arrogant fool could no longer hold back and decided to raise his fist. He aimed it straight at the table, causing the wineglass to spill and the food on the table to be scattered everywhere.
Lu Chen quickly shielded Hen. After the punch, everyone around them was startled. Lu Chen immediately checked to make sure Hen was okay.
She confirmed that she was fine, and the arrogant man asked if he had invited Lu Chen to the party today.
He then ordered him to leave. Lin Hen was absolutely furious.
Clearly, he had told her she could bring someone along, and this was the person she had wanted to bring here.
Lu Chen spoke while tightly holding onto his arm. Lu Chen was also extremely angry at the rude behavior of that annoying young master, his eyes practically cursing.
Suddenly, everyone around heard the name Lu Chen.
This name, this appearance, could it be Lu Chen La Chen? Brother, it really is you. A girl from somewhere spoke up.
She introduced herself, I'm a third-year student from the film department at Xiaoling Long University.
I confess, I've admired you for a long time.
The beautiful Xiaoling Long girl looked at Lu Chen, her eyes shining brightly. Brother Chen, she said, I was watching the competition back then, and I was at the school as well.
Now, I can unexpectedly meet my idol like this. May I ask if I could take a picture with you? She was already holding out her phone. Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed, but it was hard to refuse.
So, the two of them took a photo together in the awkwardness of the situation, with him stealing a glance at Hen, who looked somewhat mysterious beside him.
Everything was out in the open.
Hen had already figured out that he was Lu Chen, and Lu Chen was also feeling troubled because the truth had been exposed. Both of them were still in an awkward position, with the fangirl wanting to take another photo, as if she were in her own little world.
Feeling ignored, Yu Xiao, who is this bloodthirsty Lu Chen anyway?
Before he could get an appropriate answer, he was shoved aside by the crowd eagerly rushing over after hearing the news that Lu Chen was here.
He was Chaos Idol, the legendary great deity. Everyone recognized him as the mysterious legend of the Chen Gaming Club. The girls also gathered around. I never thought I'd get to see him in person today. He's so handsome. Brother. These girls also wanted to take a photo. Chen felt a bit awkward because his identity had been exposed. From a distance, Yuxiao was knocked off balance and nearly twisted his waist. A friend asked, "Is Yuxiao okay?" He was still very angry. Lila asked, "Who exactly is this guy? How dare he disrupt his birthday like this?" Unexpectedly, his friend was also a fan of Chen and introduced him with an admiring look. "He's the most powerful club leader in the history of the S University Gaming Club. Only 18 years old and already." Before he could finish, Luo Xiao yelled angrily, "He's just a good gamer, right?" The friend confirmed, "That's right," feeling a bit awkward for having said too much. He had to deal with this now. Pushing his way through the crowd, the friend tried to shove the fans away. Lila pointed directly at Chen. "Your name is Chen, right? You took his phone, stole his woman, and took all his attention. This is Luo Xiao's birthday party, do you really want to die?" He was so angry that he could barely speak, then shouted again. "Hen is furious, who is his woman anyway?" "Don't be so shameless, being scolded into silence is really humiliating." Lila then flipped his attitude and looked at Linjia. "This is your choice. Crush these two." He ordered the thugs from afar to look on, and they all glared menacingly. Without hesitation, a shameless group, far superior to many others, charged forward, determined to teach Chen a lesson. Still like a hero in a game, Chen refused to run, standing firm to fight back, not forgetting to remind Hen. "Find a way to escape, I'll hold them off here." Hen quickly warned, "Be careful." One weakling was sent flying with a powerful kick from Chen. Seeing this, another man angrily swung his fist toward Chen's face. But Chen wasn't one to back down, meeting the attack with a punch of equal force. However, his experience made the difference, easily taking down the blonde-haired man with speckles. A man with dark skin, witnessing this, seemed a bit startled. How can that kid be so strong? In truth, Chen hadn't expected himself to be this strong. Was this the physical enhancement virus Ducher San had mentioned? The dark-skinned man still wasn't convinced, thinking Chen had used some trick to sneak an attack on him. However, Chen quickly sensed the threat, raising his hand to block the punch that was coming at him. Then, he delivered a direct punch to the man's stomach, with enough force to make the air sizzle. The massive man, almost twice his size, was knocked down, rolling away. That took care of the whole group. With no other options, Lila resorted to dirty tactics, throwing a bottle at Chen. Everyone around was frightened. But thanks to the virus, Chen's reflexes were significantly faster now, dodging the bottle in a way that left his opponent stunned. He felt a sense of pride, as his body responded even faster than he could think, his sensitivity having increased dramatically. Lila, furious, swore, "Damn it, Chen called him a useless piece of trash, he's really just good for nothing." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Hen landed a kick, sending him flying. Once again, he was kicked away, and right after that, Hen quickly grabbed Chen's hand to escape from this awkward situation. "Why are you standing there like that?" Chen asked unexpectedly. "Why have you been here this whole time?" She confessed, "How could I leave you here and go away?" Realizing this, Chen, now with strength beyond ordinary, actively took Hen's hand. "All right, let's run together." Poor Lila, not only had he been kicked once, but now the young couple stepped on his arm, causing pain so intense his veins popped out. The group of subordinates, having recovered from the shock, helped Luo show up, but didn't have time to ask anything. He immediately ordered them to chase after the two. Thus, a somewhat romantic scene unfolded. The young couple ran off together, ignoring the group chasing them from behind. Suddenly, Hen twisted her ankle and fell. Fearing for him, she told him to go ahead without her. You've sprained your ankle. Leela surely won't dare do anything to you. Chen couldn't let her be, so he picked her up in his arms. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen scolded her, and Hen had another moment of wistfulness. The people behind us, you just took a table, you grabbed a glass bottle of wine, you took a plate. They're determined to chase after us. Unable to catch up, they decided to throw things directly at him. Even with his increased strength, getting hit still hurt. At Jingyu Park, after escaping from the gangsters, the two of them lay down on a patch of grass to rest. Damn it, they had to run 3 blocks to finally shake them off. Hen agreed, these people stick like glue, but this time we taught those princely Lao a lesson. Let's see if he dares to bother me again in the future. Chen was confused. This guy, whether in the game or in real life, makes things hard for them. Not only did they fail to get the food, but they almost got hit by something thrown at them. Hen felt a little guilty and grabbed his sleeve to apologize. This time, it's my fault. Even so, she felt down. I've been through a lot of trouble because of you, Chen. You're confused? Isn't all the trouble caused by you? Hen repeated, you are Chen, brother, and I'm currently the head of the game club. After you left, I've suffered quite a bit. Chen was stunned, and Hen grew even more upset. After you defeated Bohan Wang, every year, many experts came to challenge the president of the game club just to make a name for themselves. When I took over, I was beaten up in so many matches. Chen analyzed that with her abilities at the time, she must have taken quite a few hits. She continued, I originally wanted to bring up your name, Chen the Heartless, but didn't expect that you had taken all your personal information with you, not even leaving a photo behind. Chen laughed lightly upon hearing this. Am I stupid? Why would I leave it behind so those experts could come looking for me? Suddenly, Hen moved closer and leaned towards him. Brother, you know how to hide things. Chen felt awkward, and again, he wanted to take his life. He stood up, realizing that this was something he hadn't thought about before. It was all his fault. After running for such a long time earlier, he was a little hungry. Instead of making up for it, he decided to invite Hen to eat some noodles. After saying this, he raised his hand to help her stand up. Hen agreed, then went back to the blood-colored mercenary room. Chen was treating his wounds. Old Lu's medicine from the Du family was specially for healing wounds. Just wait and see. Ducher San was examining the injuries when he suddenly froze, not seeing any wounds on Chen's body. How is this possible? You were almost beaten to death earlier, how could there be no injuries? Seeing that Chen didn't believe him, San let him check for himself. It was true, there were no injuries, but the pain from before had definitely been real. Chen looked at himself in the mirror, his body was completely intact. Could it be? With doubts in mind, Chen impulsively took a knife and slit his own hand, causing blood to flow. Ducher San was shocked by the sight. Old Lu, if you're not injured, there's no need to harm yourself. But the strange thing was, both the wound and the blood disappeared on their own, without a trace, to the astonishment of both of them. Chen was stunned. Indeed, the regenerative power of this virus was incredibly strong. Ducher San reminded him that Chen's test results were normal, but today's situation was unusual. Shouldn't he take some time to have a more thorough checkup? Chen agreed, and in a few days, she would go to find Uncle Du to conduct a deeper inspection, reassuring San that there was no need to worry, as his network was vast. Suddenly, Chen asked San about the task. Did it go smoothly? Do you need me to step in? San felt helpless and shifted to another topic. He really wasn't afraid of speaking bluntly, but indeed, there was something he needed help with. At the bustling icebound fortress market, a man wearing a mask approached and asked, why has the price of the 4th level red medicine increased to 50 silver per vial, when it was only 20 silver 2 days ago? The shopkeeper sighed wearily and explained. Food resources are in short supply, and this price is due to the major guilds fighting over them. Noticing the masked man seemed hesitant, his eyes clearly calculating, the shopkeeper decisively added, "If you're not buying, then leave. Don't get in the way of my business." Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen. "Congratulations, he has successfully traded a blood skull to the player guiding the drunken golden obsession for 1000 gold. After deducting the 5% transaction fee, 950 gold has been transferred to his account." Seeing this, he was astonished, feeling as if the heavens had just given him an unexpected opportunity. The money appeared at the perfect moment, as if reacting to the hesitation he had just felt, and his mood shifted from worry to excitement. With a proud expression, he turned to the shopkeeper and declared, "I'll buy, and I want 50 vials of medicine." Hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately changed his attitude, his face becoming much more amiable and friendly, and he agreed right away to the order. He held the red medicine vials in his hands, feeling the weight, yet filled with excitement. He thought to himself about the major guilds frantically purchasing supplies, clearly following the rumors, all targeting the hero's token. However, deep inside, he felt that this was a golden opportunity for quick money, one he could not afford to miss in this high-risk game. Suddenly, a series of messages from his squad appeared, announcing that Luo Young Master and Mudong Mingyu had joined the group along with an urgent question about whether old Lu had purchased the red medicine yet, urging him to head to Ghostly Valley immediately. He couldn't help but think about Ducher San, who was flirting with Mingyu, and felt a sense of irony. Then he wondered, who is Yu Xiao? Could it be the young master of that team? Another message notification came in, with Peerless Master asking if he had bought the red medicine yet and urging him to get to Ghostly Valley. Meanwhile, Zhen Conchensha sent a rushed command, making him realize time was running out and everything was becoming more serious than ever. Scene shifts to Ghostly Valley, where Luoxiao was speaking with the beautiful Mingyu. He mentioned that his guild was in need of support from someone like her, offering a salary of 10 gold coins per hour. At the same time, old Lu had reached the entrance of Ghostly Valley. Hearing Luoxiao's words, he thought to himself, so it's Lila, a type of fool with a lot of money and gold coins. With such high-level salary offers, it could only be him. He felt both sarcastic and mocking. As he entered, he was surprised to see Mingyu. Noticing his surprise, she quickly introduced herself, "I'm here to make some extra money." Then, the Peerless Master appeared and set the price at 10 gold coins per hour of treatment, emphasizing that everything must be clear and no deception should be allowed with her. He exclaimed in surprise, "With just 1 gold coin, you can hire a master like her? This really feels like a big win in this deal." However, deep down he thought to himself, "Sister Mingyu, are you deceiving me? How can you care about just 1 gold coin when 1 hour is worth over 1,000 coins? At this point, Luoxiao reminded him that Mingyu had arrived, so it was time to get to work. She responded, "I didn't know about this," creating a tense atmosphere between them. At this moment, old Lu thought to himself, "The king is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is already anxious." He then added, "There's no need to rush, the 10-hour duration with 5 levels will take time," easing the tension with a more relaxed tone in the conversation. Mingyu then asked the Spear of the Sinking Sands, "How much did the bloody skull you had yesterday sell for at the auction?" He confidently replied, "The selling price was 1,000 gold." Upon hearing this, Mingyu exclaimed in surprise, "Such an expensive price." "Initially, I planned to buy it as a pet for a friend of mine, as she just started the game and is in need of an assistant." Old Lu responded, asking how the guild leader was doing, and then explained, "There's no need to buy a pet yet, because a pet must match the class. A bloody skull is only suitable for mages and archers with high attack. For other classes, it would be useless." At the same time, he emphasized, only a fool would buy a low attack pet at the beginning of the game. Hearing this, Mingyu chuckled and said, "You're not wrong." Meanwhile, Luoxiao was trembling, having just heard an announcement, "The bloody skull he needed is already available." The moment the other person finished speaking, Luoxiao immediately said angrily, "I know, go quickly," which made the atmosphere more tense and humorous than ever. Hearing this, the person known as guiding the drunken golden obsession immediately obeyed the order, quickly leaving without daring to hesitate, which made the atmosphere slightly lighter after the recent tension. Mingyu was surprised,
But before she could ask, old Lu confirmed that the person who bought the blood skull was indeed Luo Xiao. When he saw Luo Xiao holding the sealing card, old Lu thought to himself that he was very bold to carry a sealing card worth nearly 100,000 at level 22, running around recklessly. What if he died? It would be such a waste. Then, he thought about how he had just entertained the thought of killing someone and robbing them, feeling quite surprised at the reckless ideas that were popping up in his head. Suddenly, there was a noise that made old Lu think someone was approaching. His anxiety increased. He turned back and told everyone, "Let's go, we need to level up quickly." His tone, full of determination, made everyone around him feel more motivated, ready for the challenges ahead. Cutting to deep inside Ghostly Valley, everyone asked each other, "Do we really have to kill this level 47 blood skull?" The worry was evident on their faces as they looked around, sensing the terrifying strength of the enemy in front of them. Luo Xiao spoke up, "Chen Sha is level 39, the highest is the Ghost Valley Master at level 37, and the rest of you are all more than 10 levels lower than the monsters. So, how should we fight?" This created a tense atmosphere as everyone realized the difficulties they were about to face. Old Lu said, "Then leveling up won't be fast, right? Only killing monsters level 20 to 30 wouldn't get us 5 levels in 10 hours. But with Mingyu, the beauty, helping out, it should be easy. Luo Xiao just needs to protect the rear to collect experience." Mingyu also agreed that this was the only way. After that, old Lu shouted out orders for everyone to act, preparing for the battle with a high-spirited determination. The battle between the two sides was incredibly intense, with the sound of weapons clashing and the roars of the monsters echoing throughout Ghostly Valley. The air was thick with suspense and determination. Every strike carried the weight of life and death, forcing everyone to channel all their strength to resist the overwhelming power of the enemy. Old Lu shouted, "Crown the king!" and immediately charged into the fight. The combat was fierce on both sides. Powerful strikes and clever tactics were employed, each move carrying decisive importance, and neither side was willing to retreat in the face of the enemy's strength. Mingyu thought to herself, "So strong, this is definitely the end. This must be his full power." She felt a mixture of worry and astonishment at the overwhelming strength old Lu was displaying. After a moment's thought, she executed the bright fire ambush and charged into battle with the red skull. The force of the attack exploded like sacred flames, causing the surrounding air to heat up intensely. Seeing this, old Lu remarked, "Your attack is too sharp." Immediately, he created an invincible shield around himself, protecting him from unexpected blows. With this invincible shield skill, the player absorbs 15% of incoming damage as health, allowing old Lu to sustain his vitality while continuing to fight. Mingyu was incredibly surprised by this and thought, he hasn't even struck yet, and he can already heal himself. Indeed, the Ghost Valley Master is not someone to be underestimated. She thought further, so this is the true power of the blood-colored mercenaries? If I could recruit them, we could really obtain the hero's token. This made her even more determined to help the ancient sword of dreaming souls restore its former glory. Then, suddenly, someone shouted, "Beauty Mingyu, come and save me, heal me." Mingyu thought, indeed, no team is without its weaknesses. Immediately, old Lu charged into the fight with the red skull, determined not to let his teammates fail. He displayed all his skills and strength to put immense pressure on the enemy, giving his teammates the opportunity to recover and launch a stronger counterattack. Mingyu, surprised, asked, "Is this the healing technique?" The other man joyfully replied, "The Du family has revived once again." This made her feel a mixture of excitement and disbelief, as she realized that the power of the healing technique could unexpectedly change the tide of battle. Luo Xiao, seeing everyone enjoying the success of his efforts, thought to himself that it was rather dull. This victory did not bring him any sense of satisfaction. At that moment, an announcement rang out congratulating the player Zhan Kan Chen Sha for reaching level 40, congratulating the player Ghost Valley Master for reaching level 39, and congratulating the player Luo Xiao for reaching level 27. Mingyu said her goodbyes and left, her footsteps echoing softly in the silent space of Ghostly Valley. When the others checked the rankings, old Lu remarked, "Level 40 is only in 7th place. At this time, everyone was leveling up quickly thanks to the hero's token, and the atmosphere became tense and competitive. Luo Xiao spoke up, "No more talk about debts." The Du family responded, "After leveling up, you should head back to the city quickly. If you die, they won't take responsibility." The Du family's words were not only a warning but also an expression of concern for Luo Xiao's safety. Luo Xiao arrogantly laughed and said, "Don't worry so much, who would dare to kill me?" His confidence and arrogance made those around him find it ridiculous. But just then, a sharp sword unexpectedly shot out from nowhere, piercing his body and causing him to collapse to the ground. No one could have expected that such a moment of arrogance would lead to such a tragedy. When seeing the items fall out of Luo Xiao's body, one person unexpectedly spoke to old Lu, saying that these were all silver-tier equipment and top-grade items. This person had actually been carrying goods worth between 5 to 60,000 and was walking around carelessly. Truly audacious. Suddenly, a figure dressed in black with their face concealed appeared, and a cold voice echoed, "Junkan Shensha, long time no see." His words caused the atmosphere to tense. Everyone's gaze turned toward him, and it was clear that this was the person who had killed Luo Xiao. When old Lu recognized that the figure in black was Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He immediately spoke, "Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, I never expected you would kill someone right in front of me." His voice was full of tension, as though this confrontation between the two was not just a personal dispute but a challenge between the powerful forces in this world. With that, both sides immediately charged into battle. The moves were unleashed at lightning speed, and the sounds of impact rang out like thunder. Each strike was sharp and powerful, making the air around them feel heated. The light from their skills shone brightly, turning the battle into a dramatic and unpredictable spectacle. At this point, Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone had drawn his sword. Seeing this, old Lu immediately ordered everyone not to let him escape. He chased after Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, and said, "With so many valuable items, it's better to be injured than to let one slip away." But he couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is that?" Old Lu then commanded Little Demon to attack with a pincer movement. The items that Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone took must have something mysterious about them. "Don't let him escape," old Lu said. Little Demon obeyed the command. After speaking, old Lu executed the bright fire penetration technique and charged into battle with Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone. Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, and old Lu engaged in a fierce combat. Their strikes crashed like waves pounding against the shore, creating a rapid, powerful rhythm. Each move was a display of determination and skill. Their eyes blazed with intensity in this grueling battle. Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone smirked arrogantly and announced, "I am leaving this fight." This announcement enraged old Lu and the others, causing the atmosphere around them to grow tense and hostile. With that, Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone departed, leaving old Lu and his companions confused and unable to grasp what was happening. Old Lu gave the order, "Little Demon, move forward. Sweep with your spear to kick up some dust." Though surprised, Little Demon immediately obeyed the command. Together, they made a powerful sweep, creating a thick cloud of dust that rose like a pillar of mist, obscuring the enemy's vision and throwing the surroundings into chaos. Afterward, old Lu was taken aback when he couldn't spot Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone anywhere. Their sudden disappearance left him bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The silence that enveloped the area only heightened the tension within him. Furious and frustrated, he cursed, "This bastard is clever, daring to return to his old ways." It was a provocation he could not tolerate. This only fueled the already heated atmosphere of the battle. Suddenly, old Lu was attacked unexpectedly from behind by Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, leaving him panicked and unable to react in time. The Du family turned back and fiercely attacked the Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone, with a provocative remark. Better late than never. Without hesitation, he immediately struck hard at the opponent's back, demonstrating his determination and agility in this battle. After being struck in the back, the Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone disappeared from the battle, leaving everyone in confusion. Once the Frenzied Dragon, Proud Bone had left, the others took the item he left behind and were astonished to realize that it was the cursed compass, a mystical artifact with the ability to guide those who dare face their fate. Everyone was surprised as they held the compass, recognizing it for what it was, the cursed compass. They now understood why there had been news about the hero's token. But no one had been able to find a level 60 boss or above. It turned out that to locate such powerful enemies, they needed the compass to guide them. Their eyes were filled with hope and determination, ready for the journey ahead. The Du family was surprised and said, "This must be something that the frenzied dragon, Proud Bone, stole, but where did you Shao get it from?" Then another person spoke up. "Forget it, with this, we can directly challenge the level 60 bosses and go for the hero's token." Their eyes gleamed with excitement and determination as they envisioned the glorious victories ahead. Old Lu spoke up. "This item is important, so we must take it straight to the vault in Icebound Fortress." Everyone agreed. The scene shifted to the warehouse in Fubing, where the atmosphere was quiet but tense. A girl spoke to Old Lu. "She left the dungeon boss to come here, so if something important happens, he's as good as dead." Her words echoed like a warning, clearly showing her suspicion and determination about the situation that was about to unfold. Old Lu smiled and said, "I'll show you something." His smile held a sense of mystery and confidence that made the girl even more curious and excited. When he held the cursed compass in his hand, the woman was surprised to recognize it as the very cursed compass. Her eyes lit up with astonishment and curiosity. She said, "According to rumors, the developers have released 4 or 5 items that can guide players to find bosses level 60 or higher in unexplored areas. At first, I thought it was a scam, but I never imagined it was true." This revelation made her feel more excited and eager than ever, as it opened up new opportunities for battles that had never been seen before. Holding it in her hand, she asked, "Where did Old Lu get this from?" Her voice was filled with surprise and curiosity, her eyes never leaving the compass, as if hoping that finding the answer would unravel all the mysteries surrounding this magical item. Old Lu replied, "Kuang Long stole it from Yashao, then he killed him, and the compass fell into his hands." The girl couldn't help but admire him, saying, "He's really lucky to have gotten the cursed compass." This admiration only deepened her respect for Old Lu, as she realized he was not only intelligent but also possessed rare and valuable treasures. He said, "Don't get too excited, because a level 60 boss is incredibly strong." The entire level 40 team at Duba Guild was wiped out by a level 58 boss. His warning sounded like a reminder that they were facing brutal challenges. The girl said, "After surpassing level 55, the strength of bosses is completely different. The Shuayin Shan Guild only has 100 members, and only 10 of them are above level 40. Beating a boss that's 20 levels higher is just too difficult. The quantity is not enough to make up for it." Her words served as a reminder that they were facing an incredibly tough challenge, and in order to succeed, they needed to prepare thoroughly. Old Lu said, "He called you here to say that within 5 days, we need to get all players at level 40 to level 45, players at level 35 to level 40, and then we will lead the charge to face the level 60 boss together." The determination in his voice stirred everyone up. They realized that only with solid preparation would they have a chance to win. The girl said, "I can't wait any longer. Given the way Duba and Quan Long are progressing in boss fighting strength, it should be enough. We're just missing the directional items, we must seize this opportunity." Old Lu replied, "Megapixel recovery food, let him handle that." The scene shifted, with Du family and Old Lu standing together, discussing Du family's new outfit. He said, "This is the outfit he just bought with the 20,000 commission he just received." The excitement in his voice could not conceal his pride. Hearing this, Old Lu said, "That commission is for them, and the equipment upgrades could be funded by the 70,000 studio fund." Seeing this, Du family responded, "Most of the money in the studio came from Old Lu selling skulls, and the funds earned are meant for future development and recruiting members, so we can't use that money to buy equipment for ourselves." Du family's words reflected his sense of responsibility and forward-thinking vision for the team. He added, "Although his strength isn't on par with Old Lu or Little Demon, it can be compensated for with equipment." Hearing the news about the boss hunting collaboration, Little Demon, already at level 42, has been grinding relentlessly every day. He couldn't afford to be left behind. The determination in his words clearly showed his desire to keep growing and not fall behind his friends in the upcoming journey. Upon hearing this, Old Lu said, "In 3 days, we'll show Lin Yihan the strength of the Crimson Mercenary Group," and reminded Little Demon to take a break and not harm his health. The Du family agreed, adding, "We'll cut off Little Demon's room's power later and force him to sleep." Meanwhile, Old Lu quickly leveled up and prepared the materials. Overjoyed, he rushed toward the garlic, the primary ingredient for making Tier 5 food. The excitement in his eyes reflected his anticipation of the meals that would help enhance his team's strength. A notification sounded, "Congratulations, you have collected 3 times the amount of garlic, and your hunting skill has increased 5-fold. Joy and excitement filled the air. He happily thought to himself, "Just need to gather a bit more garlic, and I can start making Tier 5 food." The eagerness in his heart made him feel as though he was on the verge of success. But as he began pulling out the garlic, he was surprised at how tightly the bulbs were anchored to the ground. He had to exert a lot of force to pull them out. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and debris flew everywhere, leaving him confused, thinking it was an earthquake. The intense shaking made him worry about what was happening. Then he realized, this was a level 60 boss. As the protector deity of the items, he thought to himself, "I haven't even used the cursed compass yet, and I've already encountered a level 60 boss." The anxiety surged within him as he realized the danger of the situation. He thought in confusion, with such overwhelming power, even if the entire Duba came, they might not be able to win. Little Demon and Ducher San had already logged out. He needed to notify EE. The worry intensified when he realized that if he didn't act quickly, the situation would become more perilous than ever. He felt lost as he noticed EE wasn't online, and the level 60 boss was something he couldn't defeat. But running away would mean losing face. Amidst the rising tension, he found himself facing a difficult decision. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up his weapon. If he could defeat it on his own, the chances of item drops would double, and he was certain the hero's token would drop as well. The determination in his heart made him feel as though he could perform a miracle. He charged forward, but the level 60 boss simply sneered, its smug grin reminding him that this was not going to be an easy fight. He was taken aback when the boss swiped its hand, sending him reeling. The force of the swipe was as powerful as a storm, knocking him back, making him feel as if he had just slammed into a solid wall. Still, he pressed on, wanting to test how thick the boss's defenses really were. Longhair was determined, he wanted to prove his ability, regardless of the risks ahead. But as he closed in, his sword shattered, leaving him in a state of panic. A sense of helplessness flooded him as he realized that he couldn't inflict any damage on the boss. His confidence vanished in an instant, and he knew he was in a perilous situation. The battle was uneven, and he realized that all his efforts were like a drop of salt in the ocean against the overwhelming power of the boss. The looming death was so vast that it made him feel a wave of panic. The level 60 boss moved with powerful strides, causing Old Lu to panic as he nearly got trampled into dust. He realized that facing this alone was too difficult and that he had to escape quickly. Aware that safety was the top priority in this dangerous situation, he suddenly spotted an opening and quickly fled. However, his escape was cut short when the finger of the level 60 boss grabbed him, feeling as though a giant trap had ensnared him. Fear overwhelmed him as he realized there was no way out, and his fate now completely rested in the hands of the enemy. As he was held captive, he silently thought that with superior armor and Crimson Blood's mercenaries relying purely on physical strength, with no mage support, this boss would be nearly impossible to defeat. The sense of helplessness grew stronger as he realized that the opponent was far too strong compared to both his and his team's power. Confused by the immense strength and speed, all chaos grade, he couldn't deny the boss's formidable status as a level 60. He immediately thought about calling for help, but at that critical moment, Little Demon and Ducher San were both offline. He realized EE was online, but before he could do anything, he was surprised to see a group of people rush in and attack the level 60 boss. This sudden appearance gave him a glimmer of hope amidst the despair.
Longxing Tianxia, holding a compass, said last time, piercing strike of sinking sand stole the compass from me, but this time, after a lot of effort, I finally got one. As soon as I used it, I hit the jackpot. Danshu Taiku, hearing this, said this is the first level 60 boss, and it's highly likely that the hero's token will drop. The atmosphere grew even more exciting as everyone realized that a rare opportunity was within reach. Longxing Tianxia said that if we manage to obtain the hero's token, Guanglong will establish the first guild. The dominance of Ice City will no longer be far off. The excitement spread through everyone's hearts as they imagined the brilliant future they could achieve if they succeeded in this battle. With that, he raised his weapon and declared, "If we defeat the boss, each of you will be rewarded with 10 gold coins." Everyone followed his orders. The spirit of unity and the determination to win ignited strongly in each of them. They were ready to dive into the battle with the resolve not to let this opportunity slip away. They all charged in, but were no match for the boss. The strength of the level 60 boss made them tremble with fear. Their attacks were quickly countered. Old Lu, witnessing this, whispered to himself, "A skill that can wipe out more than 10 players." Fortunately, he managed to run fast. His heart tightened as he saw the boss's brutality. He knew he couldn't just stand still. He had to find a way to escape and call for reinforcements if he didn't want to become the next victim. He then grabbed his sword and thought, he needs to prepare as well. Thankfully, he had a backup weapon, though it wasn't as good as the previous one, it was still better than having nothing. The anxiety grew stronger as he thought about facing the boss. He positioned himself in a safe spot to observe while waiting for EE to arrive, his heart filled with tension as he watched his teammates fighting the boss. Once EE arrived, he had to eliminate Guanglong's ranged attackers before they could approach. He thought, damn it. Even my second skill is being affected by the boss's power. The boss unleashed the skill Stone God's Thorn Pursuit. A series of stones flew towards the group of soldiers. They panicked, calling out to each other to dodge. But the power of the level 60 boss was too overwhelming. The stones rushed forward forcefully, striking the soldiers directly and knocking them down instantly. No one had time to react or evade. The strength of the level 60 boss was truly overwhelming. After the fierce battle, the level 60 boss gradually grew exhausted. Staggering with each step from the relentless assault of the soldiers, it finally collapsed to the ground amid the chaos of the surviving members. Longxing Tianxia was astonished as he witnessed the boss's superior power, never expecting that a single attack could wipe out the entire group of soldiers, causing him to be more cautious. He smugly reassured himself that, in the end, he would be the victor. His heart swelled with self-satisfaction as he envisioned achieving the hero's token and solidifying his position of power. He loudly urged the surviving soldiers, commanding them to quickly rise and continue the assault, determined to send the level 60 boss on its way. Old Lu hid in the shadows, silently thinking that it would take a coordinated effort of 300 people to wear down the terrifying power of the level 60 boss. He drew his sword, knowing that EE had not yet arrived, and he could wait no longer. Longxing Tianxia ordered the soldiers to charge and kill the level 60 boss. As he felt his strength waning with each passing second, his determination fueled the morale of those around him. Then, the group surged forward towards the level 60 boss. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the shouts rang out, and the glint of swords and daggers sparkled in the light. Together, they charged like a raging wave. Then mystic wind from Old Lu soared towards them, making Longxing Tianxia realize and ask, "Is it crushing strike from afar?" His eyes were filled with doubt. He then ordered his subordinates, "Block the crushing strike from afar." The soldiers quickly obeyed the command, rushing in to form a barrier, preventing Old Lu from approaching the level 60 boss. But in their hearts, they all felt a sense of anxiety. The crushing strike from afar thought to itself, Guanglong has reached his limit. Now, it's his turn to deliver the finishing blow to the boss. He focused his mind, gripping his weapon tightly, ready to strike with unwavering determination. He charged at the level 60 boss, Longzhen, filled with resolve and confidence. In his mind, he believed the boss still had enough strength to use its skills. But in its current state, he told himself, let's see how much more power the boss has left. He braced himself, ready to face any attack from this powerful foe, while still determined to land the final blow. He delivered the final strike, a powerful slash, catching Longxing Tianxia by surprise and helplessness. As the crushing strike from afar moved swiftly, his sword cut through the air, piercing directly into the boss's body, creating a blinding light and a thunderous explosion, leaving everyone around stunned by the magnificent scene. The announcement echoed, congratulating Crushing Strike from afar for reaching level 5 and simultaneously becoming the leader of the leaderboard. All eyes were on him. The praise and admiration spread everywhere, making him feel like a newly crowned king in the gaming world, aware of the position and power he had just attained. Hearing this, he was satisfied, holding the items in his hands, feeling as if he had just secured a major victory. With a joyful smile, he said, "Sweet victory." It was as if these achievements were the sweet reward for his tireless efforts. Longxing Tianxia, unwilling to accept this, rushed toward Crushing Strike from afar with the determination to seize the precious items. His mind was filled with the thought that these things belonged to him and that he could not allow someone else to take away the results of his own hard work. Then suddenly, the announcement rang out, reporting that Kuang Long's troops had been revived, leaving Crushing Strike from afar somewhat confused. He realized the situation had become more complicated than ever, and the victory he had just earned now turned into an even greater threat as these enemies stood up and continued to fight. After the soldiers were revived, Longxing Tianxia charged into the piercing strike of Sinking Sand and declared, "Even if he grows wings, it will be difficult for him to escape my pursuit." But piercing strike of Sinking Sand showed no sign of fear. His eyes gleamed with determination and resilience, preparing for an inevitable confrontation. His spirit remained unyielding in the face of the enemy's threats. He ordered Mystic Wind to fly in, preparing to strike Longxing Tianxia with a devastating blow. With superior strength and speed, Mystic Wind descended like a flash of lightning, crashing directly into Longxing Tianxia, causing him pain. The soldiers, witnessing this, continuously summoned their power, each one striving to unleash special techniques. The shimmering light from their attacks made the atmosphere even more tense than ever. They were determined not to let Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand have the chance to break through and claim victory once more. Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand commanded Mystic Wind, "Charge forward and kill Longxing Tianxia." His voice was full of resolve and confidence. He knew this was the best opportunity to end the confrontation. And Mystic Wind, like an unstoppable gust of wind, hurtled towards the enemy with uncontainable strength. Hundreds of arrows flew towards the Crushing Strike from afar, but he quickly used his stealth skill, causing the arrows to zip past the space he had just occupied, leaving behind only a quiet, blurry void. Longxing Tianxia, seeing this, became furious. He roared, declaring, "Stealth skills will not save Crushing Strike from afar from my relentless pursuit. I will dig 3 feet into the earth to drag him out and kill him to avenge this humiliation." The scene shifts to the willow forest, where a girl is aiming her bow at a man standing not far away. Her gaze is sharp, and the arrow is ready to leave the string. In the tense atmosphere, she waits for his reaction. The man sneers, confidently saying, Lin Yihan couldn't make it past their defenses to rescue the boss, and now the boss is definitely done for, devoured by Kuang Long. The sarcasm in his voice only thickens the tension in the air. Then, an announcement rings out, Spear of the Sinking Sands has killed the Guardian of the Hill and quickly claimed the top spot in the rankings. A sense of pride and admiration fills the hearts of the surrounding players. Upon hearing this, Lin Yihan smiles and says, "Looks like you guys couldn't handle the boss." Then, true to her role as a senior, "I could solo the boss." Hearing her words, the man is taken aback, unable to believe what he's seeing. Lin Yihan confidently says, "There's nothing impossible for someone like Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand." Her eyes gleam with pride and trust, clearly showing her admiration for her teammates. With that, she quickly rushes off to provide backup, thinking to herself that the senior, handling the boss alone, must have fallen into an encirclement. Out on her own, she can't let him fall into danger without anyone to back him up. She tries to make contact, but there is no response. The rising anxiety in her heart pushes her to run even faster, with no time to waste.
She can only hope that her senior is still safe and waiting for her to arrive in time. Because now, with only 15 HP left and no healing potions remaining, one more attack would surely lead to her destruction. She felt the heavy pressure bearing down on her, thinking that she had to quickly reach the location to rescue her senior before it was too late. A notification rang out, announcing that the resurrection time for Spectre Snake King was 9 minutes, and the resurrection time for the Mystic Wind Pet was 9 hours and 59 minutes. This only made her more anxious. Crushing Strike from afar was overwhelmed by the speed of the soldiers charging forward, and without hesitation, he ordered them to charge. Despite knowing that if they failed, they would drag each other into the abyss, in this moment, that resolute spirit made him feel more invigorated than ever. Longxing Tianxia laughed self-satisfied, his voice full of mockery. He taunted Crushing Strike from afar, questioning whether he could actually do it. Then, he urged his soldiers to charge into the battle, finishing everything with a cold remark, "Go die." Hundreds of arrows flew toward Crushing Strike from afar, creating a whistling sound that left him somewhat flustered. It felt like he was trapped in the middle of a storm of arrows. Despite being mentally prepared, the surprise still caused his heart to race. Suddenly, Lin Yihan rushed in, her face filled with determination. She spoke to Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand, saying, "Please forgive me." But just then, a loud notification rang out, "Fantasy Scenery has killed Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand, and you have become the top of the leaderboard." Lin Yihan turned to face her enemy with a defiant look, her voice strong, "Even if the meat rots, it must be in its own house," meaning that no matter what the opponent did, she wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with her fight, and Crushing Strike from afar would die. Both of them rushed into battle. The attacks came in quick succession, each person giving it their all. Every powerful move collided with the other, creating sharp, echoing sounds. The atmosphere became tense, with each strike carrying the determination and strength of a relentless battle. Longxing Tianxia said, "As long as you leave the spoils behind, I'll let you go." His tone was confident, full of arrogance. He believed that with his strength, someone as weak as her could never fight back. Lin Yihan sneered and replied, "What can you do?" Then she unleashed the Chang Shui Xiang technique to support her firepower. Sharp arrows flew toward Longxing Tianxia, forming a powerful wave of attack. Next, an announcement echoed, "Deadly Strike of the Sunken Star resurrected at Fubing City, automatic level reduction by 1." The scene shifted to a warehouse in Fubing City. Spear of the Sinking Sands was alone, contemplating Lin Yihan's decisive actions. She had acted quickly and decisively, not only preventing Quang Long from claiming the spoils but also ready to kill him if necessary. This caught him by surprise. At that moment, Lin Yihan happily ran over and announced that she had secured the spoils, just waiting for the senior to open the seal. Meanwhile, old Lu looked at her in surprise and exclaimed, "It seems she still has some conscience, but as for me, I've dropped 2 levels." She handed him an item and kept one for herself, saying, "Let's see if the level 60 boss drops anything good." He sighed and replied, "Right now, I really need a hero's token to ease the loss I've just suffered." His eyes glinted with longing, hoping to recover what he had lost in the fierce battle. But when Diying was opened, he was extremely surprised because the level 60 boss did not drop the hero's token but only dropped 2 ordinary equipment items. The feeling of disappointment surged as what he had hoped for did not become a reality. Lin Yihan, feeling disheartened, looked at the stormy combat boots and realized they were just silver grade items, not worth much. She felt a sense of emptiness as she had anticipated a valuable loot, only to receive something insignificant. Doubts about the strength of the level 60 boss they had just defeated began to rise in her heart. Old Lu took the ice demon axe, his eyes lighting up as he recognized its value. He said, "This item, even if it's made of gold, would serve as some consolation for the losses we've just suffered. At least it could help me boost my strength and make up for the 2 levels I've lost." He felt somewhat better knowing that he wasn't completely empty-handed after the battle. Lin Yihan decided to give old Lu the combat boots since he had suffered the most in the battle. When old Lu accepted them, he gratefully promised to reimburse her on the calendar. Old Lu sighed and said, "If the level 60 boss didn't drop the hero's token, then it must be because of the level 65 or 70 bosses."
A level 60 boss already has 2 wide area damage skills capable of easily wiping out players at level 40. Meanwhile, the level 65 and 70 bosses would surely be much more terrifying and dangerous. Lin Yihan asked, if a level 60 boss needed 300 people to defeat, then how many would be needed to take down the level 65 or 70 bosses? Old Lu explained, even though Quang Long mobilized 300 people, only 25 of them were above level 40, while the rest were members at levels 30 and 20, plenty in number but lacking in quality. He continued, saying, Shuayin San of Lin Yihan has members at least level 30, with very high quality, so 2 level 50 players with golden equipment, plus 100 members from Shuayin San, could certainly defeat a level 65 or 70 boss. He added, therefore, every minute and second counts. I'm eager to quickly equip my level 50 golden gear. Because the goddess who was slashing her way to the top spot of Lin Yihan, be careful, I might just overtake her. Lin Yihan confidently said, he's dreaming, because the top spot will forever belong to her. Scene changed to Frost Steel Crucifix, where the master of Old Lu was looking at him with satisfaction, praising how diligent he had been lately, nearly reaching level 45. Old Lu humbly responded, saying, Master, you flatter me, but I know I must strive harder to live up to the mission of being a swordsman. Soul Swordsman Old Lu asked Master Sulan, is there a mission that is both easy and gives a lot of experience with generous rewards? Upon hearing this, the master merely smiled and complimented him on his excellent choice. Master Sulan said, Old Lu is lucky because he has an easy mission. Upon hearing this, Old Lu was extremely surprised and excited, feeling it was a great opportunity to gain experience and prove himself. Scene changed to the top of the Black Crow Elixir Tower or building, where Old Lu was standing before an ancient building, its weathered walls and moss reflecting the mystery and secrecy of ancient magic. With a smug smile, he said, this will be the Elixir Tower or building that changes the history of the continent. From today, I, the old man, will become the first alchemist in the history of the continent, silently plotting my grand career. The announcement rang out again, mentioning how Wei Yiling had killed the alchemist Shuai, stealing the elixirs that Shuai had developed. The elixirs, once delivered to Su Luan, would earn a great reward. Old Lu did not hesitate, kicking open the door with a bold and determined aura, his heart filled with excitement for what he was about to discover. Upon entering, Old Lu saw the alchemist Shuai, his gaze shining with determination and pride. He shouted loudly, demanding the man's life, his heart brimming with a desire for conquest and domination. The alchemist Shuai gave a faint smile, his eyes full of meaning as he said, Old Lu, you've come at just the right time, as if you were waiting for him to appear in order to make a deal that would benefit both parties. He turned to examine Old Lu from head to toe, his gaze focused as if appraising a valuable piece of merchandise, and said, this is a good piece of bone, a solid body. Old Lu yelled and lunged at Shuai, his heart resolute and without hesitation, knowing that this was the decisive moment and he had to act immediately. Shuai coldly remarked, strength is sufficient, before kicking Old Lu into the crucifix on the wall, where chains were already waiting. The chains coiled tightly around him, rendering him immobile. Old Lu, bound by the chains, was utterly stunned, for the master had said that this was a simple mission. He couldn't understand why things had unfolded this way. Shuai held the revival elixir in his hand and said, Little Yiling is about to experience the most marvelous elixir. His voice was full of smugness and mystery, causing Old Lu to feel uneasy. Old Lu was in agony as the chains tightened around his body, the sensation of every muscle being stretched. He screamed at Shuai in desperation, demanding that he release him, his voice wavering from the overwhelming pain. Shuai pried Old Lu's mouth open with his hands and forced him to drink a dark green liquid. Old Lu had no way to resist, he had no choice but to swallow the strange liquid. He coughed violently, his eyes wide with panic as he looked at Shuai and asked, gasping for breath, what it was that he had just consumed. Fear flooded his mind. Shuai was surprised, quickly opening his mouth again and asking in a doubtful tone why Old Lu showed no reaction. Confusion was evident on his face as he couldn't understand why the magical potion hadn't worked as expected. Old Lu screamed, demanding Shuai release him. Panic was clear on Shuai's face as he realized that the potion had not had the intended effect, making him begin to doubt his own abilities and feel uneasy about the situation unfolding. Shui lunged at old Lu again, his eyes filled with suspicion as he asked why his bones hadn't changed at all. Confusion and anger were clearly visible on his face. Old Lu, bewildered, asked Shui what he had made him drink. Shui calmly replied that it was a potion of the spirit root, capable of causing a specter to grow within the flesh and blood. His words carried an air of confidence and arrogance. Upon hearing this, old Lu was surprised at such a possibility. He wondered why he wasn't feeling anything at all. The confusion was evident on his face as he felt that something was wrong with his body. Shui angrily asked, "Why hasn't old Lu changed?" He couldn't accept that his efforts had failed. He had performed surgeries on thousands of people, and Yi Ling was the result. Yet now, before him stood an old Lu with no signs of any transformation. The feeling of disappointment and anger overwhelmed him, preventing him from staying calm. His sharp gaze fixed on old Lu, as if he was searching for the cause of this failure. Shui tightened his grip around old Lu's neck and growled, "It must be because he's the problem." Old Lu felt like he could no longer breathe. He screamed, cursing Shui as a madman. The anger and despair blended in his voice. Shui pulled the chain tighter, causing the crucifix to shake, the sound of cracking filling the air, as if the crucifix was about to break. Old Lu could feel the weight of the chain, the tightening becoming more and more painful. With that, Shui took a long saw, his eyes filled with determination and coldness. He declared, "I will see what makes old Lu different from the other Yilings. I must saw through every bone of his and refine his soul fire for research." Upon hearing this, old Lu couldn't help but feel furious. He shouted, "Shui has destroyed so many lives, yet the resurrection potion has no effect. That means he has failed to create what he wanted." Shui angrily cursed old Lu, saying, "If the resurrection potion had worked, all the Yilings would have turned into humans. The 1,000-year war between light and darkness would have ended because of him. Yiling and the humans who have died are all contributions to this great ideal." He asserted that their sacrifice would not be in vain. Old Lu sneered, "Killing in the name of justice is truly disgusting." As he spoke, he snapped all the chains apart. His resilience and determination were so strong that the chains couldn't bind him. He could feel the power rising within him, and this made Shui uneasy at the intensity of his resistance. Old Lu charged at Shui, sending him flying far away, and said, "Go dream your big dream." The confidence in his voice made Shui realize that his plan was slowly falling apart. Old Lu summoned the Snake King, and upon seeing Spectre Master Shui, he exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe my eyes." Shui understood that the reason the demonic potion had no effect was that old Lu was a rare Yiling. He had been searching for the soul swordsman for 15 years, and now old Lu had come to him. His eyes lit up with curiosity and ambition. Shui realized that if he could study and seize old Lu's power, he would achieve all the things he had long desired. This thought caused an uncontrollable smug smile to spread across his face. He said, "Be a good lab rat. I need old Lu's bones and soul to create the greatest magic potion." Shui's voice was filled with cruelty, and his eyes burned with desire. He shouted, "Bones to harness the power." The sound echoed throughout the space, and energy radiated out in powerful waves. Old Lu refused to back down. He summoned the Snake King to attack in retaliation. Old Lu struck with overwhelming force, leaving Shui no time to react and forcing him to flee. He charged into the battle with fierce determination. His blows crashed down like violent waves, making Shui feel the imminent danger. In the end, old Lu killed Shui, defeating the formidable foe after a fierce and dramatic battle. With Shui's death, all the demonic elixirs he possessed were consumed by old Lu, leaving nothing behind. He gazed at the pile of elixirs on the table, thinking to himself that, after all, they were all Shui's. So, he casually picked up a vial of a similar color, swapped the label, and didn't worry about anyone noticing. The scene shifted to the Han Binggang Cross. Here, old Lu successfully brought the demonic elixirs back to his master. He looked at the master expectantly and asked about the reward for this task. Master gave old Lu the reward, and just then, an announcement sounded, notifying that Zhang Chen Sha had completed the mission, receiving 8,000 experience points and a bronze shield. He held the shield in his hand, amazed by its quality. Though it was made of bronze, its attributes were not inferior to that of the silver aura. He then turned to ask his master if this elixir could really allow the specter to grow flesh and blood. When old Lu turned back to ask about the elixir's abilities, the master began explaining that, many years ago, Shui Yi had found the recipe for the demonic elixir but lost it. Surprisingly, he had spent 15 years researching it and finally succeeded. With the addition of a catalyst, not only Yi Ling but even the soul swordsman could grow flesh and blood. Old Lu was surprised when he heard this, as if he had just discovered a great secret that he had never considered before. The master confirmed that only the guiding medicine was missing and turned to look at old Lu. His gaze filled old Lu with fear, as if an invisible force was pressing heavily on his mind. He couldn't help but worry about what the master would demand from him in the future. The master said, "The guiding medicine is not something he can absorb. Quickly, level up." Upon hearing this, old Lu immediately nodded in agreement and vowed to follow the command. His heart was filled with determination, not only for the strength but also to prove himself to the master and to the challenges ahead. The scene then shifted to the trade market in Ice City, where Mingyu turned to AI Wei and asked if they really had to participate in the competition for the first hero's token. Her voice was filled with worry and doubt. Mingyu continued, saying that, given their current strength, finding a person was already difficult enough. Competing for the hero's token would be too hard. Later on, there wouldn't just be one hero's token, and it wasn't necessary to fight for the first one. AI Wei listened seriously and replied that danger always came with fortune. The first hero's token not only granted 50% of 2 random attributes to the guild member, but it also announced the official formation of the first guild in the Sea region. Her gaze was full of resolve, and excitement radiated from her every word. AI Wei continued, saying that the first title would echo across the nation. A strong northern attribute would attract many players to join Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls. This was their hope for the revival of Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls. Mingyu said that on the leaderboard, most of the top players had already been recruited by Quan Long and Duba to compete for the first hero's token. Do you know where to find the right person? AI Wei replied, not necessarily. The person you mentioned earlier, Crushing Strike from Afar, how is he doing? Mingyu thought that Crushing Strike from Afar was very strong, both in terms of action and character, and was very reliable. She had once invited him to join the guild, but unfortunately, he had declined. AI Wei emphasized, among the top 10, only Crushing Strike from Afar doesn't have a guild. If we could recruit him, he would become a great asset for us. I think attracting him to join is necessary, and I've decided to give it another try. Mingyu felt more reassured by AI Wei's words and decided to introduce Crushing Strike from Afar to her. She believed that meeting him would bring many good opportunities for both sides. AI Wei reassured Mingyu, you still have a good grasp of the situation. After all, Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls still has everyone here. Her words acted as a source of motivation, strengthening Mingyu's resolve. Suddenly, an announcement echoed in the space, Tiandong, the highest bidder will win, which caught both of their attention. Mingyu pulled AI Wei toward the source of the auction. AI Wei emphasized that, right now, the most important thing was to upgrade their equipment and boost their strength to the best state. Mingyu nodded in agreement and said, AI Wei's obsidian shield has long been outdated compared to her level. It seems someone is auctioning a bronze shield, and we need to hurry over and check it out to find an opportunity to upgrade our power. Excitement filled both of their hearts. Upon arriving, they saw the gleaming bronze shield in the light. The seller stood next to the shield with a confident expression, claiming that it was high quality, excellent, and could provide substantial support in battle. Mingyu was surprised to realize that the seller was none other than the Crushing Strike from Afar. He too seemed surprised, as it had been a long time since they had last met. AI Wei, on the other hand, just stared blankly at the two of them, not understanding what was going on. Mingyu was curious about why he was wearing a mask. He replied, there are too many enemies, so I wear this just in case,
and also to make a little extra money by selling some items. He didn't forget to add, AI Wei, feel free to check out the items too. AI Wei shyly asked, how much is this shield? The crushing strike from afar, with a discerning eye, knew that this was the best shield, and sold it for 50 gold coins. AI Wei was astonished because this bronze shield had properties comparable to a silver shield, and on the market, even 80 gold coins wouldn't be enough to buy it. Why was it being sold for only 50 gold coins? He humorously replied, it's because you were brought here by Mingyu, so consider it as making a new friend. Mingyu smiled happily and said, thank you. The crushing strike from afar was taken aback when AI Wei slammed the shield onto the table. She introduced herself as the leader of the ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls and suggested that he join their ranks. Chen was stunned when he heard this. He wanted to join, but not at that moment. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head, declining, citing that he already had other plans. However, AI Wei didn't give up and continued to persuade him. The ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls truly needs experts like you to join. You can make any request, and I will be able to meet it. Chen furrowed his brows as he looked at her, then coldly said, this time, you recruited him just for the competition for the first hero's token, but they can't even find a boss level 60 or above, so don't even mention it. With that, he lifted his foot and walked away. However, AI Wei continued to say she had something, then took out a golden compass from her body and handed it to him. He glanced at it briefly, then shook his head, saying it wouldn't do. He then advised her, the compass is just the most basic tool. The strength of Ancient Sword Dream Requiem is too weak. Joining the competition for the hero's token will only lead to doom. As a rational guild leader, you should know how to make the right decision. Saying this, he resolutely turned to leave. AI Wei watched his back and blinked before shouting loudly, I won't give up. After walking for a short distance, Chen muttered to himself while secretly glancing back at them, AI Wei better preserve her team's strength. You will bring the first hero's token back for Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls. After parting ways with AI Wei, Chen went elsewhere to look for quests. But the place he arrived at had no NPC quests, just monster hunting, and leveling up was too slow. At this point, his Spectre Snake King had already respawned, but it wasn't very useful anymore. He needed to replace it with something stronger. Just then, a cry for help suddenly came from behind, and Chen was shocked. He turned around to see a red-haired girl running toward him from afar. Behind her were several high-level monsters chasing her. The girl was Han Yu Hong, a level 44 archer. Han Yu Hong ran straight to Chen, constantly shouting for help. Chen activated persevering patience, attacking the two monsters behind. What surprised him was that as soon as he struck, they died. They only had a small amount of health left. He doubted and asked, you just need to use your skill again, and the monsters will die. Why are you running? Yet, Han Yu Hong rushed to hug him and said, I'm scared. If it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't even have hit them. Chen frowned at her. She hurriedly added, I'll share the mission with you. He hesitated for a moment, then agreed. But when the boss dropped its equipment, she could only take one item, while the rest all went to him and dropped straight onto his character. Hearing this, Han Yu Hong moved closer to him, her eyes sparkling, and said, I'll follow you no matter what. In truth, his main goal was to level up. This mission would grant him a level up, which was more efficient than grinding mindlessly. Soon after, the two of them set off to complete the mission. Every monster that appeared to block their path was swiftly dealt with by Chen. Along the way, Han Yu Hong watched, slightly in awe. He slayed the monsters as easily as chopping bananas, he was so skilled. Chen frowned again as he looked at her. She was a bit of a nuisance. He coldly said, we're deep in Demon Mist Valley now, and the boss could appear at any moment. You're a level 44 archer, you should contribute a little. But she acted coy, saying, I'm scared. I only feel safe being next to you. Chen sighed in exasperation. Where did this fake little girl come from? But he was left with no choice and continued onward. The deeper they went, the more fog appeared in front of them.
Lu Chen vigilantly looked around. "We're here," Han Yuhong asked, trembling with fear. "What is that thing?"
Seeing her so scared, Lu Chen felt it was his duty to protect her. After waiting for the fog to slowly dissipate, a figure carrying a blood-red blade appeared. It was a level 50 demonic general, who immediately attacked the two of them. The demonic general's speed was so fast that it startled Lu Chen, and he hurriedly pushed Han Yuhong aside. Almost instantly, the demonic general's blade slashed where they had just been standing. Lu Chen quickly turned around, seizing the opportunity when the demonic general was unprepared, and struck it in the back. However, the demonic general didn't relent, swiftly turning to counterattack. One strike from it caused Lu Chen to lose a significant amount of health. Lu Chen created some distance from the demonic general and fell into deep thought. At the same time, Han Yuhong, who was standing off to the side watching the battle, became dissatisfied upon seeing the scene. They had almost been slain by the boss. And yet, the young master of the Long family had told her to come recruit. She immediately equipped her bow and prepared to handle the boss. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred that shocked her. Lu Chen suddenly increased his speed, activating persevering patience and striking at the demonic general. His speed was so rapid that the boss couldn't keep up, losing a considerable amount of health. At that moment, the demonic general's body suddenly changed. It was activating the skill general of 100 battles, increasing its lifesteal by 1%, attack power by 1%, and attack speed by 2%. Lu Chen showed no sign of panic, even when facing the 200% attack speed. It was still not faster than his delayed actions. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the attack once again. The deafening clash of metal immediately rang out. Both of them were eager to quickly finish off their opponent. At this moment, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The two of them were like flashes of lightning, appearing and disappearing in midair, making Han Yuhong, who was watching from the outside, dizzy. "This speed is too fast. What is going on?" She was, after all, the 4th-ranked archer of Icebound Fortress, yet she couldn't keep up with the target's speed. Even after activating her eagle eye, all she could see were blurry figures. With such speed, she couldn't help but suspect that Lu Chen might be a member of the Hall of Fame. At this moment, Lu Chen had no idea of her speculation and remained focused on attacking the boss. The demonic general once again activated its skill and charged forward to attack. Lu Chen quickly summoned the demon god armor for protection. However, the boss's sword still pierced through the armor, so he hurriedly activated the pardon skill, and managed to block it just in time. He laughed loudly in triumph. Pardon doesn't just block the attacks of minions, it can also block the boss's strike. Immediately afterward, he knocked the boss's sword aside and attacked with his own sword. This strike created a critical hit of nearly 3,000 damage on the boss, and in no time, he finished it off. At this moment, Han Yuhong was stunned. He had taken down a level 50 boss all by himself. This was truly terrifying. Lu Chen lightly lowered his hand and glanced mockingly at Han Yuhong behind him. She hadn't even lifted a finger. She was afraid you would notice, so she immediately changed her attitude, returning to a coquettish demeanor, telling you how great you were and that you shouldn't let her take any action. At the same time, in another place, Longxing Tianxia and Lin Yihan were both watching Lu Chen from a distance. Lin Yihan was somewhat irritated, complaining that he had called her here just to see this. He chuckled softly and began to speak ambiguously. "You don't believe it, but he wants to show her his true face." Unfortunately, she knows his true face much better than he does. She snorted coldly, thinking that this clumsy and awkward tactic was indeed laughable. Longxing Tianxia didn't give up, suggesting that he and she should establish the biggest faction in the country. Lin Yihan glanced at him coldly, telling him not to be so boring. Whether it was him, Duba, or the Zhulong faction in another area, in the future, they would all be gradually defeated by her San. Having said that, she immediately turned to leave. However, after walking a few steps, someone coldly told her that sometimes too much confidence only harmed oneself and dragged San down into the abyss. Lin Yihan didn't care at all about what he said and didn't even bother to turn around. He could keep those words to himself.
Lin Yihan quickly left the place, but inside, he was extremely frustrated. Lu Chen actually dared to hug someone else, which made her so angry she almost exploded. Lu Chen, who was originally about to collect the spoils, suddenly sneezed. Who the hell was cursing him? Han Yuhong, standing next to him, noticed and asked with concern if he was catching a cold. Lu Chen lazily ignored her, telling her to stop acting. The mission and the spoils had already been divided, so if she wanted something, she should just speak up directly. She still continued to act, her expression full of grievance as she said that she only cared for him, asking why he had yelled at her. Lu Chen snorted coldly, exposing her fake demeanor. In her hand, she held a silver bow, and she was the female archer who had defeated a level 48 boss but was chased by two small monsters. Also, you're just a skeleton, yet as soon as you saw her, you rushed into her arms. Clearly, you have an ulterior motive. The number one female archer of the Duba Guild, Han Yuhong. Upon hearing this, Han Yuhong feigned panic. So, you saw through her from the start? I'm so sorry, she just wanted to invite you to join the Duba Guild. Lu Chen, hearing the tone in her voice, couldn't help but tremble. He ordered her to stop. But Han Yuhong didn't give up, continuing to persuade him. As you can see, independent players can't find good quests, but the Duba Guild can easily get them. With your strength, everything in Duba would be within your reach, including her. Saying this, she even put on a disgusting, seductive pose. Lu Chen was annoyed to the point of frustration. He drew his sword and pressed it against her neck, warning, "Stay away from me. I'm not interested in joining the Duba Guild." Does she want to leave now, or does she prefer to die here? Han Yuhong, frightened by his actions, stepped back, cursing him as a clueless blockhead. After venting her anger, she quickly ran off, fearing that he would actually strike. She knew she wasn't a match for him. Waited until she left, Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. That debt was finally gone. He wondered if he could summon this boss. After thinking for a moment, he placed his hand in front of the demonic general's chest, and a stream of purple energy appeared. Not long after, the figure of the demonic general, dark and purple, materialized. He had actually succeeded in summoning the specter and transformed it into the demonic general. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with this. What caught his attention was that his current strength could only possess one specter. However, when a new specter was summoned, the lower-level specter would automatically disappear. Once he became a Sura, everything would be under his feet. But in the midst of his excitement, the surroundings suddenly darkened, leaving him confused. It was Ducher San who took away his device, continuously grumbling. "You've lost it, playing games without eating or sleeping. I know you're trying hard, but not to this extent. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Hearing this, Lu Chen raised his hand in surrender, admitting his mistake. But it was because of the urgency of the hero's token that he acted in haste. Ducher San helplessly said, "It's not just about us. The Icebound Fortress and Nation RT are involved too. Rushing won't solve anything." Lu Chen sighed lightly. It was precisely because Nation RT was involved that he was worried. Each region had its own starting hero's token, but only the first guild in the region to obtain it could receive the title of Nation RT. He didn't want it to fall into someone else's hands. Ducher San patted his shoulder in consolation. Everyone wants that. In other regions, 2 or 3 members from the Hall of Fame were leading experts to fight bosses above level 20. Every 2 hours, the spoils grew more and more abundant. But so far, the hero's token had yet to appear. Lu Chen also knew this. It was the most troublesome thing. Only bosses level 60 or higher could drop hero's tokens. But where the bosses would appear was unknown, and it wasn't clear which ones could drop hero's tokens. Ducher San gritted his teeth and then spoke again. "Not only do we have to fight for the boss in the current area, but we also need to be faster than the other areas. Effort is necessary, but what matters more is luck." Those damn game designers. Lu Chen furrowed his brows in deep thought. Luck, huh? Do you think you'll have any?
While he was still contemplating, San pushed his chair back, urging him to go to bed quickly, saying that he needed to stay alive first.
Chen nodded, saying he understood.
After pushing him into the room, San closed the door behind him. Once done, San went to check on Gong Sun-gu's room.
As expected, he could still hear him playing the game.
San gritted his teeth in anger, muttering to himself, "These guys are all insane. Without me, this house would fall apart." Meanwhile, in the living room of Zue Yulu, Dominating Saber and Longxing Tianxia had arranged to meet here.
Dominating Saber chuckled softly, saying, "Good thing we arrived early enough to catch an interesting show."
Longxing Tianxia opened a bottle of wine, then began cursing Chen, calling him a rock in the toilet, stinking and hard, something even Han Yuhong couldn't handle.
Dominating Saber calmly replied, "You won't be tempted by benefits or lust, will you? The sweet tactics he used with Lin Yihan won't work on you."
Longxing Tianxia snorted coldly, "If they don't work, then he's just an obstacle." That's why he wants to cooperate with Dominating Saber, but Dominating Saber isn't really interested in dealing with those two rocks. Longxing Tianxia chuckled softly and shook his head. He wanted to talk about working together to obtain the first hero's token.
Upon hearing this, Dominating Saber was somewhat swayed. He asked, "How do you propose we cooperate?"
Longxing Tianxia took a sip of wine and smiled calmly, saying, "Although Duba is the strongest guild in Icebound Fortress, compared to the top guilds with Hall of Fame experts, they are still a bit weak.
Duba cannot do what they do, taking down bosses quickly and in larger numbers.
For example, if 4 bosses appear in Icebound Fortress, Duba could at most defeat 2, while Quan Long would take 1.
But if the final boss drops the hero's token, they'll be at a loss." Dominating Saber pondered what he had just said, then furrowed his brow and asked, "What you mean is that we should combine our reserve forces to fight for the 4th boss?"
Longxing Tianxia nodded in satisfaction. He wanted each side to send 1/3 of their forces to focus on taking down the remaining boss.
If both of them controlled all the bosses, their chances of obtaining the first hero's token would increase significantly.
Dominating Saber furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed, "But in the end, whether the hero's token goes to you or me will depend on each of our skills." Longxing Tianxia chuckled softly, admiring his straightforwardness, but in the end, they clinked glasses, signaling their friendly cooperation. At the Icebound Fortress Square, the 3 members of Crimson Legion were gathered there. Gong Sun-gu handed a large bag to San, filled with gems and equipment, giving it all to him. Chen also gave him 500 units of 5th-level food and reminded him, "If you come across the ancient sword of Dreaming Souls, remember to sell it for half price." San took it, but was very dissatisfied.
If ancient sword of Dreaming Souls buys everything at half price, wouldn't they end up eating dirt?
Chen smiled wryly and said, "Ancient sword of Dreaming Souls only has 24 members, how could they possibly consume everything? 50% is more than enough." San sighed helplessly, "That was a matter from a few days ago. He used the Cursed Compass to cooperate with several small guilds to establish the Ancient Sword Alliance, and its membership had reached 200.
Even 500 might not be enough."
Chen was startled upon hearing this.
"Is that true?"
San nodded firmly. "This morning when I went online, they were about to reach level 60, and they might need more supplies now."
Chen grew increasingly anxious. "So they're going to hunt level 60 bosses?"
San looked at him helplessly. "This morning, the news that the King of Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls had returned dominated Nuit for 30 minutes, and they said they'd go to the forum to find something for you." San immediately opened a newsfeed device for him, but at that moment, another group suddenly shouted in panic, drawing his attention. Before long, San found it, but his expression wasn't very good.
He told Chen to come see it.
Chen asked suspiciously, "He found it that quickly?"
"Let me see."
However, the news he saw was something he didn't want to know. The headline was extremely shocking, as it seemed that the former king had risen, but Duba and Quan Long were the ones reaping the rewards. Chen looked at the people from Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls being defeated by them, his face immediately turning dark.
He gritted his teeth and muttered the two names, Duba and Guanglong, making both Ducher San and the other person beside him feel a little uneasy. At this moment, Chen suddenly felt the urge to run somewhere. Ducher San quickly asked, "Where do you want to go?" He spoke with a sharp look in his eyes and said, "I want to slaughter them." But not long after, he changed his mind and said, "I want to go there to earn back my dreams." Hearing this, Ducher San immediately stopped him and said, "Calm down, under what pretext are you going? As a stranger you barely know, like piercing strike of sinking sand, or as a Chen no one's seen in a long time?" Gong Sun Gu, who was standing next to them, also nodded in agreement. "That's right, you should think it through first." Chen's anger had reached its peak, and he couldn't calm down. But at this moment, someone poked the hornet's nest. The people around them mocked Ancient Sword Dream Requiem, calling it a big deal, but in the end, it was easily taken down by Guanglong and Duba. "It's hard to revive now. What a pity for the beautiful female president." These words reached Chen's ears, and they made him explode with rage. He immediately walked over and grabbed the throat of the one who spoke, questioning him. "What about Ancient Sword Dream Requiem? Say that again." They hadn't seen the coffin, but they were already shedding no tears, repeating once more, "Ancient Sword Dream Requiem, and how did that end?" Then they said, "What does that have to do with you?" After hearing this, Chen was furious and wanted to hit them, but fortunately, Ducher San ran over and hugged him, saying, "Don't get angry, let's think of a way to solve this first." Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two men ran away. At this moment, Gong Sun Gu suddenly called him back and said, "Duba directly live-streamed the boss fight, too reckless. Doesn't he fear being robbed?" Chen was startled and ran to check the news. After reading it, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "They're not afraid because they've already planned for this, and no one dares to come. But you? These guys are finished with you today, there's no doubt about it." Gong Sun Gu understood his intention and patted his shoulder, saying, "I'll go with you." Chen, feeling touched, thought, "Truly a good brother." Chen said, "I'll steal the boss during Duba's livestream, and thanks to Ducher San being active on the forum. We want everyone to know that Crimson Mercenary Group dares to steal from Duba." Without hesitation, Ducher San responded, "Leave it to him." At the Crystal Demon Palace, Chen and the Ghost Valley Master had arrived, along with Chen's demonic general. After surveying the situation, Chen proposed, "I'll use my earth shrinking skill to sneak in first. Wait until the boss has 1/7 of its health left, then Gong Sun Gu can charge in to take the boss's aggro." Gong Sun Gu nodded slightly in agreement. Chen's eyes were fixed on dominating battle deity, who was fighting the boss. This was the scoundrel who had stolen the boss and then insulted the ancient sword of dreaming souls. Perfect. At that moment, dominating battle deity was laughing triumphantly. The boss was already bound by his demon sealing chain lotus skill, and he ordered everyone to charge in. Immediately, a group of Duba's people rushed toward the boss to try and bring it down. Unfortunately, life is not as dreamlike as it seems. A shocking sight occurred that left them terrified. Chen appeared from behind and ambushed dominating battle deity. He wanted to take this scoundrel's life. A single strike from Chen caused a huge chunk of dominating battle deity's health to drop, and his speed was so quick that the man couldn't keep up, being continuously struck by Chen's attacks. Chen's eyes were filled with rage, and he thought, "The mosquitoes are enough, it's time for the killing blow." Right after that, he activated persevering patience, not hesitating for a moment as he cleaved off the head of the dominating battle deity. After dealing with one, Chen turned his attention to dominating Saber, who was behind. He also recognized Chen, and the latter spoke coldly, "The boss of Duba is now part of your blood-red taxing guild." Dominating War God glared at him in anger, furious not only about the sneak attack but also about the attitude Chen was showing. Dominating Saber stopped him from acting and, pretending to be calm, looked at Chen and said, "How many people have set an example already, and yet you still dare to come here alone? He respects your courage. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have come. Wouldn't it be better to just continue as a mercenary?
Lu Chen snorted coldly in mockery. They can rob others, but when they get robbed themselves, they get upset? At this moment, Duba's people were struggling to tighten the chain to bind the boss.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already begun attacking Dominating Saber.
He blocked with his sword and, flustered, asked who had sent him to confront him.
Lu Chen simply scoffed and replied, "Punishing the wicked doesn't require anyone's orders."
Then, he immediately called for the Ghost Valley Master to enter. No sooner had he spoken than not only Gong Sun Gu but also the demonic general appeared, beginning their assault on the level 60 boss. Duba's people were struck with fear upon witnessing this.
The Ghost Valley Master even summoned a level 50 creature. How could this summon be stronger than the players themselves? Dominating Saber also noticed the situation on that side.
Taking advantage of his distraction, Lu Chen immediately launched a deadly strike.
By the time Duba realized what was happening, it was too late. He took a sword strike from Lu Chen.
Dominating War God anxiously called out to him, but Lu Chen had already activated Persevering Patience, delivering a finishing blow to him.
Lu Chen stood coldly there, casually saying, "There are things you shouldn't take too far.
If you must blame someone, blame him for touching what he shouldn't have."
Outside,
Ming Yu and her group were also watching the battle.
Ming Yu happily said, "I knew you could do it."
Lin Yihan was running toward him, wanting to assist. The others who were watching the battle were also very concerned about Lu Chen. Finally, someone had taught Dominating Saber a lesson, but there were still 3 of the 4 elite warriors from Duba Warrior Cavalry Archery left.
They hoped he could pull it off.
But before long, cheers erupted again. He had already taken down all 3. What elite warriors! Then he took down 2 more, easily dealing with the lackeys of Duba. His summoned creatures had already wiped out everything. Inside the game, Lu Chen had taken down the last one. The Duba group had been entirely wiped out by his team, leaving only the boss. Lu Chen furrowed his brow as he looked at the gigantic boss, then gestured for the 2 people behind him to charge ahead. At that moment, the Crystal Knight's eyes suddenly turned red.
The light around it changed as well.
It had entered a berserk state, with its defense reduced by 25%, but its attack increased by 50%. The 3 of them were startled and quickly stepped back to maintain their distance from it.
Lu Chen, alarmed, asked, "Why is a level 65 berserk boss this terrifying?"
Crystal Knight charged forward again, attacking Lu Chen and his companions.
He quickly urged everyone to get out of the way.
Crystal Knight fiercely swung his sword down, lightning crackling around the blade. The 3 of Lu Chen widened their eyes in shock at the sight. At that moment, Demonic General suddenly stepped in front of Lu Chen and his companions.
To their astonishment, Demonic General swiftly drew his sword to block the attack from Crystal Knight.
The lightning strikes from Crystal Knight carried considerable damage, but Demonic General gritted his teeth and endured the pain. It wasn't until the lightning on Crystal Knight's sword began to weaken that Demonic General launched his counterattack, immediately striking down the remaining lightning.
Gong Sun Gu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Lu Chen's summoned creature is too powerful. It can block the boss's devastating blow all by itself."
Lu Chen frowned slightly as he looked at Demonic General, then spoke in a deep voice, "The true strength of Demonic General is only just beginning to show." Immediately after, he commanded Demonic General to charge. As soon as his words finished, Demonic General activated General of 100 battles, doubling his attack speed. Like a flash of lightning, Demonic General charged forward, his fierce momentum overwhelming Crystal Knight. His sword rained down relentlessly. Crystal Knight couldn't even react in time, the speed too overwhelming. It was as if all they could see were afterimages of Demonic General. The knight endured a significant amount of damage, forced to retreat, desperately trying to dodge Demonic General's attacks without counterattacking. Demonic General did not give it the chance, continuing to swing its sword, causing its health to drop significantly. The 2 behind, Lu Chen, also seized this opportunity to attack, leaving the Crystal Knight with no way to retreat. Outside, those watching the battle couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene. "Impressive! A level 50 summon dominating a level 65, plus the piercing strike of Sinking Sand and the Ghost Valley Master, along with 2 top-tier experts, the Crimson Mercenary group is sure to succeed. The dominating battle deity, upon seeing this, had an unpleasant expression on their face. Thinking to themselves, the Soul Swordsman is truly overpowered, just to summon alone is enough to take down the boss. However, the dominating war god didn't share the same view. Although the summon sacrificed 99% of its health in exchange for attack power, a single mistake could not be tolerated. Indeed, Demonic General could not afford any mistakes in this battle, but nothing is perfect. At this point, the Crystal Knight began to counterattack, landing a blow that caused Demonic General's death. The Crystal Knight sheathed its sword, narrowing its eyes as it looked at the two Lu Chen. From afar, Gong Sun Gu used bright fire penetration, dealing damage but not too much. His next strike was blocked. At the same time, Lu Chen used the skill Graceful Forgiveness to charge in. Although he missed, it allowed him to follow up with his next move. The critical strike of Persevering Patience was used in the final blow, and even Gong Sun Gu was no exception. He drew out his strongest skill, the Demon God Slash. 2 powerful energy beams from the skill appeared in an instant, slicing across the Crystal Knight, sending it straight to the afterlife. Thanks to that, Lu Chen successfully leveled up to level 50, and Ghost Valley Master reached level 48. After defeating the Crystal Knight, the items began to drop, but the area showed signs of impending collapse. Lu Chen quickly suggested, "Gong Sun Gu, hurry up and collect the items, or we won't make it in time to teleport." The two of them began picking up the items. This time, with the teleportation available, where could they go within the Fu Bing area? However, what Lu Chen considered the best item was the Lucky Compass. It was truly a gift from the heavens. After collecting the items, Lu Chen immediately activated the teleportation to leave. Gong Sun Gu was also very pleased. This trip had been very profitable for them. However, they didn't notice that behind them, someone was already preparing to ambush them. Duba. He wanted to get his hands on the Lucky Compass. Lu Chen turned around to look at him, a smug smile on his face, and his tone dripping with mockery. "Your boss is really something." Dominating Saber thought he was about to defeat Lu Chen, but instead, he struck at empty air. The two of them, Lu Chen and Gong Sun Gu, had vanished in an instant. Outside, Lin Yihan saw this scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Before they ran, he even gave Dominating Saber a quick jab, feeling quite satisfied. Mingyu was also overjoyed. They had succeeded. Ai Wei, standing beside them, nodded lightly. Looks like the players in the Fu Bing area finally got their revenge. Her words weren't wrong. The crowd watching the battle erupted in cheers at this moment. Dominating Saber has finally stumbled. Lu Chen and his companion had caused the Fu Bing area to fall into disarray. On the other hand, Duba and Quan Long were extremely displeased. If Lu Chen really obtained the hero's token, the Crimson Mercenary group would become the most powerful force in the Fu Bing area. Duba and Quan Long wouldn't just let that slide, but Lu Chen was too unpredictable, not someone who could be anticipated by normal means. After the boss raid battle at Icebound Fortress by Lu Chen's group, the Crimson Mercenary group became incredibly famous, with orders piling up as far as Paris. This made Ducher San extremely happy. Furthermore, their news was all over the forums at that moment. Gong Sun Gu leaned into Ducher San's ear and excitedly said, "This time was really enjoyable." Ducher San nodded slightly. He watched the livestream, and he performed quite well. With that, Ducher San looked toward Lu Chen and smiled. They're one step closer to the hero's token now. Aren't you happy? Lu Chen nodded slightly. Of course, he was happy. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, to obtain the hero's token and restore the reputation of Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls. However, at that moment, the system suddenly pushed through an update. Ducher San furrowed his brow upon seeing it. This update seemed to want to push Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls into a corner. The new requirements stated that a group must have more than 100 members to use the hero's token. But Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls and the Crimson Mercenary group only had 15 members.
However, once they obtained the hero's token, gathering 100 people would be easy. The moment it returned to the number 1 spot, he had been waiting for far too long. At that moment, the sound of fireworks suddenly exploded behind the three, causing them to turn around in surprise. It was Lin Yihan, here to congratulate them for stealing Duba's boss and obtaining the special item, the lucky compass. Poison and Quan Long were definitely furious enough to explode. Lu Chen, seeing the visitor, curled his lips and said, "You got here pretty quickly." Lin Yihan pouted and said, "I wanted to come to support you, but you were so fast you had already teleported away. Now I've wasted my time." Seeing the two people talking, Gong Sun Gu wisely asked if they should stay here. Ducher San chuckled softly and mysteriously said, "The two of them are discussing something important. They are members of the Crimson Legion mercenaries, so of course, they must be present." It was only then that Lin Yihan got to the point, asking if Lu Chen had seen the recent world announcement. Lu Chen merely nodded without speaking. Lin Yihan blinked and suggested that he hand over the hero's token to her. She would pay him 1,000 gold for it. Without thinking, Lu Chen refused. He couldn't give it up, as per the usual rule, whoever kills the boss gets the hero's token. Lin Yihan furrowed her brows and looked at him with a slightly serious expression. Now, even if the Crimson Legion obtained the hero's token, it would be useless. While he was busy recruiting people, other guilds had already completed their guild establishment elsewhere in the city. Hearing this, Lu Chen just smiled faintly without saying anything. Lin Yihan stared at him for a long time before finally sighing in resignation, "Fine, we'll do it your way," but in her mind, she's wondering if the guild you're planning to create is really going to be a mercenary guild like Crimson Legion? At this moment, the World Forum issued another announcement. Ducher San furrowed his brows and asked with suspicion, "Why are there so many announcements today? Looks like a lot of big events are happening." This announcement revealed that Chaotic Bamboo Shadows had also received the Lucky Golden Guide. Upon seeing this, everyone was immediately stunned. Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brows. Is he our opponent again this time? Lin Yihan frowned and looked at him. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chen agreed to the 1,000 gold, but with the condition that Shuayin San would have to help him 2 times for free. Lin Yihan seemed to fear that he might change his mind, so she immediately agreed and went to notify everyone in Shuayin San to gather right away. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. There was no more time. Anyone who could make it in the next 3 minutes would come, and he would cover the teleportation costs. In that moment, Lu Chen was filled with a fighting spirit. Chaos? He wanted to see who would be the one to laugh last this time. A moment later, with just 1 minute left, he suggested that everyone get ready. Once the time was up, they would teleport immediately. Ducher San promptly prepared the resurrection items and special equipment from the inventory. Lin Yihan was also fully prepared. Lu Chen instructed them to gather as many supplies as possible. As long as they secured the hero's token first, they could deplete all their resources if necessary. At that moment, the members of Shuayin San had also teleported in, with 5 people led by Chang Shuixiang. Chang Shuixiang warmly took Lin Yihan's hand and smiled. "You called for a sudden assembly, many people didn't make it in time." Lin Yihan helplessly said, "There's no other way. Zhu Long might catch up with the move, and if we wait any longer, it'll be too late." Chang Shuixiang thought for a moment and then spoke, "There's still time. You just moved the clone to the Qiyan area. Right now, Zhu Long's group is being held up by the capital city of Luotian, and the two sides are fighting." Upon hearing this, Lin Yihan suggested that Lu Chen could afford to wait, but Lu Chen shook his head and said, "No, the capital city of Luotian can't hold off the Chaotic Bamboo Shadows. If the Chaotic Bamboo Shadows are blocked, they'll be the same. So we can't wait anymore. We have to go now." The great plane of earth and earth blood, Lu Chen led everyone here with a teleportation scroll. However, there was nothing in front of them, which made them a bit suspicious. Nonetheless, Lu Chen had a compass to guide them. He immediately took it out, checked it, and noticed that it pointed to a path ahead, not far away. Lu Chen was very confident. "It's definitely here." He told everyone to get ready, the entrance will open soon.
With that, he pressed the needle on the compass with his hand.
In an instant, a dazzling blue light burst forth before everyone. Chen excitedly said, "Let's go together and take down the level 70 boss." Chen's group entered the door opened by the compass. It was quite dark inside, which made them feel a bit uneasy. Chen instructed, "Stay in formation, watch your surroundings." Just then, the torches in the tunnel suddenly flared up. Ducher San asked in surprise, "Is this a welcome for us?" With the torchlight guiding the way, Chen's group moved much faster, but the dungeon for this level 70 boss was somewhat desolate. After a while, they finally reached the moonlit demon palace. On a chair in the main hall, a boss was sitting there. Chen warned everyone, "We are warriors, follow the plan." The boss remained seated and motionless. This was the level 70 Warlord's Earthblood, with a massive 40,000 health points. The highest health among their group was only a little over 1,000. Everyone was terrified, unable to speak. Chen's group remained vigilant, waiting for the boss to make a move. A second later, the boss suddenly stood up from its seat. Ghost Valley Master blocked in front of Gong Sun Gu. Warlord's Earthblood ferociously swung his sword towards them, his speed so fast that it was impossible to keep up with. Lin Yihan quickly used his armored march skill to help Gong Sun Gu defend, while he himself activated the demon armor of the Overlord for protection. However, one strike from Warlord's Earthblood shattered everything. Chen couldn't help but be startled. Just one normal strike was enough to take down Gong Sun Gu, even though he used a defense skill and armor like that. "It's too powerful," he exclaimed. He immediately instructed Gong Sun Gu to revive, then used Resurrection Planet, which could be activated within 10 seconds. Gong Sun Gu quickly used it. He had sold half of his wealth to buy these 6 items, so he had to use them carefully. Gong Sun Gu let out a loud roar, his health rapidly regenerating. But at that moment, Warlord's Earthblood's sword came crashing down. Chen shouted urgently, "Be careful!" Gong Sun Gu was a little startled and quickly dodged. The boss's sword showed no hesitation as it slashed down, breaking the ground apart. Gong Sun Gu swiftly crawled out of the debris, letting out a relieved sigh. That was close. At that moment, Shuayin San's forces had begun their relentless assault. Magic arrows and sword energy continuously filled the air, but to the boss, it was nothing more than a mere itch. The damage dealt was minimal. Lin Yihan and Chen both felt that something was wrong. The two of them simultaneously activated the Radiant Slash and Persevering Patience skills. True to their reputation as top players, their damage output was far higher than that of the previous attackers. Especially Chen, he also had some doubts about the damage he dealt. This might be the power of a gold tier weapon. His damage had doubled. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Soon after, Shuayin San's team launched a full-on attack on the boss. A series of skills were activated. A loud explosion echoed through Earthblood, with flames erupting everywhere. However, the boss was completely unharmed. Almost immediately, flames erupted again as the boss used its shield to block the attack. Seeing this, Lin Yihan anxiously said, "They must be rushing against time, but they've encountered an obstacle." Chen told her, "The path's hot," then called out to Ducher San. Ducher San yelled loudly for everyone to step back, then struck down with the mighty hammer of Tho. The sound of impact rang out, and the boss's shield shattered. Seizing this opportunity, Chen, Lin Yihan, and Gong Sun Gu rushed forward together. The three of them unleashed their skills simultaneously, and the shockwaves from their attacks bombarded the boss's position. However, at this moment, an anomaly suddenly occurred. The members of Shuayin San rushed to strike it. Unfortunately, it was too late. The boss had unleashed its fiery form, with blazing flames spreading everywhere. Chang Shui Xiang saw this and immediately warned everyone, "Be careful, fall back." Chen frowned slightly. The flames were too strong, even magical attacks were being incinerated. But that wasn't the end of it, the boss was using its skill again. His hand flicked slightly, and the flame began to dance in the air.
In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an afterimage of dragonfire. Seeing this scene, Chen was horrified and exclaimed, "He wants to wipe them all out with that one strike." The gigantic fire dragon was roaring, its eyes as red as blazing flames. Fire was spewing from its mouth in torrents, forming a massive wall of flame that engulfed everything around it. Chen Sha raised his sword, his gaze fixed on the fire dragon, and shouted a decisive command, "Quick, close combat, fall back and attack from a distance." The flames flared up even more violently and rushed toward the three of them. The three of them quickly turned and fled. As they were running, they heard Ducher San scream. Turning around, they saw Ducher San lying flat on the ground, his entire body surrounded by flames. Chen then reminded Ghost Valley Master in fantasy scenery, "Everyone, quickly restore your health." Unexpectedly, the Earth Blood Battle King appeared from behind. He wielded a blazing red sword and slashed toward Chen. Ghost Valley Master sensed the danger and shouted loudly, "Boss, watch out." As the red sword was about to strike Chen's head, fantasy scenery rushed in to block it for him. The purple and red lights collided, creating an explosive shockwave. The explosion generated a powerful wave that sent everyone flying. Ducher San, unable to withstand the pain, cried out, "Oh my god, just a touch and it releases such a powerful wave?" The Earth Blood Battle King's skills are so strong that even Can's summoned creatures were all killed, and his health was continuously drained. HP 38, HP 451, HP 211, HP 175. Ducher San saw the power and could only gape in astonishment. The boss's fire damage is way too strong, even old Lu's level 50 summon can't handle it much longer. At this moment, Chen drew a skill card. While the demonic general is still holding the boss, let's go. Can's card emitted a green light. "I'll take care of the boss's fire, wait for me to create an opening." The skill card was for enhancing equipment. The notification displayed the introduction to the equipment enhancement skill. The weapon attribute enhancement increased by 200%, lasting for 8 seconds. Can's sword turned green and snowflakes appeared. The notification continued, introducing the item Frozen Soul of the Wild Golden Metal, which increased the user's ice attribute attack by 21%. At this moment, the Earth Blood Battle King was slaying one of Can's summoned specters and was advancing toward him. Fantasy scenery was extremely worried. "Brother, be careful." Ghost Valley Master shouted from right next to him. "Go, boss." Can used the power of the Ice Guard, which had a strength of 2145, and unleashed the Persevering Patience Ice Soul skill, decisively slashing right into the face of the Earth Blood Battle King. Snowflakes and chunks of ice slammed into him. He clutched his face in agony. He was surrounded by nothing but ice. He could only tilt his head back and scream in pain. A notification appeared, introducing the General of 100 Battle skill. Spectre Demonic General lost 90% health, gained 90% lifesteal, 90% attack power, 189% speed. Taking advantage of the moment, a Spectre charged at him, slashing and causing him to lose 112 HP. The Spectre attacked him relentlessly, leaving him no time to react, but he was no pushover. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly counterattacked with a sword strike, causing the Spectre to be killed. Seeing this, Chen didn't stand idle. He immediately rushed towards him. With the Underworld Fire Ghost Strike, he executed 2 consecutive slashes without pause, causing him to lose 611 HP, rendering him unable to resist. A massive hailstorm fell directly on the Earth Blood Battle King, knocking him away and causing him to crash to the ground. An information panel appeared, introducing the skill card Armor Break Formation, which reduces the target's magic resistance by 50% for 30 seconds, worth 60 gold. The Earth Blood Battle King, lying on the rocks, seemed to have weakened. Surrounding him were multicolored circles of the formation. The skill card information displayed again, introducing the Armor Break Formation skill, which reduces the target's defense by 50% for 30 seconds, worth 60 gold. The panel continued to announce, introducing the Weaken Formation skill card, which reduces all of the target's attributes by 10% for 30 seconds, worth 75 gold.
The Earth-Blood Battle King, still alive, slowly regained consciousness. His body was covered in small yellow spots. With one hand pressing his sword against the ground, he gritted his teeth, looking extremely frustrated. Ducher San held 3 skill cards in his hand. He glanced at them, his face filled with panic as he shouted, "Only 30 seconds left, everyone hurry up." Fantasy scenery with a determined look in her eyes. "I won't back down." The skill card of 6-fold Thunderbolt. Then she drew out a purple skill card, and the card emitted purple lightning that surrounded her. The information panel appeared, introducing the Thunder God skill card, which could unleash 3 bolts of lightning worth 80 gold coins each. The skills of these cards began to gather. The purple lightning pierced through the green, yellow, and red array, creating incredibly powerful lightning bolts. They struck directly at the Earth-Blood Battle King, causing him to continuously lose health. HP 852, HP 852, HP 852, then HP 852, HP 85. The 2 Junken with ranged weapons were not negligent. He raised his sword and signaled for everyone. "All ranged attacks, increase your damage." Chen Shuixiang received the order and began casting her attack skills. Faithful Arrow of the Sky, her arrow emitted a green light. Mage Yu Shangyi Gu immediately provided support. Water Flow Blade, waves of water rose one after another. Starry Sea also launched her skill, pointing at the book, Ice Spear, a hail of ice began to fall. Supervisor Wang used Fireball spell, and fireballs shot toward the enemy. The mage, struggling to catch his breath, summoned the wind, launching a violent bone shatter, and a large tornado appeared. The Earth-Blood Battle King, continuously under attack, lost a significant amount of health. HP 1756, HP 1418, HP 1113. The ambush continued relentlessly, and he was forced to endure blows from all directions. HP 871, HP 811, HP 118, HP 138, HP 518. After the assault, the boss's health was reduced to 16,501. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Zhan Kenshensha couldn't help but exclaim. The ambush just now had an effect, one more hit and we can take down the boss. The Earth-Blood Battle King could barely stand, sweating profusely, gritting his teeth as he leaned on his sword for support. However, his strength was no joke. He immediately raised his sword, and the red glow from it flared up once again. He plunged the sword into the ground, creating sparks. Zhan Kenshensha immediately became alert. "Everyone be careful, his eyes have turned the color of the yellow byn flowers in bloom." The group was surrounded on all sides by red rings. They quickly went into defensive positions. Suddenly, the ground beneath Zhan Can and fantasy scenery began to glow unusually and then caught fire. Zhan Kenshensha shouted, "Get out of the way!" The flames from the Earth-Blood Battle King seemed unstoppable, and he spread his arms wide, laughing loudly. Ha ha! The notifications rang out one after another. Player Yushang Yigo has died, player Starry Sea has died, Spectre Demonic General has died. Ducher San looked terrified, but at this moment, Jin Kan, Chensha, Ghost Valley Master, and Fantasy Scenery rushed to the front to protect Ducher San. Zhan Kan ordered Ducher San, "Go revive the others." Ducher San replied, "Got it." Zhan Kan rushed forward while holding the Greedy Wolf King skill card. The description of the Greedy Wolf King skill card increases the player's attack speed by 25% and movement speed by 25%, lasting for 3 minutes. Zhan Kan activated the Greedy Wolf King skill, and like an arrow flying through the air, he tightened his grip on a hammer in his hand. Persevering patience, he swung directly at the enemy, causing him to spit blood. HP 918. The hand of the Earth-Blood Battle King was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere as he screamed in pain. His remaining hand hastily tried to hold the severed limb. Notification: player Yushang Yigo has respawned. Notification: player Starry Sea has respawned. Zhan Kan was full of confidence. We're almost there. Summon a pet and let it unleash its final storm. As everyone respawned, they attacked the boss.
Jeankin led the charge, followed closely by Fantasy Scenery and Ghost Valley Master. A few bees also rushed in to attack. Persevering Patience, Radiant Slash, Bright Flame Impact. The three of them struck directly at the boss, causing him to stumble.
After their combined attack, the boss's HP was down to just 9,787.
He sat on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Unexpectedly, he still refused to give up.
A sudden golden aura surged from his eyes.
Sphere Legion, a fireball appeared. The three of them had no idea what it was. Suddenly, a figure completely covered in dark, ominous energy appeared, looking fierce and glaring so intently that it was almost awe-inspiring.
Jeankin was also surprised by this skill. Is it that overpowered?
I didn't expect him to be able to summon things like this. The specters summoned looked exactly like Jeankin's group, except they were red, giving off a very fierce and intimidating aura. One of them flexed his muscles and shouted, "Kill!" Even the mages summoned were identical. They received the command and charged toward Jeankin's group.
He immediately ordered, divide the battlefield.
I went to hold off the two strongest clones. She led the others, clearing the battlefield with the fastest speed.
Fantasy Scenery, ready to go. Watch me.
She then swung her sword, a bright yellow light pouring out from it. Her attack emitted dazzling light, cutting straight through the clones, causing them to lose health immediately.
HP 174. HP 172. HP 17.
Over here, Jeankin and Chen were fighting against his own clone and Fantasy Scenery's clone.
Jeankin's strike left them in shock and confusion.
They quickly retreated to avoid his blow. Meanwhile, he kept attacking while pondering, wondering what the difference was between these replicated clones and the original bodies. Fantasy Scenery's clone unleashed the Flame Radiant Slash, while Jeankin's clone used the Flame Chu Dao. The two clones rushed toward Jeankin. Upon seeing their moves, he realized that both of them had focused their hatred on him. It seemed like nothing more than a replication of abilities, with no thought behind it. So, Jeankin dodged to the side and said, "I'm dodging." The two clones missed their strikes and turned to face him. Fantasy Scenery's clone spun in mid-air and thrust a dagger toward Jeankin's body. You quickly raised your sword to block. The clone of Feng Se didn't hesitate at all, immediately flying toward him like a dart. Jeankin murmured,
"One person?
First, take down one, then we'll talk." Jeankin continued, "It's the same move, but the replica is even stronger than the original EE." The clone kept attacking relentlessly, leaving Jeankin with no choice but to defend without the opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Jeankin's clone raised his sword and rushed toward Jeankin, aiming to strike him on the head. Jeankin could do nothing but retreat to avoid the blow.
That was too close.
Unexpectedly, Fantasy Scenery's clone stabbed him from behind, reducing his HP by 118. Jeankin's clone was quick to follow with another slash, taking away 234 more HP. After taking 2 hits, Jeankin collapsed, his stomach grumbling as he fell, muttering,
"So this is how it feels when others hit us? It's disgusting."
Suddenly, there was something on the other side, a flash of yellow light followed by green light. Jeankin was puzzled, unsure of what was happening. Turns out the Earth-Blood Battle King is healing," Jeankin commented.
HP is increasing by 20, then another 20, another 20, and another 20. His HP has risen to 9,880.
Seeing this, Jeankin realized the situation was turning dire. Fantasy Scenery, standing beside him, was also worried. "Brother, the boss is healing." Jeankin quickly discussed with Feng Se.
"Illusions, don't let him hit anymore.
The boss may be healing small amounts continuously, but once those small amounts add up, it will be a huge problem." The clones were also charging towards the two of them, shouting loudly, "Kill!" In the blink of an eye, Jeankin and Fantasy Scenery were surrounded by several clones. The two had to stand back to defend themselves. Suddenly, an announcement sounded. The boss, who had just regained health, was now back at full strength with 1,443 HP. Player Wang Qianren had died. After hearing the announcement, Zhang and Fantasy Scenery were both surprised. Zhang continued fighting off the clones while suggesting a plan. We need to end this quickly. Our numbers are few, and the amount of health the boss recovers won't be much. This is the only way we can defeat Zhulong. Fantasy Scenery agreed immediately. Alright, brother, hang in there. With that, she glanced over at San, who was still fighting. San brother, revive Wang Qianren, she instructed, as the mage cast all of their ice magic in full force. San acknowledged the command. Got it. Zhang was still trying to fend off the attacks from the clones. He thought to himself, I need to be faster. Only by being faster can I get the hero's token. Defeat Zhulong, defeat chaotic bamboo shadows. Then he started flying. Purple light flashed continuously, but it still wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, he needed to be faster. He rushed toward his own clone, slashing twice, but it was still able to block the strikes. Not enough. Zhang stopped, still unable to think of a way to deal with them. Suddenly, he clasped his hands over his head. The two clones standing nearby were confused, not understanding what had happened to him. Zhang shouted, my head hurts so much. San was in the middle of a fight when he heard Zhang scream and immediately turned to look at him. Old Lu. San was stunned by the scene. Zhang clone had used the Flame Chu Blade technique to strike Zhang shoulder. Zhang, now weak and collapsing, called out, San, there's a notification. The player who used Crushing Strike from afar had died. Upon hearing this, San was extremely startled and rushed towards Zhang, but didn't notice that the clone behind him was preparing to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Fantasy Scenery arrived just in time, cutting down San's clone. She shouted, Old Lu, revive now. San, the reliable brother, emerged with his face looking as if he had just escaped a life-threatening ordeal. The notification board displayed the words, oh my god. Zhang stood up as if he had been revived. A purple light surrounded him. His heartbeat began to return to normal. Zhang was revived, but he seemed different. He appeared stronger than before. The clone of Zhang rushed to strike him but stopped abruptly, its mouth agape in confusion. Zhang unleashed his technique, delivering 5 consecutive slashes to the clone so quickly that it couldn't react. The clone was torn into pieces, its head severed, legs flying off, and even the sword-holding arm was chopped off. After dealing with the clone, Zhang wiped his sword and said, now you're scared of death, huh? He looked at his reflection in the blade, speaking softly, finally, I'm back. Then, Fantasy Scenery, seeing the scene, wondered to herself, why does it feel like my brother is stronger after the revival? Was his speed really that fast just now? San stood by, wiping away her tears with her hand. It wasn't about growing stronger, but rather, San's face was filled with tears, and then she smiled. This was the return of the war god Lu Chen, and the sluggishness of old Lu had vanished. Seizing the opportunity of the war god's return, Zhang Chen shot immediately charged straight toward the Earth Blood Battle King. Something was burning on the boss's head, causing him to clutch his head in confusion. A red warning notification appeared. On the boss's head, there was a glowing circular object that split his forehead in two, causing blood to begin dripping down, while simultaneously draining the boss's energy. The Earth Blood Battle King entered a state known as King of Hell, where turning around would cause him to suffer from the flame damage. At this moment, Zhang sword blocked the boss's attack. Zhang unleashed his power, increasing his attack strength by 25%, speed by 20%, but reducing his defense by 20%. He relentlessly dealt damage to the Earth Blood Battle King. His health began to decrease. HP 216, HP 228. The boss appeared to be weakening, only raising his hands in defense. The continuous barrage of attacks caused his health to steadily dwindle. HP 441, HP 412, HP 428, HP 431.
He looked at Zhang Can, standing strong. This was the strongest form of a human. Fantasy Scenery and Ghost Valley Master were rushing over to assist. She glanced over at Demon Valley and said, "The 20% increase in speed is nothing more than this." Fantasy Scenery used Bustling Star Swift Step, charging toward the boss and dealing a blow that reduced his HP by 415. A notification appeared, announcing a critical hit that subtracted 4,000 HP. The Earthblood Battle King, still reeling from the hit, had no time to recover before Ducher San and Ghost Valley Master were already closing in at high speed. Ducher San used the split strike, while Ghost Valley Master unleashed the Demon God Slash directly at the boss, further draining his health. HP 418, HP 311. Zhang Can also rushed in, executing a swift strike but unfortunately missed. At this point, the boss's HP was down to 2917. He glanced at Zhang Can, a calculating look in his eyes. Suddenly, he spun around, raising his sword to counterattack. You could see the determination in his face as he charged forward without hesitation. Bustling Star Swift Step delivered a critical hit that subtracted 2,917 HP. Zhang Can followed up with several rapid strikes to the boss's stomach, causing him to scream in pain. A notification appeared. The player lost 50% of their health to deal damage equal to 10% of the opponent's maximum health. Another notification popped up, Hero's Token. A third message followed, I've arrived. Fantasy Scenery, Ducher San, Ghost Valley Master, and the group of mages cheered in excitement upon seeing the scene unfold. We've won. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Can Shensha stood triumphantly on the lifeless body of the boss, raising his sword to the sky with a proud stance. But suddenly, the Earthblood Battle King's body erupted into flames. The boss's head split in two, releasing a swarm of glowing orbs. Zhang Can was puzzled, as there was already a red dot in Wan Zitong. He shouted loudly, "That must be the hero's token, so many spoils of war, I'm going to get rich." The people behind him quickly ran over to claim the loot as well. Zhang Can and Chen Sha had just caught a large red glowing orb. He held the orb high, and it emitted blinding light all around. One person from the group told him to quickly check inside to see if it contained the hero's token. The loot opened, and a golden token appeared, shining brightly in Zhang Can's hands. Fantasy Scenery, mesmerized, also reached out to grab it. Item information popped up, and Zhang Can handed the token to Fantasy Scenery. She immediately raised it high and shouted, "Hero's Token." Its light attracted everyone's attention. The scene shifted to an old house. A notification appeared, guild leaders with over 100 members can use the Hero's Token to establish an official guild. Receive rewards and the guild's official benefits. Hero's Token, quick! Fengsei's illusion, Ducher San, and Zhang Can Shensha were standing in front of the house when Fengsei used the Hero's Token. The Kufu Bing Shuiyin Shan Guild's leader, Fantasy Scenery, used the Hero's Token. Ducher San immediately raised his middle finger and said, "Yeah, it's true, damn, so thrilling." Zhang Can, standing behind, also sighed, "Damn it, Zhulong and the capital city's Luoshan had a big battle, but they still can't be as fast as this." Then he shouted loudly, "You really are something. Too bad I won this time." Ducher San chimed in, flexing his muscles and laughing. Fantasy Scenery, walking with them, clapped her hands to cover her face, too embarrassed by the two of them. Scene transitions to the Earthblood Demon Fortress. World announcement at 2:29 p.m. on September 1, 2035, in Country Z. Player Chaotic Bamboo Shadows has officially established Nation R, Heavenly Sect Guild officially second, Zhulong. Damn it! A man wearing red gloves was furious. Below, his subordinates kept their heads bowed, saying nothing. "We're second place." Another voice spoke up. "Shuiyin Shan. What kind of guild is this? I've never heard of such a guild in the Hall of Fame. Isn't it some insignificant, unknown one?" As he spoke, the man was already checking the information panel. A long-haired, messy blonde man responded, "Brother Shuiyin Shan is from the Fubing region, and his guild ranks third, with only 100 members." The blonde man was Lai Fengying.
He continued explaining, the Zhulong Guild, their guild leader, fantasy scenery, is a master. Also in the Fubing region, there's another master, piercing strike of sinking sand, who has a close relationship with him. This time, it's the two of them teaming up, fantasy scenery, piercing strike of sinking sand, and Shuayin Shan. Lai Fengning looked down at the group below, their faces dark with frustration. Gentlemen, since the appearance of Soul Reaper's sword, Zhulong has never suffered a defeat. He smirked. Zhulong Guild, chaotic bamboo shadows, they stand tall with arms wide open, and this time we're only second. The people below raised their fists and shouted in unison, fight. Shuayin Shan, Zhulong is the strongest. The scene shifts to a wild jungle area, where Mingyu is hugging the guild leader Shui Yifeng, surprised. Zhulong has been beaten, his face now resembling the second leader of the guild. It's been 2 years, and finally, there's a guild capable of suppressing Zhulong. Guild leader Shui Yifeng responded with a hum. Mingyu continued the conversation. It's about stealing the boss Duba. I didn't expect that the crushing strike from afar would help us avenge twice. Yifeng responded happily. The first hero's token has already been contested, but next, we still have the second hero's token. The third one, which we will contest with Duba Guild, will be even more intense, so we need to prepare well. Mingyu asked further. The second hero's token won't be as intense or crazy as the first one, will it? The crushing strike from afar won't reject us again, right? That friend of mine is still full of determination, she might try again. The scene cuts to the Guanglong headquarters, in the office of Longxing Tianxia, where he is yelling in anger. Damn it! A bunch of useless idiots let Shuayin Shan take the hero's token. Not knowing who to direct his anger at, he kicked over the table. Guanglong is full of trash, so frustrating. After kicking the table, he sat down, holding his foot and crying while gritting his teeth. I want to recruit new people. Meanwhile, Ba Tiandao is also extremely angry, punching several trees. Damn it, and those Duba trash, even the golden compass couldn't protect it. So annoying. This hero's token should have been mine, and the top guild should have been Duba's. He was so angry that he struck the tree with one punch, snapping it in half. Crushing strike from afar, I want you to pay the price. His subordinates were startled and immediately reported. Bro deadly strike of the sunken star usually operates alone, with a mysterious and elusive presence. The scene switched to the icebound fortress, where a voice echoed. I know, we need to come up with a solid plan. A bulletin board appeared with the announcement. The Second World Guild, Zhulong of the Frost Nation, all members receive an additional 20% physical resistance. Everyone who heard it was astonished. Shuayin Shan has actually become the first supreme guild of the Z region. Everyone's face was filled with shock, disbelief. This even surpasses the strongest guild, Zhulong. The influence is already too great. The first guild received an additional boost. This is terrifying. A 50% increase in attribute points, and it's for both categories. Everyone raised their hands and cheered. Who cares about joining Guanglong or Duba? Shuayin Shan is my true favorite. Meanwhile, Ducher San was holding a full bag of gold, his eyes shining brightly with a beaming smile. High-quality demon illusion stone, no wonder it's a level 70 boss. Even the rings and jewelry are platinum grade. The group of mages behind him was also laughing joyfully. Brother, you're absolutely right. The notifications keep coming. We're rich now, really rich. 500 gold coins, that's a lot of money. Item information. Earth King Limit Ring, Platinum Equipment, plus 150 health. Demon Valley picked up his spear, and with the attack speed increase of 15, he was lucky enough to add 4 more. Fantasy scenery could not hide her joy. She looked at her sword while smiling, and with every attack, there was a chance to trigger the fiery effect. Item information, Radiant Golden Sword, attack 125 to 160, strength plus 30, HP plus 250.
The additional effect is an increase in fire and light attack attributes for the user.
Attacking enemies with both light and fire attributes can trigger critical damage, doubling the damage dealt. The item can be upgraded to level 50. A notification appeared, saying, the ear accessory of the Earth King's consort is equipped with platinum.
Fantasy Scenery turned to Chen and suggested, Brother San, we would like to invite you to join us again. Chen's health had been increased by 100.
Upon hearing her suggestion, he just stood there scratching his head, looking a bit embarrassed.
Fantasy Scenery continued, I know, I understand why you're acting this way. You have your own goals. In the past, I could help you as much as I could. If you join us, the entire Snow Silver Lake will be your support. Chen pondered for a moment, hesitant, this? You haven't given up yet. I understand what you're worried about.
After joining Shan, you and everyone in Blood Red Warfare will still have freedom. Brother, you once led the strongest guild, you have experience. Snow Silver Lake has just become the #1 guild, but there are still many things incomplete, and we need your help to improve. San immediately spoke up, he is the boss of Blood Red Warfare, we follow his lead. The Ghost Valley Master also agreed, wherever the boss goes, we will follow.
Chen felt deeply moved.
The two of them, San and the Ghost Valley Master, were high-fiving behind him, clearly they had discussed this beforehand. He then spoke, requesting that Blood Red Warfare be allowed to join Shan, hoping for the president's approval. The scene shifted to the Ice City Mansion, where Chen was currently training in the arena. His training partner was Fantasy Scenery.
He executed the move persevering patience, flying toward Fengse.
She was holding her sword tightly, her expression as serious as it could be. He reminded her, if you're not fully focused, I could defeat you at any moment. She swung her sword, delivering a sharp, powerful slash. The pressure from the strike was immense, but she failed to land a hit on Chen, who dodged with incredible speed. This left her utterly stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. He then told her, beating me is still not enough.
She turned to him, confused, what?
She continued to charge at him, but still couldn't land a strike. The speed of brother was faster now, I couldn't even see his movements clearly.
Chen seized the opportunity to counterattack.
However, this move was useless against me, and managed to bring her sword up just in time to block. She had stopped her offensive, holding her sword in one hand and a knife in the other, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, she delivered 4 swift slashes towards Chen. But he quickly dodged all the strikes with a speed that was even faster than the speed of light.
Was utterly surprised by this skill. Impossible, how could he avoid all my attacks at such close range?
Seizing the opportunity while she was off guard, Chen rushed forward. Holding a sword, a red energy emanated from him, looking extremely menacing.
Could only stand still and take the blow.
The sword was now right next to her shoulder, and she felt a sense of helplessness.
It's over, the concentration phase has ended, admitted defeat.
I've lost. I used to think that brother was strong, but now I've truly seen it with my own eyes. She then threw Chen a limit ring.
Brother, this is the limit ring that I got after defeating a boss. I'm giving it to you, we had some offline matters before. Item information.
Chen held the limit ring in his hand, and it was emitting energy.
Black Bone Realm equipped with a golden item. He glanced at it while remembering Yi's face.
Additional strength plus 16, additional health plus 160, additional attack speed plus 16. At this moment, Chen stepped outside.
The light emanating from his body looked powerful.
In the distance, Mage Chang Shui Xiang was approaching him. The two of them looked at each other, mouths agape in surprise. Mage's luck increased by 6, and Chen's luck increased by an additional 5% lifesteal for the user. Mage Xiang was greatly surprised to see Chen wearing the limit ring, the golden limit ring with dark attribute equipment. All the attributes were perfectly suited to him.
Had good intentions, I feel it's not wrong. The slowness is gone now. He raised his hand to scratch his face and said, "I've really recovered now." Xiang was also quite surprised to see him outside the arena and immediately asked, "War Halberd boss, you finally came out?" Yi nodded his head.
Scene shift, Mingyu and her friends seemed to be in trouble. A message appeared on the screen, she had to offline for something, why the rush?
What happened?
The guild leader, Shui Yifeng, immediately announced, "Our people were ambushed by Duba again.
This is already the umpteenth time."
Yifeng was extremely angry. Every time, those Duba people wait there, and when they see a rescue team, they turn and leave.
It doesn't seem like they are waiting for the people they're supposed to. A message came through, because the person Duba is waiting for is me.
This is all because of me, so you shouldn't interfere.
Ba Tiandao furrowed his brow. If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourselves for being unlucky. Why did you have to do the mission with those people from Shan?
The consequences are just what you deserve.
Guild leader Shui Yifeng sneered,
"Oh, you couldn't even beat the top guilds, and now you can't even defeat their leader, so you take out your frustration on low-level members.
You really are something."
Ba Tiandao, who had been hit where it hurt, became enraged and charged forward. "You're looking for death." Yifeng knew he couldn't match his strength, so he could only raise his shield to block the blow. Suddenly, someone's foot landed squarely on Ba Tiandao's face. The kick sent him flying, landing with a thud, shaking the ground. His subordinates were also blown away by the power of the strike. It turns out that was the crushing strike from afar. He immediately told the two girls to stand behind him. He looked really cool, then shouted,
"Ba Tiandao, you are dead. Duba, you and your people keep stepping into my path over and over again."
Ba Tiandao, who had just been kicked and was bleeding, still mocked him.
"Ha, you're dead," crushing strike from afar. "Finally, you're not hiding like a turtle anymore."
Before he could say more, he seemed to notice something, bending slightly as if realizing something. In the blink of an eye, Chen had flown over and quickly dealt with several of Duba's subordinates. One of them was punched so hard that he smashed through the floor, lying there stiffly.
All he could do was call out, "Ba bro."
Seeing this, Ba Tiandao gritted his teeth in anger. He still remained confident. "You're dead," crushing strike from afar.
"Last time, you only succeeded because you attacked us by surprise, but this time, you will be buried here."
His subordinates quickly surrounded Chen Sha. One of them, holding a green spear, tried to stab him from behind, but Chen Sha detected him. He immediately grabbed the spear, preventing any movement, then struck with his sword, decapitating him in one swift motion. Another one appeared behind him, but how could he touch Chen Sha? Chen Sha flew up like a bird, gliding past each of them so quickly they couldn't even react. One of them was struck by his sword and froze in place, completely stiff. Yifeng, watching him fight, found the moves very familiar and asked Mingyu. The piercing strike of sinking sand, the reactions and techniques just now seem very familiar.
Mingyu also noticed.
"Yeah, it's too similar, almost identical." Suddenly, she shouted, "Be careful." Huge blocks of ice and rocks were falling toward TRMXA, but he was unharmed. He continued to glide swiftly, like lightning, charging toward each enemy to deal with them. Suddenly, an archer appeared, releasing a barrage of arrows. A series of arrows flew towards TRMXA. He looked up at the incoming rain of arrows, then gracefully glided past each one, dodging them with ease. His gaze turned toward the enemy. The subordinates watching were left gaping, terrified beyond measure. Persevering patience, he rushed in, and they were done for. In the blink of an eye, he had dealt with a few insignificant enemies, leaving only the last one.
Ba Tiandao, furious, shouted and even caused rocks to fly. Chen Sha looked at him and asked, "Is there anything left to say now?" Ba Tiandao gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "What just happened?
Have all their war gods been killed?" He clenched his fists, his face darkening.
"Again, this?
Deadly strike of the sunken star, why is it always you?" He screamed, "You who stole our boss, stole our hero's token, and even took the #1 guild.
I can't accept this."
In our Duba territory, no one dares to claim second place, let alone first. You blatantly attack me in front of everyone. Who do you think you are, and by what right? With that, he swung his sword directly at Chen Sha. I want you dead. Chen Sha easily sidestepped, avoiding his strike. He immediately retorted. Based on what? Before he could continue speaking, the other man interrupted him. Based on the fact that you are too weak. He swung his sword again. Chen Sha dodged and told him to shut up. His opponent's eyes turned red with anger, and Chen Sha raised his sword. The declaration of vengeance and your petty methods are merely showing that you're not as good as others. If you're weak, you need to practice more. The strong devour the weak, and if you lose, you must accept it. But then he used his technique, persevering patience, on him. He continued. Harming my friend means the debt of blood must be paid with blood. And so, Ba Tian Dao is dead. Yi Fong, hearing these words, was greatly surprised. She exclaimed. These words. She called out and started walking toward him. Chen Sha heard the call but remained silent, unable to believe that someone recognized him. Suddenly, Yi Fong grabbed his hand and asked. You're Lu Chen, right? He pretended to be clueless. President Shui Yi Fong, you are the one who should explain. The actions and words just now could only have been done by Lu Chen. He turned to her and asked. Is that so? Is that so? Then he pointed at himself. Do you really think I'm Lu Chen? Ha, that's amazing. He took her hand and put on a grateful expression. Lu Chen is my idol. I've been imitating him for so long, but only you have said that I resemble him. Yi Fong, upon hearing this, was left speechless. She immediately stepped back. Mingyu went to hold Yi Fong's hand. Inner sound? Yi Fong lowered her head, embarrassed. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. You really look just like Lu Chen. I thank you for helping this time. He quickly responded. No need to thank me. Anyway, you two got caught up in the conflict between Shui and Shan and Duba. Then he turned to look at the corpses lying on the ground. The Duba group will soon be resurrected. You should scatter now. Yi Fong answered. Got it. He looked at Ba Tian Dao lying on the ground, threatening. Ba Tian Dao, remember my words. If you ever touch Shui and Shan or the ancient sword of dreaming souls again, I will hunt you down. I can keep my word. Yi Fong's two subordinates looked at him with admiration. War Halberd Boss is so cool, 10 out of 10. War Halberd Boss is really strong. One person can fight against 5 of Duba's main forces. Of course. War Halberd Boss is now number 1. The two of them watched as his figure gradually disappeared, sighing in admiration. One of them spoke up. War Halberd Boss, do you have time later? Could you take us to level up? He declined. Sorry, I'm going offline. I have some things to handle. I'll go ahead. Okay. Scene changed to Lu Chen's office. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, hand on his forehead, deep in thought. Boss, I really want to tell you, I am Lu Chen. I want to tell you that I'm still alive, to cry with you, to laugh with you. Together, we bring the Sword of Dreams back to its peak. He stared at his hand, then sighed, speaking to it. Aha, in this demonic form, you still want to meet her? Then, he lowered his hand, covering one eye, thinking to himself that being alone was enough. The phone rang, someone was calling him. He quickly reached out and grabbed the phone. He turned over to answer it. Hello, who is this? The voice on the phone replied. I am Mudong Mingyu. I know you're Lu Chen. Xinucaf, it's not yet 12 o'clock, I'm waiting for you. Upon hearing this, he jolted, shouting loudly. Hello, hello, but the other side had already hung up.
He pondered, some things must come, and eventually, they do. At noon, in the XINUCAF, Lu Chen and a girl were having a conversation. The girl told him, "Stop looking around, it's just the two of us secretly meeting here." He replied, "This is my first time at this high-end CAF, just a little curious. I ordered you an Americano, hope it suits your taste." He added, "The coffee is a bit bitter, very good." The girl was from GGS Company. She looked at him and said, "You came to meet me. Looks like you've admitted you're Lu Chen." He took a sip of his coffee, responding, "Chief Inspector of Execution." She picked up her coffee and drank before continuing his words. "Mu Dong Mingyu." He immediately asked her, "Sister Mingyu, how did you figure it out?" This question surprised her. She didn't hesitate and answered, "Don't forget, both AI Wei and I are senior executives at GGS. AI Wei, in particular, is the CEO of the Asia region." She took a sip of coffee and continued, "Do you think the words you said yesterday could deceive us?" Mingyu put her coffee cup down, and he asked, "So, does she know now?" Mingyu replied, "You're really overthinking it. If AI Wei knew, why would I be the only one here today?" At this point, he also pushed a stack of documents toward her. She asked, "So, what exactly is it that you're having trouble saying?" He said, "I need to fake my death to escape from us." Mingyu read through the documents, her eyes widening in shock, unable to say anything further. He explained, "This is my diagnosis report, take a look." She threw the documents onto the table. "You're sick." Lu Chen immediately rolled up his sleeve for her to see, revealing the red marks of poisonous plague on his body, and explained, "It's real. In fact, right now, I can't even be considered a living person. After all, have you ever seen a living person with poisonous plague?" Mingyu was stunned and quickly pulled his hand away, rubbing at the marks, thinking he was trying to deceive her. But the marks were real, and wiping them didn't help. He continued to explain, "Now, I have to regularly rely on 10 rays to maintain my life. That's why I have to fake my death to the boss." Mingyu raised her hand to her forehead, deep in thought. "Do you know why?" "Because when she believed you were dead, AI Wei fell into self-blame and almost developed autism. Every day, she had to rely on sleeping pills to get any rest. The idea that you would bring the ancient sword of dreaming souls back to its peak has become an obsession for her." After hearing this, he too fell into contemplation. "Boss." Mingyu immediately advised him, "It's unfair to her like this. You need to come with me to meet her. Whatever difficulties we face, we can face them together." At this moment, behind where he sat, there were two people who had overheard the entire conversation. They seemed equally concerned for him. He only replied, "I know, but I'm also in pain. I want to meet the boss too, but I don't know when I might die. Should I let her see me die again?" Upon hearing this, Mingyu seemed to realize something. She noticed a blonde man who was holding a coffee cup while talking on the phone. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy. Lu Chen and Mingyu both lowered their heads. Meanwhile, the blonde man walked over with the coffee and approached the two who had been listening to the conversation. It seemed like he was passing on some information. Lu Chen spoke up, "Sister Mingyu, just consider me as dead. Can you help me keep this secret?" Mingyu continued to keep her head down, deep in thought. She gripped her coffee cup tightly and agreed, "All right, I'll keep your secret. Sister Mingyu, in real life, please take better care of the boss. In the game, I'll help bring the ancient sword of dreaming souls back to its peak." Mingyu agreed, but didn't forget to ask, "You're doing well. Bringing the ancient sword of dreaming souls back to its peak, will that really help AI Wei a bit more?" He replied, "I'm just temporarily joining Shuayin Shan." But in his mind, the image of EE holding his arm appeared. The two of them laughed and chatted happily. "I can assure you that with fantasy scenery, we are only comrades in arms." Mingyu seemed doubtful, "Is it really just a simple comrade relationship?" Lu Chen fell silent, not offering any further explanation. The scene shifted to the game, where, in the Ji Lulan forest, Lu Chen was fighting with a scruffy bearded man. As he fought, he thought, what exactly is my relationship with EE? Is it just a comrade relationship? He then thrust his sword straight into the bearded man's head. The man groaned in pain but answered him, yes, we are just comrades in arms. The information panel appeared, announcing to the world, player fantasy scenery has reached level 53 and successfully ascended to the first place in the heavenly list. Suddenly ambushed, Lu Chen reacted quickly and stopped an arrow aimed directly at his head. He realized he had been attacked from a distance but had no idea who the assailant was. Lu Chen turned around to find out who dared to ambush him. At that moment, he felt someone rushing directly towards him. The figure was wearing a cloak, with red eyes, and continued to charge at Lu Chen, constantly swinging his sword towards him. Lu Chen looked at the appearance of the enemy and assumed he was a warrior. Despite the relentless attacks, Lu Chen managed to dodge the enemy strikes. Just as he was about to land, 2 arrows suddenly shot towards him. After dealing with the 2 arrows, Lu Chen realized that not only were there warriors here, but also archers. Looking around, he saw a faint figure in the distance. It turned out to be an NPC, the commander of the Blood Dance Legion's 1st Division, Shui Wei. She was already preparing her bow, aiming directly at Lu Chen. As for the warrior who had just attacked, Lu Chen recognized him as Ling Luo, the first captain of the Dark Forbidden Guardian unit of the Blood Dance Legion. He appeared behind Lu Chen, preparing to land a fatal blow. Lu Chen tried to stop them, saying, please stop and wait a moment. I will explain. We are on the same side, I come from Yiling as well. But the enemy didn't listen, continuing with the assault. Fortunately, Lu Chen managed to dodge the attack without getting hurt. Observing the speed of the opponent's sword, he couldn't help but feel impressed by the swiftness of the strike, and he thought to himself that this person clearly didn't listen to others. The enemy charged at Lu Chen like a hunter closing in on its prey. The opponent swung down from above, but Lu Chen managed to block with his own sword. At that moment, he knew that if he didn't retaliate, death would certainly await him. Lu Chen gathered all his strength to strike back at his enemy. He swung his sword fiercely, aiming directly at the opponent, but the enemy dodged the deadly strike with ease. Lu Chen could hardly believe his eyes. EE had failed to dodge this attack, yet this person was able to avoid it so effortlessly. The enemy wielding the sword yelled, "You lowly Yiling bastards!" and then charged at Lu Chen, aiming to take his life. The next 3 attacks from the enemy came swiftly, but Lu Chen managed to dodge them. However, he began to feel the pressure as the speed of the attacks increased, and soon he could no longer keep up with the dodging. Lu Chen realized he couldn't dodge in time, and as he prepared to counterattack, 2 arrows suddenly appeared right behind him. By the time he realized the arrows were aimed at him, it was already too late to avoid them. As expected, Lu Chen took both arrows head-on. On the outside, there was the archer. In front of him, a warrior stood. Lu Chen knew this warrior was much stronger than him, and on top of that, there was a Legion commander-level archer always ready in position. The warrior swung his sword towards Lu Chen. Knowing he was no match for him, Lu Chen was at a loss for how to respond. Lu Chen understood that no explanation would reach the enemy, no matter how hard he tried. Moreover, whether he fought or not, he already knew the outcome, yet he still chose to risk everything. Both of them rushed at each other, neither side giving way. They swung their swords towards one another, as if one of them had to die for the other to survive. Suddenly, the warrior shuddered, as though a sharp pain was coming. It turned out that the sword strike Lu Chen had delivered had injured him. The archer, witnessing her comrade getting hurt, called out his name, Ling Luo. As for Lu Chen, his sword seemed to have a mind of its own, as though it was intent on taking Ling Luo's life. It moved on its own, without any further input from Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lu Chen regained control of his sword. He shouted in order for it to stop. Once the sword had stopped moving, Lu Chen took a deep breath, realizing, if I had been even a moment slower, Ling Luo would have been dead. Shui Wei witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. She slowly lowered her bow and realized something strange. Shui Wei was astonished that Yi Ling had been willing to take the damage, and she too had to retract her sword. Lu Chen turned to look at Shui Wei, and at that moment, she finally believed that he was not one of the evil Yi Lings from Han Bing Gang. But before she could approach him, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, leaving Lu Chen bewildered about what had just happened. Lu Chen stood there, watching the two individuals who, just moments ago, could have taken his life at any moment, now fall so easily without uttering a word. A delicious, perfectly round loaf of bread appeared before him. It turned out that Ling Luo and Shui Wei had fainted from hunger. After Lu Chen handed them the bread, they devoured it hungrily, leaving him speechless. After hearing their explanation, Lu Chen learned that the two of them had intended to turn him into a Yi Ling, a cannibal from Han Bing Gang. However, he didn't hold it against them because Lu Chen acknowledged that he came from Han Bing Gang. But he had never consumed human flesh, and all the savage, bloodthirsty members of that group had already met their end. Shui Wei apologizes for the misunderstanding about Lu Chen. She never expected that there could be a good person like him in Han Bing Gang. Meanwhile, Ling Luo was still chewing the loaf of bread Lu Chen had given them. Once she finished, she turned to Lu Chen and said, "This bread is amazing. Just one piece, and it's enough to restore 50 points of hunger." Lu Chen confidently believed that his bread was the best tasting. Ling Luo agreed, as compared to the special wheat provided to the Blood Dance Legion, their bread was even better. He asked where Lu Chen had gotten the bread. Lu Chen didn't reveal how he had obtained the bread. He said it was a secret, and added that he didn't understand how, despite having wheat, they could still be hungry enough to faint. Ling Luo didn't hesitate, saying, "Isn't it because Han Bingjing from Lu Chen's side sent people to secretly burn down their grain storage? It's exactly because of this that they had to go out just to find food." Lu Chen was also surprised by Ling Luo's answer. While Lu Chen was still taken aback, the two of them seemed to have regained their strength after eating the bread. Shui Wei explained the grudge with Han Bingjing, saying that this issue had been going on for a long time, and it couldn't be left unsaid. Their legion currently needed a large amount of food, and she asked how much bread Lu Chen had left. Lu Chen generously replied, "I can provide as much bread as you want." Upon hearing that there was an endless supply of food, Shui Wei and Ling Luo were both happy and incredulous. But Lu Chen didn't offer it for free, he said it depended on what they were willing to offer in return. Shui Wei agreed, stating that as long as Lu Chen could supply the bread, the price would be up to him. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought that as the leader of the Blood Dance Legion, and with one being the captain of the Imperial Guards, both of them were big fish. If he didn't bring them back to be his prey, then he wouldn't be Lu Chen. Hearing the price Shui Wei offered, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with the smell of money. In the previous sentence, he seemed hesitant, but in the next one, he made a small request. Then, without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed a list longer than a New Year's Eve prayer, which surprised both Shui Wei and Ling Luo. He said that for now, only this much was needed. Reading through the requirements on the scroll, which could blind even Ling Luo, Shui Wei broke into a sweat, but she still told Lu Chen that he was being too polite. System notification: escort the middle-tier player Crushing Strike from afar to the Blood Dance Legion before noon tomorrow. 1,000 pieces of bread will be rewarded with a skill book X2 and a golden weapon from the Dark Province. X2 grand gifts containing metal materials. Grand gifts containing special materials, jewels, and wooden materials. Grand gift with 200 gold coins. A mountain of delicious, round, and fragrant bread appeared in the oven. The little girl praised Lu Chen, saying he was incredible to be able to produce such soft, fragrant bread with just one oven. Lu Chen confidently believed that his ability to make so many delicious loaves of bread was all thanks to Tan Ran's guidance. Tan Ran also believed she was impressive, as she was the only child with the qualification to intern as a cleansing priest in the village. Lu Chen gave her a thumbs up, thinking that was amazing. The little girl eagerly hoped that one day she would definitely become a priest so she could cure her mother's illness. Moreover, when going out on an adventure, it may help a lot of people who are sick or injured. Lu Chen patted the little girl's head. "I will make the promise with Tan Ran. When she becomes a pastor, we will go explore together." Tan Ran, excited, agreed to Lu Chen's invitation, both hands joining together, making a vow. The system notified Lu Chen that he had successfully accepted the mission of the promise. Seeing the notification, Lu Chen knew that he had reached the highest level SSS mission rank, committing to help the young girl Tan Ran become a pastor of the Silver Moon Alliance. He hadn't expected that this little girl Tan Ran would give him an SSS level mission. Although Lu Chen had sensed before that the NPC Tan Ran was not ordinary, this time, it was the sudden trigger of the peak covert mission line from the heavily sect world. Tan Ran eagerly asked Lu Chen if he could accompany her to the church to receive the blessing. Suddenly, a light appeared above Lu Chen's head. He didn't expect that so soon, a new mission would appear. The system once again notified him that as part of the promise mission, he needed to witness Tan Ran's purification ceremony at the glorious church in half an hour, where she would become a pastor. Completing the mission would reward him with a mysterious prize. After reading the mission, Lu Chen agreed to go with Tan Ran. This made the girl feel extremely happy. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. As a dark Yiling, wasn't going to the glorious church essentially walking toward death? At the Gudesian Cathedral, in just a short while, Tan Ran and Lu Chen had arrived at the church. Upon seeing the protective barrier, Lu Chen thought he had encountered a ghost. With this strong light barrier, I don't know if I can handle it or if I should try to pass through it. At the same time, the system also announced, Holy Light Barrier. The goddess of radiance has cast the holy light barrier formation for the faith of her followers. The holy light can block attacks from dark creatures below level 70 for 3 seconds and will destroy all dark creatures below level 60. The system also provided information about the Shaku disguise mask. The investigator soldiers of the Shaku patrol used the disguise mask to turn themselves into skeletons, allowing them to blend perfectly into human camps. Lu Chen said, "The mask, I'll have to rely on you." Tan Ran then took Lu Chen's hand and pulled him through the protective barrier. Seeing that he wasn't affected in any way, Lu Chen realized the mask was working. But before he could rejoice, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. It turned out that the energy of radiance was too intense, causing the Shaku mask to crack. After 3 minutes, the mask would be completely destroyed. All dark energy from the player will result in the destruction of the Holy Light formation. After hearing the system's announcement, Lu Chen couldn't believe the mask could only last for 3 minutes. But he quickly regained his composure. During these 3 minutes, the task at hand was to complete the mission of witnessing and then immediately leave the cathedral. The system started counting down the remaining time, 2 years, 9 months, and 98 days. Both of them entered the church. Tan Ran ran over to Chief Priest Jia Jia and told him that she was ready to undergo the purification ceremony. Upon seeing Tan Ran, Chief Priest Jia Jia said he would prepare the purification tools. He mentioned that in half an hour, they would begin the purification, and during this time, he needed to prepare quite a few items. However, Lu Chen didn't have that much time. Upon hearing this, he immediately tried to find a solution. Lu Chen rushed over and asked, "What items does the priest need?" "I can help you with them." Chief Priest Fuho smiled and asked him, "Are you Tan Ran's guardian?" He thought Lu Chen was a passionate and kind-hearted person, and that it was rare to find someone like Lu Chen nowadays. Lu Chen appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was burning with impatience. He said to the chief priest, "What you said is correct. I am exactly the person you're describing. So, let me help you finish the task and prepare the purification ceremony quickly." In his heart, he cursed, "Hurry up already." At that moment, the time left was 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 37 seconds. The chief priest began listing what needed to be prepared. First, fresh willow branches. They must be branches that have just sprouted, a little tender, a little mature, neither too young nor too old. Lu Chen darted behind the church to pick the willow branches. The second thing to prepare is a cup of holy water. The sacred water uses holy liquid. Third, the goddess who has just bestowed blessings, it must be fresh, the purifying effect will be better. Lu Chen immediately went to fetch the holy cup. Moreover, it was necessary to take the ancient scriptures from the bookshelf, and they had to be handled gently, for inside were ancient texts, all antiques.
Their age surpassed even that of the price of sugar, so they had to be treated with care. However, judging by Lu Chen's actions, he wasn't being very gentle.
System notification, time remaining, 2 minutes 41 seconds.
In just over 20 seconds, Lu Chen had gathered everything the chief priest needed, while the latter had taken 30 minutes to prepare. Lu Chen handed over all the items he had gathered to the chief priest and said, "You should start immediately."
The chief priest began the ceremony.
He read from the book, "Great Ancient Goddess, guide this lost lamb, so that the glory of the goddess may shine upon this girl, allowing her to experience the divine.
May this glory transform her into the most loyal follower of the omnipotent goddess.
From them, she comes, to them, she returns. This lost lamb shall join them, just as they have joined with them."
Time remaining, 1 second.
The chief priest did not realize that if he prolonged the ritual any further, Lu Chen would lose his life. He remained very calm, thinking to himself, "It's fine, I'll just finish reading this old book."
Meanwhile, Lu Chen was screaming in his mind, "Save me!"
and anxiously hoping he would hurry up. When the time remaining showed 14 seconds, the chief priest and Tanran seemed to be completing the ritual. Both of them praised the goddess. The system kept sending notifications, at times, trainee priest Tanran, and at others, countdown timer. Right after the system displayed, "Player has died." Crushing Strike from afar had completed the task of witnessing and received the notification. Lu Chen did not allow the chief priest and Tanran to say their goodbyes. He joyfully shouted, "Mom, it's finally over." Then grabbed Tanran Fei and pulled her outside. As the time ran out, they just managed to exit the security room, and Lu Chen congratulated Tanran. Now, her dream was one step closer to becoming a reality. At the same time, he knew the mask was about to crack, so he had to leave quickly, otherwise, it would scare Tanran. She sensed something strange about him but couldn't understand what was happening.
Tanran asked, "What's wrong with you?"
Lu Chen simply made an excuse, "It's too hot inside, so I need to go outside for some fresh air."
The mask has started to crack.
Tanran thanked Lu Chen for witnessing her becoming an apprentice pastor, and she said this was the gift she wanted to give him. Seeing the bottle of water in Tanran's hand, Lu Chen realized it was the mysterious medicine. The system provided a suggestion for the player. Spear of the Sinking Sands had completed the mission of witnessing and received the secret medicine that Tanran gifted. The system also gave additional information about the item. This is the mysterious medicine from the young girl Tanran, given at an important moment for the player, and it can be used when needed. Soon after, the system warned that the mask had developed cracks. The cracks on Lu Chen's mask were increasing, and he knew he didn't have much time left. Immediately, Lu Chen took the bottle of mysterious medicine, thanked Tanran, and made an excuse that he had something urgent to attend to, promising to visit her next time. Tanran, without any suspicion, said, "You must come next time."
Lu Chen promised, "I will definitely visit you." Then, he left.
In front of the church, the pastor and Tanran stood there, bidding farewell to Lu Chen. The little girl kept waving her hand to say goodbye to him. At the Blood Dance Legion's base, the soldiers were diligently training. After delivering the bread to the Blood Dance Legion, Lu Chen received a huge sum of money in return. He thought to himself that it was no surprise, considering the generosity of the Blood Dance Legion. Meanwhile, Ling Luo was distributing high-quality bread to her soldiers.
Shui Wei seemed interested in cooperating with Lu Chen.
She believed that, due to their business, they could continue for a long time and would reveal a secret to him.
Lu Chen was surprised. Could there be something even better?
According to Shui Wei, apart from the monster Han Bing gang, no soul swordsman had ever reached level 60.
Hearing such incredible news, Lu Chen was taken aback. He thought to himself, "Damn it, what could possibly be better?" Lu Chen pondered.
If one couldn't reach level 60, it meant not only could they not level up, but their account might even be deleted. He had initially assumed that his special class, Long Aotian, was his advantage, but now, in front of him, there seemed to be a huge trap waiting to be exploited.
Lu Chen hesitantly asked Shui Wei, "Why is she telling me all this? She must have a way to resolve this issue, right?" However, contrary to Lu Chen's thoughts, Shui Wei had no solution. All soul swordsmen had already perished before reaching level 60. Only Han Bing and Su Luan had managed to break through to level 60. Lu Chen said nothing. He rubbed his chin in thought, realizing that the only way out was to find Su Luan. However, there had been some strange developments recently, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something unusual was going on. Suddenly, the system notified that your intended mission had failed. Lu Chen was startled. It turned out that the feeling he had was right. If the mission failed, it could only mean that something had happened to Tanran. Without hesitation, Lu Chen rushed out. Shui Wei was surprised when he left and asked him, "Where are you going? You haven't even collected your reward yet." Lu Chen replied, "I have something urgent to take care of. I'll come back to get the reward later." Lu Chen sped towards Tanran like an arrow. He couldn't understand why an SSS level mission had failed. A person of his status, a bright beacon of hope, how could something go wrong? But when he arrived at the church, Lu Chen couldn't believe what he was seeing. Before him was a terrifying sight. The people who lived there were all dead, scattered across the ground. Without hesitation, Lu Chen ran into the church. He saw the high priest Fu Ho lying in a pool of blood, completely lifeless. He kicked the door open and shouted, "Tanran," hoping she might respond. But reality quickly extinguished all hope. He couldn't believe his eyes. A horrifying scene was unfolding before him. He saw his master calmly chewing on Tanran's arm. His master casually asked, "How did you manage to get here? But it's truly unfortunate, you arrived too late." He even praised the taste of the pastors, calling them delicious. It was truly bizarre. At this moment, Lu Chen could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes turned red. The fury within him coalesced into raw power. Without hesitation, Lu Chen drew his sword and struck a powerful blow toward his master. Sullen thought that he had gone insane, daring to raise his hand against his master. Seeing Tanran's small scepter stained with blood, Lu Chen trembled as he picked it up. He asked, "Why did you do this?" Sullen, however, took it as something obvious. Being a Yiling who eats human flesh in the heavenly scripture cemetery, what's wrong with that? Moreover, he still couldn't understand why Lu Chen was going mad. Lu Chen did not explain anything to Sullen. What he wanted right now was the life of that person. But Sullen was Lu Chen's master, so he could easily strike back. He thought that Lu Chen didn't know the meaning of life and death when he dared to challenge his master. Lu Chen was effortlessly knocked back. He was slashed across the chest. Sullen was like a demon, his hunger making him rush toward Lu Chen with a ravenous look. But this time, Lu Chen retaliated and swung his sword. Sullen believed he was always in demon god awakening mode. Lu Chen's attack only caused a little damage, it couldn't hurt him, and might not even tickle him. He turned around, preparing to slash at Lu Chen again. His eyes gleamed brightly, looking truly horrifying. Lu Chen was trembling because, in reality, his power still hadn't reached the level of Sullen. Seeing that Lu Chen wasn't moving, Sullen raised his sword, intending to end Lu Chen's life. He cursed him as a rebellious disciple. At that moment, Lu Chen had no strength left. He stood still and took Sullen's sword strike head-on. With that single strike, Lu Chen felt himself falling, while Sullen stood over him, looking down. The system immediately notified that the player had died. But this time, Lu Chen truly didn't care. Suddenly, he realized. Wait a minute, death never triggered my soul fire before, why is it showing up now? Seeing Sullen extend his hand to grasp the soul fire seed of Lu Chen, he felt something was wrong, a sensation like his soul was being stolen away. He feared that in the heavenly sect, he might truly have died. As expected, Sullen managed to seize Lu Chen's soul fire seed. However, contrary to what he had thought, the seed was tossed back into his body. Sullen said, "This time, considering it was your first offense, I'll give Lu Chen a small lesson. I hope Lu Chen will sort things out and not stray off course."
there's still a mission at Han Bingang. Think it over carefully, and go there a little earlier when you're ready. With that, Sullen turned and walked away, leaving Lu Chen lying on the ground. The system also notified that Lu Chen had been revived. The wounds on his body were now intertwined with threads. Lu Chen sat up, placing his hand on the large wound left by Sullen. He looked around, searching for the little girl Tan Ran and the other cultivators who had lost their lives here, feeling powerless to do anything. Lu Chen suppressed his anger and then punched the ground hard. After his punch, cracks appeared on the floor. Outside, the wind howled, the sky darkened, and raindrops began to fall rapidly. The sound of thunder echoed through the air. Lu Chen personally buried the bodies of everyone here. He paid his respects at the graves of the bishop and Tan Ran. Lu Chen raised his hand, wanting to touch the gravestone. Suddenly, a voice and the sound of footsteps approached, asking, "Are these your friends?" Lu Chen turned around and recognized the person as Shui Wei. He did not hesitate to admit, "Yes, she is a very good friend. That girl is like a little sister to me." Shui Wei continued, "The light barrier of this church has been forcibly broken by someone else. Even the bishop, that powerful person, was killed. I suspect it was Sullen." Lu Chen immediately acknowledged that this was correct. He asked, "Isn't it funny that the bastard who was my master is actually him?" Shui Wei also revealed to Lu Chen that the cannibalism of Han Bingang was caused by him. Lu Chen was very surprised, as he had always thought that Han Bingang's cannibalism was an inherent instinct. Shui Wei asked, "Lu Chen, do you remember I told you that aside from Sol, there were no other soul swordsmen left alive?" Lu Chen vaguely grasped the answer, but he was still unsure, so he asked Shui Wei, "Could it be that Sol is the one who caused this?" Shui Wei looked up at the pitch-black sky, and she began to recount what had happened 50 years ago. An unknown potion appeared out of nowhere. It was said that this potion had the ability to break through the barrier of a soul swordsman's power, but it was just a legend. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's mind began to flash back to the past, and he doubted, could it be the soul swordsman potion from the formula that Sullen had me fetch? Shui Wei carefully confirmed, "That's the truth. Sul treated this potion like a treasure, and he had worked with the magic elixir master Tui to create this magic elixir. But who would have known, this magic elixir was still only a semi-finished product. Tui had tricked Sul into drinking it. The semi-finished magic elixir caused Sullen to regain a fully fleshed-out body, breaking free from the skull-like state, but it also brought about many side effects. Sullen gradually turned into someone who craved blood and flesh, always feeling thirsty and wanting to eat human flesh. His emotions became unstable, and at times, he would even go mad. Sullen wanted to kill Tui, but he still needed him to complete the magic elixir. Therefore, the only option left was to keep Tui under surveillance, within his sight, so that the magic elixir could be completed. Sullen's brutality reached such an extent that he was suppressed by people from all directions. In the end, they buried him at Han Bingang, a location that was easy to defend and also difficult to attack, turning it into his headquarters and experimental base. Under the experimental influence of Sullen and Tu Yi, Han Bingang became a gathering place for Yiling, who craved human flesh. Sullen and Tu carried out ruthless and savage experiments on the soul swordsman. There were few soul swordsmen here to begin with, and now, after their torment, only a handful remained. Not only that, but they even dared to plunder the soul swordsman from the Blood Dance Legion. After countless battles, in the end, only X remained of the soul swordsman. Each time Sullen went into a frenzy, X feared that Sullen would take his life as well. Tui had secretly escaped, and no news of him has been found since. No one considered the possibility that Sullen hadn't gone after Tui but instead attacked the Blood Dance Legion. Shui Wei's father was also killed by Sullen. It was even worse when Sullen poisoned and killed the former commander of the Legion, who was also Shui Wei's father. At that time, she didn't know what to do as she watched her father pass away. She could only cry beside his body. In the end, they discovered that Sullen's original target was the forbidden Azura scroll of the Blood Dance Legion. In recent years, Sullen had done many things to anger everyone in his quest for greater strength. LCZ,
hearing the vile deeds of his master and everything Shui Wei had endured, trembled and was left speechless.
Shui Wei thought Silen was only targeting the soul swordsman, but she never imagined that things had already gone beyond her current imagination.
He even dared to challenge the Holy Church of Light. She believed that if he acted on his own, there must be some kind of conspiracy behind it. Lu Chen stood in front of Tan Rant's gravestone, indifferent to whatever plot might be at play.
He was certain that no matter what, he would tear him apart and personally bring an end to him. Lu Chen made a suggestion to Shui Wei. I can lead Captain Shui Wei into Han Binggang, I hope you will lend me a hand. However, Shui Wei remained cautious and vigilant. She asked, why should I trust you, Lu Chen? After all, Silen was still his master. If he were to take his life, Lu Chen's position and future skills would be completely destroyed. Lu Chen also shared with Shui Wei that Silen had previously absorbed his soul flame, but for some unknown reason, he had given up on it. Before, Silen had told Lu Chen, wind spirit evolves by absorbing the souls of its own kind. Currently, Lu Chen was the only soul swordsman besides Silen, so sooner or later, he would be targeted by him.
Shui Wei asked, can you be trusted? Lu Chen then brought out the soul flame to swear an oath.
Standing before Shui Wei, he made a crushing strike from afar. I must take Silen's life.
The soul flame and the chains wrapped tightly around Lu Chen.
If he broke his vow, his soul flame would vanish, and he would be cast into the endless abyss of hell. Shui Wei never expected Lu Chen to dare to make such an oath. She looked at Lu Chen and praised, you are truly a good person, Shui Wei wasn't wrong in choosing you.
Seeing Lu Chen's determination, Shui Wei extended her hand in agreement with him.
The Blood Dance Legion would stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chen, launching a full-scale attack on Han Binggang to take Silen's life. The two shook hands as if it were a pact made. The sky began to lighten, as if the soul flame would dissipate, condemned to an endless descent into hell.
At this moment, at Han Binggang, the remaining soul swordsmen were on guard, their moods weary. Due to their lack of vigilance, these soul swordsmen were struck down, losing their lives.
It turned out that the Blood Dance Legion had already arrived.
Shui Wei asked Ling Luo, have all the men been sent out?
Ling Luo replied, the veteran leads the elite troops, and according to the map Lu Chen gave us, all the secret exits have been sealed. Therefore, it's unlikely that Silen will be able to escape this time.
This time, Lu Chen held his sword in hand and murmured, Silen, the time has come for a decision.
Silen sat on his throne, sensing the familiar scent of someone close. At that moment, his level had reached 80.
Suddenly, the mage's isolated world appeared. Countless colorful lights shattered the massive wall.
With just that last move, Silen had lost nearly 400 energy. Before he could even comprehend the danger, hundreds of arrows rained down from the sky towards him. But even so, nothing could touch him. He stood behind a wall, completely avoiding the arrows. Silen recognized that it was Shui Wei, the commander of the Legion. He greeted her, saying, long time no see, yet you dare to conspire with his traitorous disciple to launch an attack. She slowly stepped forward, and Shui Wei believed that the wrongs he had committed today must be repaid in full. She told him to surrender quickly and accept the judgment of the Blood Dance Legion.
Surrender quickly and accept the judgment of the Blood Dance Legion.
The Blood Dance Legion steadily closed the distance to Silen.
He couldn't understand on what basis Shui Wei was judging him. What difference would it make with their two generals?
Silen cursed Lu Chen as a traitor, daring to oppose the master who had trained and guided him for the sake of a worthless human woman.
You are a traitor, daring to oppose your master for a worthless human woman.
But in the end, when it came time, he was unable to absorb it.
Lu Chen knew that the soul flame could not satisfy Silen's needs.
Realizing his scheme had been exposed, Silen rushed out to counterattack, cursing him, kid, so you finally figured it out. Although his soul flame was almost complete, it seemed that Silen's patience had worn thin, and he wanted Lu Chen to hand it over immediately. This time, Lu Chen managed to draw his sword just before Silen's blade came down. Unlike the previous time, he avoided the strike from his old master. Lu Chen was determined not to let Silen touch his soul flame again. The members of the Blood Dance Legion were not idle either.
Another sword stabbed into Sulan's back. Normally, I would not like this kind of backstabbing.
But in this case, a few stabs were necessary, perhaps even a few hundred. It turned out that the sword strike came from Ling Luo.
By the time Sulan discovered it, it was already too late. Sulan seemed to have lost his patience.
He shoved Lu Chen and Ling Luo aside. With his current strength, Sulan made everyone feel that he was a formidable opponent. This time, he was truly furious. His eyes glowed brighter red than ever before.
He cursed them as worthless trash and a complete nuisance.
Sulan tilted his head back and shouted loudly, calling out, "Spectre summoning, come forth now!" The ground cracked open, and soul swordsmen began to slowly rise from below. These soul swordsmen were likely the victims of Sulan's cruel experiments, which had led to their deaths. Now, he wouldn't even spare their bones.
Shuefei Yan was also ready for battle. She commanded her legion, "Release the horses immediately."
The two sides clashed like hungry tigers. The Blood Dance Legion shouted, "Quickly take the lives of the enemies. Everyone has their own opponent, no one is left idle."
Lu Chen was far from idle.
Using his knowledge, he caused countless soul swordsmen to fall. But his true opponent wasn't these weak soul swordsmen, it was his former master.
He had been evading him.
This time, Lu Chen managed to dodge the strike that Sulan had delivered.
Sulan continued to lash out, swinging his sword at Lu Chen again and again.
The system offered a suggestion: Snow Silver Upper Palace Guild will provide a 50% movement speed boost to all guild members. Seeing Lu Chen's strength increase significantly, Sulan couldn't believe how much he had improved in such a short time. But Lu Chen was not idle either. He had no intention of responding to a worthless person like him. What he needed to do right now was to take his life. At that moment, the system introduced a new skill, Bright Elixir Slash, a skill of the high-ranking Blood Dance Legion hero. It could penetrate defenses and deal real damage.
Lu Chen immediately used the new skill, successfully injuring Sulan. Sulan was pushed back.
He couldn't understand why the Blood Dance Legion had taught Lu Chen the Bright Elixir Slash.
However, Sulan used the Soul Binding skill.
The system also provided a brief description of this skill. It would cause damage to both the body and mind of the enemy. The enemy would fall into a static state for 0.8 seconds.
He had used this skill on Lu Chen, who immediately felt something was wrong. His body was in a state of immobility and he couldn't move.
Sulan then used the Blood Mansion piercing skill, asserting that no matter what tricks Lu Chen had, he would still face hell. Just when Lu Chen thought he was about to fail, the First Legion of the Blood Dance Legion, Shiming, the captain of the Royal Guard, used the heavy stun charge to knock Sulan away from him.
Shui Wei immediately ran over to check on Lu Chen's condition and asked, "Are you okay?"
Fortunately, in a short time, Lu Chen regained his composure and replied, "I'm fine." That was the power of the team, always supporting and helping one another. But they couldn't rest for long, as Sulan had gotten up after the recent collision. Around him were numerous purple lightning bolts. The system suggested, the Spectre Swordsman Sulan has entered the Thunder Demon full body form, lightning defense reduced by 50%, skill has the effect of lightning protection.
Lu Chen informed everyone.
Sulan has entered the pre-threshold phase ahead of schedule, so everyone needs to be careful.
Shui Wei responded. "Don't worry, I've already secured it."
In truth, this scene left me speechless. I could only feel that Sulan had completely lost control, and he could no longer regulate his body. Shui Wei fired an arrow full of hatred. She said, "Sulan, return my father's life." Then, she shot the arrow with great force toward the enemy. The arrow flew through, breaking everything in its path and heading straight for Sulan. It seemed like Lu Chen and Shui Wei were communicating with each other through their eyes.
At that moment, Sulan jumped down from above.
He was launching a Blood Demon strike with a Devil God transformation at Lu Chen. But this time, the power had been enhanced, so Lu Chen was able to dodge the attack.
Lu Chen felt that it had been dangerously close.
The golden weapon was truly terrifying. He had narrowly escaped meeting the King of Hell. The system provided information about the Blood Dance Demon King's armor, also known as the Golden Weapon, with a note from the Blood Dance Legion, a masterpiece of the legendary weapon master MOV. Item information, plus 500 health, plus 80 physical defense, plus 40 magic resistance, plus 100 mana. Effect: Blood Shield activated when the player's health drops below 10 points. The sample lock effect will be triggered, rendering the player immune to damage for 2 seconds. Afterward, the cooldown time for the Blood Shield is 2 hours. Chen felt it was truly critical since he only had 10 health left. He quickly replenished his defense. The system displayed item information. Advanced Red Elixir provides 1500 health points to the player. Siren charged towards Chen, but he calmly opened the cap of this precious elixir. It turned out that Ling Luo and Shiming were already defending, buying more time to help Chen regain his strength. They were using the mountain opening formation and must have been determined to win. It seemed like the two of them would be able to stop Siren and buy more time for Chen, but they were immediately knocked away by him, who thought they had overestimated their abilities. That attack also caused the wine bottle in Chen's hand to shatter. Currently, Siren was standing right in front of Chen. He asked, "Do you want more blood?" "But that's not going to happen. Hurry up and go meet the King of Hell." Siren delivered a powerful strike towards Chen. His current health was only at 10. Without hesitation, Chen fired the demonic flame bullet and then ran away from the area. Unfortunately, even though he tried his best to run as fast as he could, he still suffered injuries and lost more health. The system notified him that he had failed once again. At this point, Chen's skeleton no longer emitted the green light. Siren remained standing still. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. Chen had returned to his body. The system notified him that he had been resurrected once more. Chen returned, joyful, his appearance shining brightly. It was truly the aura of a protagonist. He reaffirmed once more, "I won't let Siren touch my soul's flame." This time, his health had increased by 1980. Siren, having been played a huge trick, roared angrily. He cursed Chen as a bastard for daring to play him. But when he mentioned the word bastard, I couldn't help but wonder if anyone had given him a mirror yet. As Siren charged at Chen like a starving beast, a loud shout suddenly rang out, telling Chen to quickly dodge. It was Shui Waiako who assisted him, continuously firing arrows towards Siren, causing him to lose a significant amount of health. Chen dodged those arrows as if each time he evaded, he gained more strength, and each attack took away thousands of points. He praised her, "Shui Wei is really amazing, and you shoot with such precision." Before he could feel the joy, Chen noticed something suspicious. He couldn't understand how this old turtle had so many skills. With the amount of health Shui Wei had already taken from him, he still had a quarter of his health left. Next time, after the previous attacks, only 26,567 health remained. His armor was torn, not a single piece of fabric left. Normally, seeing so many arrows would make me quite cautious, but this sight was terrifying. This time, Siren's anger might have been as great as the number of people he had consumed. Half of his face revealed its skeletal structure, and he declared that he would take the lives of everyone there. Siren roared loudly, telling them to hurry and go meet King Yama. Shiming immediately initiated a provocation war. The system would briefly introduce this skill. It helps provoke enemies, and the enemy will proactively attack the user of this provoking skill. Siren entered his chaos form, charging at Shiming and swinging his sword. With just one strike, Shiming lost his life. Poor guy, always saying little but doing a lot. Chen also charged at Siren and dealt him a blow, causing him to be injured. The adorable Ling Luo wasn't idle either, and she made him lose even more health. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony, surrounding Siren. Indeed, like father, like son. Shui Wei shot a straight arrow right into the face of this bastard.
It seemed that Sulin would be stunned by the previous attack, but thanks to that arrow, his frustration only grew stronger, although not as much as the number of people he had already devoured. He roared and screamed, continuously swinging his sword and knocking Ling Luo away. Lu Chen had used X Mien to avoid the attack from his old master, then he used Ch Dao to strike back at him. But with Sulin's stubborn nature, it was impossible for him to stay still. He unleashed a thunder strike slash towards Lu Chen. The electrical wave from the attack was so powerful that Lu Chen could no longer hold his sword. The system had added more knowledge for us. Thunder strike slash is a slash imbued with a lightning effect that can knock away an opponent's weapon. When the blade was only a few centimeters from Lu Chen, he managed to dodge this time. Instead of using his sword, Lu Chen used his fist. He shouted, "Sulin, aren't you going to pay for this life? Here, I'm making a slight change, but the result is still the same." Instead of punching him directly in the face, he punched, driving the arrow deeper. Just the sight of it was painful. Shui Wei kept shooting more arrows towards Sulin. She told Lu Chen to quickly use the arrow she had shot. Without hesitation, Lu Chen pulled out all the arrows at once. Wouldn't it be better if these arrows were seiches? Lu Chen kicked him hard towards the wall, causing the wall to shatter into 100 pieces. At this point, Sulin had become almost like a wild animal. He could no longer speak, only screaming wildly in panic. Lu Chen took an arrow and aimed directly at his carotid artery. He said, "This arrow is for all the Yiling who lost their lives unjustly." Sulin had probably lost too much blood. He screamed in pain, grabbing Lu Chen's shoulder with one hand, but Lu Chen pushed him away. He seized his hand and drove an arrow straight through it. This arrow is for all the warriors of the Blood Dance Legion who lost their lives at his hands. Shui Wei Lu and the Blood Dance Legion stood outside, like beasts eager to tear Sulin apart immediately. Lu Chen thrust an arrow directly into Sulin's heart, and a hissing sound came from it. "This arrow is for you," Lu Chen thought, and the final arrow, I put all my strength and rage into it, aiming straight for Sulin's eye. Lu Chen struck forcefully at his eye. At that moment, his blood was at 0. Slowly, he said, "This arrow is for Tanran. The evil one has received his just punishment, but I feel it's still too lenient for what he has done." The rays of sunlight appeared once again, shining on Han Binggang. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, thinking of Tan Ran, the little girl. He wanted to send a message to her, "I have avenged you." The system issued a notification, "Lu Chen has fulfilled the oath of the Soul Flame." The player's Spear of the Sinking Sands has successfully killed the swordsman from Lin Sulin and leveled up to 57. Currently, the world announcement reads, "Lu Chen has ranked first on the Fu Bing leaderboard." Everyone in the Blood Dance Legion was double-checking their numbers. Shui Wei thanked Lu Chen, saying that if he hadn't arrived in time and continued fighting with these summoned specters, the Legion would have suffered a great loss. Looking at Sulin's corpse, it was impossible not to acknowledge that his opponent was truly formidable, a man who could stand his ground even against an army of thousands. From then on, such individuals would no longer exist. Lu Chen was deep in thought about the sword, the mysterious scroll, and the soul flame, and yet, Su had somehow managed to destroy all three of these prized trophies. Lu Chen took out the soul flame and slowly began to absorb it. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, "Sulin, oh Sulin, the one who always wanted to absorb my soul flame, where are you now? Who would have thought that in the end, it would be me who turned it back on you?" Looking around at the devastated scene of Han Binggang, Lu Chen realized that everything had truly come to an end. He held the blazing torch in his hand and dropped it with the hope that the flames would bury all the crimes Sulin had committed. The flames surged up, completely consuming both Han Binggang and Sulin. The scene shifted to the Blood Dance Legion, First Hall. The surroundings here appeared under the harsh, glaring sunlight. Every golden ray of light seemed to burn the very corners of this place. The sturdy walls of the hall reflected the light, creating a magnificent and majestic beauty. A woman sat in a chair, holding the Azura sword. Her gaze was filled with confusion and contemplation, unable to comprehend this book, the very thing that had caused her father's death. What secret could it possibly contain? She gently untied the cord and opened the Azura book.
Each line of text appeared: Azura, the strongest warrior of the Yiling tribe, is an existence worthy of the divine spirit of light. As the ruler of hell, they can summon an army of millions of specters and bring about the destruction of heaven and earth with a single gesture. The most powerful ruler of darkness can grant the blood and flesh of specters, manipulate the forces of life and death, and be the unparalleled war god with an undefeated record. The alien soul swordsman lineage of specters, closest to Yiling and hell, is the only existence that can ascend to become an Azura, sending a chill down her spine. After reading these lines, she thought, no wonder Suluan wants to obtain this book. Once one becomes an Azura, it's practically defying fate. To ascend, one must absorb 10,000 soul fire seeds of specters, drink the pure light of holy blood, and take the soul swordsman medicine of the immortals. Moreover, one also needs the soul fire seeds of a soul swordsman. And soul fire seeds must be of the same level or higher to become superior, while those of a much lower level than oneself risk failure. She silently thought, no wonder this is a forbidden book. Not only must one trample the corpse bones of the 10,000 clans, but one must also drink the pure light of holy blood from the opposing faction and use Azura's methods to become an Azura. These things made her feel a surge of anxiety and fear. She thought, in this world, it's only me who will suffer from the crushing strike from afar. Even if he absorbs Suluan's soul fire seed, Spectre drinking the pure light of holy blood and taking the soul swordsman medicine will be the threshold he cannot overcome. As she burned the Azura book, she thought, the soul swordsman has always been a legend. Even though Tui created it back then, he has now died with Suluan at Han Bingang. She believed that the world would never see another Azura again. It felt as though all hope had been extinguished. The secrets and power of the Azura's authority were nothing but painful memories that could never be relived. The scene shifted to the graveyard. At that moment, Spear of the Sinking Sands stood before Tan Ran's tomb. The space was silent and cold. The surrounding graves seemed to listen quietly to his inner turmoil. He spoke, I killed Suluan to avenge Tan Ran, but unfortunately, Tan Ran's wishes have not been fulfilled. Regret and sorrow overwhelmed him. He understood that a single death could not resolve everything. Suddenly, a voice rang out, congratulations, Deadly Strike of the Sunken Star has completed its mission and awakened the maiden Tan Ran. The voice carried with it hope and power, like a faint light in the darkness. He felt joy rise within him, for he had restarted the SSS mission, and Tan Ran could be resurrected. His emotions surged, and all the pain and loss seemed to dissipate, as hope flared brightly once more. Tan Ran had died, and he himself had buried her. If she were to be awakened, there was only one way. He pondered for a moment, then performed the specter's summoning spell, filled with determination and nervous anticipation. At that moment, a skeleton raised its arm above the grave, and a dry skeletal figure emerged, leaving him bewildered. Everything he had imagined about the specter's summoning spell suddenly became a chilling reality. The voice sounded again, congratulations, you now possess the specter servant, Tan Ran, forever, and the specter of the demon general has vanished. He thought, why did the specter summoning manifest not as a soul, but as bones? A sense of surprise and confusion overwhelmed his mind. But then he realized that this was the only way for Tan Ran to return. As he thought, he waved at Tan Ran, but received no response. He introduced himself as her older brother, filled with anticipation, yet was surprised to see that Tan Ran had now become nothing more than an empty shell. He wondered what state Tan Ran was in now. Had she completely turned into a specter servant? A wave of worry surged within him. He searched for introductory information and silently thought about the remarkable attributes of her level. There was probably no one else in the virtual reality game with stats like these. The initial score for the highest level pet was only 80 points, yet a small skeleton that had just emerged reached 122 points. It was truly defying the odds. He thought to himself, even though the corpse bone shape had such extraordinary attributes, his summoning skill had not undergone any mutations. The real issue might still lie with Tan Ran. He was confused because he didn't know how many secrets she was hiding. A look of curiosity mixed with astonishment flickered in his eyes. A prompt sounded, announcing that Tan Ran had been awakened, and the second mission appeared, to help Tan Ran regain the soul she had lost.
Hearing this, he gently pressed on Tan Ran's head, a puzzled expression clear on his face as he wondered to himself. Regaining her soul. Where should I begin? How can I bring her back completely, like before? Suddenly, from behind, a deep voice softly echoed, carrying an unexpected hint of mockery. The Snow Shan Shan signboard at the top of Icebound Fortress, crushing strike from afar, also has a penchant for tomb raiding. Hearing that, he turned his head, his gaze landing on the figure of a man, none other than Lai Feng, the Shadow Knight of the Guild, who was renowned for his agility and double transformation. Zhu Lon, upon seeing this, spoke in surprise. I didn't expect the famous member of the Hall of Heroes, the main war general of the Zhu Lon Guild, Lai Feng the God of War, to have such a peculiar hobby of spying on others. The prompt sounded again, announcing that the maid spectre Tan Ran had returned to the maid's space. Lai Feng said. The opponent has a sharp tongue, replying with a crushing strike from afar, claiming that a big account just entered the server and needed to challenge the level 70 boss within their personal time limit. It seems like he specializes in verbal duels? Lai Feng confidently replied. My Xulong Guild wins wherever we go, but the hero's token was stolen by Shuayin San from Spear of the Sinking Sands in 2 seconds, which makes me very curious about how a guild without any Hall of Heroes members could manage that. Spear of the Sinking Sands laughed with delight and said. That's just a small matter, who says a guild without members from the Hall of Heroes can't accomplish such feats? Lai Feng, hearing this, responded. His words are bold indeed. Does he think that defeating the Xulong Guild would shake us? Today, we'll see if his strength matches his arrogance. After saying this, Lai Feng made his move, swinging his arm to unleash a powerful gust of wind aimed at his opponent. He was confident that only the president of Chaotic Bamboo Shadows could stop him, and that he would deal with everyone else in one decisive blow. From a distance, Lai Feng executed his Dai Wine Thorn Dust, a sharp wind-like force that tore through the air. His weapon was pointed directly at the deadly strike of the sunken star, moving with lightning speed, carrying an unstoppable strength. Each strike from Lai Feng was as fast as lightning, each blow sharp and deadly, like a storm sweeping everything in its path. But the crushing strike from afar blocked it, leaving Lai Feng stunned, unable to believe his eyes. His confidence was shattered as he saw his opponent stand firm in the face of his powerful attacks. The crushing strike from afar gripped his weapon firmly, raising his sword high, the gleaming steel shining in the light, ready to face the dangerous blow from Lai Feng. The crushing strike from afar continued to use his movement skills, causing Lai Feng to become flustered due to his incredible speed. He moved like a ghost, dodging every attack from his opponent, each step carrying an unstoppable force, which pressured Lai Feng relentlessly. Lai Feng was sweating as he faced the piercing strike of Sinking Sand. The piercing strike of Sinking Sand watched Lai Feng, his face drenched in sweat and clearly panicked, then said. The opponent has already lost. A simple statement, but one filled with certainty that made Lai Feng feel as if all his efforts had been in vain, unable to refute the reality. He continued. Who said that only a member of the famous Tang faction could take the top guild? His voice, confident and full of pride, struck a powerful blow to Lai Feng's arrogance, making it impossible for his opponent to deny the truth before him. Lai Feng responded. He has already checked the others from Shuayin San, and except for fantasy scenery, the rest are not scary. His voice carried an air of self-satisfaction and confidence, as if he were confirming an obvious truth that everyone must accept. He spoke with the composure of piercing strike of Sinking Sand, whose name clearly belonged among the greatest, making it impossible not to question the true identity of piercing strike of Sinking Sand. Inside him, questions about the origin and power of the person before him began to rise. Who exactly was piercing strike of Sinking Sand, someone who could make him feel this uneasy? Piercing strike of Sinking Sand coldly said that he was not qualified to know his identity. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Lai Feng standing there in a daze. A feeling of emptiness and surprise spread within him. He couldn't understand how the person in front of him could be so cold and arrogant. This made him question the self-assurance and latent power of piercing strike of Sinking Sand. Lai Feng stood there, filled with doubt and thought. With the aura and movements of piercing strike of Sinking Sand, he couldn't help but think of Chen. Alone, Lai Fenging stood there, anger swelling inside him, thinking that as a member of the prestigious Road of Heroes, a well-known general, he had been easily defeated by someone of unknown identity. This made him feel deeply frustrated, especially when the man was 2 levels below him. Lai Fenging began to doubt the identity of piercing strike of sinking sand. A strange feeling rose within him, wondering if the person before him could be the legendary Chen he had heard of. Thinking of this, Lai Fenging quickly decided to report to the president. He said, Chen has appeared once again. The appearance of such a powerful figure really worries me. I know that, aside from the president, no one can handle someone as strong as Chen. I need to inform him immediately to prepare for what is to come. But he suddenly thought that he couldn't say this, since Chen had been inactive for over a year, and the chances of his return were very slim, which made him suspicious. He wondered, how could someone who has been gone for so long suddenly reappear so easily? A series of questions about the identity of piercing strike of sinking sand appeared in his mind. Back at the Blood Dance Legion's Imperial Hall, piercing strike of sinking sand had brought the bones of Tan Ran with him. The woman stood there, looking suspicious, her gaze confused as she asked, Is this the specter you summoned? Piercing strike of sinking sand replied, I don't know what went wrong. I intended to summon Tan Ran's soul, but instead, she was resurrected in the form of corpse bone. A sense of worry rose within him as he couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. The purple-haired girl said, Summoning a specter without a soul is quite interesting, as this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. She then touched the skeleton's chin, gazed at the specter, and said, For this specter, Tan Ran's corpse bone is unusually abnormal. Such high attributes are unheard of. She looked at piercing strike of sinking sand with a suspicious expression and asked, Are you sure this little girl was just an ordinary trainee priest when she was alive? Her tone was filled with doubt. Zhan Qianshensha confirmed that Tan Ran was just an ordinary trainee priest, but in his heart, a doubt began to rise. He recalled the events that had happened earlier when Su Luan, who always had detailed information, knew he would be hunted down by the Light Church but still decided to attack Tan Ran. Perhaps in the past, Tan Ran really had something unusual, some secret hidden away that he still couldn't fully understand. The girl patted Zhan Qianshensha on the shoulder with a bright smile and said, Don't be discouraged. The fact that Spectre can use its corpse bone to recreate the world is a rare feat in the world. Such miracles are not something just anyone can achieve. She continued, saying that this small dry bone was very extraordinary, and its soul was definitely special. With its current body, it probably wasn't even enough to contain its soul. And this might be why it appeared in the form of the corpse bone. The girl seemed to know his thoughts and told him to take it along the Great Wall. She believed that when its body became stronger, there would come a day when it would regain its soul. She emphasized that this journey wouldn't just help Tan Ran grow stronger, but it could also offer an opportunity for both of them. Suddenly, a man came running from afar to the sea, his face frantic, shouting, Urgent! The 4th Legion is in danger, immediate reinforcements needed. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and everyone in the hall turned their attention to the situation. He announced that he had led 40,000 Spectre troops to invade the 4th Defense Zone. The defense formation had been completely shattered by a human. This news made everyone in the hall become alarmed. The tense atmosphere quickly spread throughout the area. The girl with purple hair asked in surprise, Why is humanity involved in the war between specters? The other person quickly responded, That human is no simple matter. The captain of the 4th Legion's Guard was killed by him. Spear of the Sinking Sands, upon hearing this, thought to himself, Could this person be a player? A player who could kill the captain of the guard. The Fubing region only has him in EE. No one else has this kind of power. Could it be him? This thought caused a wave of unease to rise within him. The girl with purple hair ordered, Quickly assemble the troops, prepare the traditional formation, and then head out. The other person immediately followed the orders. Spear of the Sinking Sands then suggested, Shall we join you? He could sense the urgency of the situation and couldn't just stand by. The girl with purple hair nodded, agreeing with Spear of the Sinking Sand's decision and said, "You may join us." Spear of the Sinking Sands happily exclaimed, "Indeed, kindness will be repaid. This mission will bring me gold." The scene shifted to the VNHCA plains, where everyone was entering the battlefield. Thousands of skeletons lay scattered, forming and blooming in cold scene. Seeing this, Spear of the Sinking Sands said, "This is the battlefield, and there are so many soul fires here." The girl with purple hair said, "It seems the battlefield is still very suitable for soul swordsmen. Deadly Strike of the Sunken Star's arrival here makes sense." Deadly Strike of the Sunken Star regretfully realized that, no matter how much he absorbed, he couldn't feel the benefits brought by reality. The red-haired girl angrily questioned, "I wonder which force caused this incident?" When seeing Lai Fengming, Spear of the Sinking Sands immediately said, "I know this person, so leave it to me to deal with him more easily." The girl immediately nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with determination, and then she called her contact to deal with the exiled Niler together, preparing for the tense confrontation ahead. Both sides charged at each other, and Spear of the Sinking Sands exclaimed, as expected, "It's Lai Fengming. He's already reached level 62 and completed his third class change so quickly. No wonder he's a member of the illustrious path. Do you think today he'll let this guy get away?" Spear of the Sinking Sands rushed towards Lai Fengming, determined not to let the opportunity slip by. Each of his steps was firm, heading straight for his target, his courage and decisiveness driving him toward the formidable opponent. He was startled and turned around, suddenly realizing it was Spear of the Sinking Sands and said, "What a coincidence, meeting you here." Lai Fengming replied, "The reason I lost to Spear of the Sinking Sands before was due to my carelessness, but this time, if we meet again on the battlefield, I won't let you leave here alive." His eyes revealed clear determination and challenge, making the atmosphere even more tense. Having said that, he immediately performed the skill Thunderbolt Radiance. The blue light from the source of his power spread everywhere, but Spear of the Sinking Sands, far from being intimidated, even mocked, "You're getting a bit too cocky, be careful not to strain your tongue." The two sides charged at each other again, and Spear of the Sinking Sands could feel that Lai Feng's strength and skills had improved across the board. It clearly demonstrates meticulous preparation and an unyielding determination when two forces clash. They unleash flashes of lightning. Green and purple light interweave and shoot across the space, making the surrounding air feel as if it's boiling, tense, and dangerously intense. Lai Fengming strikes with the chaotic thornstorm, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He says, "Let's see if the Spear of the Sinking Sands can still withstand this time." Sharp thorns rain down like a storm, creating an impenetrable and deadly barrier. Lai Fengming's power radiates beams of blue light, spreading brilliantly and forcefully like streams of energy flowing and illuminating the entire space, creating an overwhelming presence that cannot be underestimated. The Spear of the Sinking Sands thinks to himself, "The explosive force and speed of Lai Fengming are far superior to last time, but I can still withstand these ferocious attacks." The feeling of nervousness and tension surges through every cell. Lai Fengming is astonished, unable to believe his eyes when he sees that the Spear of the Sinking Sands can still stand firm against his powerful onslaught. The surprise is evident on his face, and the confidence he once had slowly turns into doubt. Then both sides took turns launching their attacks. Each strike was delivered as fast as lightning. Every swing of the arm was sharp and full of power, creating powerful gusts of wind that tore apart the space around them. The light from their blows flashed in an instant, reflecting off every bead of sweat and the tense expressions on both of their faces. Crushing strike from afar and Lai Fengming put all their strength into their blows, leaving no openings whatsoever. The sound of their clashes echoed loudly, reflecting their determination and relentless effort in this fierce battle. In the end, Lai Fengming began to fall behind, his anger rising because this was not the outcome he had hoped for. His mind was filled with confusion as he couldn't understand why he was unable to defeat Crushing Strike from afar. Crushing Strike from afar. He growled, "Why?" Crushing Strike from afar replied confidently, "Because you are Crushing Strike from afar." His gaze revealed determination and sincerity, then he told Lai Fengying to leave his life behind. It was like a challenge, asserting his strength and resolve in this battle. As piercing strike of sinking sand was about to deliver the final blow to end Lai Fengying, suddenly he shouted that his life wasn't yet up for grabs, confidently adding that he should go play with the boss instead. His eyes, filled with challenge and a mocking smile, made the tension in the air thicker than ever. Spear of the Sinking Sands was enraged upon hearing this, unable to anticipate such a surprise. It felt as though all of his efforts were about to crumble to dust. Anger and anxiety overwhelmed him as he realized that the situation was no longer within his control. In the dim light, the imposing figure of the boss emerged, his muscular body like marble sculpted by the gods, his gaze sharp as lightning, each powerful step causing the ground to tremble. The heavy pressure that surrounded him signaled imminent danger. Crushing strike from afar couldn't hide his furious wrath, mentioning the treacherous Lai Feng who had boldly shifted the entire boss's hatred onto him, as if wanting to push him into a perilous situation with no way out. Crushing strike from afar gripped his sword tightly, gathering all his strength to charge forward, each step swift and forceful like a storm sweeping everything in its path. As he struck, a brilliant purple light exploded, spreading fiercely like lightning tearing through the night, engulfing the entire space, creating a mysterious and mighty force. You swung your sword with all your might at the boss, but in front of you, the boss's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Even a single, ordinary attack was enough to make him stagger, his legs wobbling as if he was about to collapse, barely able to withstand the force any longer. Ling Luo gripped the sword tightly, leaping down from above, his body slicing through the air like an arrow, landing behind the boss with the clear intention of providing backup. Crushing strike from afar, but it was too late. The boss lifted you effortlessly with one hand, your body frozen in mid-air, unable to resist the overwhelming power. The boss, with brutal force, lifted you up, his hand tightening like an iron clamp, then threw you violently, sending you flying far away. Your body spun uncontrollably in the air. The boss raised his massive sword, the sharp blade aimed directly at you as he snarled, telling you to die. You were filled with panic, a sense of despair flooding in as you realized your strength was nearly depleted, and you no longer had the ability to withstand the fatal blow rushing towards you. The sound of metal clashing with sparks flying. Fortunately, the purple-haired girl had managed to block the boss's sword in time. Her firm hands gripped the hilt of the sword, halting the sharp attack in an instant, saving the dire situation. At that moment, the purple-haired girl rushed forward, her worried gaze quickly scanning both of you as she asked about your condition. Ling Luo and piercing strike of sinking sand, though exhausted, reassured her that they were fine and still capable of fighting. The purple-haired girl said, "Exiles are really tough to deal with. We need to defeat him quickly, or the entire front line will collapse." Her voice was filled with worry, yet also decisive, emphasizing the importance of uniting to overcome this challenge and protect what remained. At that moment, the boss sneered and said, "You think you can defeat me with just you? The 4th Legion became wandering souls beneath my blade. The 1st Legion is no different." His voice was full of arrogance and self-satisfaction, making the atmosphere around them grow more suffocating and tense than ever. The boss declared that he would use the head of the deceased crushing strike from afar to offer a tribute to the 4th Legion's cells, his eyes clearly showing cruelty and threat. His words were like daggers, sinking deep into his mind. The boss put all his strength into gripping the sword tightly, raising it high, the cold, sharp light reflecting from the blade as he prepared to unleash a devastating strike. He threw powerful punches, each one like thunder, causing the air to crackle and the ground to tremble beneath the immense force. Ling Luo immediately charged toward the boss, her steps as fast as lightning, her body slicing through the air with an unstoppable force and determination, ready to face the perilous challenge. Ling Luo added a critical hit, creating a brilliant red light like a raging flame, exuding tremendous power, striking straight at the boss with overwhelming speed and force. The girl with purple hair now aimed her bow at the boss, the arrow tip glowing fiery red, forming a red circle around her. Her voice was resolute and decisive, saying that with her 1st Legion, he would never take a single step forward. Her gaze was like an arrow ready to shoot. Upon hearing this, the boss shouted angrily, "Don't you care about your life?" His eyes burned with fury, as if he wanted to devour her arrogance, making the atmosphere even more tense and suffocating than ever. With that, the boss unleashed his immense power.
Waves of energy surged forth, injuring the commander and leaving everyone around dazed by his brutal strength. The boss's power shook the ground, as though it was being torn apart under the tremendous pressure of the energy he emitted, and the air became heavy and oppressive. The girl with purple hair was thrown far away, her body soaring through the air like an arrow struck by force. At this moment, a suggestion rang out: Blood Rain Bright Armor activates the effect of Blood Dance Military Shield, and immediately, a shield appeared, radiating a purplish-white light, protecting the entire formation from the next wave of attacks, like a solid wall blocking all danger. At this point, Ling Luo, with a serious expression, suggested that the commander retreat due to the severity of her injuries. This decision reflected calmness and pragmatism in the face of danger, but the boss had no intention of letting them go. He bellowed, "No one is allowed to run, it's all over." The cold, terrifying sound, like thunder, filled their hearts with despair. Then he opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, the force of the gale like a storm, causing them to stagger. No one could stand firm against such a fierce storm. It felt as though everything around them was being sucked into the void. The power emanated from his mouth, a surge of violent energy, a monstrous force so terrifying, like a violent storm crashing down, shaking the surrounding space, creating a sense of overwhelming and threatening danger. But the commander, though severely wounded, still raised her bow, her gaze unwavering and determined, holding the bow steady as though nothing could break her resolve. The commander still spoke strongly: "The Crimson Legion has never had a commander who steps back, behind them stand thousands of Yilings." Her gaze was as resolute as a bright torch, empowering everyone around her. The boss continued to launch attacks with his mouth, each blast of chaotic energy spewing out like fire, ripping through the air and striking straight into the formation. Each attack carried a destructive force, making the surrounding space seem on the verge of exploding. Immediately, the commander was sent flying, her body gliding through the air like an arrow shot away, causing Ling Luo to feel anxious. Despite the boss's terrifying strength, the commander resolutely declared, "The soldiers of the Crimson Legion will live and die with the defense line." Her voice rang out with strength and determination, showing her indomitable spirit and loyalty to her comrades even in the face of imminent danger. Ling Luo bravely said, "Leave the rest to him." His eyes were filled with resolve and confidence, as if ready to face any challenge to protect the Legion and his comrades. The commander shouted, ordering Ling Luo to return, her voice full of authority and concern, as if wanting to protect him from the looming dangers. But it was too late. Ling Luo executed a final move with a damage value of up to 500. He gave up his life in that fleeting moment of decision, his gaze fiery and unwavering, as though he wanted to create an opportunity for the Legion, regardless of the imminent danger. Ling Luo charged toward the boss, determined to take his head, his voice full of challenge and resolve, displaying his strength and courage even in the face of peril. Then a massive explosion rang out, and flames erupted before the Legion commander, killing them. Crushing strike from afar shook the surrounding space. Smoke and fire billowed, obscuring their vision, leaving only the sounds of chaos and the anxiety in their hearts. The Legion commander, tears streaming down her face, called out Ling Luo's name. Her voice choked and full of pain, reflecting the immense loss she felt witnessing her brave comrade sacrifice himself in the relentless battle. The boss, furious, prepared to attack her, shouting, "Go be with Ling Luo." His voice was laced with mockery and hatred, as if he wanted her to feel the pain and despair of her comrade's sacrifice. The Legion commander, at that moment, ordered Crushing Strike from afar to run fast, emphasizing that he was not part of the Crimson Legion. Her eyes conveyed a deep sense of concern and determination to protect him from the looming danger, even as she herself faced the boss's overwhelming power. While speaking, she pushed him away with all her strength. The commander's strong will was clearly expressed in her actions, as if to affirm that the safety of Crushing Strike from afar was more important than anything else. Spear of the Sinking Sands was furious because death in a virtual reality game meant real death and disappearance. He could clearly feel the helplessness of witnessing his teammates in danger while being unable to do anything, his heart filled with frustration and pain as he saw Ling Luo's sacrifice. As the boss was about to strike the commander down, she broke into a sweat from fear, but suddenly, she opened her eyes and saw another sword intercepting his, creating a sharp clash. The unexpected appearance of the sword enraged him because it happened just as he was about to end the commander's life.
He roared in fury, his eyes filled with killing intent as he glared at the one who dared to interfere with his plan. When she saw Spear of the Sinking Sands, she silently thought, this must be a miracle, a divine intervention at the moment of danger. Spear of the Sinking Sands removed his mask, standing tall with unwavering determination, his voice clear as he said, the one who was exiled in Nilhur today will be the one you test your blade on for your Azura path. A flame of determination ignited within him, ready to fight for justice and to protect what was precious. The boss, seeing this, thought to himself that the kid hadn't died yet, still able to strike out with such an impressive blow, and wondered, is this the Azura from the legends? His eyes could not help but showed out in concern at the hidden power of piercing strike of sinking sand. Chen Sha realized that this battle might not unfold the way he had expected. The crushing strike from afar and the boss charged into the fray. Each of their attacks was like a lightning strike, causing powerful tremors. The air around them seemed to be torn apart by the force of the collision. The Legion commander was bewildered as she watched the two battling, her heart storming with both anxiety and hope. She couldn't tell whether the piercing strike of sinking sand would be powerful enough to deal with such a formidable enemy. Piercing strike of sinking sand proclaimed that the boss, who had wreaked havoc and slaughtered countless lives on the island, would not be spared neither by him nor by the Crimson Legion. He said that in this world, only the strong could dominate. His tone was full of arrogance and confidence, as if to assert that power and strength were the only things that truly mattered. The boss remained confused, shocked that despite the vast level difference, the opponent was still able to block his lethal strike. The mixture of surprise and anger overwhelmed him, making it something he could hardly accept. The Legion commander strengthened the power of the crushing strike from afar. The light from her hand flared brilliantly, like a protective shield, radiating warm energy that made him feel more confident and stronger in the battle. She then thought to herself, since the crushing strike from afar appeared on this battlefield, the soul fire seed had been continuously absorbed by him. Every time he struck, it was as if he were drawing in the life force and strength of his enemy. Just earlier, when the boss's dagger had descended, he quickly drank a vial of medicine, likely something for his blood, perhaps the soul swordsman medicine, which he must have already absorbed, in addition to Suluan's soul fire seed. She thought about the small skeleton, Tham ran, and was sure it had gathered all the conditions to become an Azura by now. But even the crushing strike from afar was a good move, because perhaps he would be the one to bring a new future to the specters. Having thought it over, she encouraged crushing strike from afar to advance and demonstrate his true Azura power. Meanwhile, the two were still locked in a fierce battle. The arrogant boss said, "He is the lord of this entire Yongga plain." And all living beings trembled beneath his feet. The self-satisfaction in his voice was like a dagger stabbing into the heart of piercing strike of sinking sand. But piercing strike of sinking sand was unafraid. He believed that the boss was being arrogant, because in his mind, no one could claim dominion over everything without paying a price. He mocked him with a sneer, "How does it feel to be suppressed by an ant you look down on?" Crushing strike from afar's eyes sparkled with determination and challenge. Furious, he shouted, "No one can stop me." The sound echoed like thunder in the air, making the entire space tremble under the weight of his arrogance and defiance. While the two were fighting, Spear of the Sinking Sands was suddenly entangled by a weapon, causing him to lose focus and take a step back. A sharp pain shot through his hand. Seeing that piercing strike of sinking sand was at a disadvantage, the boss seized the opportunity and threatened fiercely, "You will definitely die if you continue fighting in such a weakened state." His eyes radiated smugness as he believed victory was already in his grasp. The commander stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixed on every move of crushing strike from afar, worry swelling within him as he saw the situation turn unfavorable for the young warrior. Just as piercing strike of sinking sand realized the situation was becoming dire, an unexpected suggestion appeared, advising that changing weapons was necessary. Without hesitation, he switched to Qingyu, the new weapon now known as Soul Devourer. "You were determined to use this sword to change the tide of the battle." With the Soul Devourer sword in hand, piercing strike of sinking sand boldly declared that you would continue to fight. Your words, full of resolve and challenge, left the boss in confusion. He couldn't believe that you could still stand firm and defy him after all the suffering you had endured. As the boss entered his berserk state, his eyes shone with madness and his power erupted. His body seemed to grow larger, more imposing, and more dangerous than ever before. The frenzy rendered him uncontrollable. He howled like a wild beast. In his fury, he shouted, "Die, crushing strike from afar. Prepare to face my wrath." His voice echoed like thunder. Promising a merciless battle, his intense rage not only made the air around him suffocating, but it also directly generated a tremendous pressure, crushing you with the force of the crushing strike from afar, leaving you wounded as blood began to pour from your mouth. You thought to yourself, this boss is hard to deal with, just a moment of carelessness is enough for him to unleash a powerful attack. You quickly regained your composure, your sharp gaze fixed on the boss, determination rising within you, each cell of your body seemed to urge you forward. In his rage, the boss declared, "I will not spare you, die, crushing strike from afar." He roared, "I will tear you apart, limb by limb." His voice rang across the battlefield like a vow filled with fury. He screamed with hatred, "Die, crushing strike from afar, die." The sound of his voice echoed like a curse, filling the air with cruelty and the determination to annihilate. He continued to open his mouth, using his immense power to blow away the crushing strike from afar. But the boy was not afraid. In a moment filled with resolve, he shouted, "Shut up!" Then, with the strength gathered from his determination and resilience, the crushing strike from afar charged forward, attacking the boss with a powerful blow that sent him into a panic. And finally, after relentless effort, the crushing strike from afar succeeded in defeating the formidable enemy. A sparkling notification appeared, confirming his resounding victory. His level immediately rose to 60. And not only that, he also climbed to the top spot on the Ice Territory leaderboard. The crushing strike from afar let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though all the burdens on his shoulders had been lifted. The Legion commander looked at the crushing strike from afar, her gaze full of pride and joy. She said, "You've done it, they've won," with overwhelming emotion. Lai Fengying stood there, his eyes filled with anger and hatred, unable to believe what had just happened. In his mind, he thought that the piercing strike of sinking sand was not Lu Chen, but actually even stronger than Lu Chen. The spear of the sinking sand stood deeply in his thoughts, overflowing with reflection. He hadn't expected that, by chance, he would evolve into an Azura. This was truly incredible. The spear of the sinking sands received a well-deserved reward for this mission, including a glittering golden weapon and an ancient skill book containing precious secrets. Spear of the sinking sands held the reward in his hand, thinking to himself, "Very good, such high damage, such an overpowered additional skill, but it doesn't affect you," then sighed and reluctantly put it into his backpack. His new skill had a 1% chance of fully reviving with a full status effect. Spear of the sinking sands thought it was a bit lacking, but well, at least it could be considered a gain. Spear of the sinking sands turned to ask the commander if she was okay, but she replied, "I'm fine now," then smiled, her eyes full of pride for having overcome this difficult challenge alongside him. In the commander's mind, she briefly thought that after becoming an Azura and using crushing strike from afar, he seemed to look a little more handsome. The strong and confident aura radiating from him made her feel intrigued and admiring. Spear of the sinking sands suddenly remembered Lai Fengying, that despicable name that couldn't be left unmentioned after this battle. He turned to the commander and said, "You should go back and organize the Legion first, because I still have to welcome a guest." Continuous announcements echoed everywhere, Lai Fengying has died, revived, and then died again. His level quickly dropped to 58, then to 50. A soldier from the hasty division ran up to the boss, his face filled with panic as he gasped for breath, reporting on Lai Fengying's situation. Everyone gathered around to watch, witnessing Lai Fengying suspended in midair by a stake, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion. They wondered who could have beaten him so thoroughly. Not only that, but colorful writing had also been scrawled on his backside. The soldiers rushed to the scene in a hurry, quickly shouting for everyone to move aside, saying the boss was coming. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Spear of the sinking sands wrote the words "Take better care of your people" on Lai Fengying's backside, not forgetting to sign his name. Seeing the boss, Lai Fengying, still dazed, stammered that the one who had beaten him was someone even more formidable than Lu Chen. His face turned pale, and before he could finish his sentence, he fainted, causing those around him to panic and murmur. They speculated that this was the effect of the Soul Swordsman's imprisonment, a condition that left anyone afflicted with it unconscious for 1 or 2 days. The tension deepened as everyone waited for their boss's reaction. Those present immediately spoke up. They told the boss that someone had been bullying them like this, and they couldn't tolerate it anymore. They all agreed that the only way to calm down was to kill that person. But before they could finish speaking, the boss, furious, struck the one talking with a powerful blow, further tightening the atmosphere. The man grinned with delight, his eyes gleaming with joy, and said, "Since Lu Chen disappeared, it's been a long time since anyone made me feel this excited." His words echoed like a challenge. An announcement blared, declaring Chaotic Bamboo Shadows had issued a challenge clip to Crushing Strike from afar, leaving everyone in confusion. They wondered when the person had provoked Chaotic Bamboo Shadows. Chaotic Bamboo Shadows was a notorious name, and this time, he was serious. The tension spread everywhere as everyone waited to see how the battle between the two would unfold. The announcement echoed, and Spear of the Sinking Sands declared his departure from Shuayin San, continuing under the banner of the Blood Crimson Mercenaries. This event caused a huge stir within the mercenary community. Lin Yihen was bewildered by the announcement. Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand feels like something's wrong. While Deadly Strike of the Sunken Star kept sneezing repeatedly, he decided he needed to get to the bottom of the situation. He thought to himself that defeating a boss was one thing, but now they wanted him to spend another 500 coins on business? It really made him feel uneasy. He decided he had to sell the Phantom Bow to replenish his health, so he could maintain his combat strength and keep fighting in the upcoming battles. The warning sounded, signaling that his body was in trouble and about to perish. Anxiety filled his heart as he realized the urgency of the situation. He quickly checked and found that the network connections to his targets were still normal. Could it be that the game has bugged? A sense of restlessness surged within him as he thought of this possibility. He needed to find the cause and fix it before it was too late. He wondered if his strange physical condition and growing panic were due to having been online for too long. Lin Yihen ran over, shouting loudly, and gasped for breath as he asked, "Why did you leave Shuayin San? Is it because of the Chaotic Bamboo Shadows? What exactly happened?" Her expression was filled with worry and anticipation as she stood before Crushing Strike from afar, hoping for an explanation from him. When she looked up, she was suddenly startled to realize that Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand's face was no longer the same as before. He explained that he had transformed into an Azura, a new power awakening from within, and didn't forget to ask if this new appearance was acceptable. Lin Yihen shyly turned away, only replying, "It's fine," but in his heart, he couldn't stop praising how handsome he looked. It felt like he had become someone else, much stronger and more attractive. He said that no one had ever seen him like this before, so there was no need to wear a mask for now. He decided to face people with his true self. Lin Yihen turned to grab the hand of Crushing Strike from afar, his face serious, yet his eyes sparkled like stars. She said, "Now is not the time to talk about your new appearance. You still haven't answered my question about why you left Shuayin San." The Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand gently tapped Lin Yihen's head, smiling as he said, "Where are all these why questions coming from? Didn't you say everything is under your control?" Spear of the Sinking Sands turned away, speaking to Lin Yihen, "You've made your plans and can't stay here forever," before bidding her goodbye with a determined look in his eyes. Lin Yihen recalled his plans and thought that, although he had promised Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand earlier, he couldn't bear to part with him now. Spear of the Sinking Sands, as he turned away, secretly felt guilty. But he knew that only by doing this would he avoid involving Shuayin San, and Zhu Long's attention would shift to him, allowing Shuayin San to develop in peace. As he walked away, Deadly Strike of the Sunken Star heard the announcement that the AITRMR Fawn competition had officially started, which piqued his curiosity. After hearing the rules and rewards of the competition, Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand was surprised by what he learned. With an ally weapon, 3,000 fame, and a hero's training ticket, the rewards were so generous, nothing could be more exciting than hunting monsters to level up. Thinking this, Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand immediately decided to join forces with Sher San and Little Demon to participate in the competition for the championship.
The hero's order would be the perfect prize to offer to Ancient Sword Soul at that moment. However, Ducher San disagreed, pointing out that their group only consisted of 3 people, all close-range combatants, with no long-range attackers or healers. Little Demon also agreed, emphasizing that they needed 5 members to register for the event. Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand calmly suggested issuing a recruitment order, announcing that they needed 1 healer and 1 long-range attacker to complete the team. On the forum, when people saw the recruitment notice, they hesitated and were reluctant to join, as the bloodthirsty mercenaries had now become a thorn in the side of Duba, Guanlong, and Zhulong.
Ducher San sighed and said, "Who would dare join us now?" While Little Demon suggested, "Let's just kidnap 2 people then."
Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand thought this was a reasonable approach. Capturing people was fine because hiring mercenaries was expensive, and they couldn't afford to spend more money on that. Suddenly, a female voice rang out, commanding them to release her because she wanted to join the bloodthirsty mercenaries, surprising Crushing Strike from afar. The 2 men holding the girl said that if she wanted to join their guild, she needed to show respect for them and not embarrass them. As soon as Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand saw her, he immediately recognized her as the 9th-ranked archer on the celestial leaderboard, named Bei Ming Shui. The 2 men couldn't hold on to Bei Ming Shui, and Crushing Strike from afar immediately spoke up, refusing to drink water, and forcibly pressed her head down, causing the 2 men to angrily ask who he was. "You said you are the death of Crushing Strike from afar," his gaze unwavering, showing no fear despite the anger of the 2 men. Hearing this, the group was surprised, not expecting Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand to stand before them. Bei Ming Shui immediately charged forward, saying, "Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand arrived just in time, and I officially request to join the Blood-Red Mercenaries," with eyes shining brightly, filled with determination. Bei Ming Shui continued to rush forward, saying, "Crushing Strike from afar arrived just in time, and I officially request to join the Blood-Red Mercenaries." He advised her to think carefully, as his guild was currently being targeted by several large guilds.
Bei Ming Shui replied, "I'm not afraid. I've already made enemies with Duba, so adding a few more enemies isn't a big deal.
Moreover, as a famous archer, only Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand is worthy of me." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "This girl really knows how to judge people." Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand extended her hand, and the 2 shook hands, with him officially agreeing to let Bei Ming Shui join. The representative of the Blood-Red Mercenaries greeted her solemnly, as the angered glares from the others made the atmosphere even more tense. Upon Bei Ming Shui's joining, they angrily charged forward, determined to kill the 2, believing that their greater numbers would overpower them.
Spear of the Sinking Sand quickly ordered Bei Ming Shui, "Running is the best option."
Bei Ming Shui smiled calmly and said, with the top-ranking reputation of Crushing Strike from afar, charging forward to eliminate those enemies is nothing. Crushing Strike from afar covered his face and said, "There are too many of them, so I don't want to waste my energy playing around."
Ba Tian Dao arrogantly challenged you to a 1-on-1 duel.
Deadly Strike of the Sunken Star, upon hearing this, turned around in surprise to look at Ba Tian Dao. He hadn't noticed when Ba Tian Dao had reached level 62. His gaze briefly swept over the man's confidence. Ba Tian Dao, sword in hand, charged forward, swinging his blade in a powerful slash. The cold light from the sword's edge reflected its sharpness. Confident in claiming that he was now the leader of Icebound Fortress, he didn't believe you had the strength to resist him. Spear of the Sinking Sands immediately summoned an illusionary wind to assist, stunning Ba Tian Dao. Looking down, he saw a small dog, and angrily declared, "We'll meet at the competition.
By then, I will wash away this humiliation in front of everyone."
The scene shifted to a forest, where Bei Ming Shui and Crushing Strike from afar were panting as if they had been running. The forest air was still, with sunlight streaming through the trees, casting flickering patches of light and shadow on the ground.
Bei Ming Shui asked, "Can't we just fight them directly?"
Crushing Strike from afar replied, "The match will start soon. If we face them head-on now, the risk of being de-leveled would be unfavorable." Bei Ming Shui agreed, nodding in approval, and praised her equipment. "Your gear is really good. The attribute combinations are excellent, showing that the armor maker is no ordinary person.
It's just a shame it doesn't match your current level."
This made him feel that he needed to support her more, helping her unleash her full potential in the battles ahead. Bei Mingxue complimented her. Crushing strike from afar has an excellent eye for quality. This equipment was made by your brother, and not long ago, he acquired a rare, precious liquor stone to craft new gear for you. Her chest swelled with pride, and she felt more confident in her own strength for the upcoming battles. Spear of the Sinking Sand said, "Your brother's skills are so high, yet I'd never heard of him before?" Bei Mingxue replied, "My brother is a bit lonely, he doesn't like interacting with others." As soon as she finished speaking, Bei Mingxue pulled Crushing Strike from afar to go find her brother. Since today's equipment was undoubtedly attractive, she was eager for him to witness her brother's skills. They reached a forest, and Bei Mingxue pointed ahead and said, "My brother is over there." But she emphasized, "Crushing Strike from afar, don't even think about pulling him into the guild. I've advised him many times, but it never works." Suddenly, Crushing Strike from afar stopped, as if sensing something was wrong. He felt the air around them tense, as though something was lurking. A group of people dressed in black were surrounding Bei Mingxue's brother. They were aggressively demanding that he hand over the black wine stone, promising that if he complied, they would spare his life. Bei Mingxue's brother had blocked the knife strike from the attackers. The light from the blade reflected clearly on his face, his resolve firm not to let the enemy pass. Bei Mingxue decided to raise her bow, determined to save her brother from the black-clad group. But Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand quickly intervened, gently saying, "He will be fine." Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand silently observed the battle, realizing that the situation seemed to be falling into dire straits, but in reality, every move was meticulously calculated. Her brother's movement wasn't just a dodge, it was part of a grand plan to lure the black-clad group into a position where he could easily take them down. Spear of the Sinking Sands guessed that Bei Mingxue's brother's skills had limited range, which is why he could not approach the enemy effectively. When Bei Mingxue wondered why this had to be the case, she was reassured that with her brother's abilities, he would certainly be able to escape. Spear of the Sinking Sands explained that Bei Mingxue's brother could not flee because if he tried to escape from a high position, he would immediately be detected. And it was precisely because he understood this that he chose to face the enemy head-on. Bei Mingxue was worried that if this situation continued, her brother might very well lose his life. In response to Bei Mingxue's concern, Crushing Strike from afar reassured her that her brother would be fine, as, judging by the fight, he was not yet at a disadvantage and was still arrogantly laughing in the face of his opponent. The man attacking Bei Mingxue's brother swung his sword, arrogantly declaring that he had spilled blood and that he should stop struggling in vain. But Bei Mingxue's brother blocked the strike with his own weapon, fending off the lethal attack. He then leaped up, nearly sending the enemy crashing to the ground. The knife slashed through the air, just a breath away from him, but it was enough to feel the imminent danger. He quickly jumped higher, leaving his opponents in shock, his body gliding through the air like a ghost, causing them to react too late. Once he gained the upper hand, he smiled with satisfaction, his gaze filled with confidence and pride. It was as if all the efforts of his opponent had become meaningless in the face of his strength. Then, the technique Bei Mingxue's brother used was blood pulse reversal, causing his opponent to scream in pain and surprise. Spear of the Sinking Sands said that the time was just right, and Bei Mingxue's older brother would not be easily defeated like that. He continued to use the true core technique, not allowing the opponent's internal energy to infiltrate their body, slowing down their speed and defense, causing endless pain that angered the opponent for falling into the trap. Spear of the Sinking Sands praised him, saying that not only was his skill extraordinary, but he was also a rare priest of an uncommon kind. Unlike healing priests, he was truly a talent. Bei Mingxue suddenly shouted, "Brother, be careful!" This startled Crushing Strike from afar. The Quanlong Gemini star rushed in to attack, and he realized there was no way to escape from this situation. Immediately, the Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand dashed forward to block in front, declaring, "This person, I've already blocked. Do you still want to fight?" The other person asked, "Who are you?" He replied firmly, "I am Crushing Strike from afar." Upon hearing this, the man was startled because this was the name of the young Master Long who had fallen. They panicked and fled, saying they would return to settle the new grudge along with the old one. Once everything settled, Crushing Strike from afar reached out his hand toward Bei Mingxue's brother to comfort him, saying, "It's fine. But he coldly stood up and turned away, making him recall Bei Ming Shue's words and admit that the man was indeed a bit strange. Seeing this, Bei Ming Shue angrily said, "Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand is their boss, so you should treat him better." Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand smiled upon hearing this, patted Min Tai Ti on the shoulder, and said, "We're all family," but her brother angrily retorted, "Take your hand off my sister." After 10 minutes, Bei Ming Shui explained that Crushing Strike from afar had helped her escape, and now she had officially become a member of the Crimson Mercenary Group. Her brother finally understood and thanked Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand for helping his sister. He replied that since they were family, there was no need for formalities, and he invited him to join their group. However, he declined the invitation, stating that he did not want to be exploited, and then dismissed him, mentioning that he had to take advantage of the time to change his base of operations. His words angered Bei Ming Shui. Spear of the Sinking Sands, concerned, asked if his move was due to the constant disturbances from the Quang Long group. Hearing this, he became furious and replied, "It's none of your business, so don't concern yourself." Bei Ming Shui, upset, demanded that her brother not act that way. She explained to Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand that her brother had been criticized for improper handling long ago and thus had to immerse himself in crafting. Now, with people seeking them out with ill intentions, she hoped he would understand. Spear of the Sinking Sands, after hearing this, said, "You invited her brother to join because he's an outstanding crafter. You said his skills and techniques were the ones you admired most." His sincerity softened Bei Ming Shue's brother's attitude. Spear of the Sinking Sands praised him for maintaining his own pace even while being pursued, and for being able to control his skills with precision. He could heal while also dealing damage to enemies, and he affirmed that he was one of the best spellcasters he had ever met. He continued, "Moreover, he doesn't want to spend his whole life running away like this. Han Binggang is now essentially your territory, and with the Crimson Legion protecting it, he can craft in peace. You said that the rare materials dropped from the guild's dungeon could also be given to him, and that he could craft anything for anyone he wanted, and you wouldn't interfere." Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Shue's older brother seemed somewhat amused. The Spear of the Sinking Sands continued to suggest that he fight alongside him for the dream. He sincerely invited him to join the Crimson Mercenary Group. After a moment of hesitation, Bei Ming Shue's older brother agreed to join, shaking hands with Crushing Strike from afar, much to Bei Ming Shue's immense joy. While they were happily welcoming the new member to the guild, an announcement rang out: the guild had successfully registered for the competition. Everyone cheered for the successful registration, praised Lu Chen's excellence, and vowed to eliminate Quan Long and Lu Bo. Unexpectedly, another announcement came, signaling a problem with Piercing Strike of Sinking Sand's condition. He was in intense pain, causing everyone to worry, and then he collapsed, his body covered in wounds, leaving the group in a state of concern and shock. Lu Chen was lying in a hospital room, his body covered in blood, breathing heavily through an oxygen mask. Outside, the doctor spoke to Ducher San and Little Demon about his condition. The doctor said things didn't look good and that they had to prepare for the worst. The doctor told Ducher San and Little Demon that if they couldn't find someone with an antidote serum within 48 hours, there would be no way to save him. However, the serum could only temporarily suppress the virus, with only a 20% chance of a full recovery. This news filled Ducher San and Little Demon with overwhelming worry. They exchanged a look, their eyes filled with despair. While Lu Chen lay there, everything around him became blurry, and he felt a deep sense of helplessness enveloping him. Ducher San asked, "Didn't we say last time that Ten Kwang could suppress the virus?" Little Demon also questioned the doctor, wondering why Lu Chen, who had always been healthy, suddenly ended up like this. These questions hung in the heavy air, filled with worry and confusion. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said, "Tests show the virus has mutated, and the specific cause is still under investigation. I've contacted the expert team and am searching for serum nationwide. Now, we can only wait for the person to appear." The doctor's words felt like a knife cutting through Ducher San and Little Demon's hearts, and they felt the surge of anxiety, but there was no other option than to wait patiently. Ducher San patted Little Demon's shoulder and said, "Uncle, we won't give up, no matter how slim the hope is, but before that, let's go find the serum for old Lu." The doctor nodded when he heard this, saying, "The more people you contact, the the greater the hope. These words were a small source of encouragement in the heavy atmosphere. The doctor turned and walked away, saying, "Prepare for him to rest and you two should go home now." His gentle instructions, laced with responsibility, echoed in the stillness of the room. Ducher San told Little Demon not to let old Lu know. Little Demon nodded and said, "I'll stay here to keep watch for the next 2 days. Games can be played later, but there's only one big brother." Little Demon's words were like an unspoken promise between the two. Hearing this, Ducher San said, "No, because old Lu values the ancient sword dream most. If we don't get the hero's token this time, it will truly break old Lu's heart." Ducher San's voice carried both concern and determination. Ducher San continued, "We must carry the burden of the tournament together. Whoever dares to run away, Fong must still participate." Little Demon nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Both understood that no matter how difficult the situation, they needed to stand firm together. Ducher San would go to find the blood serum, while Little Demon would go online to inform the others to prepare. They quickly divided their tasks. Each person had an important role in this battle. When the two of them left, Chen had woken up and overheard the conversation. He thought to himself, "They truly are good brothers, but this time, it seems you're in trouble." A sense of worry welled up inside Chen. He knew that there were only 2 days to find the blood serum capable of combating this strange virus. Unless a miracle happened, those thoughts kept repeating in his mind. He felt the weight of the pressure bearing down on him. Chen thought, "If only I had immortality skills like in the game, where you could instantly recover as long as you had 1% HP left." These imaginings brought him some comfort, but the reality was far harsher. He could only lie there, feeling the pain and helplessness. In his heart, he longed for a miracle to save him and the friends who were worried about him. He wondered how much it would hurt when he lost his father in the future. Memories flooded his mind. He remembered his father's words, "It's rare for you to come home, so I'll make the braised eggplant you love the most." The taste lingered in his memory, each piece of soft, fragrant eggplant still vivid in his thoughts. His heart suddenly twisted at the thought of a day when he would no longer be able to enjoy that dish. Looking at his wound, he silently thought of his father, and the pain seemed to invade his heart. He thought he needed to quickly arrange for his final affairs. Thoughts of death and the inevitable departure kept swirling in Chen's mind. He sat down to write his will, and with each stroke of the pen, images of his father and 2 close friends, Ducher San and Little Demon, appeared in his mind. Happy memories, the times they had weathered many storms together, flashed before him, making him feel heartbroken and guilty. He didn't want to leave them, didn't want to bring sorrow to those who had always stood by him. He remembered a moment when playing a game, the character-piercing strike of sinking sand had once said, "I will never back down." That line echoed in his mind. He remembered the time when he earned money, the next step being to kill monsters, level up, and tackle dungeons. Images from the game appeared clearly in his mind, the excitement of slaying monsters, leveling up, and unlocking new skills. A smile spread across his face as he thought about the intense battles with Quan Long, Duba, and Zhu Long, powerful enemies that he, Ducher San, and Little Demon had overcome together. His character in the game had said, "The chaotic bamboo shadows have declared war," so Little Demon and Ducher San stayed behind in Shui San for safety. But neither of them agreed, insisting that they were brothers and if they had to leave the guild, they would leave together. They would follow Chen to the very end. Their loyalty and unwavering friendship moved him deeply. As he wrote his will, he apologized for not leaving anything for them, even though they had stayed by his side for so long. Filled with guilt. The person he felt most guilty towards was the president of the association, whose image of always protecting him appeared in his mind. The ringtone interrupted his train of thought, the sound coming as a sudden signal. Yi's voice, seemingly losing control, spoke from the other side, "Do you believe he's not dead?" Her words carried strength and determination. Chen was surprised when he saw Yi's call. He picked up the phone, and Yi immediately asked him, "Are you still alive?" Her voice, as if coming through the phone, sent a chill down his spine. Chen was astonished that Yi knew what had happened but still calmly asked, "What are you talking about?" Yi stammered, "I dreamed you were dead,
so I called right away." Her voice trembled as if she couldn't believe what she had just said. Hearing that, Chen sighed, realizing that still didn't know how serious his condition was. He reassured her, saying, "I'm still alive and doing fine. You should get some sleep." He tried to keep his voice calm so she wouldn't worry. The two exchanged good night wishes before hanging up. In the quiet space, Chen looked up at the ceiling. He thought that, before facing death, being able to hear Yi's voice was a blessing. Amid the pain and uncertainty, that familiar sound felt like the last bit of warmth, a final anchor that helped ease his loneliness in this moment. Suddenly, the phone slipped from his hand as an intense wave of pain hit him abruptly and overwhelmingly. His body convulsed, and it felt as though every nerve in his body was being squeezed. The pain pierced through every cell, rendering him unable to control himself. The doctors immediately rushed in, their faces filled with worry upon discovering that his blood pressure had dropped below 40, his pulse undetectable, and his condition critical. The machines beeped incessantly, adding to the tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, they quickly decided to transfer him to the ICU in an effort to save Chen's life. At that moment, Ducher San and Little Demon arrived just in time. They stood by, trying to suppress their anxiety, and said to old Lu, "Hang in there, everything will be fine." Chen wanted to open his mouth to reassure Ducher San not to worry, but his throat tightened, and he couldn't speak. He could only look at them with weak, helpless eyes, overwhelmed by pain and an unsettling sense of uncertainty. His eyelids slowly began to close, and his consciousness grew fuzzy. Only one final thought flitted through his mind: his eyelids were so heavy, he just wanted to sleep. The next morning, Beiming Shui looked at everyone and said that the president had helped them a lot, but his life and death were still uncertain. The only thing they could do now was to fight with all their might. Her older brother sighed at hearing this, his eyes full of worry, hoping that Chen could survive this ordeal. Everyone had gathered at the competition, and the atmosphere was filled with chatter and tension that hung over the arena. The teams were preparing, their eyes filled with determination and hope. A short-haired girl spoke up, asking, "Why are the teams divided into 2 matches, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2? Why is it a best-of-3 format to decide the winner?" Another girl standing beside her replied, "I heard that the virtual reality game received a request from above to temporarily change the format of the competition." The short-haired girl asked in surprise, "Is that really possible?" Her expression showed confusion and concern about these new regulations, which made the atmosphere tense and suspenseful. Then she turned to worry about remembering how she almost fainted when she woke up this morning. Her eyes were full of worry as she asked if was all right. The sense of unease was evident on her face, as the pressures and stress of the competition weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Smiled faintly and replied, "I just didn't sleep well, it's nothing." Her voice was a bit weak, but she still tried to remain calm. At that moment, the virtual reality game Shu stepped onto the stage. A voice echoed, announcing that the tournament had officially begun. She introduced herself as a charming and captivating MC, saying that she was also looking forward to this match. Although the format had changed, the intensity of the competition would not decrease at all. She looked at the team members, noticing their fiery eyes and how each of them expressed excitement and determination, ready for the upcoming battle to claim the hero's token. The Heavenly Sect Guild stated that, of course, to make up for the change in format, she had specially brought a reward for the winning team, a piece of equipment made from gold, specifically a virtual reality game elixir. She continued, "After use, it will randomly transport the user into one of the 32 imprint instances of the virtual reality game. After clearing the dungeon, players will receive many imprint pieces and rare golden materials. All members of the 3 guilds will be leveled up by 5, and their reputation will increase by 1,000. She emphasized that, more importantly, the highest reward was a shard of the heart's desire. Collecting enough shards would allow the player to awaken to a higher realm. Under the stands, the atmosphere became lively with the murmurings of the audience. Many began discussing this rare opportunity. Everyone felt nervous, unable to believe their ears upon hearing the news about the awakening reward. It was an opportunity that the virtual reality game had never offered before, and this made the excitement in their hearts grow even more intense. Virtual reality game Shui noticed the stir among the crowd, and she let out a soft giggle, asking everyone, "Do you feel surprised and excited by this amazing news?" A girl in the crowd nodded in agreement. She said that this time, she had to give her all. Her eyes shone brightly with determination, clearly showing that she was ready for the fierce battle ahead. Long Xing Tianxia was no less excited, and he confidently stated, "This is the only awakening opportunity." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued, "This key is truly a valuable item." The captain of the Baba Tian Dao team smiled with a determined expression and said, "This is really interesting." The captain of the Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls team, Shui Yifeng, stood amidst the crowd with a steadfast gaze and filled with hope, affirming, "With this special weapon, the revival of Ancient Sword of Dreaming Souls is just a matter of time." The captain of the deep-seated Tan Ti team stood firm in the tense atmosphere of the competition, his eyes shining brightly with unwavering determination and strong will. The captain of the Thunder Fierce Wind Team D stood in line with his team, his face resolute, his eyes sparkling with confidence, reflecting the hidden strength within him and his determination to win. Shui Yi saw the burning passion of everyone around her, and she decided to announce that the Who Dares to Compete for Glory tournament had officially begun. The sound echoed throughout the stands, creating an atmosphere of excitement and exhilaration.